This young man casually threw a single strike, and the entire 36-story building shook violently. Turns out, he completely shattered all the measuring equipment in the training room. Yet just yesterday, he only awakened an F-tier ability as weak as a lighter. It turns out he has awakened for a second time, obtaining the S-tier Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Okay, enough rambling, let's get started. This world is called Blue Star, with technology similar to his past life. The whole city is engulfed in flames as thousands of monsters pour out from portals in the sky. But bloodthirsty and terrifying beasts exist here, along with awakened espers who have the power to fight them. Transmigrating to Blue Star, where mutant beasts run rampant. Our protagonist is also an awakened, but only has a weak E-tier lightning ability, hitting about as hard as a stun baton. Looking visibly disappointed, he thought, "Did I really awaken the weakest ability?" Crisis breeds opportunity. Finally, the day his life changed arrived. Lightning wrapped around his body as his trash ability evolved. Divine Thunder descends, forging an immortal legend. At Jiangcheng High School No. 2. There are 4 days left until the joint exam. A teacher's voice echoes, "The exam is upon us. 20 years of hard studying all comes down to today." Homeroom teacher Chen Fan spoke up. "Those taking the liberal arts exam, make sure you have all your stationery ready tonight. Those taking the martial arts exam, you must prepare your combat suits and weapons." I want to emphasize one last time. The martial arts university exam carries a risk of death. I don't recommend those with abilities below D tier to choose the martial track. Xu Jingming sat below, resting his chin on his hand with a helpless smile. He thought to himself, "Is he targeting me with this?" Xu Jingming had transmigrated to a new world. This world is called Blue Star, possessing a level of technology quite similar to his past life. However, bloodthirsty and terrifying beasts exist here. They are vicious monsters with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. At the same time, there are awakened espers who can fight against these fierce beasts. Everyone can awaken an ability at the age of 16, and the types of abilities are incredibly diverse and rich. The quality of abilities also varies. According to Blue Star's evaluation system, they are divided into 9 tiers. The vast majority of people can only awaken abilities from F to D tier. Xu Jingming's ability is a weak E-tier lightning, packing no more punch than a stun baton. While lost in thought, a classmate suddenly slammed a hand on his desk, mocking him. "Xu Jingming, Mr. Chen already made it that clear. You aren't still planning to take the martial exam, are you?" The blonde guy sneered at our protagonist. "E-tier trash like you will only embarrass the school if you take the exam. Just be a good boy, pick the liberal arts track, and come work as a lowly clerk at my family's company. You'll barely scrape by, but it's a living." A short-haired girl pointed right in his face and yelled, "Huang Tian, worry about yourself first." He scoffed coldly, scowling. "Lin Qingyan, I'll show you who the real top student is in this joint exam." As for Xu Jingming, this pretty boy is just going to die in the exam room. Lin Qingyan looked at him with intense worry. "Xu Jingming, ignore him. Everyone has their own worth. Why don't you switch to the liberal arts track? Living a peaceful life in the city isn't so bad, right?" In the Great Xia Nation where he transmigrated, higher education is divided into civil and martial tracks. Those with low-tier abilities or low confidence in combat can choose the civil track, which tests academic knowledge to become a normal citizen. Meanwhile, those who choose the martial track must enter designated zones during the joint exam to fight vicious beasts in life-and-death battles. Only by passing the exam can they enter a university for espers. After years of training by the academy and mentors, they can break through the unranked stage and become true ranked espers wielding tremendous power. Xu Jingming closed his eyes and sighed, thinking to himself that his teacher and Lin Qingyan were worried about him having an accident in the martial exam. But in a world full of danger, even if he avoided the high mortality martial exam, he couldn't escape a sudden beast invasion. His parents in this world had also died in a beast tide when he was very young. Xu Jingming suddenly opened his eyes, his expression resolute. He didn't want to face a similar tragedy in the future without the slightest power to fight back. He declared firmly, "I'm still choosing the martial exam." As the sunset blanketed the sky, our protagonist was still training hard, his spear tearing through the air. Gripping his spear tightly with fierce determination on his face, he thrust the sharp spearhead forward with immense power.
After a while, he was panting, sweating profusely. He groaned, so tired.
He collapsed onto the floor, arms and legs spread wide, relaxing his entire body. Exhausted, he said, "I can't train anymore." Panting, Xu Jingming thought about how he chose the spear as his weapon after awakening his ability. Despite training for 2.5 years, his mastery was still stuck at the beginner level. Even so, the spear combat skill Lightning Gale Strike he bought for 300,000 made up for it somewhat, making him slightly stronger than regular E-tier awakened. However, the mortality rate for students below D-tier in the martial exam has been increasing year after year. He raised his right hand high and clenched his fist, showing his resolve. He said, "If I want to get into the Esper University, I have to risk it all." Suddenly, a strange blue screen appeared in mid-air, displaying the text. System activating. Xu Jingming was stunned, his eyes widening in sheer shock. He had no idea what was happening. Text popped up on the blue screen. "Do you want to claim the starter gift pack?" He pushed himself up and shouted, "Could this be the Golden Finger system for transmigrators?" His face lit up with pure joy. He hastily asked, "What's in the gift pack?" The system replied, "Starter gift pack includes S-tier ability, 200 ability points." He thought in amazement, an S-tier ability? Even a massive country like the Sha Nation only sees one awaken every 3 to 4 years. Once one appears, the top Esper universities will fight tooth and nail for them, pouring endless resources until they are nurtured into a supreme powerhouse. Breaking into a cold sweat, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This is completely beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Xu Jingming quickly tapped the blue screen to claim the starter pack, his voice trembling with excitement. An E-tier trash like me actually has a chance to defy the heavens and change my fate. The cold, mechanical voice of the system chimed in succession. Claimed successfully. S-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. His heart contracted violently. A surge of power descended from the heavens as progress notifications echoed. At the same time, his body began to transform, developing firm muscles as the strength within him steadily soared. The progress bar kept filling up, and bolts of lightning formed a translucent sphere that encased Xu Jingming inside. A loud explosion echoed, shattering the walls and glass windows. Shards of glass and brick fragments flew through the air. Smoke billowed from the apartment amid the crashing sounds of destruction. Pedestrians below were horrified. A little girl pointed at the apartment and asked innocently, "Mommy, what happened to that mister's house?" The mother tightly hugged her daughter, everyone filled with worry and fear. A man holding a phone yelled, "Did something happen to the Shu family's kid? Call the fire department, quick." Inside the apartment, the transformation hadn't stopped. Lightning bolts continuously pierced through Xu Jingming as he writhed in agony. Dark clouds suddenly rolled in from nowhere, covering the clear blue sky. Pedestrians were dumbfounded, not understanding why the sky had suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble! A gigantic dragon suddenly emerged from the pitch-black sky. A middle-aged man stood by the window, looking outside. What terrifying thunder and lightning! I can actually feel an oppressive pressure. Is a powerful lightning-type beast about to invade? The man's face turned grave as he ordered his subordinate behind him, Jiangcheng 3rd Legion, enter a state of high alert immediately. The subordinate loudly replied, "Understood." Amidst the swirling dark clouds, the massive azure dragon dove straight down. Its entire body was wreathed in powerful lightning, its eyes flashing brilliantly as it opened its maw to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Through the shattered wall, the dragon could be seen seemingly crashing right into Xu Jingming's small room. The transformation process was still ongoing. He roared as a terrifying surge of power endlessly poured into his body. Ding ding, the system chimed. Ability evolution complete. He clenched his fists, feeling an explosive well of power within his body. "So this is the S-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder," he said excitedly. "It completely blows that stun baton out of the water. One hit with this is enough to blast someone to ashes." Our protagonist looked at the rubble and scratched his head. This commotion was a bit too huge, though. Good thing I held back a little just now, or else it wouldn't just be this training room getting wrecked. I should have gone outside before claiming it. Only then did he suddenly remember that the starter pack also gave him 200 ability points, wondering what they were used for. Taking one look, he burst into thrilled laughter. He absolutely loved this kind of simple and brutal golden finger. Open the system panel. The system panel displayed some basic stats regarding his level and ability. He currently had 200 ability points. Seeing this number, Xu Jingming was ecstatic. Thinking about the joint exam tomorrow, he made up his mind. He had to use these 200 ability points on the most crucial stats to maximize his combat power. He immediately ordered, "System, allocate the points." After a moment of thought, Su Jingming decided, abilities fundamentally originate from human physique and spirit, so I'll prioritize strengthening these two core attributes first. Less than greater than. The numbers in his attribute panel rapidly increased, and his body underwent another transformation. Feeling the changes within his body, he wondered, is this what an increase in vitality and cognition feels like? Wanting to test his strength after strengthening his ability, our protagonist clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch. A simple punch was enough to create a violent shockwave. His face was calm, but the strike carried a terrifying pressure. After my core attributes increase, whether I'm using combat skills or manipulating my ability, they'll both be proportionally enhanced. Adding 20 points to each of the two core attributes means one ability point equates to 0.2 vitality or 0.2 hertz. After grasping his ability's power, Zhu Jingming smiled confidently. With his current strength, getting into an Esper university would be a breeze. He just didn't know where he would rank among the 700,000-plus candidates in Jiangnan province. How would he compare to geniuses taught by renowned masters since childhood? He picked up his spear. I'll know as soon as I head to the dojo and test my specific stats. Suddenly, the door was kicked open and a fire squad rushed in. He looked completely bewildered, not knowing what was happening. The leading firefighter said, "We received a distress call saying there was a fire here." Hearing this, he understood the situation and replied, "It was probably just the shockwaves from my ability training. Everything is fine now." The firefighters breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. Cancel the state of emergency, pull out. Seeing his smiling face acting like nothing had happened, the man marveled, causing such a massive commotion just from a student's ability training. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. When Su Jingming walked out carrying his spear, the neighbors gathered to check on him. "Glad you're okay. Seeing you like this, are you heading to the dojo?" "Yes, I'm going to the dojo to train a bit." "So hardworking. The university exam is tomorrow and you're still training, unlike my brat." If an Awakened wants to rank up into a true Esper, they must temper their physique and spirit to enhance their abilities' power. Thus, dojos offering training grounds and tutoring services were established. Not every family can afford a private training room. The two most famous dojo chains in the Great Xia Nation are Thunder and Violent Bear. Violent Bear Dojo, with an annual fee of 100,000, is highly suited for wealthy students. Only Thunder Dojo offers free access for high school students. Xu Jinming stepped into the dojo and happened to see a familiar silhouette surrounded by a crowd. It was Tang Qi, his older cousin. Our protagonist immediately called out, "Nuna Qi, why are you at the Thunder Dojo too?" She looked over and replied, "Yeah, I just brought a friend here." Hearing that, he waved goodbye and headed straight for the training room. Tang Qi felt something was off and thought, weird. This kid seems different from before. The short-haired girl next to her excitedly asked, "Chi-Chi, who's that? He's quite handsome." She replied, "Xu Jiming, my younger cousin. He's a senior just like us, taking the martial exam tomorrow." The blonde guy behind them seemed annoyed. Why ask in such detail? "Xiaoya, are you crushing on him?" The girl named Xiaoya immediately retorted, "Of course with those looks. As long as his strength isn't too terrible, wouldn't it be a huge flex to show him off as my boyfriend later?" Our protagonist's cousin crushed her friend's fantasies. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He only awakened an E-tier ability." Xiaoya was disappointed, her little heart broken. "Only E-tier. What a pity." Hearing that, the blonde guy sneered. He actually dares to take the martial exam with an E-tier ability? Commendable courage. Tang Qi disagreed. Who cares about commendable courage? The risk is way too high. I'd rather he not take the martial exam at all. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Tu Na pulled her inside. This was their first time visiting the Thunder Dojo. Having spent all 3 years of high school at the Berserk Bear Dojo, relaxing before the exam was great for their physical and mental health. The scene shifted to the training room, where Hua Kan-min was standing before a target, holding a long spear. He hefted the spear, feeling that it had grown lighter, or rather, his physique had grown stronger. But the general exam was tomorrow, so there was no time to find a more suitable weapon. Pushing the weapon out of his mind, he decided to test his peak physical strength without using his ability first. He took a deep breath and decisively swung the spear. Boom! A loud crash echoed out. Hua Kan-min's face was ice cold as he powerfully thrust the spear forward. The razor-sharp spearhead shot forward, violently piercing the target and leaving a deep hole. The result appeared: 321 kilograms. The entire training room was made of basic memory metal, which would automatically restore itself as long as the damage was within its tolerance limit. He was thrilled. His pure physical strength alone had doubled compared to before. The maximum physical strength of an ordinary awakened was only 100 kilograms. Next, let's test the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Hua Kan-min gathered his power and raised his hand. A powerful surge of electricity shot straight into the unfortunate target. The result appeared: 3,021 kilograms. His entire body surged with excitement as he shouted. As expected of an S-tier ability, it's absolutely heaven-defying. The attack intensity of a Tier 1 awakened is only 1,000 kilograms, and yet he hadn't even reached Tier 1, but could already burst out with an attack intensity comparable to a mid-Tier 1 awakened. However, he felt this was still not his limit. The electric current flowed from his hand into the spear. Physical strength, ability enhancement, and combat skills combined, this was his true killing move. Take this. Hua Kan-min gripped the spear tightly, his gaze sharp and cold, and thrust it forward with tremendous force. Lightning Gale. The weapon, crackling with electricity, slammed into the target, all of its extreme power converging at the sharp tip of the spear. His face was filled with fierce determination, his eyes piercing. He roared, "Break!" Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed, reverberating throughout the entire space. The collision caused an earth-shattering shockwave. The entire main arena shook violently, leaving everyone with panicked expressions. On the same floor, Duong Qi's group was also affected by the explosion. Debris and shattered bricks rained down, causing them to stumble, unable to stand firm. The blonde guy yelled, "Such a strong energy fluctuation. That's definitely reached the level of an awakened." Tiu now was full of bewilderment. I thought this floor was exclusively for high schoolers to train, but aren't all those monsters who reached the awakened level early training at the Berserk Bear Dojo? Could one of them be training here? Or did a new awakened high schooler just appear? Duong Qi pondered in silence for a moment before deciding, "Let's go." "Well, no, once we take a look." She led the group as they fumbled their way around. The energy fluctuation definitely came from around here. At the same time, Hua Kan-min was walking out from the opposite direction. Seeing him, she was stunned. "Little Min, are you heading home?" He immediately replied, "Yeah, I want to head back a bit early to prepare some more." The two chatted for a bit. The blonde guy grew impatient. Just ignore him, the energy fluctuation definitely came from right here. Duong Kai reached out and touched the door. "Is it this place?" He firmly confirmed, no mistake about it. They pushed the door open and entered, a scene of devastation unfolding before their eyes. The thick wall had a massive hole blown through it, shattered bricks were scattered everywhere, and the torn target lay helplessly on the ground alongside a pile of equipment. The group was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. What on earth happened here? Tuna covered her mouth and gasped, "Wow, even the memory metal was smashed to pieces." Just how massive was this attack intensity? Does our Jiang fan really have a high schooler this strong? The young man analyzed seriously. It's probably not a high schooler. I can still feel extremely violent power from the residual energy. The other party might even be a Tier 2 awakened who wandered onto this floor by mistake and used the training room to test their strength. Another chimed in, "I told you, an attack intensity of this scale is impossible for a high schooler to achieve." The chubby guy added, "Exactly. Even geniuses from the provincial capital couldn't do it, let alone someone from our Jiang fan."
Tuna suddenly realized something. Hey, Hua Chen-min was the only one who just walked past here. Do you guys think the attack here was caused by him? What if he's actually a super genius who's been secretly hiding his strength, just waiting for tomorrow's martial arts exam to make a name for himself in one fell swoop? Her two male friends rolled their eyes at her logic. Have you been reading too many web novels about hiding one's power? How can you even come up with something so absurd? Hiding your strength requires a prerequisite. He's just an E-tier awakened. Getting an attack intensity of 300 is already pushing it. The blonde young man analyzed seriously. The hallways on both sides lead outside. That powerful awakened must have left through the other side, which is why we didn't run into them. Duong Qi, what do you think? Probably. Duong Qi replied, gently touching the dent in the wall to inspect it.
She looked at that deep, perfectly round hole and thought to herself, "These marks, they actually look a lot like they were left by a spear." So, Hua Kan-min taking the university martial arts exam, is he really just overestimating his own capabilities? Before long, the day of the martial arts exam arrived. Groups of people excitedly chattered as they entered the exam grounds, everyone feeling a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Hua Kan-min carried his long spear on his shoulder, one hand in his pocket, his face brimming with absolute confidence. Exclamations continuously rang out from the crowd. Is this our exam location? Holy crap, I think I see a one-horned rhino. Weren't the previous ones usually just shadow cats, iron bristle pigs, or other common fierce beasts? Why is this year's exam so hard?
A black-haired young man with a highly arrogant expression spoke up. So what if it's a one-horned rhino? If you can't even handle a fierce beast of this level, even if you miraculously get accepted into an awakened university, you'll still just end up being a useless piece of trash. Who is this guy talking so big? The protagonist asked, to which his best friend Liu Qiet replied immediately. Who else could it be but Lightwind Sword Chu Dan Duong from High School Number 1? I heard he possesses the B-tier ability Ethereal Gale, and his strength has already broken past the unranked stage, ascending to a Tier 1 Awakened. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so this is the genius reputed to be the top candidate for this year's martial arts exam valedictorian. Between him and me, who is stronger? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Attention, examinees!
Everyone was bewildered. A fierce-looking man stepped forward, the large scar on his face making him look even more menacing. I am Vuan Hai Duong, the chief commander of this Jiang Fan martial arts exam. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate a few rules. The martial arts exam will begin promptly at 9 a.m. and end at 9 p.m. for a total of 12 hours. The exam location is the ruined town behind me. Just like in previous years, the exam area is divided into the outer, middle, inner, and core zones. Slaying different types and levels of fierce beasts will earn you different amounts of points. The higher the tier and strength of the beast, the higher the points. The core zone is equivalent to the extra credit questions on a normal exam. It's reserved for the most outstanding students. Know your limits and don't throw your lives away just for points. Hua Kan-min stood in the crowd, thinking to himself, if this were before yesterday, the most I'd dare to do is wander around the outer zone. But now I absolutely have to enter the inner zone and even the deepest core zone. The announcement echoed. We will now distribute the exam supplies. Line up at your homeroom teacher's station to receive them. His homeroom teacher handed him a small yellow bag containing a total of 3 items. A smartwatch, used to track the number and type of fierce beasts killed, accumulating points in real time. A tactical backpack, contains 3 energy bars, 1 stamina drink, and 1 disposable medical kit, ensuring examinees can sustain themselves for 12 hours. A safety sphere. Once activated, it creates a high-voltage electrical grid around the body that ordinary beasts cannot break. The teacher continued, although using the safety sphere will end your exam early, you must remember that your life is more important than anything else. He thanked his teacher, and then walked away. Suddenly, he heard his name called from behind. Turning around, he saw Lam Kin Dian. She asked cheerfully, you probably still don't have a team, right? Want to team up with us? The young man who had just awakened a C-tier ability pointed at himself confidently. Kan-min, once we're in the exam zone, I'll cover you. At this moment, 2 other guys from the same team suddenly interjected. Class president, it's one thing to play the good guy normally, but this is the martial arts exam. A team can only have a maximum of 5 people. If we bring him along, how are we supposed to get high scores? The C-tier ability, young man irritably nudged one of the guys who just spoke. We already agreed on this, yet you dare to change your mind at the last minute. Who could have known he'd actually dare to take the martial arts exam? Either way, I'm not carrying a dead weight. Seeing the conflict between the 2 sides, Hua Kan-min stepped in to mediate. Old Liu, class president, I appreciate your kindness. I plan to take the exam solo, so you guys go ahead and team up. Old Liu and Lam Kin Dian were stunned. Although they were still worried, they ultimately respected his decision. That guy hurriedly pushed the class president away. At least you know your place. Let's go find Huang Thien. Once the group left, he flashed a confident smile, looking like he had everything in the palm of his hand. Even without you guys, I can still get a high score. The 2037 Jiangtan Martial Arts University exam officially begins. Activate the cameras at the exam grounds, drones stand by to live broadcast the exam. Following the announcement, the crowd charged into the exam grounds with burning fervor. My goal is Jiangmen Awaken University. This time, I'm going to shock everyone. Everyone surged forward in unison, each of their faces filled with sheer determination. Hua Kan-min also blended into the crowd, General Martial Arts Exam, here I come. He pressed the button on his smartwatch, and a cold mechanical voice rang out. Verification successful. Examinee Hua Kan Min, Class 12-5, Jiangthan High School Number 2. At the same time, the real-time leaderboard for exam room 179 appeared, with Chu Danjuang taking first place, followed by other elite names. He sighed in admiration inwardly. As expected of high school number 1's top valedictorian candidates, they've already started slaughtering fierce beasts so quickly. I need to make a move too. It's quite a distance from the outer zone to the central zone, so I might as well just head straight for the central zone. With that thought, he sprinted off like a fired arrow. Suddenly, the protagonist froze. Right before his eyes was a blood-drenched body. This person bore the marks of being attacked by a fierce beast's claws, with a blue sphere rolling uselessly by their side. He broke into a cold sweat. Such a severe injury. They didn't even have time to use the safety sphere. No wonder my homeroom teacher kept urging me to drop out of the martial arts exam. Facing that terrified face, he thought to himself, if I hadn't awakened an S-tier ability, it'd probably be in this same tragic state. No regrets once the move is made. The martial arts exam is just that cruel. He pressed the button to call the logistics staff. Opportunities always come with risks. Not everyone has the chance to defy heaven and change their fate. From behind, a strange noise suddenly sounded as a fierce beast slowly emerged. It possessed pitch-black fur, purple eyes, and razor-sharp teeth. Its entire body was enveloped in an eerie blue glow. Hua Kan Min felt a chill run down his spine. To think they intentionally left someone alive just to ambush the rescue team. Looking at the terrifying monster slowly approaching, a thought crossed his mind. This is a trap. The fierce beast bared its razor-sharp teeth and growled at Hua Kan Min. It raised its claws to launch a vicious attack, but he agilely leapt backward to dodge. The monster resembled a giant cat. After its attack failed, it turned around ferociously, its expression growing even more bloodthirsty. A voice echoed from afar, "Look at that. An agile body, razor-sharp claws, and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. Truly worthy of the title, Rookie Killer." He thought to himself, the reason fierce beasts have the word fierce in their name is that they possess a uniquely savage killing intent that can suppress their prey. I heard that most awakened are paralyzed with extreme fear by this killing intent the first time they encounter one. They can't even unleash a third of their strength, and some simply freeze and await death. Because of this, wealthy families often hire professional awakened bodyguards to take their children into the wilderness, getting them used to fighting fierce beasts from an early age. Of course, he didn't have such privileges, and this was his first time actually facing a fierce beast. The protagonist swung his spear, piercing straight through the monster's body with a single thrust, causing its blood to splatter everywhere. The opponent was eliminated far too cleanly. It seems this killing intent has absolutely no effect on you. Killed one unranked fierce beast, Shadow Cat. Ability points +3. Killing fierce beasts grants ability points, thereby increasing my strength. However, unranked beasts yield a bit too few points. Since he wasn't heavily affected by the beast's killing intent, staying in the outer zone was practically meaningless. It was better to quickly head into the central zone. Hua Kan Min activated slaughter mode. The system notifications rang out continuously, and his ability points skyrocketed. I've harvested quite a few ability points, but what I lack right now is actual combat experience. Using the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder can instantly kill unranked beasts, but that won't effectively improve my combat strength. Furthermore, the higher the ability tier, the greater the energy consumption when used. Once I go all out with the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, I won't even be able to sustain it for an hour. My previous E-tier ability, Weak Lightning, could be maintained for over 3 hours. But the martial arts exam lasts a full 12 hours. I can't waste my energy before reaching the core zone. I'll maintain this tactic for the next stretch, only using my spear techniques to kill beasts and accumulate more combat experience. Suddenly, a one-horned rhino appeared. Its bloodshot eyes were ferocious, and the horn on its snout was razor-sharp. It suddenly charged forward with terrifying attack power, enough to send a car flying. He sprang up and performed an elegant spin in midair, dodging this surprise attack. At the same time, he quickly landed on the rhino's head and thrust his spear straight into its skull. -1 opponent. The monster was successfully killed, and he gently landed on the ground. Hua Kan Min exhaled a breath. His hunting speed is much faster than before. The one-horned rhino was nothing more than that. Could it be that his spear techniques broke through subconsciously? The main character opened the system panel and saw that his stats had increased significantly.
Sure enough, his spearmanship had broken through to the intermediate level. It seems that relying on actual combat is the best way to improve one's strength.
Intermediate spearmanship already gives a feeling of doing whatever one desires. So what would happen if I continued to upgrade it? He quickly pressed the upgrade button, then was astonished to find countless advanced spearmanship techniques flooding his mind. He already felt like an unparalleled badass. He couldn't wait to find a Tier 1 ferocious beast to test his strength. At the same time, Lum Kinjian's group was on their way to hunt ferocious beasts. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something. With a face full of doubt, she said, "I think I just saw Hua Kang-min." The two guys with her immediately retorted, "Class president, you must be seeing things. There's no way it's him. Coming here with his level of strength is no different from courting death."
She still felt conflicted. Did I really see it wrong? But that figure from earlier looked exactly like Hua Kang-min. I wonder how Kang-min is doing right now. Right then, someone suddenly shouted, "Come here and look. This one-horned rhino seems to have died not too long ago. The blood on the wound hasn't dried yet, which means it died just a few minutes ago. This thing is pretty huge too. The fatal wound is on its head. Judging by the shape of the wound, it must be a piercing strike caused by a long-handled weapon. It's a spear." Lem Kindian was stunned. Could the person we saw nearby just now really be Hua Kang-min? Don't tell me this one-horned rhino was killed by Hua Kang-min. This is a ferocious beast that only a C-tier awakened can defeat alone. How could someone like Hua Kang-min do it?
Whether Hurricane Min killed it or not, wouldn't it be obvious if we just check his ranking on the scoreboard?
The class president immediately opened the ranking board and saw the name Hurricane Min sitting prominently at 46th place. It really is him. The whole group was shocked, completely unable to believe their eyes. No, that's impossible. Hurricane Min made it into the top 50. Could it just be someone with the same name? Are E-tier awakened all this strong nowadays? I don't believe it. The scene shifts to the grandstand outside the arena. The candidates' combat scenes are being broadcast on a large screen and everyone is chatting excitedly. High school number 1 is as strong as ever. They've basically monopolized the top 10.
Especially the first place Chu Min-zeung with 412 points. It seems he's got the city's top scorer position in the bag. Our Jiang Than hasn't had anyone make it into the provincial top 100 for years. I wonder if he can pull it off. Trun Van's son, chief of the Jiang Than Education Bureau, laughed smugly. Chu Min-zeung is our Jiang Than's trump card. His swift wind ability is extremely powerful, and you wouldn't fall short against anyone even in the provincial martial arts exam. The way I see it, he can definitely break into the top 100 of Jiangnan province. Old Lu, I've always been quite satisfied with the quality of education at your high school number 1. Haha, high school number 3 isn't bad either. They finally got someone to squeeze into the top 10. The two principals opposite him bowed eagerly to curry favor. It's all thanks to your brilliant guidance, Chief. We'll continue to rely on your support in the future. The old bureau chief then glanced back, looking displeased. However, high school number 2 needs to work harder. Your best performing student is only ranked 18th. Principal Trio Dio, high school number 2, nodded continuously, showing his contrition. He clenched his fists in dissatisfaction, secretly gritting his teeth. Out of the top 50, there are only 8 students from high school number 2. Lei Min, Duan Qian, Duan Ku, Hurricane Min. You brats better try harder to win some face for me. Wait, who is this Hurricane Min? Why have I never seen this name before? Is there someone like him in the honors class? In stark contrast to the principal, his homeroom teacher felt like he had been struck by lightning upon hearing the news. Hurricane Min actually made it into the top 50. He broke out in a cold sweat. But isn't this kid an E-tier awakened? Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength? But no matter how much you hide it, an E-tier ability can't just suddenly turn into an S-tier, right? Only the top 10 get close-up camera angles, so it's practically impossible to find any footage of Hurricane Min right now. How on earth did he manage to get such a high score? Meanwhile, in the central zone, the danger level was high and the scenery was utterly desolate and ruined. Hurricane Min crushed a glass bottle under his foot while chewing on an energy bar, assessing the situation as he ate. After entering the central zone, the number of ferocious beasts has clearly dropped a lot. Beasts that have reached the tiered ranks all possess intelligence and territorial awareness, making them much harder to deal with than unranked ones. Suddenly, a giant tiger stepped forward. Its strength was incredibly terrifying, completely destroying 2 cars with a single swipe of its paw. Letting out an earth-shattering roar, it was none other than a Tier 1 ferocious beast, the blade-armed tiger. It seemed his luck wasn't bad, running into a Tier 1 beast right after entering the central zone. He didn't hesitate either, grabbing his spear and charging forward. I might as well use you to test out my spearmanship. The ferocious monster tore through the wind as it lunged forward, its eyes flashing with an eerie green light. Its massive body exuded an incredibly oppressive aura. The main character quickly swung his spear, ready to confront it head-on. The tiger bared its terrifying sharp teeth and thrust its claws in a vicious attack, knocking the tip of the spear slightly off course. However, this strike consumed a considerable amount of its energy. It was panting heavily, and its claws were trembling. He let out a mocking smile. Is this all the strength a Tier 1 blade armed tiger has? I guess only a Tiger King would make me exert a little more effort. He shouted, "I'll send you on your way," before gripping his weapon and charging straight at the ferocious beast. His agility was incredible, his movements flexible and decisive. With just one strike, he pierced right through its weak spot in the chest. It roared in agony as fresh blood gushed out. After landing the attack, Kang Min pulled back, his body remaining as steady as a rock. Yet he never let his guard down. His cold, sharp eyes stared intently into the monster's fierce green pupils. The tiger lunged once more, trying to pounce on him. Its entire body radiated a murderous intent, its blood-red jaws wide open, looking as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. The main character nimbly dodged, using his top-tier evasion skills to successfully escape those earth-shattering swipes. He watched it snap a streetlight pole in half and silently marveled. As expected of a Tier 1 ferocious beast, its vitality is indeed fierce. Even when pushed into a corner, it still wants to put up a fight. Kang Min focused his power, but no matter how much you struggle, it's all useless. A blow to the head delivered a fatal wound. The monster roared in agony, its death an inescapable outcome. It fell down helplessly, fresh blood pouring out in torrents. In his hand, he still gripped his spear tightly, standing firmly on the ground. The system's notification rang out again. Killed one Tier 1 blade armed tiger. Ability points plus 14. The ability points gained from killing a Tier 1 beast are almost double compared to an unranked beast. Less than greater than. The stronger the beast, the higher the multiplier for ability points. The exam venue, fraught with danger in the eyes of others, was a rare grinding paradise for him. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to make the most of his time. I need to collect even more ability points. Outside, everyone was watching the scoreboard, incredibly surprised to see his ranking had risen to 32nd place. Mr. Tran Pham, it turns out Kang Min is a student from your class 5. Out of so many regular classes, only a student from your class made it into the top 50. You truly have your ways of teaching, Mr. Tran Pham. That's right. In the second half of the year, we could ask Mr. Tran to hold a seminar and share his teaching experiences. His homeroom teacher was surrounded by a crowd and was incredibly flustered. Not at all. It's all thanks to the students' own efforts. It doesn't have much to do with me. Everyone, look quickly. Kang Min's ranking has gone up again. He actually gained 44 points all at once, someone shouted. On the scoreboard, it clearly showed he was now ranked 25th. The bald bureau chief rubbed his chin. According to the martial arts exam scoring, killing a peak unranked beast earns 6 to 8 points. Killing a lower tier Tier 1 beast earns 14 to 16 points. Principal Trios Yu counted on his fingers as he calculated, and the smartwatch interval for tallying kills is 4 seconds, which means... Trem Van's son chimed in, which means that within a short span of 4 seconds, Kang Min killed 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 lower tier Tier 1 beasts. We haven't seen a performance like this in years. Principal Trio, this student of yours is quite a promising seed. Why haven't we heard you mention him before? I won't hide it from you. I also just found out. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher about the specifics. Trio Yu pointed toward Mr. Tren. After saying that, he immediately grabbed the homeroom teacher by the shoulder and pulled him in front of the old bureau chief. Mr. Tren, come here quickly and give the leadership a detailed account of Kang Min's situation. For example, how is his talent? He bowed. Chief, principal. What Kang Min awakened was the E-tier ability, Weak Lightning. The principal yelled in complete shock. Only an E-tier ability. Mr. Tren, are you sure you're not remembering it wrong? He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not. Before the college entrance exam, I even specifically reminded him not to participate in the martial arts exam. The bald old man unscrewed his thermos lid, looking calm. To reach this far relying solely on an E-tier ability, it seems this Kang Min must excel in other areas. This makes it all the more intriguing.
Just wait, with this momentum and gaining points, he'll soon break into the top 10. By then, we'll know exactly how he managed to do it. If it turns out to be cheating, then he will be severely punished. As soon as those words left his mouth, both Trio Dio and Mr. Tren turned pale. By this time, Hua Kangmin had reached 9th place, while Duan Qi was at 12th. She had just finished off a ferocious beast, wearing an expression as if she had predicted everything. As expected, you were the one behind yesterday's attack, cousin Kangmin. The first place Chu Minzyuan looked at his watch, feeling incredibly surprised. There are only 6 hours left until the exam ends, and yet a completely unfamiliar face has cracked the top 10. Hua Kangmin. Never heard that name before. Meanwhile, the camera drones had captured footage of his battle. A decisive swing of his spear severed a beast's neck cleanly. Completely unaware that he had become the center of attention, he simply immersed himself in his spoils of war. Sure enough, the hunting efficiency in the central zone is much higher. A camera drone following me? Looks like I've made it into the top 10. The martial arts college entrance exam was meant to test candidates' strength and potential. The better the results, the more favor one would receive. He never intended to hide his strength anyway. The top 10 was just the beginning. But before entering the core zone, I need to raise my strength once more. He opened the system panel and checked his stats. The result was beyond his expectations. I have over 300 ability points, yet there's no upgrade prompt for the level column. It seems the only way to advance from an awakened to an ability user is by learning an ability cultivation method. Then I'll just continue upgrading my basic attributes. He excitedly clenched his fists. This feeling is amazing. It's time to head into the core zone. In the core zone, the danger level was at its absolute highest. 9-blade armed tigers were tearing into the unfortunate rhino's corpse. Red blood splattered everywhere. In the center stood a colossal beast, vastly superior in both aura and size. On its legs were a pair of incredibly sharp blades, much longer than those of the rest, and it had a chunk of bloody meat dangling from its mouth. Hua Kangmin hid behind a wall to assess the situation, confirming with just one glance that it was undoubtedly the blade-armed Tiger King. He smiled with utmost satisfaction. Looks like I'm going to hit the jackpot this time. Suddenly sensing something off, he snapped his head around. Come out, I see you. A long-haired young man stepped out, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Quite sharp for you to actually spot me. To think you're the Hua Kangmin who made it into the top 10. He froze for a moment. Chu Minzyuan? You know me? I know everyone with the strength to enter the core zone except for you. So when I suddenly saw a new face, I immediately guessed you were that rising dark horse. He realized, so that's how it is. I've had my eye on this pack of blade-armed tigers for a while now. Chu Minzyuan was about to draw his sword. He asked suspiciously, are you trying to steal my kills? He hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. The blade-armed Tiger King is a mid-tier Tier 1 ferocious beast, and with that whole pack of 9 blade-armed tigers, no matter how strong one person is, they won't be able to handle it. We can cooperate. He cut him off. No need. I'm enough on my own. He replied with a firm tone and an incredibly sharp gaze, radiating confidence that he could take on all 9 by himself. Hua Kangmin took step after step toward the pack of blade-armed tigers. As if sensing some kind of signal, they instantly formed up into a formation. As expected of a beast pack led by an alpha. To think they actually have the intelligence to use a simple formation. The ferocious monsters bared their fangs and growled, while the blade-armed Tiger King roared from behind as if issuing a command. One of them lunged forward, but he remained standing there calmly without an ounce of fear. Hiding behind the wall, Chu Minzyuan gritted his teeth. Let's see if this guy is just courting death, or if he genuinely has extraordinary abilities. He saw the young man with a completely stoic face, his hands beginning to spin the spear. Boom. The spear spun faster and faster, gathering an increasing amount of power. The pack of giant beasts had already lunged right above him, their jaws open wide as if to swallow him whole. With only the sharp tearing sound of flesh being sliced, the main character swung his spear, and the tiger was neatly finished off. The system's notifications chime as the monsters were continuously wiped out, their corpses strewn all over the ground. The blade-armed Tiger King was furious. It trampled over its underlings' corpses and slowly advanced. What a pity. His physical strength was still a bit lacking to wipe them all out completely. Hua Kangmin stood amid the pile of corpses, facing the tough boss without flinching in the slightest. It let out a piercing roar. The surrounding buildings, as if struck by a shockwave, suddenly exploded, sending broken bricks and debris flying through the air. Even Shu Minzyum couldn't withstand the destructive power of that roar and had to cover his ears tightly. Yet the main character kept a fearless expression, completely unbothered and boldly declared, trying to show off right off the bat, "You might scare others, but you can't scare me." With that said, he hefted his weapon and charged in for a direct assault, blocking the tiger's claws with his spear. He nimbly leaped up to dodge, and missing its pounce only enraged the beast further. Before it could react, he instantly delivered a fatal blow to its head. The monster was smashed into the ground, the sheer force of the heaven-shattering strike sending crushed stones flying in all directions. He twirled his spear and thrust it straight down, delivering the finishing blow. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Killed a high-grade Tier 1 blade-toothed tiger, ability points plus 20. Xu Mingyang stood on the sidelines, witnessing everything. He was so shocked and terrified that sweat poured down his face. Impossible. He actually finished them all off in one breath. What kind of monster is he? Our main guy, meanwhile, was brimming with excitement over his loot. I reaped a massive harvest of ability points this time. At this rate, who knows how many points it'll accumulate by the end of the university entrance exam. The more the better. I should hurry and find the next pack of beasts. Seeing him about to leave, the former rank 1 guy hastily chased after him, shouting, "Wait, how on earth did you crush a pack of blade-toothed tigers with just a spear? Are you an enhancement-type ability user?" He leaped onto the roof, leaving behind a badass silhouette. "No, I'm a lightning type." Xu Mingyang gritted his teeth. Lightning type? Are you kidding me? Even if you don't want to reveal your ability, you don't have to give me such a half-hearted answer. What a terrible personality. Then he suddenly snapped back to reality and checked the leaderboard. He just killed so many ferocious beasts. Don't tell me his score is going to catch up to mine quickly. As expected, the name Xu Jingming sat proudly in first place with 1122 points. Seeing himself pushed down to second place, he stomped his feet in anger. He already overtook me. In the auditorium, everyone was stunned. The bald bureau chief clapped excitedly. What a domineering spear technique. Xu Jingming is only 18, yet his spearmanship has reached an advanced level. It's certain now he's a bona fide genius. With Xu Jingming here, he can definitely represent Jiang City and make it into the top 100 of the province. After the university entrance exam is over, I will propose to the city council to reward your number 2 high school. Principal Zhao beamed with joy, unable to close his mouth. Thank you, Bureau Chief Zhang. He was so happy he could cry. Xu Jingming is truly a massive surprise. Our number 2 high school can finally hold its head high. 3 hours later in the central zone. In an empty area, Xu Mingyang looked around searching and asked, "Shi Wang, what's the situation? Where did all the ferocious beasts in the core zone go?" A voice rang out, "You should ask the first place guy about that." Hearing the answer, he turned around. "It's you guys? Why are you all grouping together like this?" This is also his doing. Xu Jinming slaughtered every single ferocious beast in the core zone. We couldn't find a single one, so we had no choice but to group up and rely on each other. The newcomers were the bald Wu Hao ranked 3rd, Tang Qi ranked 9th, and Meng D ranked 4th. Xu Mingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? There are plenty of ferocious beasts in the core zone. It's obvious you haven't checked the leaderboard in a while. Here, take a look at Xu Jingming's score and you'll see. Looking at Xu Jingming's score on the newly opened leaderboard, he jolted in shock, stammering. T3. Over 3,400 points. Do you know why now? Deducting the 700 plus points he earned in the central zone, he has over 2,500 points left. In other words, he alone took down nearly 200 ferocious beasts in the core zone. He held his forehead helplessly. No wonder Xu Jingming was so afraid of someone stealing his kills earlier. It turns out he had been planning to do this all along. Tang Qi spoke up. There are only a few hours left until the martial arts exam ends. We're planning to form a team and head to the innermost zone to test our luck. He was surprised. The lowest level of ferocious beasts there is upper tier 1, and there's even a tier 2 beast king. Going in there alone is basically suicide. The girl Meng Di cracked her knuckles. That's why we need to join forces. Are you in? Xu Mingyang hastily replied, "Count me in." As night gradually fell, Xu Jingming had nearly wiped the map clean. Right now, he sat on a mountain of ferocious beast corpses, lost in thought. He let out a sigh of relief, biting into an energy bar. My supplies are depleted, and the martial arts exam is coming to an end. Phew. To earn more ability points, I have to go deeper. But the innermost zone has tier 2 ferocious beasts. I need to boost my strength a bit more. looking at the system panel displaying 2413 ability points. His whole body was filled with excitement. Where should I allocate these? Let's put them into this. With this, I should be able to handle the final challenge of this year's martial arts exam. Tang's group was also on their way to hunt for new prey. Let's begin the final sprint. At this moment, a higher-level ferocious beast, a giant bear with glowing red eyes and covered in sharp spikes, revealed itself. He rested his spear on his shoulder, his eyes glinting with a predator's bloodlust. I wonder what species the Tier 2 ferocious beast arranged for this martial arts exam will be. Seeing the new ferocious beast, a group of 4 panicked. What? It's actually a bloodthirsty berserk bear. The monster let out a ferocious roar, trampling and crushing all obstacles under its feet. Its destructive power was vastly superior to the previous beasts. Xu Mingyang clutched his face. We're in huge trouble this time. A rare ferocious beast, its fur and skin are as tough as E-grade alloy, and even missiles can't pierce it. One slap from it will kill us all. I think we should just give up on this mission. We don't even need the bloodthirsty berserk bear to strike. The moment we enter the residential area, we'll probably get wiped out by this pack of upper tier 1 ferocious beasts. Tang Chi quickly made a decision. In retreating, if we lose our lives, earning any amount of points is meaningless. Xu Mingyang gritted his teeth in frustration. Which bastard came up with such a sick exam question? At that moment, Meng Di suddenly spoke up. Look quickly, someone's coming. It's Su Jingming. Our main guy vaulted over the wall with one hand, looking incredibly badass like a god. Is that really Xu Jingming? He's so handsome. Meng Di's heart began to flutter. Xu Mingyang hated seeing it. What's the use of being handsome? Charging straight into a pack of ferocious beasts like that, isn't he just courting death? A scream tore through the night. Oh no, he's alerted the beast pack. He didn't hesitate to charge straight into the horde of monsters, twirling his spear and turning on massacre mode. A whole horde of vicious beasts charged at him in succession, each stampeding like a bull, surrounding him in the center. A barrage of sharp claws attacked simultaneously, overlapping one another, and he was instantly swallowed up. The people outside watched in cold sweat. Did Su Jingming just die like that? He was far too reckless. If he's dead, he brought it upon himself. Only his cousin was genuinely worried about him. No, I have to go help him. The others crowded around to stop her. Are you crazy too? Going there is just throwing your life away for nothing. Yeah, did you forget what you literally just said? But Tang Chi was determined to go. You don't understand. Jingming is my younger cousin. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Suddenly, a massive, deafening explosion boomed, and blue-purple lightning bolts crashed down, illuminating the entire sky. Xu Mingyang shielded his eyes with his hand. This lightning. Could this be the lightning-type ability Su Jingming was talking about? At this moment, he stood tall at the center of the explosion, the currents of lightning gathering around his body. Relying solely on physical strength to deal with so many upper-tier 1 ferocious beasts is indeed a bit too much. I'll just have to use my ability. As expected of an S-tier ability, it's truly too domineering and ferocious. With an earth-shattering roar, the bear was completely unscathed. It was charging toward him with an incredibly vicious aura. The bloodthirsty berserk bear has a massive body and lacks agility. With the 9 heavens divine thunder buffing me, I should be able to handle it. However, during the fight, these lackeys following it might be a bit annoying. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment and finally made a silent decision. In that case. His eyes snapped open, his face cold and resolute, his entire body radiating murderous intent. Then I'll clear the battlefield first. He immediately unleashed his power, darting forward like a shot arrow. With extreme physical agility, the pack of ferocious beasts was sent flying in all directions. Is this the physique-enhancing power of an S-tier ability? It's a pity that having lightning course through the body is extremely dangerous, so I can't maintain this state for long. However, to deal with you ferocious beasts, it's more than enough. The bloodthirsty berserk bear roared in fury, lunging forward to tear him apart. He swiftly dodged it, but the monster attacked relentlessly. Yet he didn't immediately deal with this boss, but instead continuously slaughtered its fierce lackeys. He looked at the fiercely growling beast with a defiant expression. What's wrong? Are you angry because your underlings are being killed one by one? Don't be in a rush. Once I finish off this last one, I'll deal with you. Just as he was about to attack a rhinoceros, the bloodthirsty berserk bear suddenly appeared right in front of him. He was slightly taken aback. Not bad, you actually predicted my move. It lunged at him, its attack carrying such terrifying power that everything around shattered,
but the thing it ended up crushing to death was the unfortunate rhinoceros. Su Jingming suddenly dashed out, ready for a life-and-death battle with this tough boss. Finally, there are no more small fries causing trouble. Let's see if your armor like fur can withstand my myriad thunderbolts. Su Jingming thrust straight at the bloodthirsty berserk bear's head. The domineering power triggered an earth-shattering explosion. The people nearby couldn't avoid the shockwave. They had to brace themselves hard so they wouldn't be blown away. At the same time, in the grandstand, Jiang Wenshan, witnessing the battle recorded by the drone, was so shocked he dropped his water bottle. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-tier ability. You're not tricking me, are you? Just relying on a burst of his ability, he wiped out a pack of upper Tier 1 ferocious beasts, and is even fighting on par with a Tier 2 boss. Even an A-tier ability user would find this difficult to achieve. The principal scratched his head, raising a doubt. Could it be a mutated ability? But no matter what, after today, perhaps the entire Great Sha will be shaken by Su Jingming. Meanwhile, in the exam arena, our main guy was still facing off against the resilient monster. To think it only sustained superficial wounds. As expected of a rare species among Tier 2 ferocious beasts, its entire body is covered in stiff fur that is invulnerable to blades and spears, and most importantly, it doesn't conduct electricity. With my current strength, attempting to cross 2 major realms to instantly kill the bloodthirsty berserk bear is indeed pushing it. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before his eyes that would make anyone blurt out, "Oh crap." The beast began to mutate. Its body grew even larger, its sharp fangs elongated, and its entire body exuded a terrifying thick black aura. What? He was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. It lunged forward as if gone mad, its massive body sweeping away everything blocking its path. The destructive force was so overwhelming that he had to quickly retreat. It already activated its berserk skill. It seems this bloodthirsty berserk bear hates me to the bone. The ferocious beast opened its blood-red, bloodthirsty maw. It madly rushed forward, attacking him relentlessly, as if wanting to tear its opponent into 100 pieces. Su Jingming showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he felt incredibly intrigued. Amazing. After a ferocious beast enters a berserk state, its physical strength is indeed drastically amplified. But in exchange, it will completely lose whatever little intelligence it originally had, turning into a killing machine that acts purely on instinct. I should avoid its sharp edge for now. Facing it head-on is unwise. The best approach is to rely on agility to kite it around. Then find an opportunity to temporarily incapacitate it. He slipped behind it, a swirl of power condensing into an orb, aiming straight for the beast's rear end. While it was incapacitated by the agonizing pain, our main guy immediately raised his hand to the sky to unleash his power, using his ultimate move. 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, strike down. An earth-shattering bolt of lightning violently crashed down, piercing right through the bloodthirsty berserk bear. The monster was smashed flat onto the ground, its entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Being struck by the purple Heaven Divine Thunder for over half a minute, no matter how thick your defense is, you won't be able to withstand it. Suddenly, it struggled to rise again, wanting to attack. He instantly shouted. Su Jingming cracked a half smile. It's time. Calmly picked up his spear and pointed it straight ahead. His eyes flashed with an eerie purple light, his entire body enveloped in dense lightning bolts. Lightning. Converge. Gale. Break! Along with his heaven-shaking roar, the converging power surged aggressively toward the bloodthirsty berserk bear. Swirls of power violently attacked like a tornado, all focused and locked onto a single target. A loud boom echoed as a terrifying explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Red flames blazed fiercely amidst the chaotic scene. The monster collapsed, its life force extinguished. Su Jingming had successfully reaped another spoil of war. It's finally over. To deal with this guy, I specially upgraded the lightning converging gale break from beginner to advanced level beforehand. Its power definitely didn't disappoint. Even though it was only 2 minutes, it was the most exhilarating battle he had ever experienced. I wonder how many points I can get if I wipe out all the beasts in the core area. The scene shifts to the stands where the leaderboard appears. His score has reached 10,835 points, nearly 10 times that of the second place, Chu Danzhuang. Everyone can't believe their eyes. Over 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Not only did he break our Jiang fans' record, but he also shattered the record for the entire Jiangnam province. A genius. No, he's a genius among geniuses. Last year's provincial top scorer only had a little over 8,000 points, I think. Hurricane Min is practically locked in the top spot for this year's provincial exam. Hurricane Min stands amidst the scattered corpses and looks down at his watch. Time remaining. The beasts in the inner ring and core area have all been wiped out by him. Next, he'll head back to the central area and kill as many as he can. Even a mosquito is still meat.
Doonki's group finally runs out from a hidden corner. Kang Min actually managed to kill a Tier 2 Beast King. This is unbelievable. Why is he turning back? His score has already left everyone in the dust for first place. If he isn't ending the exam early, what is he planning to do? Looking at his direction, it seems he's heading back to the central area? Wait, don't tell me he's seeing red from all the killing and plans to go back to sweep the battlefield clean? The whole group goes pale and speechless, at a loss for words. Is he really going to hunt them all down? With Hurricane Min's speed, I'm afraid he could actually do it. If we don't leave right now, we probably won't earn a single point in this final hour. Our team up ends here. Everyone, I'm going ahead. Please leave some points for me. The four of them hurriedly scatter in different directions, racing against time.
An hour later, the loudspeaker announcement finally rings out. The 2037 Jiangtan Martial Arts University entrance exam has ended. Killing beasts will no longer grant points. All candidates are requested to return immediately. Doonki sighs in relief and wipes the sweat from her forehead. The Jiangtan exam is finally over. Less than greater than. The examination site is in chaos, with corpses lying everywhere, some crying and others laughing. Why did it end already? I'm still missing one beast, just one more to pass. That was too close. I passed. The main character shows off by taking on a whole horde of beasts alone. Right now, he's still carrying a corpse, looking regretful. It ended this quickly. What a pity. I haven't even killed to my heart's content yet. Rescue workers are on standby at the scene. The candidates line up and exit one by one, leaving behind a ruined and desolate examination site.
Tionya excitedly holds Doonki's hand. Kiki, is this Hurricane Min really your cousin? Annoyed to the point of dizziness, she holds her head and replies, My dear girl, you've already asked 3 times. It's him. It's really him. Her friend's face is full of mischievous intent. Then, my good sister, please give me your cousin's contact info. I'm begging you. Didn't you say you weren't interested yesterday? Now I'll have to think about it. Doonki feigns indifference, while her friend immediately puts her hands together to plead. Times have changed. Today, he's the top scorer of the martial arts exam. Please, please. Right at this moment, a crowd of male students rushes forward in a frenzy. Look quickly. Hurricane Min has come out of the exam room. Oh. Everyone is curious to see the guy who topped the leaderboard. Where? Don't push, bros. Let me see first. Whoa. He slowly walks out, carrying his spear, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing the main character, the crowd immediately goes wild. Hurricane Min, congratulations! Look over here! Hurricane Min, can you spare me 100 points? He quickly becomes the center of attention, surrounded by everyone, as they all cheer excitedly to express their admiration. Seeing that scene, the bald guy gently pats Chu Dang's shoulder. The person standing in that position should have been you. He isn't angry, replying calmly, Who asked second high school to produce such a monster? With my strength, I'm already satisfied with getting this score. Principal Trio happily introduces, Congratulations, student Hurricane Min. Let me introduce you. This is Bureau Chief Trio from the Education Bureau. You don't need to take the bus back later. The Bureau Chief said he wants to personally drive you home. Looking at the crowd behind him, he thinks to himself, that's good. If I took the bus back now, it'd probably be bombarded with questions the whole way and wouldn't get any peace. In the car, the bald Bureau Chief speaks up. Kane Min, have you thought about which ability university you want to apply to? He replies honestly, Lately, I've just been wholeheartedly focused on finding ways to improve my strength. I haven't considered which ability university to attend yet. With your results, any university in the country wouldn't be a problem. However, even though there are hundreds of universities nationwide, more than half of the high-tier ability users graduated from the top 3. I highly recommend these 3. Tonkin Ability University, located at the heart of Great Sha, is directly under the government. After graduating, you can directly enter the state system. The current Tier 9 Nation Protector graduated from there. Ma-Do Ability University, located in the prosperous port city, can provide excellent resources. It has no shortage of elite clubs, making it very suitable for individuals pursuing excellence. Tuntan Ability University has a long history, founded over 200 years ago. It possesses many ancient legacies and a very strong faculty. These 3 universities all possess top-tier ability cultivation methods that are never taught outside. They are the holy grounds that countless students dream of. Hua Ken Min asks again, I know awakened individuals need to practice a cultivation method to transform into ability users, but what exactly is a top-tier ability cultivation method? Let me put it this way, ability cultivation methods are also divided by tiers. Using a beginner cultivation method, most awakened individuals need 3 to 4 years to advance into ability users. But practicing a top-tier ability cultivation method only takes half a year to help an awakened individual transform into an ability user. After explaining, Trung Min's son pats his shoulder. Don't worry, with your results, you'll definitely get direct admission. When the time comes, even the top 3 universities will offer you incredibly favorable terms. You could just choose whatever you desire. The next day, Hua Ken Min stands under the shower, his whole body completely relaxed. Opening his system and looking at his stats, he thinks to himself, my ability points are definitely enough to enter an ability university. I wonder if there are any beast hunting tournaments after entering an ability university. Phew, if there aren't any, I'll probably have to put entering the wilderness area on my schedule. While he's still lost in thought, he has no idea that 2 people have appeared outside his door. Why is this door broken? Let's take this chance to sneak in and give Kan Min a huge surprise. Kan Min, surprise. His aunt Hua Tun Wien and cousin Dung Ki launch a surprise attack. He freezes in shock. Aunt, cousin, why are you 2 here? The atmosphere is extremely awkward as his cousin screams, Hua Ken Min, what the hell are you doing? Embarrassed, he hurriedly runs into his room, shouting loudly, how can you blame me for this? The girl holds her forehead in helplessness. I haven't been here for a few days. How did the house end up like this? The main character falls into a wave of nostalgia. The year his parents passed away, it was his aunt who stayed by his side day and night, caring for him tenderly and giving him the warmth of a family. At the same time, she fulfilled her duties as a guardian, occasionally giving him a few spankings. His aunt speaks up gently, interrupting his endless thoughts. Tio Min, I don't understand much about the martial arts exam, but when I found out you registered, I worried for a long time. Now that I see you're safe and sound, I feel relieved. Grades and such aren't important. Even if you fail, it's completely fine. Hearing that, he asks in confusion, didn't Sister Ki tell you? Dung Ki winks playfully. I thought it would be better for you to tell my mom personally. He awkwardly scratches the tip of his nose. Aunt, I didn't do too badly this time. I got over 10,000 points. Hearing the news, his aunt is so shocked that she spits out the water she just drank. She coughs violently. How much? You're not lying to me, are you? His cousin pats her back while confirming, Mom, it's true. Cousin Kan Min scored 11,124 points. She trembles with emotion and pulls her nephew into a tight hug. Her family finally has a worthy successor. The spirits of your parents in heaven will definitely be proud of you. The scene shifts. In a meeting room, a woman points to an image on the projector screen. Hua Ken Min, 18 years old, awakened E-tier, nature ability weak electricity. Rank, awakened. The people below discuss. If this result is real, we absolutely must recruit this student. But based purely on his on-paper talent and rank, there's no way he could achieve such a result. Looking at his performance in combat, his awakened ability absolutely cannot be E-tier. This level of power must be at least A-tier, maybe even S-tier. How could a small remote place like Jiang Thang produce a top scorer? Who knows, maybe he used some cheating methods during the exam. Having a proxy take the test, using stimulants, it's all possible. The woman speaks up, interrupting the debate. All right, stop arguing. She slams her hand on the table, her expression resolute. For now, place Hua Ken Min on the S-tier special recruitment list. As for whether his results are real or not, I will personally go to Jiang Thang to investigate. On a beautiful morning, Hua Ken Min receives a message from the Jiangnam Province Education Bureau. The martial arts exam leaderboard has been published, and he ranks first in the entire province. The main character shouts happily, First place, the top scorer of Jiangnam Province. I did it. This breaking news immediately climbs the hot searches. Netizens discuss it heatedly in the comments. A top scorer who is only an awakened is unprecedented in history. Who exactly is this Kan Min? The award ceremony is held. At the scene, hundreds of reporters are pointing their cameras at Principal Trio Dio and homeroom teacher Tren Pham on the high stage. Questions are fired off continuously. Principal Trio, facing the online doubts regarding student Hua's results, do you have anything to say? Many people believe it was staged and doubt the authenticity of his score. Principal Trio, please give us an explanation. Facing these tough questions, Tro Diu still answers calmly.
Our school's official website has uploaded the video of student Kang Min's martial arts exam. You can all verify it yourselves right now. The fairness of the martial arts university exam is unquestionable. The reporters immediately pull out their phones to watch, all of them completely astounded. Holy crap, one spear pierced right through the skull of a Tier 1 one-horn rhino. This strength is even greater than a Tier 1 ability user. It looks like an enhancement ability. No wait, why is he lightning element? You call this level of power an E-tier ability. Furthermore, he really is just an awakened. The principal beams of pride. With the martial arts exam video as proof, student Hu's results are absolutely real. As the first student from Jiangthang to achieve the title of provincial top scorer, his contribution is even more deserving of a reward. Teacher Tran is holding a plaque that reads, Special Reward, 1 million yuan. Congratulations to student Kang Min for winning the title of provincial top scorer in the martial arts exam. This is the cash prize and ability cultivation method awarded to student Hura by the City Education Bureau. The city government will also reward him with an equivalent amount of money and a luxury villa in the city. The reporters immediately scramble. Hurry up and take pictures, this is guaranteed to make the front page. A woman watching the scene from afar quietly takes off her glasses. Even though Jiang Than released the video of Kang Min's martial arts exam, that doesn't prove he didn't use cheating drugs. The most important thing is still to determine Kang Min's ability tier. At this moment, at the award ceremony, the principal and teacher Tren are trying to maintain forced smiles to buy time, whispering, Why hasn't today's main character arrived yet? I called and asked him just now. He said he's training at the martial arts dojo and will be here right away. Hearing the answer, he is stunned. The exam is over and he's still training. The new top scorer is truly built different. The scene shifts to a room. Principal Trio Dio, holding a tray of water, trembles as he bows respectfully to the people sitting inside. Please have some water, 3 esteemed teachers. His expression is incredibly stressed as he thinks to himself, as expected of high-tier ability users who have shed blood on the battlefield. The aura they exude truly makes one tremble inside. Each of them possesses earth-shattering power like dragons and tigers.
The 3 of them face each other with dark expressions. The tense atmosphere sends chills down his spine. These guys aren't going to fight, are they? The woman with her hair in a bun speaks first. It's Trung Triung Wit, head of admissions at Ma Do Ability University. You two. It's been a while since we gathered like this, hasn't it? Which genius have you set your sights on this time? To Vun, head of admissions at Tonkin Ability University, immediately replies. Ms. Trung, there's no need to play dumb. As long as this Kang Min's results are real, our Tonkin University is definitely taking him. Ngo Wien, head of admissions at Tuntang Ability University, also chimes in. Haha, To Vun, what makes you think you can just take him because you say so? I'm saying our Tuntang University is going to take him.
The other two glare at each other fiercely, their eyes seeming to spark with electricity. Trun Truum Wit thinks to herself, as expected, when it comes to recruiting a provincial top scorer, it's inevitable that the universities will clash with each other. Really, at this moment, the main character pushes the door open with a domineering look. Hello, teachers. The 3 of them immediately call a temporary truce, unable to help but turn their eyes toward him to evaluate him. Ms. Trung looks at him and feels quite satisfied. Not bad. Full of vitality, perfectly synchronized with his spear. It seems he hasn't slacked off at all since the exam ended. Furthermore, under the imposing aura of 3 high-tier ability users, he isn't fazed in the slightest. The principal immediately speaks up, pointing to each person in turn. Allow me to introduce you. This is the head of admissions at Ma Do Ability University, Ms. Trung. The head of admissions at Tan Kin Ability University, Ms. To. And the head of admissions at Ten Tan Ability University, Mr. Go. Ms. Trung speaks first. Student here. We have all watched the video of your martial arts exam. Your combat ability is very strong and your fighting skills are incredibly astonishing. But I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to be the E-tier weak electricity you initially registered. Is it convenient for you to explain the specific situation? Kang Min knew they would definitely ask about this. He doesn't hesitate to reply. Before the university exam, while I was training at home, I was struck by natural lightning. After that incident, I realized my ability had gotten stronger. The other two chime in, sounds like an ability mutation. At this time, Ms. Trong pulls out a device from who knows where. Student Hura, you probably don't know what your ability is after the mutation yet, right? I happen to have an ability testing machine with me. Come over here and give it a try.
You just need to unleash your ability. The crowd watches intently as the principal carries the spear for him, his old back looking like it's about to break in half. The main character doesn't hesitate either. He immediately unleashes his ability, sending a surge of electricity from his hands straight into the testing machine. To-Vun is stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Such violent lightning. It even makes me a little terrified. The mechanical announcement rings out, ability test complete. This ability is Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and then it begins to evaluate the tier.
Suddenly, the machine explodes. The surge of power and lightning strikes backlash, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Everyone is shocked. The principal is bewildered, not understanding what just happened. What is this? In contrast to his bewilderment, the admission heads are extremely excited. This confirms it. To think he overloaded a small-scale testing machine, his tier must be at least S tier. Ms. Chung thinks to herself, as expected, it seems I made the right bet this time. No Yin immediately tries to win him over. Student Hua. Our Tuntine Ability University offers an enrollment bonus of 4 million and a C-tier equipment set. For all 4 years of university, all ability cultivation methods and combat skills will be free. To-Vun cuts in disdainfully. You dare show off with just that little bit of stuff. Student Hua, as long as you come to Than Kin, the enrollment bonus will be 6 million. For 4 years of university, you can choose whatever equipment, ability cultivation methods, and combat skills you want, all completely free. How about that? He listens, feeling dizzy with excitement. These universities are truly so generous. Trung Trium Wit, who had been quiet all this time, finally speaks up, her face brimming with confidence. Ma Do Ability University does not offer cash bonuses in equipment, but as for cultivation methods and combat skills, whatever they can give, we have plenty of as well. In addition, we will provide an S-tier cultivation resource every year. The other two were so shocked that their jaws dropped, screaming, S-tier cultivation resources? Hearing this, he was completely clueless and wondered, what is that? Teacher Zhang patiently explained, do you know about the Dragon Clan monsters? The hordes of monsters that are innately powerful and possess forms resembling the Dragon Clan are collectively known as dragon types. When born, these monsters are already at Tier 4 or Tier 5, far surpassing other monster hordes. Among S-tier resources, there is heart blood extracted from a Tier 8 mature Dragon Clan monster. After drinking dragon blood, your physique will be elevated to an absolute pinnacle, and your physical body's toughness can rival that of a dragon-type monster. Every portion of an S-tier resource is on the same caliber as this dragon blood. Su Yun held her head in helplessness. Hearing you say that even tempts me. You folks from Ma Do truly are incredibly wealthy. Wu Yuan frowned. S-tier resources are normally reserved for elite senior students, yet you're willing to give them to a freshman. We completely can't compete against this. All right, it's time for you to make a decision. The 3 directors stood there, their gazes all directed toward him. Among our top 3 universities, which one do you choose? Hua Jingming immediately made his choice without a moment's hesitation. I choose Ma Do Ability University. Ma Do Ability University not only offered the best conditions, but according to his own research, the university's level of practical combat training was also the highest, with half of the champions in the University League tournaments over the years hailing from Ma Do Uni. Those who weren't chosen could only sigh as he respectfully bowed his head to them. I also thank both of you teachers for your favor. Zhang Xiaoyu manipulated her ring, taking out the Ma Do Ability University admission notice printed with a tiger's head. She immediately handed the notice directly to him. Student Hua Jingming, we are highly looking forward to your presence. The enrollment time for freshmen at our university is September 1st, but since you are a specially admitted student, you can come and register early. We will arrange accommodation for you. He asked excitedly, can I preview the ability refinement methods and combat skills in the library in advance? No problem. The university library can arrange an independent self-study room for you, completely undisturbed by anyone, she replied, handing him a business card. This is my contact info. Just call me whenever you arrive at Ma Do. Holding the admission notice in his hand, his entire body surged with sheer excitement. Ma Do Ability University. I can't wait to go and register. The day of enrollment arrived in the blink of an eye. Hua Jingming stood at the train station pulling his suitcase, raising his hand to wave goodbye to his relatives. His youngest aunt shed emotional tears. Hoo. The boy is finally grown up. His uncle Tang Daolin gently embraced her to comfort her. With Xiaoming going on this journey, I'm afraid he will reach the clouds in a single bound. He turned to his older female cousin. That's right, Chi. It's almost time to start filling out university preferences, isn't it? Since your younger cousin Jingming is studying at Ma Do Ability University, you should also try to choose a school in Ma Do. His aunt chimed in, "Your father is right. That way, it'll be easier for the two of you to look after each other in the future." Tangxi rubbed her neck, feeling slightly shy. "Mom, Dad, I know." After boarding the train, he took advantage of his free time to open a book and read. There are still 6 hours until the next station. I might as well review the ability refinement method. Among the provincial martial arts exam rewards, the most important one is this ability refinement method, titled Abyssal Sea Refinement Method. Just like abilities, ability refinement methods are also divided into different tiers. Regarding speed and power, there are beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle tiers respectively. The higher the tier, the faster the cultivation speed. The book he was holding was an intermediate ability refinement method. With his current mental power of 180, it only took half a day to memorize the entire content by heart. According to the content in the book, there is a special type of energy floating between heaven and earth. He followed that method, and on the very first day, he could sense this special energy current. At the same time, a plus sign appeared behind his level on the system panel, prompting him to upgrade. But he didn't plan on upgrading right away. Because according to the records in the book, transitioning from an awakened to an ability user, using a higher tier ability refinement method to breakthrough yields greater benefits after the breakthrough. Wait until he enters the university, where there will be opportunities to come into contact with pinnacle tier methods. Naturally, he wouldn't waste this chance on this intermediate tier method. He finally arrived. The scenery before him left him staring with his eyes wide open and jaw dropped. Good heavens, just a single school gate was already hundreds of meters wide. How grand could it possibly be inside the campus? Zhang Xiaoyui drove a convertible and parked right in front of him. "Student Hua Jingming, welcome to enrollment." The two greeted each other, and then she took him to complete the admission procedures first. "So, is our Ma-Du Ability University magnificent? The campus spans 40,000 acres with a total area of 26 square kilometers, averaging over 2,600 square meters per person. The visiting students can walk all day until their legs ache and still not see it all." Looking at this massive estate, he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, seeing is believing. After finishing the procedures, he received a card. "Take this. It's your student ID and integrated card. Just swipe it to enter the dormitory." University dorms. In his past life, he studied all the way to a PhD, so he had seen quite a few. There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartments specifically assigned to PhD students. He stared dumbfounded at the colossal building before him, but using a luxurious villa as a dormitory is something I've truly never seen before. Teacher Zhang introduced further. Every student in our university lives in a villa. Depending on their scores, the luxury level of the villa varies. For a provincial top scorer like you, the villa will be the most luxurious type, with a total area of over 800 square meters. But you don't need to worry about being lonely. The villa is allocated for 2 people, consisting of upper and lower floors. You and your roommate will each have 1 floor. A 2-person dormitory wasn't bad. After all, it was still better than living alone. Both before and after transmigrating, he was an orphan, so he still preferred the joyful and harmonious feeling of a 4-person dorm. Once all the enrollment procedures were complete, the two sat comfortably on the sofa, and she began to tell him a few points that required special attention at the university. There are mainly 2 points: the credit system and the dedicated mentor system. First is the credit system. At Ma-Du Ability University, credits are everything. Whether it's dining, purchasing equipment, or some heavenly treasures, you need to use credits. The purchasing power of 1 credit is equivalent to about 10,000 Great Xia currency. There are many ways to earn credits. One way is a fixed issuance based on the evaluation of each academic year. For example, for you, the evaluation upon enrollment is S tier, so this year you will receive 100 credits. After speaking, she clapped her hands twice and said, "Eva, come out." A gray sphere appeared in mid-air, emitting an announcement voice, "Student Hua Jingming, current credits, 100. She further explained, "This is the artificial intelligence equipped for every dorm room, Eva. Eva's main body is the university's advanced artificial intelligence. What's in the dorms are just its sub-bodies. Although they are sub-bodies, they also reach the standard of a level 4 artificial intelligence, which is fully sufficient to assist with daily life." Hua Jingming thought to himself, a mere sub-body actually reaches level 4 artificial intelligence? The development of AI technology on this lambtin is much more advanced than my previous life. Opposite him, Teacher Zhang continued her introduction. The second point to note is our university's dedicated mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor they fancy to become their disciple, inviting them to be their dedicated mentor. Of course, this must be approved by the mentor. He pointed a finger at himself. A dedicated mentor? Can a new student like me also receive one-on-one guidance from a mentor? She crossed her arms over her chest, looking immensely proud. That's right. Our university's mentors are all high-tier ability users. Almost everyone has their own exclusively created combat skills that aren't taught to outsiders, as well as their own unique ability refinement methods. Only after becoming their disciple can you learn them. Our Madu Uni has a total of 4 lightning-type mentors, among whom the Dean of the Weapons Academy, Yang Zhenqian, is the mentor I highly recommend you to seek out the most. She waved her hand and the sphere immediately projected the basic information of that mentor. He is the Dean of the Weapons Academy at Madu Ability University, an upper-tier Tier 7 ability user. He possesses the A-tier lightning ability Wind and Fire True Lightning, and is proficient in using various weapons, with the spear being his most mastered weapon. The information of the other 3 has also been listed. Among them, 2 belong to the Element Academy. The remaining one, although also belonging to the Weapons Academy, mainly uses a longsword. The final decision still rests with you. He thought for a moment, lightning type, and best at using a spear. This Dean Yang is indeed the absolute best choice for a mentor. The scene transitions to a lavish manor nestled amidst a tranquil mountainous forest, designed in traditional architecture that is both elegant and solemn. Standing before the gate, he silently marveled. As expected of a mentor's residence, it's significantly more high class than the students' quarters. Suddenly, a person appeared from behind. He leaned his hands on a stone ledge and asked, "Are you here to seek a mentor?" But then he was suddenly startled. "Wait a minute, you're still just an awakened, specially admitted student." Seeing him confirm, the man continued, "In previous years, specially admitted students were either upper tier 1 or mid tier 1. I didn't expect this year to have a specially admitted student who is only an awakened." The 2 introduced themselves. The other person belonged to the Weapons Academy, a third-year student named Tan Mingyang. Hearing him say he was just a freshman, Tan Mingyang was extremely surprised. Seeking a mentor right after registering, Junior Hua moves really fast. Normal freshmen wait until after the Freshman Grand Tournament before they know to go seek a mentor. The Freshman Grand Tournament? The Freshman Grand Tournament is a tradition at our Madu Ability University, usually held 3 or 4 days after official registration. By then, all the teachers in the university will come to watch. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the academies, and might even be directly taken in as disciples by mentors. Of course, for a specially admitted student like you to seek a mentor in advance isn't impossible. However, even for a specially admitted student, wanting to enter the dean's tutelage right after enrolling is as difficult as winning the lottery. In all likelihood, it will just be a wasted trip. He smiled brightly. "Thank you, Senior, for the explanation. Did you also come to find Teacher Yang to become his disciple, Senior Tan?" He sighed. "That's right. Over the past half a year, I've run over here several times, but I've always been turned away at the door. I'm on the verge of giving up, but in my heart, I remain unwilling to accept it." Suddenly, with a click, the door behind them opened. Tan Mingyang turned around in shock as a man dressed in traditional attire appeared. He broke into a warm, welcoming smile. "Welcome, you too. Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me." Seeing the other party's unusual attitude, Tan Mingyang was dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on, thinking to himself, "How strange, the previous times I came, the butler was never this enthusiastic. What's more, Teacher Yang is personally waiting inside. Could it be that I have a chance today?" The butler bowed respectfully and made an inviting gesture. The 2 of them stepped inside. Before their eyes appeared a middle-aged man with a thick beard, sharp eyes, and a cold expression. Beside him stood a younger man with long hair tied high behind his head. Hua Jingming couldn't help but marvel. Such an overwhelming aura. This must be the Dean of the Weapons Academy, the upper-tier, Tier 7 ability user who holds the title of Thunder Spear Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian spoke up. "You are Hua Jingming, right? Director Zhang Zhaoyue has already spoken to me beforehand. Follow me, I will take you to the training room." Inside the training room, the 2 conversed. "I have watched the video of your provincial martial arts exam. Your practical combat capability is indeed exceptionally strong, and your spearmanship has already reached an advanced level. But before that, I want to see your S-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, with my own eyes." He quickly agreed and then began to unleash his ability. The mentor stood behind, observing intently. The main character raised his hand high, and a bolt of lightning carrying earth-shattering power instantly shot out in all directions. Even Yang Zhenqian couldn't help but be astounded upon witnessing it. So this is the S-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Although I also possess a lightning-type ability, the Wind and Fire True Lightning.
But the fundamental gap between A tier and S tier is irreparable. If this child is carefully polished, his future achievements might not necessarily be beneath mine. After witnessing that power with his own eyes, he spoke, Hua Jingming, with your ability potential, becoming my disciple is naturally not an issue. But I've rushed about for half my life. I have many friends, but also no shortage of enemies. If you become my disciple, you will inevitably be affected, and enemies might even target you. I wonder if you are willing. He instantly dropped to his knees before the man, clasping his hands in reverence, and declared loudly, This disciple is willing. The ones he admired the most were precisely those high-tier ability users who grew up amidst stormy bloodshed. The more enemies annihilated, the more it conversely proved the master's mighty combat prowess. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily in delight. Excellent. Starting from today, you are my 32nd disciple, and also my first S-tier disciple. Stand up. This is the pinnacle tier ability refinement method, ultimate ability forging method, and the body refinement combat skill created by your master, Lightning Indestructible Body. He handed him a book. Holding the secret manual in his hands, his heart went wild with joy. It's actually a body refinement combat skill that can strengthen the physique. Compared to ordinary combat skills like Lightning Gale Breaker, this thing is far too precious. Lightning Indestructible Body. Less than greater than. He instructed again, there's no need to say much about the ability refinement method. It is one of the only 3 pinnacle tier ability refinement techniques in the university. The focal point is this body refinement combat skill, Lightning Indestructible Body, which is the culmination of your master's lifeblood. It has passed the dual certification of the Lightning Dojo and the Violent Bear Dojo. Evaluated as S tier. Hearing him speak, he was stunned. An S tier combat skill. Just like ability evaluations, combat skills are also divided into tiers. Lightning Indestructible Body. The higher the tier, the greater the difficulty in cultivation, but the final power of the combat skill will be that much stronger. For the majority of Tier 7 Grandmasters, being able to create an A-tier combat skill is already excellent. Yet Teacher Yang didn't just create an S-tier combat skill. It was even a body refinement combat skill related to the most complex mysteries of the human body. His martial arts talent is truly terrifyingly high. He continued, This Lightning Indestructible Body is only suitable for lightning-type ability users to cultivate. There are 13 stages in total. With each level up, the physique will undergo a corresponding transformation. However, if you want to cultivate it, you must first become an ability user. Go, wait until you use the ultimate ability forging method to level up, and come find me. At that time, your master will personally help you mold the foundational base for the Lightning Indestructible Body. Hua Jingming bowed deeply and said joyfully, Many thanks, teacher. He thought in his heart. As expected, having a mentor's guidance is still much better. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, who knows how many detours I would have to take. Watching his retreating back, he lamented, I have only cultivated the Lightning Indestructible Body to the 10th stage. For the remaining 3 stages, I am sluggishly unable to advance another half step. If by chance I have no way to climb to the pinnacle of a Tier 9 martial saint in this lifetime, then you are the greatest hope to validate this cultivation technique. Because according to my speculations, once cultivated to the highest level, that physique can achieve its true meaning, which is eternal indestructibility. Hua Jingming opened the gate and stepped outside, turning his head to happily smile and say goodbye to the butler. Suddenly, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting outside holding his head. Senior Tan, what happened to you? He raised his head, revealing a face beaten into a pig's head and lamented. Sigh. Don't mention it. Did you see the guy in the living room earlier? He is Dean Yang's disciple, Senior Liu. I had to defeat Senior Liu while he used 1/10 of his combat power to meet the standard for becoming a disciple. I'm afraid there is no hope in this lifetime. Right, you also failed, didn't you? Dean Yang's tutelage isn't that easy to enter. Do you need me to pass on a little experience to you? He politely declined. No need, Senior. I passed. Tan Mingyang stood frozen in shock. Holy shit, you actually succeeded. I've never heard of a dean-level mentor taking in a disciple before the freshman grand tournament. He waved goodbye while the other remained dazed, lost in thought. Could he be the principal's son? But looking at his appearance, it doesn't seem like it. What kind of sacred being is he? The scene shifts to Hua Jingming's dormitory. In the training room on the 2nd floor, he sat cross-legged, practicing according to the secret manual he had just received. As expected of a pinnacle tier ability refinement method, the origin energy I can sense is vastly greater compared to the intermediate refinement method. Since I have already grasped this refinement method, then there is no need to cultivate step by step anymore.
I'll just directly add points to level up. He clicked the Add Points Level Up button on the system panel, feeling the power within his body begin to transform. This process was by no means easy. The main character had to grit his teeth, tightening his facial muscles and clenching his glutes, while the veins on his arms bulged intensely. A terrifying surge of power swirled into his body like a raging tornado, and the surrounding space was enveloped by an oppressive aura. Phew, I broke through. At this moment, Hua Jingming had transitioned from an awakened into a lower-tier Tier 1 ability user. He reached out his hand, and a powerful current of lightning was unleashed, striking straight into the floor.
He clenched his fist tightly. As expected of a pinnacle tier ability refinement method, I can feel that the strength and ability in my body have increased by at least 4 or 5 times. If I were to encounter that Tier 2 Blood Fiend Violent Bear now, I wouldn't even need to use my spear. I'm afraid my lightning alone would be enough to finish it off. No wonder ability users all covet higher-tier ability cultivation methods. If I had used the Abyssal Sea ability refinement method to break through, my vitality and spirit would have increased by 30 or 40 points at most. Now it shot up by nearly 100 points in one go. This gap is truly too massive. Upgrading only costs 300 ability points, so I should save the rest. I need to hoard enough points to learn combat skills later.
For instance, this lightning imperishable body is even more important than training methods. Since it's an S-tier combat skill, the points required will scale up along with its power. I wonder how long it will take to fully master it. The next day, at the instructor's residence, Xiong Chun-Thien's eyes widened in sheer astonishment upon hearing his training results. What? That fast? He stroked his beard. I've taught at Magic Capital University for 20 years and met countless geniuses. Even the most outstanding among them took quite some time to awaken as ability users back then. Yet less than 24 hours have passed since you received the manual. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I guess this leveling speed is the only thing I can be proud of. When practicing your lightning imperishable body, Master, I was instantly stumped by the foundation building phase at the very beginning. Oh? This so-called foundation building means using the blood of a lightning-type monster as a catalyst, utilizing your own lightning ability to temper your bones and muscles. The ultimate sturdiness of your lightning imperishable body is closely tied to the tier of the lightning monster's blood used to lay that foundation. Since you've leveled up successfully, I will help you build the foundation for your lightning imperishable body today. He touched his ring. High-tier lightning monsters are incredibly rare. I had originally prepared the essence blood of a Tier 7 storm giant bear that I killed myself years ago. But I heard from Tron True Mwet that you can receive one S-tier resource every year, so I made a decision on your behalf. I combined the two and begged the principal for an SS tier resource, and that is the essence blood of a Tier 8 monster, the Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Staring at the crimson vial of essence blood in his master's hand, he stammered emotionally. Master, to think you and the principal would go this far for me. I will definitely repay this massive debt of gratitude many times over in the future. He patted his shoulder. I appreciate your sentiment, but let's not delay this any further. We start right now. In the second-floor training room, Zuan Trun Thien poured the entire vial of essence blood straight over He Kang Min's head. The excruciating pain made him grit his teeth and furrow his brows. He reassured him. Endure it a bit. The essence blood of a lightning tyrant dragon is highly toxic to low-tier ability users, so severe pain is completely normal. Next, I will use my wind and fire true lightning to forge the foundation of the imperishable body for you. How much you can absorb is entirely up to you. With that, he pointed his finger forward, shooting a bolt of crimson lightning straight into his body. On his bare back, blood-red veins began to surface, spreading out like a terrifying web. He threw his head back and screamed in agony. His entire body tensed up as a terrifying surge of power continuously pierced through him. Outside, a young man with his long hair tied up was sipping tea. He softly asked the butler, Uncle Fook, "This is the 5th day already, right? I didn't expect our new junior brother He to be this resilient." Comparing yourself to others really just brings frustration. Back in the day, I could only last for 2 days before giving out, and I was only using the essence blood of a lower tier 7 monster. Junior brother He's performance truly makes him worthy of this tier 8 dragon-type essence blood, combined with his S-tier lightning ability. I'm really starting to look forward to junior brother He's lightning imperishable body. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the training room, startling the two as they looked up. He then quickly dashed up the stairs, shouting, Has Junior Brother's foundation been successfully forged? Opening the door and looking inside, he was left in shock. Our protagonist's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body enveloped in intense lightning, radiating an overwhelming aura. His senior brother thought to himself, this threatening presence is just like a top-tier monster, enough to make anyone shudder in fear. All of a sudden, Hurricane Min lunged toward him. With his glowing red eyes, he looked completely possessed. Zuan Trenthien hurriedly shouted, Kame Min, snap out of it. He instantly halted right in front of his senior brother, stopping merely half a step away. Coming back to his senses, he asked, Master, what just happened to me? Why do I have this sudden urge to destroy everything? He replied, the Lightning Tyrant Dragon's essence blood must have affected your mind just now. The Lightning Tyrant Dragon is infamous for its brutality, and since your absorption rate and compatibility were so high, it triggered this effect. But there's no need to worry. As long as you keep your emotions in check, you'll be fine. As your power increases, the side effects will gradually fade away. Hearing those words, our protagonist fell into deep thought. I don't want to be controlled by my emotions and end up doing things ill-deep. Instructor Juong, however, looked incredibly ecstatic. Cheer up. This foundation building was utterly perfect with an absorption rate of 98%. Among the 20-plus disciples I've taught the lightning imperishable body, the highest only reached 92%. You just shattered a record that has stood for years, you rascal. The senior brother standing behind him was equally thrilled. Congratulations, junior brother. Successfully forging the foundation of the lightning imperishable body means your future martial path will be boundless. He introduced him. This is your senior brother, Liu Min, a peak Tier 3 ability user. If you ever have questions about cultivation, you can always ask him for guidance. The two exchanged warm greetings. Liu Min tapped away on his phone and said, I didn't prepare anything for you, junior brother, so let me transfer some school credits over as a welcome gift. 200 credits. Senior brother, this is way too much. It's just a welcome gift, yet you're dropping 2 million Great Xia dollars right off the bat. Zoom Trentien chuckled heartily. It's just 200 credits. It's pocket change to your senior brother Liu. A senior brother should look after his junior. Later on, when you have your own junior brothers and sisters, you'll have to prepare similar welcome gifts too. Your foundation has been successfully built, so those 5 days without food or rest weren't in vain. Go back and get some good rest. Come over tomorrow morning to learn fist and spear techniques from your senior brother Liu. Yes, thank you, master. Returning to his dorm, he noticed a stranger in the room, sitting on the sofa and playing video games. As soon as he saw him, the guy put down his console and cheerfully waved. You must be my roommate, right? Hello, Im Lu Van Tao. Nice to meet you. Hello, Im Hukang Min. Hearing that name, the guy gasped in shock. Hukang Min, you're the top scorer of Jiangnan province. Less than greater than. You know me? The silver-haired boy excitedly buzzed around him. Of course, my nickname is the Know-It-All. I've got the scoop on almost all the freshmen in our batch. Even though I didn't purposely look you up, your reputation is just too massive. I've definitely heard of you. The dark horse top scorer of Jiangnan province. To think I'd not only meet you in person, but also be your roommate. He enthusiastically slung an arm around his shoulder. By the way, are you really from the barren Jiang city in Jiangnan province? Also, were you really an awakened during the university entrance exam? Because there's no way your ability looks like an E tier.
Lu Van Tao kept babbling on endlessly. Hurricane Min just smiled silently. So my new roommate is a chatterbox and easy to get along with. Honestly, I quite like it. After all, I've always hated being lonely, whether in this life or the last. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage and was never adopted. He was always on his own. It was a bit better during his school days as he had many friends around him. The happiest and most memorable time was university, messing around and grinding games with his roommates every day. Later, he pursued his master's and doctorate degrees. Who would have thought that after drinking too much in a graduation party, he'd wake up in this world? To think he'd still be an orphan after transmigrating here. But with a roommate like this, he wouldn't be lonely anymore. Lu Van Tao proudly boasted, I ranked in the top 20 of Sichuan province with an A-tier mental ability, mid-tier 1. I chose the Tactics Academy. In the future, I will command millions of elite soldiers and slaughter every last monster on Blue Star. Hurricane Min quickly interrupted his rambling. All right, let's stop chatting. I need to head over to the dojo in a bit. The dojo. Oh, come too. I've never been to Magic Capital University's dojo before. Arriving at the Lightning Dojo Magic Capital Ability University branch, Lu Van Tao dropped his jaw in awe. Whoa, it's super packed in here. A crowd there was chatting animatedly.
Haha, I finally mastered my C-tier combat skill, Solar Extreme Blazing Flame. Hee, so what if you mastered it? You still can't break through my metallized skin. You're all trash. With my triple gigantification ability, a single slap is all it takes to paste you all onto the wall. Hu Kane Min and Lu Van Thao walked around taking in the sights. The AI robot Eva introduced the place. This is our main hall public training room, capable of accommodating up to 300 people training simultaneously. The entire hall is constructed from C-tier alloys mixed with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about abilities or combat skills causing any damage. Of course, if needed, you can also opt for a private training room. He declined, no need for now, staying here is fine. Hearing the crowd's banter, the silver-haired guy excitedly said, "Wow, are these guys comparing who's stronger? They're all making quite a ruckus." He thought to himself, completely speechless. Your ruckus isn't exactly small either. An elemental fire type. That guy over there seems to be the top 10 ranked A-tier enhancement type werewolf from Sichuan province. Several numbered white pillars appeared in front of them, so he asked, "Eva, what are these pillars used for?" She explained, "This is our punching force challenge board. There are 5 leaderboards in total, corresponding to ability users from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Would you two like to give it a try? Breaking into the top 3,000 on the board rewards you with 50 credits. Hearing this, Lu Van Thao immediately piqued his interest. I get a reward just for breaking into the top 3,000. Is it that easy? There are only over 4,000 students at Magic Capital University anyway. All right, let me try. Eva instructed on how to use it. Just swipe your student card against the pillar to begin the challenge. However, using abilities or combat skills during the punching challenge is strictly prohibited. He quickly swiped his card, and an announcement blared across the training room. Welcome student Lu Van Thao, ID 203701256, to the Punching Force Challenge. Everyone, please cheer him on. The crowd from earlier immediately gathered around upon seeing a good show. Yo, someone is taking on the punching challenge. Haha, judging by his aura, he's only mid-tier 1. Looks like a freshman. Hee, we've got a good show to watch now. He felt annoyed. Damn it, why is initiating a challenge so flashy? With so many people watching, I definitely can't afford to lose face. Mustering all his strength into a devastating strike, he slammed his fist directly into the challenge pillar. 476 kilograms, excellent performance. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, thank goodness I didn't embarrass myself. Getting into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, your punching force ranks beyond 100,000. The cold announcement struck him like a bolt of lightning. What? Beyond rank 100,000? Aren't there only over 4,000 students in all of Magic Capital University? Eva explained, this compiles the records of every student since the establishment of Magic Capital Ability University hundreds of years ago, not just this current batch. Lu Van Thao stomped his feet in indignation. What a scam. No wonder everyone was staring at me. They were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. The bystanders burst into mockery. Beyond 100,000. That's hilarious. Even when I was a freshman back in the day, I didn't score that low. Ha ha ha. Look at this kid. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. He's definitely a freshman, no doubt about it. Hu Kanmin consoled him. Don't take it to heart. You're a mental type, so physical strength was never your strong suit anyway. He scratched his cheek and sighed. Sigh, thanks for the comfort. Do you want to give it a try? You'll definitely hit harder than me. He agreed right away. Sure, I just so happen to want to test myself a bit too. Go for it. The honor of our dorm room is entirely resting on your shoulders now. The loudspeaker announcement once again echoed throughout the training room. Welcome, student Huakan Min, ID 203701204, to the Punching Force Challenge. Everyone, please cheer him on. Well, someone else is taking the challenge. The crowd couldn't help but murmur again. This guy's power level is even lower. Looks like he's only at lower tier 1. Lower tier 1? It's hard to tell if he can even reach 400 kilograms. Wait a minute, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Our protagonist didn't care in the slightest. He rolled up his sleeves and thought, leveling up to a tier 1 ability user, combined with 5 days and nights of foundation building to temper my body. Let's let this punch determine exactly how much my punching force has grown. With that in mind, he immediately unleashed a ferocious strike on the challenge pillar. His fist tore through the wind, sending shattered debris flying. This punch left the entire crowd completely dumbfounded as the announcement rang out. Punching force, 4,589 kilograms. Maximum punching force. Congratulations, you have broken the record. The electronic board lit up, displaying Ken Min's name sitting proudly at rank 1 with a punching force of 4,589 kilograms. Now, no one dared to utter a word of contempt anymore. Holy crap, the punching record got shattered. Over 4,500 kilograms. Is this really the power a lower tier 1 user can output? One punch could turn me into minced meat. Tell me, how the hell is this guy a freshman? The girls chattered excitedly. I heard that everyone in the top 1,000 of this leaderboard turned out to be era-defining figures. With him taking the top 1 spot, his future achievements will be. The record for the first pillar had been standing for over 10 years. I have to record this historic moment. Lou Van Tao screamed in excitement. Bro, you're practically my blood brother. From now on, I'm following you. Wherever you tell me to go, I'll go. He was completely at a loss with this guy. Don't make such a big deal out of it. At the same time, he thought to himself, the results are way better than expected. The Lightning Tyrant Dragon truly suits me perfectly. The enhancement effect was incredibly instantaneous. Eva suddenly spoke up. Congratulations, student Ken Min, for breaking the record. A reward of 400 credits has been sent to your student account. Hearing about credits, his eyes instantly lit up. Not bad at all. If I break the record again next time, will I still get credits? Eva replied, for the same tier, only the first record-breaking achievement grants credits. You can challenge other groups to earn new credit rewards. He looked toward the other pillars and thought, the remaining 4 pillars correspond to Tier 2 through Tier 5 ability users. It'll just wait to shatter their records later. Right at that moment, our protagonist was suddenly swarmed by a group of girls. Junior Her, this is your first time here, right? Come here, let me teach you how to use the machines. Junior, our club is currently short on members. Why don't you join us? Startled, he grabbed his roommate's arm and bolted. Let's go. It's better to just head to a private training room. Elsewhere, Liu Min was browsing the news on his phone and excitedly showed it to Juan Trun Thien. Master, junior brother Her is trending on the school forum, breaking the punching force record with over 4,500 kilograms. His physical resilience is simply absurd. Instead of getting some proper rest, why did he run off to the dojo to grind records? He then sighed, marveling to himself. Back then, when I was at upper tier 1 practicing the first level of the lightning imperishable body, my punching force only clocked in at slightly over 3,500 kilograms. Little junior brother Ken Min is more than just a little stronger than me. Less than greater than. Scene transition. Inside a room, a man was glaring at the news on his phone, angrily clenching his fists. Damn it. Ken Min actually came to Magic Capital too. His face twisted in rage. You made me lose the title of Jiang'an Province's top scorer and turn me into the laughingstock of Ning'an City. This time, I will definitely reclaim all the glory that rightfully belongs to me.
Ken Min remained completely oblivious to all this. Right now, he was sitting in his training room, staring at his hands. After acquiring the lightning imperishable body, even without food or rest for 5 days and nights, my spirit is still incredibly full of energy. He grabbed a knife and thrust it straight into his hand without hesitation. Not a single scratch appeared. Instead, the blade snapped in half instantly. This body refinement technique makes my skin's defense comparable to E-tier alloys. To an ordinary person, this basically means being invulnerable to blades and spears. It truly lives up to its name as an S-tier body refinement combat skill. Lu Van Tao rushed in from outside in a panic. Brother Min, the news of you breaking the record is going viral on the school forum. Tons of people are commenting, saying they want to challenge you. He didn't care much, merely commenting, the martial arts culture at Magic Capital University is quite robust, isn't it? His roommate, however, was absolutely furious. Brother Min, let me help you curse out these punks who don't know their place. He just gently patted his shoulder to stop him. Forget it, let's not waste our time. I still need to make a trip to the combat skill library, so just head back to the dorm on your own. Standing before the combat skill library, Ken Min reached his hand out, only to be unexpectedly met with an invisible protective barrier. The spot he touched rippled with faint golden circles. The rumors say the combat skill library is under the control of a vice principal with a spatial ability, and it seems they are indeed true. With a defense like this, even a Tier 9 martial saint would have no way to steal the treasures hidden inside. How impressive.
He swiped his student card, and the protective barrier slowly dissipated, opening the doors for him to enter. 3 girls in uniform stepped forward. Welcome to the Combat Skill Library, S-Tier student Huracan Min. How can I help you? Surprise, he asked. You know me. The girl replied, students with S-Tier clearance can view any combat skill in the library. You possess special privileges. We receive a notification the moment you swiped your student card. S-Tier clearance means possessing limitless potential, guaranteeing he'll become at least a Grandmaster tier ability user in the future. We definitely need to get on his good side. He smiled. I see. If I want to look at lightning-type combat skills, which floor should I head to? Anything below B tier is in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. For the more precious manuals, you'll have to go to the 4th floor reading room to make your selection. You can enter by just swiping your card. The girl politely gestured with her hand. Right this way, please. Yes, thank you. Stepping into the reading room, Eva made another announcement. Once you selected a combat skill on the system, we will bring the original manual to you. Since original combat skill manuals from B tier and above are immensely precious, please be extremely careful while reading them. Our protagonist commanded, display all lightning-type combat skills from B tier and above. Understood. The data loaded, and a series of blue holographic panels appeared before his eyes. Myriad Prison, Heavenly Lightning Guidance. SSS tier. Uses the lightning ability as a core to manifest a lightning storm zone with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Wrath of the Thunder God. SS tier. Calls down lightning strikes like divine punishment, wielding colossal destructive power. This information surprised him. SS-Rank combat skills and even SSS-Rank combat skills. The combat skill manuals of a top-tier academy are truly abundant. Can I really read these for free? Unfortunately, cultivation requires specific abilities and levels, so I can only learn A-rank combat skills for now. Attack types, defense types, movement types, support types, body refinement types. There are countless A-rank combat skills, but thankfully I have a good master. Otherwise, it would be really hard to choose. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Luckily, Master made a recommended list for me beforehand. This will save me a lot of time. He searched for a while and finally picked out 4 skills. Chain Lightning Javelin, Lightning Spear, Lightning Flash, and Lightning Prison. All of them are a rank. Rubbing his chin in thought, Lightning Javelin is a long-range attack. Chain Lightning Spear is a heavy attack. Lightning Flash is a movement skill, and Lightning Prison is for crowd control. Combining these 4 combat skills with my indestructible thunder body, I have almost no blind spots. The system's voice chimed in, detected that you have selected 4 A-rank combat skills. The average time to learn each skill to the beginner level is 6 months. It is recommended that you reasonably combine them with lower-rank combat skills. He waved his hand. No need, this is perfect. The bespectacled girl from earlier walked over carrying 4 books. Student Hua, here are your combat skills. Huakain Min stared at the pile of books on the table, overjoyed. In the market, C-rank and B-rank combat skills can cost millions or even tens of millions, and A-rank skills are absolutely priceless. Holding 4 of them at once like this is truly a luxury. Less than greater than. The conceptual intent and aura are so mystical. No wonder A-rank combat skills can only be learned from the original copies. Replicas completely fail to capture this essence. Summer passed by as our main character immersed himself in the books, earnestly absorbing the knowledge. Finally finishing them, he let out a sigh of relief, stretched his body, and then commanded, Deep Blue, add points. His ability points were continuously consumed. All 4 skills were instantly learned to the beginner level, and they were all added to his stat panel. At this moment, his entire body surged with an imposing aura. Clenching his fists, his face brimmed with absolute confidence. With so many combat skills, I wonder which lucky bastard will be the first to taste their power. In the dorm, Lu Van Thao pointed at his phone and turned to Huakain Min as he walked in. Min, Eva just announced that the freshman assembly will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Training Ground 1. Also, there is a group chat for the freshmen. You should join. He nodded. All right. He leaned forward again. By the way, Min, what rank of combat skills did you choose? He replied expressionlessly. Just 4 A-rank combat skills. The silver-haired boy fell back in shock, his jaw dropping. A-rank combat skills? And 4 of them at that? It'll probably take until your sophomore or junior year to finish learning them all. As expected of you, Min, never taking the ordinary path. He spoke up again. If you can view A-rank combat skills, Does that mean you have A-rank authority, Min? He replied calmly, not A-rank, it's S-rank. His roommate instantly jumped up. S-rank? Turns out our school actually has authority levels higher than A-rank? How did you get S-rank authority? Could it be you're not actually an E-rank like the rumors online say? He screamed at the top of his lungs. But actually, an S-rank ability? Our main character tilted his head up proudly. Looks like our resident know-it-all just found out another secret. He yelled excitedly, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Even though I could guess that your evaluation rank matches your authority level, I didn't expect a real S rank to exist. The top scorers from other provinces only got a rank. He secretly gave him a mental thumbs up. Investing in him now is definitely the right move. I'm going to be his biggest fan from now on. In the second floor training room, Hurricane Min picked up a free practice spear and pondered. I already have the combat skills, so my equipment needs to keep up. It's too light. My old F-rank obsidian spear broke, so I didn't bring it. But even if it wasn't broken, it couldn't handle my current strength anyway. As if suddenly remembering something, he immediately commanded, Eva, open the school store and search for spear-type weapons. A holographic screen projected into the air, displaying countless weapons of all ranks. His eyes widened in awe. So many spears, and you can even customize the length and weight. However, the higher the rank and the heavier the weight, the more expensive it gets. I'll just go with a 210 kilogram E-rank one. I'll buy an E-rank combat suit and combat boots to go with it. He pressed the purchase button, and a notification immediately popped up. Purchased E-rank long spear, combat suit, and combat boots. Total cost, 237 credits. Remaining balance, 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. The weapon and combat suit will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive them. Credits really do disappear fast. Almost half of them are gone in a flash. Then he gripped the free practice spear again. Until my new spear arrives, I'll have to rely on you. Let's practice my 4 newly learned A-rank combat skills tonight. The next day, at the freshman assembly, our main character became the center of attention the moment he arrived. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Look, it's Hua Kang-min. Didn't he break the school record yesterday? He's also the top scorer of Jiangnan province. His strength is insane. I thought he'd definitely be some hulking meathead, but he's unexpectedly handsome. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy shouted, Hua Kang-min! I, Loi Tru, challenge you to a duel. The crowd instantly erupted into an uproar. Look, that's the runner-up of the Jiangnan province martial arts exam, Loi Tru. He got an incredibly high score of over 9,300 points. I heard he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Both his parents are Tier 4 ability users. It's a shame that nobody ever remembers second place. No wonder he can't accept it. He didn't care in the slightest and coldly refused. Sorry, I'm not really interested. The guy walked right up to him with an arrogant tone. Don't be so quick to refuse. If I remember correctly, your aunt's family runs a business dealing in exotic plants and herbs, right? He leaned in and whispered in his ear. Coincidentally, my family is your aunt's biggest wholesale buyer, and we still owe her a massive payment for goods. If we don't pay up in time, I'm afraid your aunt's family is going to run into some serious trouble. Hurricane Min's face darkened, his voice turning cold. Are you threatening me? Suddenly, Loi Tru was forced back several steps by his overwhelming aura. Why is he emitting such a terrifying aura like a vicious beast? He was stunned, but kept up a tough front. I wouldn't call it a threat. Consider it a friendly reminder. He demanded coldly. Time and place. 12 noon, 7 days from now, at arena number 3. Fine, I'll be there. I just hope you won't regret it when the time comes. With the battle set, the crowd was instantly hyped up. First place against second place. We've got a great show to watch in 7 days. I'll have to get there early to grab a good seat. At this moment, the freshman assembly officially began, and a teacher's voice echoed out, Students, welcome to Magic Capital Ability University. This freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony yet. Welcome to Magic Capital Ability University. This freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony yet. We've gathered everyone here to answer some questions regarding the credit system and specialized mentors. However, the first thing I want to highlight is the university's combat power rankings. You will use a virtual reality dive pod to engage in combat within a holographic simulated environment. Ultimately, you will be ranked based on the number of stages you clear. Everyone do your best to climb the ranks. The rewards are incredibly generous. Following that were other segments of the ceremony. The speaker on the podium kept talking incessantly while the crowd below chattered excitedly. Kang Min covered his mouth and let out a long yawn. It's finally over. After sitting here for over an hour, only that virtual reality dive pod seems somewhat interesting. I should give it a try when I get the chance. In the days that followed, he spent all his time at mentor Juan Tren Thien's place, diligently studying alongside his senior martial brother, Liu Min. At the same time, he obediently underwent daily training with his mentor, constantly tempering himself and elevating his strength. 7 days later, during their usual training session, he was resting when he heard Liu Min ask, "Junior brother, you've advanced to mid-tier 1 already? How has it only been a few days?" He replied calmly, "Just a bit of luck." But internally, he thought to himself, I purposely waited a few days before spending 386 ability points to upgrade from low-tier 1 to mid-tier 1. If I hadn't waited, I probably would have scared the living daylights out of senior brother Liu Min. He patted his shoulder. "Right, I recall you having a scheduled duel with another freshman this noon, right?" "That's right." "All right then, I'll take 3 seconds of silence for your opponent. I'll go with you later. I also want to broaden my horizons and see just how strong my junior brother is at his peak state." At the venue of the duel, Loi Tru leaped onto the arena while the crowd of students who had gathered early to watch the spectacle buzzed with excitement below. The crowd chatted excitedly. There's still over a month until the freshman tournament, so this is a great chance to see the true strength of a provincial top scorer. I've looked into it. Kang Min's top scorer title was just a fluke because of the remote testing site. I bet Loi Tru will win. Not necessarily. Kang Min recently broke our school's punching force record after all. Haha, what does a punching force record even matter? When we ability users fight, doesn't it ultimately come down to our abilities? Our main character made a badass entrance, followed closely by his senior brother, Liu Min. The crowd instantly erupted. Whoa, Kang Min is here. Seeing this scene, his senior brother thought to himself, with my junior brother's looks, once he proves his merits, who knows how many senior and virgin female students he's going to captivate. Unbeknownst to anyone, Loi Tru was also scheming. Kang Min's level has increased. Fortunately, I've made other preparations. He looked down from the arena. Kang Min, simply deciding a winner is too boring. How about we add a little wager? All our credits, do you dare? He agreed without hesitation. Sure, I have 370. You really do have quite a lot of credits. It'll make up for the credits I lack with Great Xia currency. To prevent any foul play, we'll both transfer our credits to Miss Chao's account. The Miss Chao Loi Tru mentioned was Chao Vun, a mid-tier 6 healing ability user, who was also the referee teacher presiding over the arena. He thought to himself, battles between ability users are extremely dangerous. It seems the school doesn't want any students dying on the spot either. No problem. The crowd below began to stir in excitement again. Tisk tisk, a gamble worth 3.7 million. How incredibly generous. Things are really heating up now. Miss Chao stood in the center and announced, I have received the transferred credits and money. Both sides prepare to begin. Once a side concedes or loses consciousness, you are not allowed to continue attacking. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment. Is that clear? Kang Min replied with a clear, then shouldered his spear and stepped onto the arena, facing Loi Tru, who drew a massive broadsword. The match began. He swung his broadsword, instantly unleashing his ability, and roared, Kang Min, the honor you made me lose, I will take it all back today. Ghastly hellfire. The terrifying heat radiating outward forced the crowd below to shield their faces in fear. As expected of an A-rank elemental fire ability, how terrifying. Even from this far away, it feels like we're being roasted. Gritting his teeth, he brought his broadsword crashing down. His face was twisted in absolute fury. His eyes turned stark white with ferocity. The blade, carrying terrifying power, slashed straight toward our main character's head, but was instantly blocked by his spear. The spectators below were so shocked their jaws dropped to the floor. What? He blocked the attack without even using a combat skill. Holy crap. A basic attack broke an ultimate move. Loi Tru was utterly unwilling to accept it, his whole body trembling with rage. How is this possible? His gaze was icy, looking at him as if he were looking at a lowly bug. Nothing is impossible. It's simply because you are too weak.
As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly counterattacked, swinging his spear and landing a devastating blow to his opponent's stomach that made him cough up blood. Loi Tru was sent flying, his mouth still wide open and his eyes bulging out, completely unable to believe the reality unfolding before him. Just a single strike from him sent his opponent flying several meters, knocking the broadsword out of his hands. He crashed onto the floor, slumped over, and unable to stand up for a while.
In the stands, the entire crowd was flabbergasted, leaping to their feet to get a better look. Hey, is it over already? Hurricane Min only struck with his spear twice. Who said Lloyd True was stronger than Hurricane Min? Why did he get instantly flattened instead? That flaming slash move, I'm afraid most of the freshmen here wouldn't be able to block it. I can only say that Hurricane Min's strength has completely surpassed all the other freshmen. Leo Min watched in utter disappointment. This is too boring. He couldn't even force out 10% of my junior brother's true strength. Seeing that Lloyd True was still unable to stand after a long while, the referee teacher spoke up. The winner of this match is... Unexpectedly encountering such a stubborn mule, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rasped out, I haven't conceded. The match isn't over yet.
After saying that, he gritted his teeth and took out a glowing red pill, looking absolutely determined to fight to the bitter end. Miss Chow was horrified and hurriedly tried to stop him. A bloodburst pill? Do you have a death wish? This is just a sparring match, not a life and death struggle. Less than greater than. Seeing the situation turn dire, the crowd also broke into an uproar. Holy shit, Lloyd True actually brought out a bloodburst pill? This bloodburst pill can cause a massive spike in strength for a short time, but the side effects are incredibly severe. After using it, you won't be able to get out of bed for a month or two. Is it really worth it? Yeah, the opening tournament is in just over a month. The gains definitely don't make up for the losses. He stood up shakily, stubbornly ignoring everyone's advice. It's fine. I'll bear any consequences myself. I'm going all out. If I lose, then so be it.
Voices of protest immediately rang out from the stands. Hey, are pills even allowed in a duel? How is this any different from cheating on an exam? Exactly, this has to be against the rules, right? Miss Chow explained, this is an unofficial duel with no strict restrictions, much like an open book exam. Weapons, combat suits, pills, and so on, all external forms of assistance are permitted. If Hurricane Min has pills on him, he is entirely allowed to use them as well. By this time, Lloyd True had already swallowed the bloodburst pill. His body instantly transformed and his power surged violently. The teacher thought to herself, the quality of this bloodburst pill isn't low. It directly pushed Lloyd True up to low tier 2. Hurricane Min is in trouble this time. But looking toward our main character, she saw that he didn't look afraid in the slightest. Hurricane Min's fighting spirit is actually burning even brighter. This kind of mentality truly carries the demeanor of a great general. In reality, he was laughing gleefully in his head. Finally, it won't just look like an adult beating up a child anymore. He immediately dashed toward Lloyd True. The latter was terrified at the sight. Such incredible speed. Spear and broadsword clash violently. He had to grit his teeth and use all his might to block his opponent's strike as the two forces of fire and lightning collided fiercely. But he was clearly outmatched. He was knocked backward, and the broadsword was once again knocked out of its owner's hand. He clutched his aching wrist, kneeling and trembling. My strength has already stepped into tier 2, yet I still can't match Hurricane Min in raw power. What kind of monster is he? He stood back up, raising his hand to cast his ability. If a head-on clash won't work, then I'll create some distance and attack. Flame Bullet. Hurricane Min also unleashed his ability, mocking him. Is this the extent of your skills? His opponent was horrified. Damn it, just what kind of lightning ability does Hurricane Min have? Does he have absolutely no blind spots? But he can't get close to me right now either. As long as I exhaust all of his lightning before the pill wears off, I still have a chance. As the fireballs shot straight toward him, he simply raised his hand, and a purple bolt of lightning appeared. It was the lightning javelin. With a flick of his wrist, the javelin tore through the air and grazed past Lloyd True, tearing his sleeve to shreds. Less than greater than. His opponent grabbed his arm in shock. This is bad. He has long-range attacks too. Before he could regain his composure, a sphere of purple electricity appeared right above his head, continuously discharging bolts of lightning as if trying to imprison him. He screamed, "What? What kind of combat skill is this?" Our main character waved his hand with a condescending, boss-like swagger and said coldly, "Lightning prison." The guy named Loy was now just like a chicken trapped in a coop. Damn it, it's a crowd control combat skill. He suddenly activated his ability, and a burst of flames erupted from within. No one expected this guy to go for such a desperate gamble. He roared defiantly, "If I can't get out, then you can't get in either. Let's see who can hold out longer."
His eyes lit up, his entire body radiating a dangerous aura. Flame barrier, huh? Looks like a solid defense. Let's see how many of my spear strikes you can withstand. He lunged forward, unleashing his brand new technique, Serial Lightning Spear. A barrage of lightning bolts smashed right into Lloyd Trust's defense. At that moment, only one thought raced through his mind. I'm going to die. If that hits me, I'm absolutely dead. Finally, overwhelmed by terror, he screamed at the top of his lungs, I surrender. He instantly spun his spear around, striking the opponent's chest with the blunt end and sending fresh blood spewing into the air. The opponent had fallen, the outcome undeniable. Ms. Chao's voice echoed out, the winner of this match is Hua Kan Min. The crowd below erupted into an uproar. Utter dominance, absolute dominance. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he unleashed 4 consecutive combat skills. Isn't that a bit too absurd? The transition between the skills was so incredibly fluid. That's definitely not a level a freshman should have. Now that you mention it, the power of Hua Kan Min's combat skills looks pretty intense. They all feel like B tier at least. 4 B tier combat skills, that's insane. The best skill I have is only C tier. Hearing this, Leo Min facepalmed and thought to himself, B tier? You guys are underestimating my junior brother way too much. Those are 4 A tier combat skills. He really had the guts to choose them. What's even more unbelievable is that they've all reached a level suited for actual combat. Back in the day, I only dared to choose 1 A tier combat skill, Lightning Flash, and even then it took me over 4 agonizing months to master it. Having a junior brother like this puts a mountain of pressure on me. By now, Lloyd True was truly convinced. He spoke up. Hua Kan Min, thank you for spinning the spearhead and sparing my life just now. I admit total defeat this time. The credits and Great Sia currency are all yours. Also, I will pay your youngest aunt on time. Ms. Chow announced, 50 credits and 3.2 million Great Sia coins have been transferred to the student's account. His eyes sparkled. Nice. Making money through betting matches really is fast. Lu Van Tao happily propped 1 foot onto the arena. That was awesome, Brother Min. You're a rich man now. Want to stroll around the Mado Center tonight to relax? He declined. No need. I still have to train with my senior brother later. Hearing this, Lu Min chimed in. Go on. You need to balance work and rest to keep going strong. You've been training for so long, you really should take a break. All right, I'll listen to you, senior. The silver-haired guy suddenly shouted, a tier lightning ability, Jade Pivot True Thunder, Vice President of the Ash Club, Lu Min. He marveled. He has even more charisma in person than in photos. Hua Kan Min jumped off the arena, with Lu Van Thao trailing behind, pestering him. Then it's settled for tonight. Brother Min, just follow my lead. I'll take care of the rest of the itinerary. He turned his head in slight confusion, wondering what this guy was plotting now. Itinerary? He answered eagerly, an absolute must-do activity after entering university, a mixer between the guys' and girls' dorms. The scene transitioned to a table brimming with food, pizza, roast chicken, salad, and all sorts of mouth-watering pastries. Less than greater than. Lu Van Thao brought the food over with a laugh. Brother Min, your popularity really paid off this time. I just posted an invitation for a mixer on the campus forum. Guess how many people signed up? Over 100 people. Choosing just 1 pair out of all of them made my eyes dizzy. Hua Kan Min rested his chin on his hand. You really picked 1 out of 100 for this. Now I'm actually curious about who you ended up choosing. He replied, hee, allow me to keep it a secret. You'll see for yourself in a moment. With that said, he turned and waved at a girl. Speak of the devil, and she appears. Over here, over here. The girl with glasses waved back. Good evening, you two. I'm Tak Dong Ha, coming at your invitation. The other girl also smiled brightly. I'm her roommate, Tong Tu Van. He waved at the girl, while Lu Van Thao introduced them. Tat Dong Ha possesses an A-tier enhancement type beast ability. Tong Thu Van is an A-tier nature type light ability user, Tier 1 upper stage. Furthermore, she's the top scorer of Sichuan province for our year. He cheerfully greeted them. Nice to meet you. I'm Hua Kan Min. Tong Thu Van's eyes immediately lit up. Hua Kan Min? So you're the famous Hua Kan Min. Are you interested in sparring a bit? You can pick the time and place. Tat Dong has mouth twitched. Hey Thu Van, you battle maniac, why are you asking for a fight right after meeting him? We're here for a mixer. She looked utterly confused. Huh? A mixer? I thought I'd get to spar with classmate Hua today, that's why I—
He laughed, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere. It's just a misunderstanding, please sit down. That's right, everyone is here to hang out today. Let's grab a bite first and then hit the shopping district together. The four of them headed to the Huaihai shopping district located in the center of Ma Do, a place densely packed with towering skyscrapers. Seeing this scenery, they couldn't help but marvel. Wow, it's so bustling. The group looked all around extremely excited. This outfit is so trendy and gorgeous. An A-tier moonlight blade. After strolling for a while, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This really is the country's top commercial center. The combat armor, weapons, and elixirs here are far more complete than in Jancheng. The four of them dashed around the shopping mall, happily shopping and indulging in a mountain of snacks.
Hua Kunmin was sweating profusely, his hands loaded with all sorts of large and small bags. It's only been one evening, and she's already spent millions. Tong Thu Van dresses so simply, I never expected her to be a little rich lady. Hearing this, Lu Van Thao replied, Didn't you know, Brother Min? Not only is she loaded, but her family background is also absolutely terrifying. Tat Dong Ha shouted from afar, You two gentlemen, please help carry this last bag too. It's about time we headed back. He and his roommate escorted their two new female friends back to the girls' dorm. Stopping at the gate, the girl said, You can drop us off right here. The two girls were incredibly cheerful. We had a lot of fun today, thank you guys so much. He waved and smiled. Don't mention it, goodbye. Bye. Suddenly, Tong Thu Van spoke up, Hua Kanmin, what I said earlier was completely serious. Someday in the future, I will come seek your guidance in a match. He was surprised, but then cheerfully replied, Not a problem. I'll be looking forward to it. She blushed and smiled while Tat Dong Ha glanced over and covered her mouth, giggling secretly. Thu Van, since we enrolled, I've never seen you so happy around any guy, but you're unexpectedly being so nice to Hua Kanmin. Inviting you to this mixer was definitely a brilliant decision. She replied, My A-tier Dawn's light ability gives me very keen perception. It allows me to see through the dark thoughts in those boys' hearts whenever they look at me. Her cheeks turned rosy, her gaze softening. But Hua Kanmin is different. He merely appreciates beauty and doesn't hold any impure thoughts at all. Honestly, he's just very. Tat Dong Ha rubbed her chin in amusement. It seems our eldest Lady Tong has finally learned how to be lovesick. On the other side, Hua Kanmin and Lu Van Tao were on their way back to their dorm. Phew, going out for a stroll every now and then really is nice. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to Tong Thu Van. Tier 1 upper stage, huh? Looks like I still need to push myself even harder. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The main character sat in the training room with a book in front of him, powerful streams of aura surging wildly around him. Preparations are complete. It's time to level up again. Deep Blue, add the points for me. Initiating yet another upgrade, the system continuously chimed with notifications as his stats and skills leveled up one by one. After finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Leveling up still boosts my overall strength just like always. The second layer of body refinement still primarily focuses on strengthening my bones and muscles. According to the records in the book, if I can break through to the third layer, I'll be able to unlock a special state, Lightning Extreme Form. It can push my strength and speed to their absolute limits for a short period of time. Lightning Extreme Form, that's really something to look forward to. Unfortunately, his ability points were nearly depleted. It was time to ask for a leave of absence from his teacher to go hunt vicious beasts in the wilderness zone and replenish his ability points. The scene shifted to his mentor's residence. Seeing him, Duong Tran Thien suddenly jumped to his feet. Kan Min, you? You broke through again? He cupped his hands in respect. I was just about to tell you, Master. I broke through last night. Also, my lightning indestructible body has advanced to the second layer. His master was intensely thrilled inside. Breaking through a cultivation level and advancing in body refinement were both incredibly arduous tasks, yet Hua Kanmin spoke of them so effortlessly. With an S-tier ability and such relentless training, how could he possibly fail to achieve greatness? Lu Min's expression, on the other hand, was completely unbothered. I told you, Junior Brother is a genuine bona fide monster. Back in the day, it took me over half a year just to break through from Tier 1 middle stage to Tier 1 upper stage. His master still advised further. Leveling up is important, but you cannot neglect actual combat training. Go have a martial arts sparring session with Senior Lu. Let me see exactly how strong you've become after leveling up. Hearing that, Lu Min handed him a spear. Junior brother, I will suppress my strength to Tier 2 lower stage. Just go all out and fight with everything you've got. The countdown echoed, and the two took their stances, preparing to enter the sparring match. With the shout of begin, two streaks of blue and purple lightning instantly shot out and clashed directly against each other. The two spears collided, letting out an ear-piercing clang. Lu Min marveled. What a formidable physical strength, to think he's actually on par with me.
The main character on the other side also thought to himself, ever since I got the system, this is the very first time I've met a truly evenly matched opponent. Lightning gathered in the palm of his hand as he roared, Lightning Prison. His senior brother was instantly trapped within a cage of electricity. That wasn't all. He then unleashed the same technique he used in his match against Loi Tru, Serial Lightning Spear. The electric arrows whizzed straight toward his target. His senior couldn't help but praise. Not bad, the combo that defeated Loi Tru. Too bad, your senior isn't some rookie like him. With that said, he executed his own combat skill, Jade Pivot True Thunder. A surge of emerald lightning instantly blasted outward, fiercely counterattacking. After 20 minutes of fierce exchanging blows, Hua Kan-min was drenched in sweat, leaning on his spear and panting heavily. Sen, senior brother, my divine thunder is completely drained. I lose. Lu Min consoled him. You didn't lose in terms of skills. You were simply at a disadvantage when it comes to ability reserves. Duan Tran Thien spoke up. Excellent, that was truly a spectacular match. Kan-min's performance has genuinely exceeded all my expectations. I thought Lu Min could secure an easy victory, but to my surprise, the two of you were evenly matched. You even had to rely on a war of attrition to claim the win. His senior brother smiled. Do you know what level your strength just now has reached? He asked, bewildered. What level is it? His senior's answer left the main character genuinely stunned. Invincible within Tier 2.
Duang Tran Tien pointed to the plate of food in the butler's hands and said, All right, the practical combat training is over. Everyone, take a quick break. This Azure Spirit exotic fruit can dispel fatigue. It's highly suitable to eat after a rigorous training session. Liu Min quickly reached out to take it, while Hua Kan-min turned to his master and said, Master, there's something I'd like to ask your permission for. He replied, Go ahead. His expression turned serious. In planning to leave the campus and take a trip to the wilderness zone. Hearing that his student wanted to go to the wilderness zone, he asked how long he planned to be gone. He replied, For over a month. You'll be back before the major freshman tournament. His master exclaimed, That long?
His expression grew stern as he thought to himself, the wilderness zone is completely different from the martial arts exam grounds. There's no military protection, and ferocious beasts roam unchecked with no predictable distribution. Just a moment of carelessness, and you could easily encounter high-tier monsters. Not to mention, you plan to stay there for over a month. The sheer danger goes without saying. Ultimately, he still decided to support him, patting his shoulder. Never mind. If you really want to go, then go. Just remember, if the situation looks grim, you must run away immediately. The rise of every powerhouse is paved with life and death crises. Since my disciple has the drive to forge ahead, your master will not stand in your way. He bowed respectfully to thank his master, then heard him ask, By the way, which wilderness zone are you planning to head to? He replied, The wilderness zone in the outskirts of Yuanshui City. Stroking his beard, he said, That's somewhat reassuring. It's right next to Ma Do, and the highest level beasts there are only Tier 4 or Tier 5, so it's relatively less dangerous. I'll have Lu Min pass on some of his experience to you later. He grabbed an Azure Spirit exotic fruit and happily agreed. The ring on his master's finger faintly trembled, and a flash of blue light emerged. Once you're out there, your master truly can't help you much. I can only prepare a weapon that genuinely suits your hands. A weapon suddenly materialized in Duong Tran Thien's hands. He was astonished. This is. The scene shifted to Hua Kan-min's dorm room. He had already returned and was currently sitting silently on his bed. He gave the command, Eva, open the university's mission system. Instantly, a holographic projection displaying countless missions popped up. He thought to himself, according to the experience my senior brother passed down, it's best to accept some field missions before leaving the campus to earn extra credits. After browsing the mission board, he couldn't help but exclaim, missions with high credit rewards all inevitably involve brutal combat. This is practically pushing students straight into a sea of fire. So this is the training model of Ma Do University. No wonder people say the most outstanding students of Ma Do University aren't found on campus, but out in the wild. I'll take this A-tier mission, along with these 3 B-tier missions. Preparations are fully complete. Without further ado, let's head out. Eva chimed in from behind. Best of luck to you, sir.
At the Yuanshui City Supply Base, the atmosphere was incredibly bustling. Monster hunting squad looking for a ranged fighter. C-tier squad is currently recruiting. Top-grade elixirs right here, come and get 'em. Anyone taking on an exploration mission. He stood there, his back perfectly straight, carrying the weapon gifted to him by Duong Tran Thien. Yuanshui Supply Base, I've finally arrived. Stepping inside, he was met with yet another noisy and vibrant scene, with everyone chatting enthusiastically. A girl in a red dress bowed in greeting. Welcome, esteemed guests, sir. How may I help you today? To enter the wilderness zone, one must first register for a nationally recognized adventurer identity. He held up his student ID. I would like to register as an adventurer. The girl took the card. A student from Mado University? It's truly rare to see someone daring to enter the wilderness zone while only at Tier 1. Processing your certification will take a little time. Please have a seat and rest over there for now. Suddenly, the crowd surged with excitement. Wow, it's goddess Kuong So Tuyen. My goddess is so stunning. As expected of a current student at Mado University, the aura she gives off is genuinely incredibly strong. Following everyone's gaze, a girl with long white hair and glasses walked over. Her charisma was breathtakingly prominent, surrounded by bodyguards and following cameras. That was none other than Kuong So Tuyen, a second-year student at Mado University. The crowd of men continuously showed fanatical admiration. Looks like goddess Kuong is gearing up to enter the wilderness zone to shoot footage again. Even though her videos are made by a team, the quality is top-notch. I watch every single episode. If she agreed to be my girlfriend, it'd willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Her Kang Min evaluated her silently. Someone from Ma-Do University? Her beauty is actually on par with Tong Thu Ven. The procedures were completed, and the girl from earlier handed him a card. Here's your adventurer card and satellite smartwatch, which has a built-in map of the wilderness zones. It includes detailed annotations on the danger levels and monster activities in each area. He happily accepted it and thanked her, unaware of a man watching him from a dark corner. The man stepped out and said with a smile, "Brother, first time heading into the wilderness. You won't make it without some pills. What do you say? Want to buy some?" He asked for the price, and the man opened his coat to reveal a bunch of small pouches filled with pills. Tier 1 healing pills are 20,000 each, and Tier 1 antidote pills are 15,000 each. Tier 2 pills are more effective, but a bit pricier at 40,000 and 30,000. He pondered for a moment. Oh, that's not too expensive. The man eagerly replied, "You've got a good eye. My pills are famously cheap and high quality." It was obviously a scam. The protagonist saw right through his true colors. Even a Tier 1 pill costs at least 30 or 40,000. Offering such a low price means there's definitely a catch. He's most likely a scammer targeting naive-looking rookies. The man still asked happily, "How many do you want?" He didn't even bother answering and hit him straight with, "You've used this trick to scam quite a few rookies, haven't you?" The man immediately dropped his act and poked a finger at his chest. "You saw through it from the start and played me on purpose, didn't you?" He smirked and asked, "What do you think?" The man was furious, a vicious look appearing on his face. "Fine, very good. You're the first one who's dared to mess with me in this supply base." A woman saw this and yelled, "Trio Swan Lum. You're out here scamming rookies again." He gritted his teeth. "Yuong Thien. Humph. Consider yourself lucky, kid." Trio Swan Lum didn't forget to leave a warning, but you better not leave the supply base for the next few days. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. The crowd immediately started whispering. Tisk tisk, being targeted by that Trio Swan Lem, this rookie is doomed. Out of all people, he had to offend Trio Swan Lem. Right? I heard he just advanced to mid-tier 2. How could a high-tier 1 kid possibly be a match for him? The girl named Yuong Thien kindly reminded him, Trio Swan Lem is the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't leave the supplied base for a while. He replied, "Thanks for the heads up. Does no one care that he scams people so blatantly?" She explained, Trio Swan Lem has ties to the black market. Who would dare to intervene? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official channels. Remember, do not leave the supply base. Watching Yuong Thien's departing figure, he thought to himself, what a warm-hearted girl. Whatever. I should just buy my supplies for this month first. Healing pills, antidote pills, and blood burst pills too. I need to buy a lot of things. After purchasing all the necessary items, he stuffed everything into his backpack and prepared to set off. As soon as he stepped out the door, he ran into True Swan Lum waiting right there. You really aren't afraid of death. I told you not to leave the supplied base, yet you still dared to show your face. You're completely looking down on me, True Swan Lum, aren't you? He showed no fear at all, calmly asking in return, what do you want? The man cracked his knuckles, a fierce look on his face. You made me lose face earlier. I'm going to break both your legs. Having you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair is the only way to satisfy my anger. Tian saw this and was about to rush out. I told him not to leave the supply base. Why didn't he listen? I need to go help him. The girl with her quickly stopped her. Hold on. Let him learn a lesson. It's for his own good. It'll stop him from just doing whatever he wants and ignoring advice. The scammer activated his ability, and his skin instantly turned into metal. If I, True Swan Lem, can't even teach a rookie a lesson, how am I supposed to survive around here? With my metallic skin and D-tier combat suit, you won't even be able to break my defense. Unless you pay $1 million in compensation and kneel before me. Before he could even finish speaking, the protagonist impatiently cut him off. You're too noisy. True Swan Lem was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief that this brat dared to speak so insolently. Kang Min didn't care. He get a flip in the air and dashed right in front of him in a flash. With a single fatal strike, True Swan Lum was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall with a loud thud. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly shocked, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. The powerful impact left a huge dent in the brick wall. The protagonist simply ignored it and walked away amid everyone's horror. The bystanders drew in a cold breath. An instant kill. Is he that terrifying? Damn, how did he even attack? I didn't even see it clearly. Haha, True Swan Lum really kicked an iron plate this time. I worried about that kid for nothing. I never expected him to be so strong. Yoon Thien was also bewildered. How did he do that? I didn't see it clearly either. Her friend replied, it was a roundhouse kick. True Swan Lum's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives, he'll be a cripple in a wheelchair for the rest of his life.
As expected of a student from Mado University, his strength is formidable and he's ruthless enough. She was surprised. Mado University? Captain, how do you know? The captain answered, the combat suit he's wearing, I've only seen it on Mado University students. It must be exclusively developed by their equipment department. Less than greater than. Hearing this, Thien immediately grew excited. Only their university could produce a freak like him. What if we recruit him into our team? Aren't we still short on a main attacker? The captain immediately objected. Tio Thien, when our squad was formed, didn't we make it clear that we only accept female members? The other members gathered around and teased her. Haha, Tio Thien, do you have a crush on him? But that boy is quite handsome. I wouldn't mind if he joined us.
By this time, Kang Min had arrived at the gate to the wilderness zone. He swiped his card, and a cold, mechanical voice rang out. Adventurer information confirmed. Permission granted to enter the wilderness. He stepped into the primordial wilderness zone. The place was desolate, covered in weeds and rocks, with howling, chilling winds. Suddenly, he heard a terrifying roar echoing from deep within. This roar is a declaration of territory. It must be at least a Tier 4 monster, but they aren't my target today. The primordial wilderness zone is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined town and the forest mountains. The monsters in the ruined town are a bit weaker. I can harvest ability points from them first. Penguin County up ahead looks pretty good. Most of the monsters are Tier 2. There are very few Tier 1s and no Tier 3s or 4s. Plus, it covers a wide area with at least 500 or 600 monsters. Having checked the map, he immediately shot off like an arrow. His target was Penguin County. As soon as he set foot in the area, a monster leaped out and blocked his path. He excitedly drew his weapon, a Tier 2 Shadow Cat, free ability points delivering themselves to my door. He sneered, placing a hand over his left chest. Lately, I've been affected by the negative emotions of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon, making my soul thirst for slaughter. The more I suppress it, the stronger the urge becomes. His eyes radiated a berserk killing intent, but this time there's no need to hold back. The monster was instantly terrified by this aura, its fur standing on end. Its eyes bulged and a cold sweat broke out all over its body. A month passed. A group of 4 armed people walked in and one of them spoke up. Captain, what's wrong with Penguin County? We've been walking in circles all day. Why haven't we seen a single monster? The captain snapped, if you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Another person chimed in, there should be at least 500 or 600 monsters in Penguin County. a horde that Massive couldn't possibly migrate without leaving a single trace. Suddenly, a blade-armed tiger lunged out, startling the whole group. They were overjoyed, excitedly readying their weapons for a good fight. It's a blade-armed tiger. We finally found a monster. Let's get it together, kill it. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a streak of purple lightning shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight into the beast right before their eyes. A massive explosion echoed, and under the earth-shattering destructive force, dirt, rocks, and debris scattered everywhere. The group was horrified. Well, what was that just now? The latest laser weapon? No, a laser weapon would be faster. This looks like some sort of lightning-type combat skill. The captain clenched his fists and issued an order. Let's go. Pingan County must have been claimed by some powerhouse. That strike just now was likely a warning. His subordinates fled for their lives. No wonder we couldn't find any monsters. They must have all been wiped out by that lightning-type powerhouse. That was close. The power of that lightning spear was too terrifying. My legs are still shaking right now. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. If we're too slow and anger that powerhouse, we'll be in deep trouble. At this moment, the so-called powerhouse was standing on a high wall. Thunder Spear has reached advanced proficiency, and its attack range has surged to over 1,000 meters. Not bad at all. He opened his system panel to check his stats. In 1 month, I gained over 8,000 ability points. I went from High Tier 1 to High Tier 2, and the Thunder Immortal body has broken through to the 3rd stage. The proficiency of several A-tier combat skills has also reached the intermediate level. Who else besides me could achieve this? This place is cleared out. Time to pack up. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip back to the supply base, and then I'll continue heading deeper into the wilderness. The protagonist returned to the primordial supply base carrying an enormous backpack that nearly covered his entire body. His appearance immediately drew ridicule from onlookers. Haha, what's going on here? Did that tactical backpack sprout legs? He isn't planning to lug back all the flesh and blood of a one-horned rhino, is he? That's just stupid. He didn't give a damn, only thinking to himself, good thing I bought the reinforced version of the tactical backpack. Otherwise, there's no way it could hold over 400 kilograms of monster materials. Walking inside, a girl in a red dress respectfully welcomed him. Sir, may I ask what materials you like to sell? You can place them on the scale over there to weigh them first. He set his backpack on the floor and opened it, revealing a massive pile of monster carcasses. Tier 2 monster materials, roughly over 400 kilograms. Take a look and see how much they can sell for. She was astonished. Whoa, this is way too much. A quick glance revealed tiger sinews, arm blades, rhino horns, all top-quality parts. She was so flustered that she stammered, hurriedly pressing a button to call the inventory department. Sir, please wait a moment. The quantity of your monster materials is too large. I need to call for extra help to inventory everything. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked over with 2 girls. Hello, I am the manager in charge of purchasing, Trio Me. The 2 shook hands and exchanged polite greetings. Mr. Hooer, you are truly a young prodigy. To hunt so many monsters at such a young age, I am in sheer awe. I will arrange for the materials to be inventoried. Would it be convenient for you to take a seat over there for a moment? The 3 girls began their work, continuously logging the pile of materials into the system. On the other side, Triumgi handed Hua Kang Min a card. This is the supply base's platinum membership card. You get a 5% discount on all purchases. Please accept it, Mr. Hua. As he spoke, he thought to himself, such a young high-tier 2 Esper. The base definitely needs to stay on his good side. He replied politely, then I thank you, Manager Trio. The girl from earlier stepped in to report. Sir, the inventory is complete. There are 89 high-tier 2 monster materials, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier. He was utterly stunned. Look at that, my god. Did he uproot an entire monster nest or what? He turned to speak to him. This batch of monster materials comes to a total of 24.76 million. Shall we round it up to 25 million? He was surprised. Rounding it up? Then I thank you, Manager Trio. Right after, his bank account received a balance change notification, and he was thrilled to the point of going crazy. Haha, 29 million. This is basically striking it rich overnight. He turned and said to Trio Me, Manager Trio, let's meet again next time. He bowed slightly. Here is my business card. Whenever you have free time, I'd like to treat you to tea. Watching him leave, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This young man has a limitless future. Suddenly, he received a phone call and answered it, his expression doing a 180-degree flip. True Swan Lum, what do you want?
On the other end of the line, the scammer screamed, "Manager, I saw the guy who ruined me return to the supply base. You have to avenge me." He asked, "Oh, is it that high-tier 1 kid you mentioned? How do you want to avenge yourself?" True Swan Lum was currently sitting in a wheelchair, his entire body bandaged, with only one arm able to move. Let the Tiger Shark Squad handle him. I want to make him wish he was dead. His expression hardened. Fine, I'll lend you the Tiger Shark Squad, but from now on we have nothing to do with each other. He guaranteed firmly, "Don't worry, once this is done, I'll leave Primordial City immediately." Hanging up the phone, he thought to himself, "Why do I feel so anxious and uneasy? Am I just overthinking?" The Tiger Shark Squad is an elite team of Tier 2 ES peers. Dealing with a high Tier 1 kid shouldn't be a problem. Elsewhere, the protagonist suddenly sneezed loudly and wiped his nose. What's going on? Is someone bad-mouthing me? Triu Mi sat in his swivel chair, contacting someone else. "Manager Vone, I've just discovered a rather capable ESPer named Hua-Kane Min. The loot he brought back all by himself is more than what dozens of squads combined could gather." The person on the other end was the chief manager of the base, Vong Sum. He coldly replied, "Hua-Kane Min. Let me check the files." The moment he pulled up the information, his eyes widened in shock. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he immediately raised his voice.
Manager Trio, this Hua-Kang Min you mentioned is very important to me. If he comes again, you must notify me immediately. Triogi acknowledged the order, sighing inwardly. I didn't expect this Hua-Kang Min to make old Vuong so agitated. It seems his background is far from ordinary. Good thing I didn't disrespect him. Vuong Sum glanced at the protagonist's information on the screen. To think another disciple of Zhuang Trun Tian has come to my base. Truly astonishing. A high tier 2 with a talent even stronger than Liu Min, who came here before. He's an absolute monster. I definitely cannot offend him. Hua-Kang Min was completely unaware of all this. Right now, he was leisurely strolling through the market. A spatial ring sold here costs over 10 million, yet its capacity is only the size of a suitcase. That's so expensive. But a spatial ring is incredibly convenient. I really want to buy one. I wonder how absurdly expensive a spatial ring capable of holding a spear would be. His phone suddenly rang, and Lu Vantao's bright voice came from the other end. "Brother Min, long time no see. When are you coming back to school?" He replied, "Probably in about half a month. Why, is something up?" While the protagonist was on the phone, the Tiger Shark Squad that Trio Swan Lum had mentioned was currently hiding in a dark corner, lying in wait. He issued an order. "Your target is him. Break his limbs and bring him to me." The group immediately replied, "Understood." His roommate was still rambling on. "You've been gone for a month. A new student enrolled at the school, and his attitude is incredibly arrogant." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Hearing a reaction, his roommate asked, "What's wrong?" His gaze shifted into the distance, but he calmly replied, "It's nothing. Keep talking." The Tiger Shark Squad, hiding in the corner, took their stances and prepared to act. "Get ready. The target has entered the alley. Hako, analyze the target's strength." "Copy that." One of the subordinates spoke up. "Captain, I don't mean to complain, but sometimes you're just too cautious. What can a high tier 1 brat possibly do?" The blonde captain maintained a cold expression. "It's better to be careful." Suddenly, the girl named Hako gasped in shock. How is this possible?" He immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" She replied, "I'll share it with you guys. See for yourselves." Her mental type ability allowed her to sense it. The stronger the power, the more intense the radiating light. How is this possible? The light is dozens of times stronger than mine, a high tier 2. A powerhouse of this level could effortlessly wipe out our entire squad. The group hiding in the alley looked toward the protagonist. The aura surrounding them was clearly far weaker compared to the purple light emanating from him. The blonde captain furiously shouted, "That bastard Trio Swan Lum tricked us into jumping into a fire pit. The intel is completely wrong. Abort the mission. We're going back to settle the score with Trio Swan Lum." The whole group quickly retreated. He hadn't even gotten close and was completely baffled. What's going on? Why are they suddenly running away? The only person holding a grudge against me in this base is that Trio Swan Lum. He must be unwilling to let it go, trying to pull some petty tricks to find a chance for revenge. What a despicable bastard who never learns. Next time we meet, I'll definitely have to give him a taste of true suffering. He didn't know that the scammer was already suffering elsewhere, taking a brutal punch that sent blood spewing from his mouth. He sprawled on the ground and screamed, "What's going on? Why are you hitting me?"
The captain glared fiercely. You have a nerve to ask me. Your damn intel was flawed. It almost got us all killed. The target isn't a high-level Tier 1 at all, but a high-level Tier 2. He clutched his face, trembling. High-level Tier 2. How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month.
The blonde guy scoffed coldly and walked away. I don't care what the hell is going on. This mission is over. We'll report to Manager Trio ourselves. On the other side, Trio Gi didn't expect his squad to return so soon. Back already? Is the target dealt with? The captain's face darkened. No, the mission has been cancelled. Trio Suan Lam's intel was flawed. The target is not a high-level Tier 1, but a high-level Tier 2. What's worse? According to Hako's observations, his actual combat power is at least Tier 3 or higher, so we gave up. He was shocked to hear this and yelled, a high-level Tier 2 with strength rivaling Tier 3. What the hell is Trio Suan Lam doing, daring to offend someone like that? High-level Tier 2. Wait, what is the name of Trio Suan Lam's target? The other man replied, Trio Suan Lam didn't give a name, but the features are very clear. About 1.9 meters tall, heavily built, carrying a spear. He broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. We're so dead. Could that person be? Scene transition. Upon hearing the news, Vuom Sem flew into a violent rage in his office, sending people to ambush Huracan Min. How dare you all? Trao Mi panicked and hurriedly explained, Manager Vuom. He's just a high-level Tier 2 brat. You don't have to be this angry, do you? He retorted, you blind fools. This is Huracan Min's file, see for yourself. Looking at the pile of information, he was instantly stunned. The top scorer of Jiangnan Province, a freshman at Ma Do University, an 18-year-old high-level Tier 2. This is utterly unheard of. The highest has always been only low-level Tier 2. The dean of the Weapons Academy, Juan Trun Thien, is his exclusive mentor. The more he read, the more his heart pounded, his face turning pale. Trouble. We are in massive trouble this time. Vuon Sum gritted his teeth. Do you understand now? A Grandmaster-level figure. Even if he leveled this entire supplied base to the ground, the nation wouldn't say a single word. Trio Gid frantically bowed 90 degrees. I understand. I absolutely won't let our base be put in a difficult position. He then roared, bring him in. The crippled Trio Suan Lum was dragged in by two burly bodyguards like a chicken. His face was already beaten into a swollen mess, trembling uncontrollably. I know my mistake. Please spare me. Troni grabbed the guy's hair. It seems a simple beating isn't enough to smooth this over. The mastermind must be severely punished. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for kicking an iron plate this time. He struck ruthlessly without hesitation, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Immediately after, he turned around and bowed obsequiously. Manager, see this. Vuon Sum's voice was freezing. You don't actually think this is enough, do you? He trembled. Manager, this. The older man glared, his entire body radiating murderous intent. I can overlook all your shady dealings in the base over the years, but the mess you've caused this time is far too colossal. Everyone involved in this must face severe punishment. Not just you, but the Tiger Shark Squad as well. We cannot leave any room for criticism, nor a single trace of a chance to further offend him. He waved his hand, and Trio Ngi was immediately escorted away for execution, screaming in terror, Manager Vuong. But it was far too late. Scene transition. At this moment, Vuong Sum stood waiting solemnly, backed by several men in neat suits. The crowd gossiped wildly. That person leading them is Vuong Sum, the chief manager of the base, right? Except for Manager Trio from purchasing, all the other department managers are actually gathered here. Tisk tisk, with a lineup like this, some major VIP must be arriving. The sharp-eyed blonde girl noticed, Tio Tien, isn't that the kid from Ma Do University we saw earlier? Wong Tien turned her head. Where? Our main character slowly walked in. Seeing this grand display, he was puzzled and completely clueless. Vuong Sum approached him first. Student Hua, you're finally back. I am Vuong Sum, the chief manager of this base. The girls were astonished. The person the managers came out to welcome is him. It seems this young man's identity isn't just a simple student from Ma Do University. The older man bowed respectfully. Regarding Trio Suan Lem offending you, our base cannot shirk responsibility. He has already been executed on the spot. His accomplices have also been arrested and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. To express our deepest apologies, our base has specially prepared a compensation gift for you. After speaking, Vuong Sum waved his hand to signal them to bring the items.
Kang Min thought to himself, as expected of a ruthless man who secured the chief manager's seat, dealing with his own subordinates without an ounce of hesitation. A black card resting in a red velvet-lined box was presented to him. The manager introduced, "This is the highest-tier black gold membership card of our base. From now on, your accommodations here will be entirely free of charge. You'll also receive at least a 20% discount on any items you purchase. In addition, here's a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter, also as a token of our apology." Hearing this, he was utterly astounded, his eyes widening in shock. 1 cubic meter. He thought joyfully. A spatial ring with a 1 cubic meter capacity has an official market price of at least 50 million great Xia coins. This Vung sum is truly overflowing with sincerity. He smiled and picked up the ring. "Since Manager Vung has shown such graciousness, I will accept it." The man happily praised, as expected of Master Zung's disciple, acting so straightforwardly. Speaking of which, your senior Liu Min also came to this Nguyen Tui supply base to train back in the day. The two chatted warmly for a while. The scene shifted to a massive suite. Kang Min stood with his hands in his pockets, looking around. The best guest room unlocked by the black gold card is truly amazing, much more luxurious than the dorm villa, so comfortable. After a full month of grueling training, I can finally get a proper day of rest. Recalling Vung Sum's words, "Next time you encounter any trouble, contact me directly." Here in Nguyen Tui City, my words carry a fair bit of weight. He clenched his fist, thinking with satisfaction, "This is the power of a solid background. If I were just an ordinary high-level Tier 2 genius, I would absolutely never receive such treatment." A spatial ring requires leaving a mental power imprint to complete the ownership process before it can be used. My mental power has currently reached 972 Hz, much higher than the 600 to 700 range of a typical high-level Tier 2 ability user. It should be easy enough. Done. It seems I can take things out just by using my mind, and to store items, I just need to touch them with my body. Aside from not being able to store living things, this is incredibly convenient. He explored the spatial ring for a while, then reported his situation to Jung Trun Thien over the phone. "Yes, I just got out of the wilderness area. Also, I have a matter I'd like to report to you, Master." Hearing what had transpired, his master was utterly furious. "Humph! How dare they send someone to assassinate you? Compensating with a mere spatial ring is letting them off too easy. If anything truly happened to you, I would have leveled their entire supply base to the ground. By the way, you mentioned that the elite high-level Tier 2 squad followed you into the alley. Why did they give up in the end?" He wasn't entirely sure himself, replying vaguely. Maybe they realized I was also a high-level Tier 2, which didn't match their expectations, so they retreated to verify. The older man was instantly stunned. "Huh? You are already a high-level Tier 2. You've only been training in the wilderness for a mere month. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago." He burst into delighted laughter. "As expected of my Jun Tren Thien's disciple, your cultivation speed is even faster than mine back in the day. When you plan to return? I want to congratulate you in person." He replied, "I'll probably head back right before the semester starts. For this last period, I plan to venture into the high-level zones. With my Thunder Flash at high proficiency, Tier 4 monsters shouldn't be able to catch me. If I'm unlucky enough to run into a Tier 5, I still have a blood burst pill to save my life. So it's good to push my luck and broaden my horizons a bit." On the other end of the line, his master praised him, though not forgetting to advise, "Not bad, you sound remarkably calm and confident. However, always remember that caution comes first." He smiled and replied, "Understood, Master." The loyal butler standing nearby shared in his joy. "Master, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy." Jun Tren Thien bragged proudly. "Kang Min, this disciple of mine, not only has phenomenal training results, but his actual combat abilities have also stood the test, and his breakthrough speed is absolutely unheard of. People always say the line between life and death is the catalyst for the strong, but for Kang Min, it's like he's using cheat codes." Meanwhile, Kang Min had arrived at the dense forest mountain range deep within the wilderness, where unceasing roars echoed through the air. He silently assessed his surroundings. Beast roars everywhere. It seems compared to the ruined town zones, the monster resources in this forest mountain range are far more abundant. Suddenly, a creature lunged at him without warning. He reacted with lightning speed, leaping back to dodge its attack. The beast that just arrived was a ferocious giant wolf with glowing green eyes. He shouted, "Gale Terra Wolf." Tier 3 monsters usually possess special abilities similar to an Esper's powers. The Gale Terra Wolf is a wind-type beast. Judging by the power of that wind blade just now, it must be a mid-level tier 3. I wonder how many system points it'll get after killing it. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Look over there, it's a Gale Terra wolf. A group of people slowly approached, all heavily built men, with Kum So Twian walking in the center. The two guys leading the pack seemed interested in the monster, saying, "The tempest swirling around this Gale Terra wolf is quite potent. It must be mid-level tier 3. A beast of this level is perfect hunting footage for Miss Kuon." Same old rule. Cut off its escape route first. Our main character thought to himself, besides Kum So Twin, everyone else is tier 3. Are they trying to steal my kill? The rule of the wilderness. Monsters and resources belong to whoever discovers them first. Otherwise, it's considered an outright provocation. Kum So Twin was displeased. "Captain Voon, I told you last time I don't like stealing other people's prey for my videos. Got it?" The man retorted, "Miss Kuon, don't put it so harshly. This isn't stealing. This is called doing a good deed to help others." A tier 2 adventurer encountering a tier 3 monster, rescued by a goddess in their moment of peril. Recording something like that will make the views skyrocket automatically. She remained resolute. "I don't need this kind of fake stage recording. Furthermore, that guy looks completely unbothered. He doesn't seem to need any help at all." The captain gritted his teeth, his attitude seemingly resentful. The men were unsatisfied but didn't argue further. Miss Kuong is paying, so what she says goes. What a buzzkill. Since you're not happy, we'll go find another monster. Let's move.
Watching the group leave, he silently evaluated. This Kung So Tuyen has a pretty decent personality. An internet star with tens of millions of fans truly does have some backbone. That captain earlier actually showed a vicious look in his eyes. It seems she doesn't have much control over her own squad. Whatever, this doesn't really have anything to do with me anyway. Suddenly, the Gale Terror Wolf lunged to attack without warning. Hurricane Min dodged it and sneered coldly. When Tier 3 ability users were here, you were cowering and submissive. The moment they left, you decided to play tough? He was furious. You're seriously looking down on me too much, treating me like I'm nothing. Since it was like this, he definitely had to teach this filthy animal a brutal lesson. He drew his spear, and with just a single strike, pierced the monster dead.
The system notified slain one mid-level Tier 3 Gale Terror Wolf. System points plus 34. He was quite satisfied. Over 30 points for killing a Tier 3 beast? Not bad at all. He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The final 10 days. I'm going to grind to my heart's content. 7 days later, our main character activated full massacre mode across the area. A blinding purple light crashed into a pack of vicious gorillas. Another massive explosion with terrifying destructive power erupted, sending the pack of monsters flying into the air. They crashed to the ground but quickly bounded back up. He marveled. A single strike from the Thunder Spear actually couldn't instantly kill it, as expected of the alpha of a Tier 3 Giant Strength 8 pack. His face was filled with utter contempt. The rest of you small fries don't need to scream. I will definitely send your entire family to reunite in hell. He dashed forward as fast as the wind, his spear swinging. Every single strike was a fatal blow, wiping out the entire pack of monsters. The apes' corpses lay scattered across the ground. He looked at his stats panel. Over 3,000 system points, that should be enough for me to head back and learn an S-tier combat skill. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. A beep sounded from the watch on his wrist. He tapped it. This is an SOS signal? At this moment, somewhere else, Kum So Tuyen was desperately fleeing from a ferocious monster. She ran in sheer panic, thinking, the squad was decimated by a Tier 4 monster, and now I've run into a low-level Tier 3 earth-burrowing dragon. I'm in deep trouble. Any monster with the word dragon in its name is incredibly vicious and extremely tough to deal with, and I'm only at mid-level Tier 2. Even if I swallow a bloodburst pill, I still can't beat it. I just hope some Esper squad will lend a hand after seeing the distress signal. Seeing the open field ahead, she was terrified. Grassland, I'm truly doomed this time. Without trees for cover, it will definitely catch up to me. The monster bared its razor-sharp teeth and lunged forward. The distance was so close that Kom So Twen fell into despair. I can't escape this time. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck straight down, forcing the earth-burrowing dragon to recoil, successfully saving her life. Our main character appeared as incredibly badass as a descending god, his face utterly cold. She was astonished. It's him? She screamed loudly, run away quickly. This is a low-level Tier 3 earth-burrowing dragon. You can't beat it. Hurricane Min completely ignored her warning. defiantly slamming his spear deep into the ground. Kun So Tween was frantic. Hey, why won't you listen to my advice? If I die alone, so be it, but I absolutely cannot drag an innocent bystander down with me. She immediately dashed forward to block him, shouting, "You leave now, I'll hold it back." With that, she charged toward the monster. It unleashed a deafening roar, conjuring a tempest that sent sand and dust flying everywhere. Right at that moment, from behind, he commanded the Thunder Spear to strike directly into the earth-burrowing dragon's body. The violent lightning triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Beast's eyes bulged, a bizarre light flashing in them, but in the end, it still couldn't withstand this devastating blow from him. It was instantly struck down, fresh blood gushing out like a fountain right before Kun So Tween's eyes. Her body went completely limp, slumping to the ground in a daze. The earth-burrowing dragon was just taken down in the blink of an eye. She turned to look back at him. This power is terrifying. That supersonic boom I just heard definitely wasn't an illusion. Isn't this person only a high-level tier 2? Why does he? The system notified another increase in points. He thought with sheer exhilaration, as expected of a monster bearing the word dragon. The system points earned are even higher than a standard high-level tier 3 beast. Only then did our main character seem to notice the girl beside him. Are you all right? She let out a heavy breath, smiling awkwardly. I am fine. My legs are just a bit weak. Thank you for stepping in to save me. He immediately held out a hand to her. It was just on my way. Anyone else would have stepped in to help you too. She grabbed his hand and stood up. Not necessarily. My name is Kun So Tween. I don't know how to repay this life-saving debt, so if there's anything you need in the future, just tell me. He smiled and replied, Im Kang Min. I wouldn't dare order you around, but if you could give me a signed photo of yourself, that would be great. He thought to himself, Lu Van Tao is a massive fanboy of Kun So Tween, has been dying to get a signed photo for a long time. Hearing this, she was surprised. I don't have any photos on me right now. Can I give it to you once we return to the supply base? He agreed immediately. Of course, that works. She then pointed to the spear on his back. Dark Cloud Gale Spear. Do you also study at Ma Do University? He replied, this is a gift from my master. You know this spear. Kun So Tween's face revealed clear admiration. Yeah, because it's way too heavy for Tier 1 and Tier 2 espers, while Tier 3s all use C-grade equipment or higher, so it's quite famous. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm in Class 3, second year, Ice Department of the Element Academy. Hello, Senior, she thought to herself. I've never heard his name at school. This senior is truly keeping a low profile. He smiled, thinking, Senior, I suppose a normal student at Demon University would only reach upper Tier 2 by their junior year. Whatever, seeing her so full of admiration, I shouldn't burst her bubble. He happily replied, Hello, Junior. The girl said excitedly, Senior, your strength is truly amazing. This earth-digging dragon might be lower Tier 3, but it's on par with a normal upper Tier 3 beast. I can't believe you insta-killed it. Senior, are you preparing to leave? He turned his back and replied, That's right. Suddenly, Kun So Tween blushed with embarrassment and stuttered, Senior, can I tag along with you for a bit? I got separated from my escort team and I can't handle things alone. The MC acted cold. Fine, I'll take you to the city ruins over there, then you can head back on your own. She rejoiced. Thank you so much, Senior. Oh, right, Senior, do you want to check out the earth-digging dragon's cave? There might be some good stuff inside, otherwise the dragon wouldn't have rushed out to hunt me down. Hearing this, he agreed. All right, let's go take a look. All along the way, she kept chattering non-stop, and Hua Kang Min could only reply to each question. Senior, which academy are you from? Weapons Academy. I know it! Your dean, Zoom Tren Thien, goes by the nickname Yama Zung, right? Basically, he's super fierce. He's my master. She immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Huh? Sorry, I misspoke. The MC was left speechless, his face darkening as he thought, doesn't Kun So Tween have a haughty ice goddess image on her live streams? Who would have thought she'd be such a chatterbox in real life? The two of them arrive in front of a cave and she called out, Senior, this is the place. He gallantly took the lead. I don't know if there's any danger inside, so hide behind my back. They both proceeded cautiously. After walking for a while, they found a large spring surrounded by exotic flowers and strange herbs. She exclaimed, It smells so good. He was stunned. This is Tier B Azure Spirit Grass, Tier A Blazing Flower, Tier C Hypnosis Weed. Why are there so many rare exotic herbs growing here? This is
Before you could finish his sentence, Kung So Tuan cried out, "A spring, condensing the earth's essence, a holy healing medicine, below Tier 4. He was shocked. Tier S Earth Spirit Spring. Are you sure? She plucked a flower and pressed it against her face. The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes the surrounding flora, transforming them into exotic herbs that linger with the spring's fragrance. There's no mistaking it. This is the Earth Spirit Spring. He praised her. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have such deep knowledge about natural treasures. She boasted, I've already passed the exam for my Rank 2 pharmacist certificate at school. To think she's a top student, I heard the Rank 2 pharmacist certificate is incredibly hard to get.
She immediately laughed out loud. Senor, you're flattering me. This Earth Spirit Spring can brew at least 5 portions of Tier S healing water. Senor, I'll let you have all of this Earth Spirit Spring. He replied, I'll take 4 portions and you take 1. Also, well split the exotic herbs here half and half. Her eyes lit up. Then thank you so much, senor. Suddenly, a voice drifted over. Captain, there isn't even a single monster in this cave, so what good stuff could possibly be in here? It was the group of people who had been with Kung So Twin earlier. Not necessarily. Judging by the tracks, this is likely the lair of a Tier 3 earth-digging dragon. The lairs of dragon-type beasts sometimes really do hide good treasures. They faced each other. Kung So Twin let out a sigh of relief. It's Captain Vuon and the others, you scared me. Hurricane Min had a different thought. An elite squad of Tier 3 espers. If they discover this Tier S Earth Spirit Spring, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. The other side spoke up. Miss Kuhn, we've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect to run into you here. Isn't the guy next to you that person from before? Kung So Twin smiled and replied, Actually, he's a senior from my university. We bumped into each other on the road and only found out after chatting. Oh right, these exotic herbs are of pretty good quality. Finders keepers, let's split them.
The captain looked satisfied. Is that so? Then thank you, Miss Kuhn. Suddenly, a lackey beside him said, Captain, something feels fishy. That puddle of spring water in the middle looks a bit like the Tier S holy healing medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring. Less than greater than. Hearing there was a Tier S natural treasure, the group's eyes immediately grew bloodshot with greed sprouting in their bellies. He Kangmin's face darkened. Crap, just mentioning a Tier S resource completely changed the atmosphere. Captain's gaze turned cold and sharp. Miss Kung, it seems you two haven't been very honest. Scared, she tried to pull him away. Since you guys figured it out, then this Earth Spirit Spring and all these exotic herbs belong to you. Senior, let's go. Seeing him not moving an inch, she grew anxious. Senior, Captain Vuong's group are all peak Tier 3 espers. We can't beat them. But he didn't seem scared at all, Junior. They're only peak Tier 3 espers. I don't think him any weaker than them. Besides, even if we hand over all the natural treasures to them, they still won't let us go, right? Arrogant Captain replied, You've got a cocky tone, kid, but you're not wrong. Miss Kuang is a famous streamer. If she goes back, cries acting all pitiful, and posts a long exposé, our group won't have a way to survive in this country anymore. So it's best to just silence you both right here. Realizing the situation was dire, Kung So Twin quietly pulled out an explosive blood pill. I have no choice. I can't drag Senior down. She grimaced and swallowed the pill, its effects rapidly causing her body to transform. Blue ice crystals appeared and fluttered around her. Kung So Twin possessed the Tier A nature-type Ice Esper ability, Frost Snow Soul. The captain ordered with a ferocious expression, Leave Kung So Twin to me. Chu Sung, go take care of her little lover first. The rest of you, just guard the cave entrance. He activated his ability, his human body suddenly transforming into a massive tiger. Miss Kung, my apologies, but you'll have to leave your life here today. That was the Tier C enhancement type Beast Esper ability, Saber-Tooth Tiger. The lackey sneered, Captain, go easy on her. Don't kill her right away. Yeah, it'll be such a waste to kill a beauty like her immediately. Well, definitely love you tenderly, and record the whole process while we're at it. Kung So Tuan worried, These beasts in human skin. Am I going to die here today? I can't accept this, and I've even implicated Senior. Suddenly, the commotion on Hua Kei Min's side left her stunned. Wait, look at Senior. Shu Song had already been skewered right through the chest by him, coughing up fresh blood, only managing a dying gasp, Cap, Tane. He scoffed coldly in disdain. It seems Tier 3 strength is nothing special. Another lackey witnessing everything screamed in panic. Fast. Too fast. The captain flew into a raging fury. That guy Chu Sung may have only been mid-tier 3, but not just anyone could kill him so easily. So you're the most troublesome one. I truly misjudged you. Having said that, he roared and immediately delivered a heavy blow downwards. The power of this strike was truly terrifying. He dodged it by stepping aside, but also felt he couldn't underestimate it. Judging purely by attack intensity, this peak tier 3 captain is indeed quite a bit stronger than me. In that case, I can't hide my trump cards anymore. He instantly used his Esper ability, shouting, "Lightning Extreme Form." At this moment, fierce winds and thunder rolled around him, his entire body mutating as his outer clothes tore apart to reveal robust muscles. Everyone was astounded, and the captain blurted out, What kind of monster is this?" He snapped his eyes open. By now, 2 dragon horns had sprouted from his head, and his hands had grown sharp claws. He opened his mouth and let out a hearty laugh. This feeling of overflowing power is truly, absolutely magnificent. The Tiger Man roared, playing cheap tricks. You merely activated his special state, that's all. He completely ignored his provocation, brandishing his spear. Take this, lightning hurricane strike. The man didn't back down. Bring it on. Crouching tiger, stone armor. It's utterly useless. No attack below tier 4 can ever shatter my protective stone armor. The 2 streams of power clashed head-on, and the guy's defenses were shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. He scoffed coldly. My physique right now is 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Even with skin of copper and bones of iron, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. A booming explosion echoed behind him, scorching flames rising to obscure the sky, but it didn't affect Hua Kane Min in the slightest. He reached his hand forward, feeling the power. My ability to control my Esper power has also reached its peak state. The opponent was stunned. My Flame Demon Claw was blocked. How is that possible? This is a tier B combat skill, and it's already reached high-level proficiency. What kind of monster is this guy? Facing the battered captain crawling on the ground, he laughed coldly. As expected of a peak tier 3, I still have to add another hit. The man screamed in terror. Don't kill me! You can have all the Earth Spirit Spring, and I'll even give you all my personal savings of hundreds of millions. He looked on in disdain. It's too late to beg now. Kum So Tuyen stood to the side, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this a dream? Hiring this team once cost 6 million, and the captain is even hailed as invincible among tier 3s, yet he just died like that. This is just too absurd. I've never heard of any student in the academy achieving such a combat record. It's even stronger than a tier A ability. Could it be? Tier S? Having dealt with the ringleader, he turned to look at the lackeys behind him. My brutal, bloodthirsty urges had subsided thanks to leveling up, but now they're starting to flare up again. Next up, it's your turn. They were so terrified they stuttered, D-Demon. He sneered. A demon? Compared to you scum who murder and rob, don't I look much more human? Driven to desperation, the group yelled in unison. Everyone drink an explosive blood pill. Let's risk our lives fighting him. However, the resulting outcome was the entire squad being completely annihilated, corpses littering the ground with not a single survivor. Having defeated his opponents, Hurricane Min was also exhausted, clinging to the rock wall, panting heavily. The Lightning Extreme form is indeed great to use, but the consumption is a bit steep. I've only used it for 10 or so minutes, yet am more tired than fighting beasts for 2 or 3 hours. Kun So Tuyen quickly supported him. Senior, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, just a little tired. Let's gather the Earth Spirit Spring and exotic herbs first, and rest for a bit. Looking at the clear spring, she instantly cheered up. Thank goodness the Earth Spirit Spring wasn't contaminated by blood. He collected the spring water into bottles. Not bad, there's half a bottle more than expected. These 1.5 bottles are yours. You contributed quite a bit to that battle just now. She took it, smiling so brightly her eyes formed little crescents out of pure joy. Thank you so much, Senior. Right at this moment, her body suddenly swayed, about to fall as she felt things taking a turn for the worse. Oh no, the side effects of the explosive blood pill are kicking in. Kun So Tuyen cried out, her entire body going limp as she collapsed into Hua Kan Min's arms, her clothes torn and tattered. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she thought, I don't have a single ounce of strength left in my body, and I can't even use my mental energy. I can't even take clothes out of my spatial ring. I'm dying of shame. What if Senior misunderstands me in this state and I leave a bad impression on him? He suddenly scooped her up into his arms. The side effects of the explosive blood pill are very intense. Let me carry you over there to rest first.
Leaning against his firm chest, she blushed furiously. Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be because this is my first time being in such close contact with a man? Setting her down on a clean, dry patch of grass. Just stay here and rest for a bit. I'm going to finish gathering the rest of the exotic herbs. After saying so, he handed her his jacket and shyly turned his face away. Kum So Tuyen accepted the jacket, smiling to herself as she thought, Senior is truly so gentle. Less than greater than. Meanwhile, the MC went to loot the bodies of that group. Cash, exotic herbs, beast materials, a Tier C combat skill. This elite Tier 3 squad didn't have a single decent item on them. Hopefully, I can trade these two 1 cubic meter spatial rings for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, lugging this spear around all the time is going to be really annoying. Suddenly, Kum So Tuyen spoke up from behind. Say, Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the weakened state caused by the explosive blood pill. Could you feed me a little bit? It doesn't need to be much, just a small sip is fine. After being fed a sip of the Spirit Spring by him, she let out a long sigh of relief.
I feel much better now, but to fully recover, I'm afraid I'll have to wait another 3 or 4 hours. Holding the bottle of Spirit Spring, he said, This is the first time I've heard that the explosive blood pill's side effects could be negated. This Tier S Earth Spirit Spring really is miraculous. It'll be dark in 3 or 4 hours, so let's just rest here for the night. It'll be safer that way. Hearing this, she immediately blushed and thought, just me and Senior, a man and a woman spending the night together in this dark cave. He asked, What do you think? She shyly turned away, covering her mouth as she replied, Yes, I'll follow whatever you say, Senior. Waking up the next morning, Kung Sobe Twin stretched out comfortably. The forest air is so fresh. If it weren't for the beasts, I could stay here for a whole month.
She then stole a glance at Hurricane Min. What on earth was I overthinking last night? There's no way Senior could be that kind of person. Still, why do I feel a little disappointed? He suddenly spoke up. Let's go, I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Startled, she replied, Huh? Oh, all right. The two quickly ran outside when he suddenly reached out a hand to stop her from behind. Right before their eyes appeared a massive tiger with azure eyes, its entire body emitting a blinding fiery glow. Crap. It's a Tier 5 blazing tiger. It dashed right past them, leaving him confused. Did it not notice us? She called out, Senior, look at the way that beast is acting. Doesn't it look like it's running for its life? While he was still staring at the tiger, she discovered a terrifying horde of giant rats swarming toward them from behind. Even though these iron-devouring rats are only Tier 1, once they swarm, even a surrounded Tier 6 powerhouse is doomed to die. He was astonished. No wonder even a Tier 5 beast had to flee. Just as he finished speaking, he hurriedly grabbed her hand and shouted, Let's run quickly. The two immediately ran for their lives, with the horde of vicious beasts relentlessly hot on their heels. She asked in a panic. The stamina of the iron-devouring rats is incredibly good. They can maintain their maximum speed for 5 or 6 hours without resting. Can we really escape? He replied, We'll only be safe once we return to the supply base, but it's at least 90 kilometers away. We have to find a way to speed up. This spear is too heavy. I'll have to throw it away. She quickly replied, Senior, my spatial ring is big enough. Let me hold it for you. Seeing that she had stored the spear in her spatial ring, he spoke again. That's much lighter now. However, pulling you along like this is too slow. It's more convenient if I carry you on my back. Without another word, he scooped her up onto his back and began to accelerate. Let's go. The two ran all the way to the ruins, yet they still had to face the horde of iron-devouring rats. To think that iron-devouring rats are running rampant even in the city ruins, the most troublesome scenario has occurred. He immediately activated the lightning extremity state, deciding to risk it all. We just have to risk it. Junior, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. Shum So Tuyen, who was on his back, was almost blown away by this surge of power and fearfully clung tightly to his neck. Our main guy turned on slaughter mode, continuously obliterating the monsters. Meanwhile, on the outside, an elite army equipped with full armor was ready for battle. A manager reported, Chief, according to our statistics, the scale of this rat horde is absolutely massive. There are at least over 300,000 iron-devouring rats. Vung Sum said in a stern voice, his expression grave, This will deal a severe blow to the ecosystem of the primordial wilderness zone. I'm afraid we'll have to face several months of decline this time. The other man sighed, It's truly a pity for those espers who ventured deep into the wilderness. I'm afraid most of them will be devoured. Vong Sum thought to himself with a trace of fear, I hope Hurricane Min didn't go too deep into the wilderness. Otherwise, unless his master Zeung Trun Thien personally intervenes, no one will be able to save him.
Suddenly, they spotted a sphere of lightning appearing in the distance. Look over there, what is that? That lightning is terrifying. Could it be a vicious beast capable of controlling lightning? He shouted, don't panic. Immediately assess the beast's threat level. Squad 1, you are cleared to open fire and intercept. Less than greater than. Bullets were fired continuously, but there was no way to break through that surge of power. The target is charging towards the base at a speed of about 80 meters per second. Interception failed. In reality, it was none other than Hurricane Min charging over with Kyun So Twin on his back, landing right in front of them with a loud crash. The whole crowd was stunned. Fuck, it's actually a human. I thought it was a lightning-type vicious beast. I have to say this person's aura is truly terrifying. Hey, why does the figure on his back look so familiar?
Retracting his lightning extremity state, he panted heavily. We've reached the supply base. We're safe now. She hopped off his back. Yeah, that journey was way too perilous. Thank goodness I had you, senior. Seeing this, Voon Sum hurriedly rushed over. Are you, student Hira? To think you actually managed to break through the rat tide. Do you need any help? He replied, I ran from the mountain range for over 40 minutes to get here. I'm a bit tired. Just help me book a room to rest. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded. The mountain range area? That's over 90 kilometers away. Even a tier 4 Esper might not be able to break out of the siege. And yet, this Hurricane Min actually did it. I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Someone quick, come and support student Hira. Kyun saw Twin wave her hand. No need. I can support senior myself.
Watching her happily support him as they walked away, the crowd couldn't help but gossip. Isn't the girl next to him Goddess Kung? That's right, it's her. That kid is so lucky. What's the relationship between those two? Goddess. My goddess has been stolen away. After comfortably sleeping for a long time, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Kung Sob Twin keeping watch by his bed. She cheered, Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days and nights straight. I almost fed you the Earth Spirit spring water. He propped himself up and sat up. I can't believe I slept for so long. By the way, what's the situation in the wilderness zone now? She replied, the rat tide still hasn't retreated yet, and the wilderness zone is still under lockdown. Even if they do retreat, there won't be any vicious beasts left for a while. There are only a few days left before school officially starts. Looks like it's time to head back to the university. She beamed happily. Senior, you want to head back to the university? What a coincidence. Let's go together. I'm preparing to head back too. He happily agreed. Sure. At this moment, it was as if she had suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, senior. With that, she handed him a signed photo of herself wearing seductive sleepwear. Here is the signed photo you wanted earlier. Hu Kangmin's face flushed crimson. Covering his mouth, he said, I actually asked for this signed photo on behalf of a friend. Isn't this one a bit inappropriate? Do you have a more normal one? Kung So Twin was startled. Ah, it's for a friend? Then I completely misunderstood. She covered her face in embarrassment. I'm going to die of shame. Kung So Twin. This is so humiliating. To think I assumed Senior had feelings for me. She hurriedly handed him another photo. Here, take this new one. Give me back the one from earlier. But he didn't want to return the photo either, so he said, this one. I'd like to keep it for myself, is that okay? She blushed and chuckled secretly in her heart, speaking in a coquettish tone. Of course you can. Embarrassed by her teasing, he quickly turned away and awkwardly picked up his phone. I've slept for 2 days, so my work has piled up. I need to handle a few things first. Oh right, I also need to book a high-speed train ticket to get back. She winked playfully. The high-speed train? There's no need. I drove here. When the time comes, you can just ride back in my car, Senior. Hurricane Min traveled back with Kum So Twin. Sitting in the flashy yellow supercar, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a famous streamer, you even own a globally limited edition supercar worth tens of millions. This is my first time experiencing a self-driving car. She chuckled cheerfully. Hee. Although it's only a level 5 artificial intelligence, self-driving is still very simple for it. The car stopped at the university gates. As the two stepped out, they immediately became the center of the crowd's gossip. Oh my, that guy is so handsome. Tall and dashing, and he even gives off such a dangerously oppressive vibe. He's so utterly captivating. It's a pity he seems to have a girlfriend, and she's so beautiful on top of that. I finally arrived back.
In this past month and a half, my strength has truly undergone an earth-shattering transformation. As he was lost in thought, he heard the girl beside him ask, "Senior, which block is your dorm in?" The two bid each other farewell. "If you ever need my help with anything in the future, just let me know." He replied cheerfully, "All right, if the opportunity arises, it'll definitely trouble you." Suddenly, Kung So Tuen leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Huracan Min's cheek. She said playfully, "Consider this a small token of repayment for saving my life. Senior, let's meet again next time." After saying that, she immediately scurried away. He blankly rubbed the cheek that had just received a kiss from the beauty. Was I just forcefully kissed?
In her dorm room, Hung So Tuen had just finished showering. She excitedly sat on her bed and opened her laptop. Someone with such formidable strength like Senior couldn't possibly be a nobody. Let me look up his information. Record-breaking freshman, the strongest tier 1. How strange, why are all the results related to topics about freshmen? Ah, here it is. This is Senior's detailed information. Upon learning this information, she puffed her cheeks in anger. Hua Kang Min, so he's actually a freshman. And an upper tier 2 freshman at that. He made me keep calling him Senior all this time. What a scammer. Let's see how I deal with this junior next time we meet. On the other side, he was currently admiring his pile of loot. Blazing flowers, direwolf skins. I've gathered all the quest items, 2 spatial rings, and there's over 25 million in the bank card.
It's a pity we ran into that rat tide later on, otherwise I could have collected a lot more system points. Still, over 3,700 system points should be enough to learn 2 S-tier combat skills, right? Lu Van Phao suddenly barged in. "Brother Min, you're finally back. You didn't even give me a heads up. I heard there was a rat tide over there recently. I was so worried about you." He replied calmly, "A rat tide did break out, but the military has already arrived to handle it." His eyes suddenly widened. This aura. Holy shit. Brother Min, you've broken through to tier 2. He answered, "To be exact, it's upper tier 2. The white-haired guy shouted excitedly. "Whoa, whoa. I ran into a few life-threatening situations, but luckily I managed to overcome them all. Not only did I keep my life, but I also broke through." As expected of Brother Min, you just can't be judged by common sense. Facing life-threatening danger really does boost your strength fast. Makes me want to try it out too. He was less speechless by this guy's train of thought. Don't. Mine is a special case. The wilderness zone is extremely dangerous. If you want to go, it's best to wait until you reach tier 2. He laughed and replied, "I was just saying that. I won't be going to the wilderness zone at this stage. Oh right, while you were away, Tong Thu Vun came looking for you a few times. Reach out to her whenever you're free." He was slightly surprised. Oh, contact her once I finish up the matters at hand. By the way, I brought you back a gift from the wilderness zone." The moment he saw the photo, Lu Van Thao's eyes immediately turned into heart shapes, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. A hand-signed photo of Qin. Goddess Qin. This is amazing. Scene change. At this moment, Yua Kan Min was sitting in the combat skill library. 4 quests earned me 871 credits. Doing quests really is a fast way to earn credits. He commanded, "Eva, help me filter out all the S-tier lightning-type combat skills." Looking at the new pile of combat skills, he thought to himself, Ma Do Esper University is a top-tier institution, yet it only has a little over 20 S-tier lightning-type combat skills. Still, S-tier combat skills are related to enhancing my future combat prowess, so I must choose carefully. In the end, he decided to choose 2 skills, Heavenly Thunder Art S-tier and Underworld Thunder Armor S-tier. One leaned towards long-range magical attacks and the other towards defense, providing comprehensive offense and defense. Between magical skills and close-quarters combat, others might only be able to specialize in one direction. With the systems bus on my side, why should I care? I have to take them all. This Heavenly Thunder Art is the prerequisite combat skill for Ma Do University's sole SSS tier lightning-type combat skill, Myriad Prison Heavenly Thunder Attraction. It truly is incredibly profound, far more complex than the thunderous imperishable body, which is also an S-tier skill. His combat skill is too complicated. It feels even more agonizing than pulling all-nighters to cram foreign specialized materials during my PhD studies in my past life. After 6 hours of intense studying, he collapsed onto the desk in pure exhaustion. I finally have a preliminary awareness and understanding of it. Next, I'll just leave it to the system. He immediately commanded, "Deep Blue, add points for me." With those words, electricity crackled and the skills were upgraded. Seeing the depletion of his system points, he was dumbstruck. Holy crap. Upgrading an S-tier combat skill to the beginner level actually costs a whopping 1,600 system points. I grinded half to death out in the wilderness zone for these system points, and it's only enough to learn 2 skills. Eva suddenly announced, "Little Master, it is already 1 a.m. Please pay attention to managing your time reasonably. Also, a gentle reminder that using abilities in the library is not allowed." He thought to himself, it's so late. Learning the underworld thunder armor will probably take even more time. I'll just come back and do it next time. At the same time, outside, Tong Thu-Vun was diligently jogging. For over a month now, I've been training late into the night every single day. Even I am astounded by this progress. Once Huracan Min returns, I'm going to challenge him and let him know that I am the true #1 freshman. Suddenly, a massive bird swooped down from the night sky. She shouted loudly, "White-banded black-feathered eagle." Relying on its speed and camouflage feathers, it actually dares to hunt right inside the city. Judging by its speed, it should be around Tier 3. It won't be easy to deal with. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, causing her to freeze. Why is there thunder in the sky? There clearly aren't any clouds. In an instant, a powerful bolt of purple lightning flashed across the night sky. An earth-shattering explosion resonated, and the eagle was instantly blasted to pieces. Tong Thu-Vun was stunned. To instantly obliterate a white-banded, black-feathered eagle like that, did a high-tier lightning-type esper just make a move? Judging from this distance, the person who attacked is right inside the university. I wonder which senior or instructor it could be. That high-tier esper was actually Huracan Min, who was currently standing in the woods, testing out the new combat skill he had just learned. I only tested it out a little, yet it already possesses such might. The S-tier combat skill Heavenly Thunder Art is truly earth-shattering. The Heavenly Thunder Art is stronger than I thought. It actually reduced a vicious beast straight to ashes. More importantly, its casting range reaches nearly a kilometer. He was unaware that someone was hiding behind a tree, witnessing everything. The person rubbed his chin. This guy must be that famous freshman, Huracan Min, right? How interesting. The next day, seeing our main guy heading out, Lu Van Tao asked with a mouthful of breakfast, "Brother Min, heading out this early?" He replied, "The freshman tournament is starting in a few days. I'm taking another trip to the combat skill library." He was surprised. "You just got back from the wilderness zone, and you're already working this hard? You're an absolute beast. This won't do. I need to go train too after finishing breakfast." Just as he stepped outside, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Student Hua." Turning his head, he immediately spotted Tong Thu-Vun and Tut Dong Ha. "That's wonderful. You've returned safely from the wilderness zone." He was puzzled. "Student Tong, you're dressed like this. Are you preparing to—" She instantly spoke up, "Student Hua, I'm sure you still remember your promise to spar with me, right?" He then asked, "Are you sure you want to spar with me?" She tilted her head. "What? I am the top scorer of Sichuan province after all. Don't look down on me." "All right, I know. Let's spar some other day when we're free." She grabbed his wrist. "Why wait for some other day? Let's do it right now. We can just head straight to the training room on the 2nd floor of your dorm." Being dragged away, he was taken aback. Such a decisive personality, as expected of someone from Sichuan. But is sparring with me really worth looking forward to this much? As for her, she was thoroughly thrilled. I wonder what kind of expression Huracan Min will have later when he sees that I've advanced to Tier 2. Arriving at the training room, the two faced each other, with Tut Dong Ha and Lu Van Phao standing on the sidelines cheering. Tong Thu-Vun cracked her knuckles loudly, looking fully confident. "Student Hura, I hope you won't lose too miserably later on." He warned her, "You won't be able to defeat me without using a weapon." She instantly replied, "A weapon? Of course I have one." Unexpectedly, Tong Thu-Ven's weapon was a massive halberd. She stood tall and proud with one hand on her hip, radiating an overwhelming aura. He was surprised. A sky-piercing halberd? To think a girl would actually use such a rare weapon. She took her stance. "Student Hura, get ready to begin. This time, I will utterly defeat you." The two on the sidelines were incredibly hyped. "Go, Brother Min. Thu-Vun is definitely going to win." Stepping into the match, our main guy turned on his bossy mode again. "Lower Tier 2. So you've broken through. No wonder you were so confident about defeating me. However, I haven't been standing still either." Tut Dong Ha was astonished. "Upper Tier 2. How is that possible?" Lu Van Phao chuckled. "I told you earlier, your Thu-Vun is no match for our Brother Min." Tong Thu-Vun was shocked out of her wits. "Upper Tier 2. I was planning to use my tier to suppress him, but I didn't expect to be completely overpowered instead. We're both provincial top scorers, so how could your leveling speed be this fast? He spoke up. What's wrong? Do you still want to continue? She remained stubborn. Of course, we'll continue. But you better not hit too hard.
He marveled. As expected of the top scorer from Sichuan province, you know when to yield and when to stand firm. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative to attack. Just make your move. She immediately launched her attack. Student Hua, then you better not regret this. Light of Dawn. So this is the A-tier light type ability, Light of Dawn. Just like lightning, it belongs to the natural elemental abilities. I wonder how powerful it is. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed forward, sparkling lights radiating around her. Hurricane Min was also a bit surprised. A weapon enhancement combat skill. This is the first time I've seen one. A blinding golden light erupted from the tip of the halberd. It was the combat technique, Light Flame Gravity Slash. He smirked and raised his spear, blocking it effortlessly. The clash of the two weapons rang out as terrifying forces collided head-on. He couldn't help but praise her, using a light ability to ignite flames. It's truly not a bad combat skill. It's just a pity that the power is a bit lacking. Lu Vanthao gave a thumbs up and shouted, "Beautiful! I don't know how many people Tong Thu Vun defeated in Sichuan province with this combat skill, but I didn't expect Brother Min to block it so easily." Tong Thu Vun was pushed back but refused to yield, shouting, "Again!" She continuously unleashed her moves, attacking from all directions. He Kang Min just stood calmly in place, twirling his spear to block the blows, making the clashing weapons ring with clinking sounds. His expression was incredibly relaxed, not looking like he was in a battle at all. No, your halberd speed is too slow, and your power isn't enough. You need to practice a lot more." She was exhausted, sweating profusely, and leaning on her halberd while panting. "I'm dead tired, and not fighting anymore." The Radiant Hurricane Slash is an A-tier combat skill. Combined with the Dawn Light, it unleashes 100 slashes in just 2 or 3 seconds, yet you dismantled it without even using a combat skill of your own. Your mastery of spearmanship. I'm afraid it's not just high level, is it? He leisurely replied, "You guessed right. My spearmanship is at the Grandmaster level." She screamed in shock. "Grandmaster level spearmanship. How old are you?" "I practice with a halberd every day since I was 8. And it took me 10 whole years to reach the high level. You're an absolute monster. An S-tier ability, plus your abnormal cultivation and comprehension talents. How is anyone supposed to surpass this?" "I admit defeat. I can't beat you." He smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to try your other combat skills?" Knowing her limits, she replied, "Your tier and spiritual power are higher than mine. Plus, you have an S-tier ability. My spells definitely wouldn't break your defense. Thank you for sparring with me, classmate." How about I treat you to lunch today?" The date was quickly settled, and the two sides said their goodbyes. Tut Dong Ha expressed her regret. "What a pity. It seems classmate Hura is still a bit more formidable." Lu Van Phao praised excitedly, "Brother Min, that was awesome. As expected, among the provincial top scorers, you are still the strongest." He smiled and replied, "It's just average. Tom Thu Vin's strength isn't overly powerful, but her tier is increasing quite fast." He was speechless. Tong Tu Vun's strength isn't powerful? I guess only Brother Min would think so. You don't know this yet, do you? She is the great-granddaughter of Tong Dao Vien, the Tier 8 great-grandmaster with an S-tier light ability who appeared in our history textbooks. He stood frozen in shock. That powerhouse from 80 years ago. I remember the textbook dedicated a whole chapter just to talk about him. The silver-haired guy talked endlessly. In Sichuan province, S-tier great-grandmaster Tong Dao Vien is a household name. Tong Tu Vun is his most favored descendant, so she's bound to level up very fast. He sighed. No wonder she went on a crazy shopping spree during the last exchange, and even had a spatial ring that could fit a 2-meter sky-piercing halberd. So her background is actually that profound. I'm off. I have to go continue learning martial skills. With that, he waved goodbye to his roommate and quickly left. Going back to the library to learn a new combat skill. Condensing the Nether Hell Lightning Armor consumes 1/5 of my ability power and lasts for half an hour. It not only reduces impact force by up to 90%, but also automatically counterattacks, just like a Thorn Armor. Not bad at all. After 4 hours of upgrading, he opened the system. Let me see how many ability points are left after maxing out the Nether Hell Lightning Armor. Only a bit over 700 ability points left. I'll wait for a chance to visit the nearby Yangcheng and Tongxiang wilderness zones to replenish my points. He raised his head with determination.
From now on, I will go all out to prepare for the freshman tournament.
September 1st, the day of the freshman tournament. Hua Kan-min's group of 4 and Tang Tu-van's walked together again. Looking at the sharp claws in Tut Dom-ha's hands, he remarked, "You two girls' weapons are really nothing like normal female students, huh?" Her friend cheerfully replied, "Haven't you heard? The weirder the look, the quicker the win. My goal this time is the top 50 of the freshman tournament." Tang Tu-van smiled. "My goal is a bit higher than Teal Ha's. I want to secure second place in the freshman tournament." He was surprised. "Second place? Why? Don't you want to fight me again? I can't beat you anyway, so why ask for suffering?" However, there's another person who reached Tier 2, the Qinghai top scorer, Lai Thur-chai. He is extremely arrogant. I want to see exactly how much strength he has. Look quickly, we've arrived at the tournament arena. The 4 of them arrive at stadium number 3, where the freshman tournament was being held. The stadium was incredibly massive, exuding an overwhelming aura. In the stands, Kun So Twin and her friend were already seated and waiting. Her friend said, Twin, I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman tournament too. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of competitions." She smiled and replied, "Because someone I always care about is participating." Her friend covered her mouth and giggled. "Someone you care about? A guy or a girl? Where?" She called out, "A guy, and he's here." Hua Kan-min's group walked in. "This arena is way too vast. Goodness, even though our university is huge, do we really need to go this big? I heard the teachers say before that the freshman assembly will have a 100-person battle royale, so it's normal for the arena to be a bit large." He immediately fired up with fighting spirit. "All right, calm down. 100-person grand battle. This freshman tournament sounds really interesting." Lu Vantao looked up at the stands and suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, guys, look. Why are there so many big shots from the clubs in the stands?" Even the presidents of the university's top 2 clubs, Ash and Falling Star, came in person. With a lineup like this, they couldn't be targeting Brother Hua, right? He was puzzled. "Clubs? Our Ability University also has club activities?" His roommate replied, "Of course. But the clubs here at Magic Capital University aren't like the esports or Go clubs at normal liberal arts schools. You could say these are battle squads formed by ability users. Normally, they organize trips together to the wilderness zones to hunt ferocious beasts, and they distribute cultivation resources on a regular monthly basis. You can even transfer to their affiliated guild after graduation and officially become a guild member. Right, your senior brother Liu Min is the vice president of the Ash Club. It's weird, today is clearly a great day for you to shine. So why isn't he here?" he said while looking around. He thought to himself, suddenly feeling a bit worried. "Senior Liu? Ever since I returned to school, not only Senior Liu, but even my master has been completely unreachable. I heard they headed southwest. I wonder if they're safe." Scene shift. A man placed his hand on his chest and respectfully said, "President, I heard the war situation in the southwest is tense. It must be hard for you to spare some time to return to school amidst all your duties. But you can just leave this recruitment stuff to us subordinates. There's no need to trouble yourself with overseeing it in person." A white-haired man walking in front, who was the president of the Ash Club Mui Hup, replied, "No, the others don't matter. I only have one purpose for returning this time, and that is to recruit Liu Min's junior brother, Hua Kan-min, at all costs." He looked into the distance. "I just don't understand why No Uyen from the Falling Star Club is also here. Could his target also be Hua Kan-min?" The president of the Falling Star Club, No Uyen, also appeared, the very person who had spotted Hua Kan-min in the woods. A golden seal materialized in mid-air, and the crowd instantly erupted into an uproar.
Look, quickly. The deans of the academies are about to enter. It must be starting soon. Is this a space ability? It must be. That's too powerful. I wonder which big shot of the university this is. The spatial door opened, and a beautiful woman appeared. Crowd buzzed with lively discussion. She's the vice principal, who watches over the combat skill library. I didn't expect the vice principal to be so young. Ability users have extremely strong physiques, which slows down their aging, but she probably isn't over 40.
The vice principal smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lang Soom, one of the university's 3 vice principals, normally in charge of guarding the combat skill library. Since the principal is away from school and the other 2 vice principals have urgent matters to attend to, I will be hosting this freshman opening ceremony. First of all, welcome to Magic Capital Ability University. There are a total of 1024 freshmen in this batch, including 6 provincial top scorers.
There are 56 A-tier ability users, 832 B-tier users, and 135 C and D-tier users. Additionally, there is one extremely rare S-tier awakened. When she said this, all eyes turned to Hua Kang-min.
The vice principal continued her introduction. To help you become stronger, every academic year, the university will distribute resources based on your tier evaluation, encompassing a total of 5 tiers, from D to S. This freshman tournament will determine your treatment for the first year. The crowd below listened in dismay. Evaluation systems, credit systems, combat power rankings, mission systems. The competitive pressure is too huge. Yeah, it would be better to abolish these systems. That would be fairer to us. Hearing this, her voice turned stern. Fairness? When did I ever say Magic Capital University was a fair place? Her gaze suddenly grew piercingly cold. What our Magic Capital University wants to train are top-tier powerhouses. The birth of a powerhouse must endure fierce competition. You have to fight for it. You have to snatch it.
The students were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. What the hell was going on here? Contrary to the crowd's reaction, Hua Kang-min was extremely satisfied. With a competitive mechanism like this, it seems I made the right choice coming to Magic Capital Ability University. Ms. Lang Suan continued, in short, at our university, it's best you drop any thoughts of hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Now I will highlight the key points of the freshman tournament. This freshman tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Eva will tally the number of enemies each person defeats. The top 5 from each round will advance to the second stage with 10 rounds in total. Upon hearing the reward list, Lu Van Tao shouted in astonishment. A spatial ring with a massive 10 cubic meter capacity. How much money could this sell for? This is basically something you can't even buy with money. After finishing her explanation of the rules, format, and rewards, she turned to leave. All right, that is all I have to say. Dean Tone, I'll leave the next part to you. The person assigned the task was the Dean of the Element Academy, Ton Tin Twit. She announced, I declare the freshman tournament officially open. A quick reminder, students with outstanding performances will be accepted by teachers as direct disciples, so you all must try your absolute best. The students gossiped, looks like we have to give it our all this time. Hopefully, a teacher will notice me. Yeah, if a dean picks you, it's an instant leap to the heavens.
Miss Tone continued. Stage 1 has a total of 10 rounds. Now, we will draw lots for the first round. Students selected by Eva, please step onto the arena. Watching the students walk up, Lu Van Tao was surprised. That guy Li Thuachi is also in the first round. This guy named Li Thuachi wore an extremely insolent expression, looking down at Hua Kang-min with disdain from above, and made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke him. The people below darkened their faces. Hua Kang-min, he's provoking you. He's boundlessly arrogant and desperately needs a beating. His roommate chuckled, covering his mouth and thinking to himself, well done. Of all the people to provoke, you just had to provoke the one person you shouldn't offend the most. Now this is great. You've even made the second person you shouldn't offend hold a grudge against you. I hope he doesn't get tortured too miserably later. After the first batch of students had stepped onto the arena, Ms. Tone smiled and said, you don't need to worry about people dying. Once a life-threatening situation arises, Eva will automatically generate a protective shield. You also don't need to worry about injuries. As long as your head isn't chopped off, you can be saved. Let the battle begin. The moment the start was called, the entire crowd immediately charged into a chaotic battle royale. All kinds of abilities, weapons, and combat skills were unleashed, turning the scene completely chaotic. The crowd sitting in the stands couldn't help but murmur, who is that guy holding the saber? He actually broke through to Tier 2. I think it's the Qinghai top scorer, Li Thuachi. His strength is just overwhelming.
Li Thuachi swung his saber with whistling sounds at dizzying speeds, taking down a bunch of opponents in just a few slashes. He licked his lips with a cocky expression. What a bunch of noobs. The announcement rang out, single-handedly defeating 36 people, naturally securing first place in round 1. This achievement made him uncontrollably smug. Hua Kang-min, as an S-tier awakened like yourself, I wonder if your stage 1 results can surpass mine. Lu Van Tao broke a sweat. This guy is beyond saving. I've seen people court death before, but I've never seen someone court death so thoroughly. A subordinate standing behind No Yuan asked, President, Lee Thur-Chi has broken through to Tier 2. Should we make him our #1 target? He replied indifferently, no need. The #1 target is still Her Kang-min. The subordinate wondered, do you have inside information, President? He leisurely shoved his hands into his pockets. Not exactly inside information. I saw it with my own eyes that day. The draw to select members for the second round of matches began, and this time it was Hua Kang-min's turn. His friends cheered vigorously. Go for it. Brother Min, show that Lee Thur-Chi how formidable you are. The guys competing in the same round immediately cursed, fuck, it's Hua Kang-min. Why are we so unlucky to be placed in the same round as him? We're doomed now. We can only fight for the remaining 4 spots. Our MC confidently carried his spear onto the arena, and the others fearfully backed away several meters from him. He scoffed, you think standing far away makes you safe? How naive. The old masters sitting in the stands looked down. Is that the disciple Dean Zhuang just took in recently? That's right, that's him, the awakened with the S-tier lightning ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. His aura doesn't look bad at all, very sharp. I wonder how he will perform. Another of them was so shocked he choked on his water. What is the situation? Hua Kang-min has already reached Tier 2? When he enrolled, he was just a mere awakened, right? Exactly. It's only been over a month, and this leveling speed is just terrifying. This old man's young, such shocking news, and he didn't even give a heads up. He really hit it well. The battle had just begun when Hua Kang-min immediately made his move. The spear in his hand spun like a windmill, radiating an oppressive aura. He laughed. As expected, compared to slaughtering ferocious beasts, I still prefer fighting against humans. His opponents were pushed back by this hurricane. What a terrifying aura. Wait, this is the aura of an upper Tier 2 ability user. The entire crowd couldn't believe their eyes, screaming loudly. Hua Kang-min is actually an upper Tier 2 ability user. Holy shit, upper Tier 2. How are we supposed to play against this? Am I really participating in a freshman tournament right now? We're both freshmen, so how is he an entire major realm higher than me? The people in the stands were stunned. President, did you know about this beforehand? Noyan calmly replied, consider it so. Do you see Hua Kang-min's potential now? Kuang So-twin happily propped her chin on her hand. It really is you, senior. No, wait, I should call you junior. Daring to trick me for so long. Unacceptable. I definitely have to go settle the score with him properly later. Lee Thur-Chi ground his teeth in anger. Upper Tier 2. Damn it, I originally planned to crush him and step on his S-tier ability user reputation to become famous throughout the university. Now it seems. Oh, he is here. Hee hee. Her Kang-min, oh Her Kang-min, if you switched to another round, you would have definitely won. But unfortunately, that guy is right here in round 2. Let's see what you'll do later. Suddenly, someone among the students spoke up. Everyone. Her Kang-min is an upper Tier 2 ability user and possesses an S-tier ability. No one can match him. Why don't we all join forces and eliminate Her Kang-min first? Everyone immediately clamored. He makes a lot of sense. That's right, this is the best strategy. I agree. He thought to himself, a voice carrying such an intense beguiling power. Is it a mental ability user? A purple-haired guy appeared, incessantly using his ability to incite the crowd. There are a total of 103 people here. Excluding Hua Kang-min, it's 102 against 1. We can wear him to death, even if it comes down to a war of attrition. I am Fac Leo, an A-tier mental ability user. I guarantee that as long as you listen to me, we will absolutely win. Opportunities to defeat an S-tier ability user don't come often. The other students were instantly fired up, charging forward in unison. Right, if we don't risk it, we'll definitely be eliminated. If we risk it, there's still a chance. Fuck it, I'm in. Defeating an S-tier ability user might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm in too. Fac Leo, tell us, what do we need to do? The old masters stroked their chins. Oh, this Fac Liu has some skills, actually managing to unite the freshmen. Her Kang-min is in a bit of trouble this time. He might just capsize. I remember Fac Liu is Dean Long's disciple, right? Truly impressive. The dean of the Tactics Academy, Long Ka, replied, it's because Her Kang-min is too strong that everyone shares a common enemy. Teal Liu just got lucky. It's nothing worth mentioning. Tan Ting Twit laughed and said, luck is also a part of strength, but Her Kang-min is going to be in a miserable spot this time. An S-tier awakened failing to pass the first stage of the freshman tournament. That would be quite a massive joke. Tak Liu stood in the middle of the crowd and arrogantly declared, Her Kang-min, If you had taken me down before I could speak my second sentence, you might have broken the deadlock. But now that everyone is following my arrangements, you have no chances left. 1 against 102. How are you going to turn the tables now? He laughed arrogantly, raised his hand, and the thunder spear instantly shot out. A comeback? What makes you think I'm at a disadvantage? He hastily barked out orders. Melee espers, charge. Ranged espers, launch your attacks directly. Support espers, buff our stats. Go. The whole crowd surged forward with burning intensity like starving wolves. The chance to defeat an S-tier esper is here. Haha, charge, charge. Kill him.
Shielded behind a sturdy stone wall, Tech Leo shouted smugly. Hook Hang Min, I suggest you drop the idea of dealing with me and take care of the enemies surrounding you first. But in our protagonist's eyes, it was all just a cheap trick. You certainly have the numbers, but it won't do much against me. The lightning arrow, carrying earth-shattering power, shot forth and barreled straight toward the charging crowd. With a massive boom, the utterly terrifying attack instantly sent opponents flying several meters away, shattering the bricks and stones beneath their feet. Those guys lay flat on their backs, popping their heads up to see the lightning still gathering relentlessly, and screamed. It's about to detonate! We're doomed! We're all going to die!
As soon as the words left their mouths, an even more earth-quaking explosion erupted. A terrifying surge of lightning crashed down, sending blinding clouds of dust and smoke into the air. The crowd below stood frozen in shock. What was that noise? Holy crap! Would you believe it? I just saw a mushroom cloud on the arena. Fak Liu and his gang aren't actually dead, are they? Eva immediately sounded the alarm. Unstoppable energy shockwave detected. Life-threatening danger imminent. Energy defense grid automatically activated. Also, I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Hurricane Min. Fak Liu's face drained of all color. I played myself. If I hadn't provoked Hurricane Min, I definitely could have advanced. Now I haven't defeated a single person, which means I am out of the second stage of the freshman tournament. Like a quartered beast, he roared. Don't worry about me, keep attacking. The students went utterly frantic, lunging at him from all directions. Hurricane Min, even if I get eliminated, I'm dragging you down with me. A barrage of various weapons was aimed straight at him. Yet, our protagonist merely let out a dismissive smile, completely unfazed, as his eyes flashed with an eerie purple light. Thinking they had the upper hand, Fak Liu quietly clenched his fist in celebration. Taking down Hurricane Min in a one-for-one trade isn't a loss at all. His excitement didn't even last a few seconds before a sudden, deafening blast rang out, sending the entire mob of students flying into the sky. Hurricane Min stood right in the epicenter, his hand raised high, his eyes closed as he exhaled softly, his expression as calm as if he had just swatted away some pesky flies. He stared in sheer terror. He didn't even use a combat skill, just a basic application of his Esper ability, and he completely isolated all elemental energy attacks. How is that possible? So this is an S-tier ability. Collapsing in utter despair, he muttered, so many of us teamed up, but in the end, in his eyes were still just a bunch of insignificant ants. The spectators were absolutely shell-shocked. Holy crap, that lightning is terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks were completely useless. This is absurd. Over 100 people against one guy, and they couldn't even put a dent in him. I studied the Thunder Spear too, so why is his so ridiculously overpowered? Come So Twin cheered with joy. I knew it, Senior is perfectly fine. On the other side, Tong Thu Vun chuckled, trying to defeat Hurricane Min with just this. How incredibly naive. The deans couldn't help but marvel. His proficiency with the Thunder Spear has reached at least the advanced level. Throwing it even creates a sonic boom, meaning its speed is at least Mach 2. His physical constitution is incredibly formidable. That lightning net didn't have a single opening. He must train relentlessly on a normal basis. Not bad at all. It's a pity old Yang isn't here. Otherwise, we could ask him for some crucial details about Hurricane Min. Now the remaining opponents finally felt true fear and panicked. We can't break his defense. What do we do? I don't know either. Screw this, let's just run. Hurricane Min turned around, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't dare to step up anymore? Then allow me. This time, he officially made his move, taking out several people with just a single strike.
The crowd descended into sheer panic. He's too fast! Formation! Get into formation quickly! No, scattering makes us easier targets. We need to link up. As everyone hurriedly banded together, he curled his lips into a smirk. Now this is getting interesting. With those words, he immediately lunged forward, scattering the entire pack.
Your slash angle is totally off. Your speed is far too sluggish. Your power is pathetically weak. Entire group collapsed on the arena. He slammed his long spear firmly into the ground, his whole body exuding an overwhelming aura, and coldly delivered the brutal verdict. Too weak. Hearing this, the fallen students gritted their teeth in fury. This bastard beat us to a pulp and still has the nerve to call us weak. That's just rubbing salt in the wound. Why did I have to be placed in the same group as him?
The announcement rang out. Stage 1, Round 2 has ended. The advancing participant is Hua Kang-min, with a total of 102 opponents defeated. There are 4 advancement slots remaining. Excluding Hua Kang-min, who has already advanced, the rest will become competitors for Round 11, where they will battle again to select the final 4. The stands erupted into roaring cheers. Absolute domination, total and absolute domination. A freshman tournament where only one person advances. This is the first time I've ever seen this. Just you wait. Later on, the clubs are going to be fighting tooth and nail to recruit Hua Kang-min.
The deans happily showered him with praise. The freshman tournament has been held for over 40 years now, hasn't it? Yes, and the previous highest record was also set by an S-tier Esper with 87 defeats. I recall it took about 7 minutes. It looks like Hua Kang-min's new record will be utterly unbreakable. I have no idea how Xiong Chuntian trained him, but Hua Kang-min's spearmanship has actually reached the Grandmaster level. Dean Tone was stunned. Grandmaster level? It seems Hua Kang-min's talent in the path of weapons is truly heaven-defying. I was originally planning to try and pull him into the Element Academy, but now it seems there's no need for that. With Hua Kang-min here, we won't have to worry at all about the 3 university freshman study tour this semester.
His friends gathered around to congratulate him. Lu Van Tao excitedly said, "Brother Min, you didn't see Li Thuaqi's face. After you eliminated Tak Leo, his face instantly turned as purple as a pig's liver. Good lord, I swear he could go perform Sichuan face-changing opera with expressions like that." Hearing this, he shot a glance at that guy named Li. So this punk is nothing but a paper tiger who bullies the weak and cowers before the strong. However, his actions earlier were far too arrogant. It's genuinely intolerable. Whatever, I'll just challenge him later during the second stage. I have 3 chances anyway. He high-fived his friends. I'm counting on you guys next. Don't worry, making it into the top 50 to advance is still a piece of cake. No problem. I'm already itching for a fight. Tang Thu-van thought to herself, "Later on, I'll show you that even though I can't beat you, apart from you, I am the strongest freshman here." Lu Van Tao secured 4th place in round 3, defeating 9 opponents. Tut Dong Ha claimed 3rd place in round 6, defeating 12 opponents. In round 8, it was finally Tang Thu-van's turn. Gripping her weapon, she strode onto the arena with commanding confidence. The boys below instantly erupted into cheers. "Quick, look! It's Sichuan province's top scorer, Tang Thu-van. That figure, those looks, absolutely top tier. And she even uses a Sky Piercer halberd as a weapon that's incredibly rare. I hereby unilaterally declare her the new generation goddess of our university." The match began and she swiftly unleashed her Esper ability, sending several opponents flying right from the start. The crowd recoiled in horror. Holy crap! Another Tier 2 Esper. Thank God, she's only a lower-level Tier 2, not a total freak of nature like Hua Kang-min. But what difference does it make? We still can't beat her. Up in the stands, Ngo Yin issued an order. List Tong Tu-van as our 2nd recruitment target. As for Li Thuachi, temporarily put him as the 3rd. She executed the Divine Light Phoenix Dance, her astounding power swiftly taking down her opponents. Even when completely surrounded, she showed no fear, immediately unleashing the Heavy Radiant Flame combat technique. The entire group was ruthlessly crushed to the ground, unable to stand back up. Tong Tu-van effortlessly seized 1st place in this round, with 45 defeated opponents. She retracted her halberd and stepped down from the arena with a sweet smile, happily waving to her friends. She asked gleefully, "So, my performance wasn't too shabby, right?" He didn't hold back his praise. "It was genuinely impressive. Your integration of magic skills and melee combat is excellent. I'm really looking forward to your performance in Stage 2. 2 hours later, Stage 1 concluded, and the announcement echoed. Stage 2 of the freshman tournament, the free challenge round. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge anyone to seize a higher rank. Those outside the top 50 cannot challenge anyone within the top 50.
Li Thuachi rubbed his chin in thought. Hua Kang-min, forget it. Should I challenge the rank 2? Tong Thu Vun? Suddenly, a voice rang out that froze him in his tracks. Eva, I want to challenge rank 3, Li Thuachi. He instantly bristled with rage. Hua Kang-min, you're rank 1. Why on earth are you challenging a rank 3 like me? He replied nonchalantly, the rules never said only lower ranks can challenge higher ones. Besides, you didn't actually think I was the type to just let anyone provoke me without consequences, did you? The crowd immediately erupted into whispers. What's going on? Do they have beef? Hee hee, you didn't know. Earlier, Li Thuachi made a throat-slitting gesture to provoke Hua Kang-min. Damn, that's bold. No wonder Hua Kang-min is actively challenging him. Eva has allocated arena number 74 for this match. Would the two participants please step up? Li Thuachi gritted his teeth furiously. Fine. Let me see just how capable an S-tier Esper like you really is. The moment the match started, he activated his A-tier beast enhancement ability, the Mad Blood Lion King, transforming into a colossal, ferocious lion. Roaring ferociously, he charged forward with his blade. Hua Kang-min, you forced my hand. His eyes turned ice cold. I didn't force you. Your own arrogance brought this upon yourself. Our protagonist brandished his spear and leaped into the air, aiming a direct head-on attack at Li Thuachi. He roared and slashed forward. A lightning Esper actually dares to clash with me head-on? You're courting death. Mad Lion Slash. Their weapons clash with an ear-piercing boom, and the immense shockwave from his strike violently knocked Li Thuachi backward. His knife-wielding hand trembled in sheer terror. His physical strength is actually greater than mine. He mercilessly continued his assault. Surges of purple lightning converged and pierced through his opponent's body, making him howl in helpless agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. The crowd gossiped frantically. Li Thuachi is a Tier 2 enhancement Esper, and even he can't withstand it. Just how painful must that be? What's even more terrifying is Hua Kang-min. He's intentionally controlling the lightning's output to torture Li Thuachi, keeping Eva from declaring a loss just yet. Holy shit, whatever you do in the future, absolutely do not piss off Hua Kang-min. Finally, a thunderous explosion shook the sky. It was crystal clear. Hua Kang-min won this match with absolute crushing dominance. He retracted his power and thought, what a shame, I wanted to torment him a bit longer. But these dozen seconds of agony are enough to scar him for a lifetime. Let's hope he learns his lesson and learns to restrain himself. Otherwise, with a temper like that, he's bound to suffer massively sooner or later. Li Thuachi looked completely haggard, crawling on the ground like a pathetic roach. I survived. For a second there, I seriously thought I was a goner. He had barely breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. When suddenly he heard Tong Thu Vun shout loudly, Eva, I also want to challenge rank 3, Li Thuachi. His eyes went wide as he shrieked, Huh? Oh, it's over. I'm absolutely dead meat this time. Li Thuachi was forced to activate his beast enhancement ability once again, only to be ruthlessly pummeled into a pulp a second time. The winner of this match is Tong Thu Vun. She beamed a bright smile. Thanks for letting me win. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. His entire body was paralyzed, completely unable to get up, and he had to be carried away on a stretcher. Tong Thu Vun skipped down triumphantly. So, did you see how I thrashed him? Hua Kang-min praised her warmly. You did a fantastic job. The two cheerfully high-fived. She flashed a radiant smile, the atmosphere between them incredibly harmonious and sweet. The boys watching instantly bristled with jealousy. There's something going on. There's definitely something going on between those two. Damn it, this guy Hua Kang-min makes his moves way too fast. The school year hasn't even officially started yet. Another guy hurriedly slapped a hand over his mouth. Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to end up like Li Thuachi, getting tag teamed by that power couple. Look, just look. 4 hours later, Dean Ton made the announcement. Time is up. The freshman tournament has officially concluded. Here are the final results. Rank 1, Hua Kang-min. Rank 2, Tong Thu Vun. Next, please log onto the university's official website to register for your respective academies. Tong Thu Vun peeked at his phone and asked softly, Kang-min, which class were you assigned to? He was assigned to Year 1, Class 2 of the Weapons Academy, while she was placed in Year 1, Class 3 of the Element Academy. Two friends behind them whispered, Oh ho, dropping the surname and just calling him Kang-min already? So intimate. Today it's Kang-min, tomorrow she might just start calling him Honey.
Up on the high podium, Dean Tan announced, "The Academy assignments are complete. The opening ceremony and this freshman tournament are now officially concluded. In addition, students who perform exceptionally well in the tournament will receive apprenticeship invitations from dedicated mentors tonight. Make sure to check your messages." The elders smiled brightly. This batch of freshmen is vastly stronger than the last. Indeed, especially with Hua-kan Min taking first place. I'm afraid in just a year or two, he'll be dominating every single student in the university. The clubs are surely going to fight bloody wars to recruit him. Meanwhile, Hua-kan Min's group of 4 was happily discussing where to hang out. "It's finally over. How about we go out for a meal?" "Sure, why don't we have our freshman king here treat us? After all, you're about to become a tycoon of the 10 cubic meters spatial ring." He replied heartily, "Not a problem. Order whatever you want later." Lu Van Thao cheered with excitement. "Awesome, brother Min is so generous." Suddenly, from a distance, Ngo Yuan walked over at a leisurely pace. "Student Hua, wait a moment." He was taken aback. "And you are?" He patted his chest and introduced himself. "I am No Wian, the president of the Falling Star Club. I would like to invite you, student He, to join our club. Of course, as you are currently our only S-tier student, Falling Star will naturally show our absolute sincerity. As long as you join, you will be appointed vice president, receive 100 academic credits every semester, along with a portion of B-tier resources." The others couldn't help but feel intensely jealous. Vice president. We have to pay club fees and act like grunts just to get in. The gap here is astronomically huge. What's more, Falling Star is the top club in our school. With just the resume of being its vice president, he's guaranteed to join an elite guild after graduation. Suddenly, another voice chimed in from behind. "Vice president? No Yen, isn't your Falling Star Club being a little too stingy?" Wei Hope appeared, interjecting smoothly. "Hua-kan Min, come to our Ashen Club. You can step straight into the role of president in waiting. Once I graduate, you will be the president. We won't shortchange you on any other benefits either." The onlookers were frozen in sheer shock. Holy shit, president in waiting? With this kind of treatment, the Ashen Club is really going all out. Ngo Yen thought to himself, the Falling Star Club is directly affiliated with the Falling Star Guild. According to guild regulations, the president's position must be assigned by them. I truly can't match that offer. Our protagonist rubbed his chin and replied, "Vice president, president in waiting. I need some time to think it over. I won't be able to give you gentlemen an answer until a few days from now." He thought further. "In my previous life, during college, I joined the student council and even served as the president. As a result, council duties completely devoured my time. In this life, it's better to be careful with my choices." The two of them scrambled to hand him their business cards. "All right, here is my private number. If you make up your mind, just contact me directly. And here is mine." Then they looked at his friends. "If the 3 of you want to join Falling Star, you are also warmly welcomed. Us too." Seeing the 2 leave, he spoke up. "Let's go!" Tong Tu Vunt looked over, sweating. "It doesn't seem like it'll be that easy to leave." A whole crowd swarmed over. "Student He, join our club. Most of us are girls. Or join ours. We have the best prospects for development. We're backed by a mega corporation." After struggling with the club crowds for a while, the group finally managed to escape. Panting, they said, "We finally made it out. Let's go to Tan Na Ku." Suddenly, Kum So Twin appeared and waved. "Long time no see, Junior." Knowing his identity was exposed, he awkwardly replied, "Hello, Senior." Tong Thu Ven was confused. "And this is?" He introduced her. "She's Senior Kum So Twin, whom I met in the Nguyen Thuy Wilderness a while back." She greeted them friendlily. "I'm in Class 3, Year 2 of the Element Academy. Nice to meet you all." Lu Van Tao was so shocked he froze, his hand trembling as he pointed forward. "Kun. Goddess Kun. As expected of Bro Min. She's supposed to be an ice-cold beauty, yet she actually knows how to smile." Tong Thu Ven also replied, "Hello, Senior. I'm Hua Kang Min's classmate, Tong Thu Ven." Kun So Tween was startled, unable to help but marvel inwardly. This girl is so beautiful, with absolutely stunning looks and perfect curves. It suddenly makes me want to hug her and rub my cheek against hers. She suddenly snapped out of it, shaking her head vigorously. "Rub my cheek? This girl is terrifying. Does she charm both men and women alike?" Although she had no idea what was wrong with this senior, Tong Thu Vun still happily invited her. "We're heading out to eat. Do you want to come along, Senior?" She immediately agreed, "Sure." Arriving at Tan Na Ku, the group poured drinks and raised their glasses in celebration. "Congratulations on the end of the freshman tournament. Cheers." Kung So Twien, blushing, clung to Huracan Min.
Come on, Junior, cheers. On the other side, Tong Thu Vun also clung tightly. Kane Min, let's have a drink too. Lu Van Tao and Tut Don Ha sensed something off and whispered, these two both seem to have feelings for Bro Min. Let's get out of this bloodbath ASAP. Deal. No sooner said than done, they immediately stood up and ran off. Bro Min, we're leaving the senior and sister Vun in your hands. Tut Dong Ha and I have some things to do, so we'll head out first. Bye. Left alone with the two girls, he broke into a cold sweat. What's wrong with those two? Running so fast. Sure enough, drinking ruins things. Kum So Tuyen collapsed onto his shoulder. I can't walk anymore, Junior, can you help me? Tong Thu Vun wouldn't be outdone. Kang Min, I can't walk anymore either, help me back. Having a beauty on each side made him extremely flustered. Are you too sure? Both girls immediately said in unison, absolutely. He could only helplessly comply. All right then, I'll take you two back. On the way back, they clearly couldn't avoid being gossiped about by the crowd. Wow, what a lucky guy. That girl over there looks like Goddess Kuan. I'm so jealous. After struggling for a while to get the two beauties back, he returned to his dorm room, suddenly noticing a short-haired woman sitting on the sofa. You are. She stood up. Hello, student Hua. I'm Tonak, your class academic advisor. I brought you your freshman tournament reward. Hello, Ms. To, thank you. She held a box in her hands. The safe can be opened with just your fingerprint. I'll send you the group ID later. Make sure to join the class group. In the future, no matter what happens at school, you can contact me directly and I'll help you handle it. All right, I still have to notify the other students, so I'll be leaving now. As soon as Ms. To left, Lu Van Tao rushed over, gleefully asking, Bro Min, how did it go? There wasn't any conflict just now, right? Between Tong Thu Vun and Senior Kuan. The main character had no idea what this guy was talking about. Conflict. Where would a conflict between those two even come from? He was astonished. There wasn't a conflict. They were that harmonious. As expected of Bro Min. Turns out it was all handled perfectly. He didn't pay attention to him, directly pressing his fingerprint to unlock the box. The box popped open and he beamed. Hee. Let's try out the reward first. The reward inside the box was a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. Kang Min took it out and immediately tried storing his spear inside. Seeing the spear shrink and slip into the ring, he was delighted. 10 cubic meters. It really is big enough. Now I finally won't have to carry my weapon around everywhere every single day. His roommate also caught the excitement. 3 storage rings. I have to say, Bro Min, you've got some real big shot aura now. A guy who barely made the top 50 like me only got a measly 400 credits. I simply can't compare to you, Bro Min. I'm so jealous. Hearing his words, he also felt he had a bit of surplus resources. I do have quite a few rings on hand. I'll go to the equipment department tomorrow. They'll probably buy back these gear pieces. He picked up the elixir, wondering, what is this elixir used for? There's not even an instruction manual. The roommate replied, identify an elixir? Simple. Eva, come out.
Eva scanned it and gave the answer.
This is a Tier 5 elixir, produced by the Potion Department of Mado Esper University. It is effective for espers of Tier 5 and below. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance mental strength. It is an A-tier cultivation resource. He asked, Eva even has an elixir analysis function? The roommate immediately replied, not just elixirs, Eva can appraise beast materials, exotic flowers, and rare herbs too. Hearing this, he sighed. Artificial intelligence is truly convenient. It's a pity Eva can't be brought out into the wilderness. The roommate said, there are probably similar products on the market, right? He thought it made sense. That's definitely possible. I'll look into it when I have free time. The main character went to the training room on the 2nd floor and sat cross-legged. Let's check how much mental strength I have first.
Physique and spirit are the two most fundamental attributes. The more an Esper has, the longer their ability can be sustained and the more powerful it will be. But correspondingly, upgrading them is extremely difficult. Exchanging system points for mental strength is getting harder and harder. At first, the ratio was 1 to 0.2. Now it's 1 to 0.1, making it less and less worthwhile. He popped the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. I hope this elixir can give me a pleasant surprise. A surge of white mist appeared and enveloped his body. He could feel the spirit and power within him rapidly transforming. Opening the system to check his stats, he was instantly thrilled. My spirit increased by 50, surpassing the 1,000 mark. It even saved me 500 system points. The effect is really great.
He pulled his spear out of the spatial ring again. While my spirit is still in good shape, it'll train for another 2 hours before sleeping. The next day, he took the rings to sell and then went to buy elixirs. He pressed the machine to get a Q number while thinking. After selling the rings, my wealth has actually skyrocketed to over 100 million. I've achieved a small milestone. It's really easy for espers to make money. An announcement rang out, number 14, please proceed to pharmacist counter 3. He thought to himself, it's only at 14 and I am 43. I'm afraid I'll have to wait for at least an hour. I'll just sit and cultivate for a bit. By coincidence, he ran into Kyun So Twin. Oh, Junior, you're here too. He was a bit surprised. Senior, what a coincidence. Have you sobered up from last night's drinks? Flustered, she looked away. I sobered up ages ago. Right. Are you here to sell the exotic flowers and rare herbs you found in the cave last time? He replied, not exactly. It'd be better to find a pharmacist to help me concoct them rather than just selling them off. Hearing this, she immediately flipped her hair and said with a smile, looking for a pharmacist? Don't you see an elite, breathtakingly beautiful pharmacist standing right next to you? He was dumbfounded. You? Aren't you just an amateur? She said indignantly, who said I'm an amateur? I have a Tier 2 pharmacist certificate. Concocting a few Tier 2 elixirs is a piece of cake. Besides, I don't plan on going to the wilderness to film footage anymore. I'm going to focus completely on the pharmacist path. The two sat on a bench chatting. After the danger last time, I realized the wilderness probably isn't for me. Of course, I'll still film videos, but I'll change them to potion-making diaries. He was a bit surprised, changing your video style. That I'm afraid you'll lose a large number of fans. She felt helpless too. Tell me about it. I'm an orphan. When I was a teenager, my parents both died in a beast tide. After awakening my A-tier ice ability, I worked hard to get into university, but my financial situation was incredibly difficult. A memory flashed by of Kyun So Twin wearing a waitress uniform with a girl next to her saying, So Twin, look at this, your video killing monsters went viral. After the video got famous, I became a brand ambassador for combat armor and weapon companies. My income finally got better, but honestly, I prefer researching and concocting elixirs. Last time, if you hadn't come to save me, I would have been dead. But I can't be that lucky all the time. That's why I decided to change my path. Hearing this, he happily cheered her on. You can do it. Good luck with your career change. By the way, can ice-type espers also become pharmacists? She smiled and replied, I can tell just by looking that you don't understand pharmacology. There are enchanted cauldrons or specialized alchemy furnaces that can convert energy-type abilities into flames. Your lightning ability can also be used for potion making in the same way. He then handed the box to her. Then I'll leave all these exotic flowers and rare herbs to you. She was stunned. You really want me to help? She happily accepted the box. Since you trust me this much, I won't hold back. I'll deliver the finished elixirs to you in a week. Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted their conversation. After taking the call, Hurricane Min hurriedly ran to his master's place. The scene shifted to a group of people chatting happily. Before coming back here, I read quite a few news posts about our junior brother on the school forum. He truly is a monster. I saw it too. Senior brother Liu, is our junior brother really that formidable? Liu Min smiled proudly and replied, you'll find out soon enough. He will absolutely leave you guys astounded. A girl with a high ponytail rubbed her chin. Is that so? Then I'll have to verify it carefully later. Our junior brother is definitely strong, but maybe you're exaggerating a bit, senior brother. Seeing him arrive, Zhuang Tren Thien came out to greet him. Kang Min, you're here. Hello, master. I rushed over as soon as I got the call. As soon as he saw Liu Min sitting in a wheelchair with both legs bandaged, he asked in astonishment, Senior brother Liu, what happened to you? Jun Tren Thien replied, it was the Tier 8 Great Grandmaster Vyung Lem. To lure out a monster, he used the Tro Tan Club as bait. The club suffered heavy casualties and your senior brother was gravely injured. I fought a battle with that bastard Vyung Lem. Although I couldn't defeat him in the end, he didn't have an easy time either. That's why I couldn't attend your freshman tournament. He was furious. Damn it. A Tier 8 Great Grandmaster can move mountains and fill seas. I can't believe there's such scum among them. He clenched his fists, his face turning cold. A Tier 8 Great Grandmaster. I'm currently only at Tier 2. Let alone avenging my senior brother. If I encountered this, it'd probably just end up as cannon fodder. In this world, if you can't become a powerhouse, you'll only be trampled upon at will by the strong. He patted his shoulder. All right, Kanmin, don't overthink it. Let me introduce you. This is your third-year senior brother Thu V, and this is your second-year senior sister Dong Duet. The two of them wave happily, saying in unison, Hello, junior brother.
Then they rush to give him greeting gifts. This is a Tier 4 Source Energy Elixir. It can significantly improve source energy absorption efficiency. It's a B-tier cultivation resource, and I'll just transfer 200 credits directly to you. The main character immediately cupped his hands and bowed politely, saying, "Thank you, senior brother and senior sister." Liu Min spoke up again. "Your senior sister Dong seemed to doubt my words just now. Tell her, have you already mastered 4 A-tier lightning combat skills?" He confirmed, "Senior brother Leo is right." The two widened their eyes. "Holy crap, it's actually true? 4 skills. How did you do that?" "Yeah, while learning combat skills, how on earth did you still manage to level up to upper tier 2? Dong Juet thought to herself, the difficulty of A-tier combat skills is insanely high. To master 2 A-tier skills, I had to struggle just recently to advance to upper tier 2. Not only is he at the same level as me, but he has mastered more A-tier skills than I have. How does this make any sense?" He definitely couldn't tell them about the system, so he could only play dumb. "I don't have any special experience, it's just my innate comprehension is good." "Junior brother, saying that really hurts."
Zheng Chentian was delighted. "I've always been very satisfied with Kangmin's comprehension and effort. We'll hold a belated celebration banquet for you later to congratulate you on winning first place in the tournament."
Dean Tone praised you to the high heavens. He replied modestly, "It was nothing special, they were just too weak. By the way, Master, I want to ask you to help me test a combat skill." 2V asked gleefully, "What combat skill? Senior brother Liu has trouble moving, but aren't I still here? There's no need to bother, Master." He replied, "An S-tier combat skill, Hell Thunder Armor." The moment those words left his mouth, all 4 people there were shocked to the core. 2V said in despair, "All right, sorry to disturb you. A lower tier 3 like me can't break through the defense of the Hell Thunder Armor." The master laughed and said, "Let's go to the training ground."
The 3 senior brothers and sisters watched from the sidelines, gossiping eagerly. "Do you guys think our junior brother really learned that S-tier combat skill? From what I know of Hua Kang-min, he wouldn't boast." "All right, I finally understand what you meant by monster, senior brother." On this side, Hua Kang-min executed the Hell Thunder Armor combat skill. His entire body was covered by a solid layer of purple armor. His aura immediately flared up. His face full of confidence, he shouted, "Master, bring it on!" Zhuang Trentien prepared to strike, a surge of crimson lightning gathering in his hand. "Kang-min, I'll test it out with the intensity of a peak tier 3 Esper first." The powerful attack slammed down, sending shockwaves in all directions as thick smoke and dust billowed up. Hua Kang-min, completely unaffected, yelled, "Master, increase the power! This isn't enough!" Hearing that, he looked excited. "All right, then I'll increase the intensity. If you can't take it, you have to tell me." Strike after strike was continuously unleashed, the power doubling, quadrupling, and then multiplying by 6. It wasn't until a strike with 10 times the power was unleashed that his Hell Thunder armor was finally shattered. The main character dropped to one knee. Zhuang Trentien laughed joyfully. "Not bad, very good. The attack intensity of a lower tier 4 Esper is only about 10 times that of a peak tier 3. This armor of yours requires at least an A-tier tier 4 Esper to break its defense." The 3 senior brothers and sisters were astonished. An S-tier combat skill combined with an S-tier ability. To think it would reach such a terrifying level. Our junior brother is jumping 2 major tiers to defend against a tier 4 Esper's attack. This goes way beyond just being a monster. It's about time, let's go out and eat." He was about to stop, but the boy stood up panting. "Master, wait a moment. This still isn't my limit." He erupted with power, his whole body transforming. His hair grew long and turned white, and his entire body emitted powerful bolts of lightning. This violent gale forced everyone to raise their hands to shield their faces. Lightning extremity form. Has Kan-min's indestructible thunder body upgraded to the 3rd layer already? Holy crap, is our junior brother really this fierce? Dong Juet thought to herself, my indestructible thunder body is only at the 2nd layer. Not only has our junior brother mastered 4 A-tier skills and 1 S-tier skill, but he also broke through to the lightning extremity form. Is he even human anymore? Zhuang Trentien laughed even louder in delight. No wonder your body could easily withstand a shockwave 10 times as strong. It turns out your indestructible thunder body has entered the 3rd layer. Come at me. He channeled his energy and raised his hand, beginning to gather a terrifying source of power. Crimson lightning continuously struck the boy's body. 3 minutes later, Kang-min finally collapsed, unable to hold on. The older man praised him. Excellent. 20 times the normal level, meaning only an attack equivalent to a mid-level Tier 4 ability user can break through your defense. Kang-min, for you to reach this stage. It has truly exceeded your master's expectations. He wiped his sweat. Thank you for your trouble, master, he thought to himself. Now I finally know exactly what level my defensive power has reached. The old man smiled brightly and helped him up. Out of all my students, you are the one who puts my mind at ease the most. You figure everything out without me even meeting to teach you. Let's go. Let's grab some food. I'm in a great mood today, so everyone feel free to order the most expensive dishes. After they finished eating, on the way back, Kang-min asked Leo Min, senior brother Leo, do you think I should choose the Ash Club or the Falling Star Club? He replied instantly, Falling Star. 2V was surprised. Huh. Senior brother Leo, I thought you would recruit our junior brother into your Ash Club. He explained, if the Ash Guild hadn't run into issues, of course I would want him to join our club. But right now, Falling Star is definitely the better choice. Zung Chunthean chimed in, Kang-min, honestly, it might be better for you to stay in a club for a year or two, and then start your own club in your 3rd or 4th year. After you graduate, those members will become the core foundation for you to build your own faction. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, build my own faction. Is that really necessary? His expression turned serious. Do you know why your master has never been able to break through to the great Grandmaster realm? It's exactly because I don't have a faction. I have to handle everything personally, which wastes precious time. Kang-min, you must remember this. Only by having a faction to handle the trivial matters can you truly focus on your cultivation. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, master. It seems that once my strength increases a bit more, I'll have to seriously start considering this. The next day, our main guy headed to class. Classes are finally starting for real. Everything at the university is starting to get on track. In class, the instructor explained seriously. Today, we will discuss the origins of the monsters. A few hundred years ago, Genesis energy appeared on Lam-tin. Wild animals mutated into ferocious monsters, and humans began to awaken. He listened and thought to himself, so after Genesis energy emerged, people discovered numerous ancient civilization ruins underground. Most of the advanced technology on Lam-tin was developed from these ancient relics, including the ability testing devices. After that, he attended all his consecutive classes at the Anatomy Department, the Weapons Academy, and the Element Academy. The instructors here couldn't help but shower him with praise after seeing his performance. Impressive, you are truly outstanding. Manipulating an S-tier ability into any shape at will is no easy feat. No one in the Element Academy can do that. It's such a pity you don't belong to our academy. Over the weekend, Kang-min resumed his monster hunting in the Juang Trun Wilderness Zone. He spent 1,000 university credits to buy a new weapon, the Azure Heaven's Black Dragon Spear. Gripping the spear in his hand, he thought joyfully, new knowledge, new techniques, new equipment. As expected, my actual combat prowess has leveled up significantly. In just 2 months, my strength has more than doubled, and my system points have surpassed 13,000. It's a shame that the plus sign still hasn't appeared next to my ability column. Since everything else can be upgraded, my ability should be able to as well. I won't hoard these points anymore. It's best to take this chance to upgrade myself quickly, so I can achieve even greater efficiency. He clenched his fists tightly. I believe there will come a day when my Purple Heaven Divine Thunder will evolve into an SS tier ability. Back in class, Tong Thu Vun complained with a pout. You've only been learning ability control for a few days, yet you're already better than my entire month of training. Comparing myself to you is so frustrating it could kill me. He chuckled and replied, I just had his sudden epiphany, that's all. But deep down, he thought, I have a system, of course you can't compare. She changed the subject. In a week, the joint freshman survival trip between 3 schools, Tonkin University, Tuntan University, and ours will begin. Are you going to participate? He answered immediately. I heard the location is a wilderness zone, so of course am joining. This is the perfect opportunity to harvest system points. He was also very eager to see exactly what kind of geniuses the other 2 top universities have recruited. A week later, the day of the survival trip finally arrived. Kang-min's 4-person group huddled together, chatting amongst themselves. With Brother Min here for this year's freshman survival trip, we can just sit back and get carried. Exactly. Our school is ranked first for 4 years straight even without an S-tier ability user like him. It looks like the 5-year consecutive championship is guaranteed this time. Oh, she's here. Following everyone's gaze, Vice Principal Lang Seung appeared. Greetings, everyone. I will be hosting this meeting regarding the survival trip. Eva, pull up the map. The location for this survival trip will be the number 7 Devil's Den Wilderness Zone. situated deep in the mountains of Fuan City, Kiem Province. The students whispered among themselves, as expected of the Devil's Den. How terrifying. I heard only places where countless ability users have perished earn the title of Devil's Den. I have a feeling this trip is going to be incredibly dangerous.
Longsung continued, I will personally lead the team for this survival trip, and each academy will assign instructors to accompany us. Furthermore, higher-ups will distribute a batch of resources to the 3 schools based on the rankings of all participating candidates. The rankings will be determined by the number and level of monsters slain. Only the scores of the top 50 will be counted. First place takes 34%, second place 23%, third place 19%, and the remaining 47 people will split the leftover 24% of the resources. Therefore, the number 1 spot is extremely crucial. It's tied to Mado University's honor of a 5-year consecutive championship, as well as the amount of resources our school will be allocated. He Kang-min, I'm entrusting this mission to you. No problems, right? He confidently replied. No problem. Deep down, he thought, with my current combat prowess, there's absolutely no way any freshman could surpass me, right?
She commended him. Excellent. But I must warn you about this based on the latest intel. For this survival trip, Tonkin University has brought in a foreign recruit who possesses an S-tier ability. The students immediately caused an uproar. Tonkin University has an S-tier now too. Where did this S-tier come from? In recent years, aside from Hua Kang-min, no one in the entire Great Xia has awakened an S-tier ability. This is so strange. The last time an S-tier appeared in Great Xia was 3 years ago. She then replied, this S-tier ability user is not from our Great Xia, but an exchange student Tonkin University brought in from India. His name is Kiran Rao, possessing an S-tier enhancement ability, currently at the lower level of Tier 3. Hearing this person's power level, his expression hardened, feeling a slight jolt of shock in his heart. Tier 3. The whole crowd was stunned. What? An S-tier at the lower level of Tier 3. Is there really a freshman who has reached this level? The vice principal responded, this is intelligence gathered by Eva. It's definitely accurate. However, unlike you all, he is already 20 years old. 20 years old! No wonder. He has 2 whole years of cultivation on us. Does a 20-year-old even count as a freshman? Thankin University is completely ignoring martial virtue by doing this. Well, since they start university at 20 in India, that Kiran guy technically really is a freshman. Damn it. Tong Thu-vun thought to herself, an S-tier at Tier 3. The current me is absolutely no match for him. But looking at Kang-min, he doesn't seem worried at all. Indeed, he felt no fear. So what if we're both S-tier? I've been used to fighting above my tier for a long time. With 3 SS-tier combat skills, 4 A-tier combat skills, and Grandmaster-level spearmanship in my grasp, as if I be afraid of him. Moreover, this competition is about the quantity and level of monsters slain. In that regard, I won't lose to any freshman, not even a Tier 3 S-tier. Lang Soom silently praised him. Not bad. This Hur Kang-min truly lives up to his reputation as our school's most outstanding S-tier student in recent years. Even facing such pressure, he's still brimming with confidence. It wasn't a waste to make an exception and grant him the SS-tier Tyrant Dragon Bloodline Essence. Thankin University resorted to foreign aid simply because first place gets the privilege of priority resource allocation. It seems they are going to be severely disappointed this time. Alright, that covers the general situation for this survival trip. You only have 7 days left, so make sure you use this time to prepare yourselves thoroughly. 7 days later, he met with Kuum So Twin again. She laid out a pile of various red and blue bottles before him. Healing pills, ability recovery pills, mind-clearing pills. They are all grade 2 with 20 pills per bottle. This should be enough for you to use for the month. Hur Kang-min reached out and gently rubbed her head. You've worked so hard for me. Look, your dark circles are so visible now. Please don't stay up all night concocting pills anymore. If push comes to shove, I can always just buy them outside. She immediately felt shy, her heart blooming with joy. How could the pills you buy outside compare to the ones I concoct myself? I guarantee that every single one of these pills is packed to the brim with medicinal efficacy. Also, I prepared 2 portions of each type of pill. Take this portion and give it to Sister Thu-vun. He was surprised. Sister Thu-vun, since when did you two get so close? She covered her mouth and giggled, and not telling you. For this survival trip, both you and Sister Thu-vun have to do your best. And most importantly, please stay safe. You're setting off tomorrow, so get some rest early tonight. I won't bother you anymore. Holding the pills in his hands, our main guy smiled tenderly. 160 grade 2 pills. To finish concocting all of this in a single week, it would be impossible without staying up all night for 3 or 4 days straight. How could I not understand your true feelings? His gaze darkened slightly, but now is not the right time yet. I need to seize every moment to grow stronger before I can even think about romance. On the day the survival trip began, a massive crowd of students gathered at the university's football field. Kang Min looked around. 856 people. I didn't expect almost the entire freshman class to sign up for this trip. Tong Thu Ven was puzzled. But why did the school tell us to gather at the campus field instead of the high-speed rail station? Lu Van Thao, truly living up to his know-it-all nickname, interjected, "Sister Ven, you wouldn't know this, but we're taking an aircraft for our survival trip." She was astonished. An aircraft? There's no runway on this field. Just as she finished speaking, a colossal aircraft suddenly materialized in the sky. Ah, look up there. As the aircraft touched down, everyone screamed in excitement. This airship is massive. It's so cool. Is this really the kind of technology we possess in this current era? This is an airship excavated from the ancient civilization ruins. I heard the anti-gravity device on it still hasn't been completely decoded yet. The vice principal stepped forward and shouted, "All freshmen, board the ship." Everyone lined up and boarded one after another. Less than greater than. Once the students were securely seated on board, she immediately activated her ability, Dual Polarity Spatial Realm. A brilliant blue sigil appeared, and the aircraft slowly began to transform. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Holy crap, why did the airship turn transparent? Vice Principal Lang truly lives up to being a Tier 8 Great Grand Master. This is amazing. The Dual Polarity Spatial Realm isolates the airship from the outside space, so we won't even need to dodge any flying avian monsters during the flight. He thought to himself, as expected, only high-tier experts possess powers that defy the limits of comprehension. Once my indestructible thunder body reaches the 6th layer, I can acquire a random skill when refining a monster's blood essence. I wonder if he'll be lucky enough to draw a flight skill when the time comes. The airship departed, later landing in Kiam Province at the Thuin An Supply Base. The instructor announced, each university is assigned 2 dormitory buildings. Mado University gets building 1 and 2. Once you receive your room keycards, you may move in. There's a cafeteria inside and a large-scale training ground right next to the dormitories. The 4 of them excitedly received their room keycards. By coincidence, Kang Min and Tong Thu Ven ended up as next-door neighbors. The 2 chatted happily. Since we have spatial rings, there's no need to go to our rooms to drop off luggage. I plan on checking out the training room first. I knew it. I'll go with you. Upon arriving at the large-scale training ground, Tong Thu Ven sharp-eyedly noticed something. Kang Min, look over there. Is that the S-tier student from Tan-Kin University? Following the direction of her finger, he saw a long-haired, muscular young man lifting weights. People around them were murmuring, "Whoa, how heavy is that dumbbell he's lifting? Just one weight plate is already 200 kilograms. Regardless, it's definitely not something we could ever lift." Suddenly, the man snapped his eyes open. Kang Min from Ma Do University. Without hesitation, he slammed the dumbbell in his hand straight onto the floor and dashed towards him in a flash. He extended his hand. "Hello, Kang Min. I'm Kiran Rao from Tan-Kin University. It's a pleasure to meet you." Whispers erupted around them once again. Is that Ma Do University's #1 freshman Kang Min? I heard he's already reached the upper level of Tier 2, and it seems the rumors are absolutely true. Incredible. Plus, unlike Kiran, Kang Min is just like us, only 18 years old. Thank God our Tan-Kin University has Kiran, otherwise we'd absolutely get crushed in a dust this time. Reaching his hand out to shake, he thought to himself, I didn't expect this foreigner to be quite so polite. Unexpectedly, the guy brushed right past him and walked straight up to Tong Thu Ven. This beautiful lady must be Tong Thu Ven, right? It's a great pleasure to meet you. A strong, pungent smell of sweat radiated from his body, making her cringe and pinch her nose. Kang Min's face darkened as he tightly gripped the Indian guy's wrist. Mr. Kiran, you seem to know a bit about Western etiquette, but you don't actually understand much of it, do you? Don't you know that touching a lady while reeking of foul sweat is extremely disrespectful? Being humiliated in front of a beauty like this, he couldn't help but burn with anger. He ground his teeth furiously, but couldn't utter a single word in retort. The two engaged in a tense standoff, exuding a bone-chilling hostility. The onlookers grew somewhat frightened. The atmosphere feels really off. They're not going to start fighting, are they? Someone go get an instructor. If these two start brawling, there's no way we'll be able to stop them. The guy violently yanked his arm free from his iron-like grip. Furthermore, I advise you to respect local customs and learn the etiquette of our great Shia. Leaving behind those words, he turned around and walked away. He watched them leave, rubbing his wrist and thought, Ma-Do University's S tier. His strength is absolutely terrifying. I couldn't budge him at all. I have no idea where a lightning-type user like him gets such monstrous physical strength. He then glanced at Tong Thu Vun, a shameless expression creeping onto his face. The genius young lady of Sichuan province's Tong family is truly extraordinary. I wonder what her relationship with Huracan Min is. But no matter what their relationship is, I have to make her mine. That way, I'll never have to worry about cultivation resources ever again.
Meanwhile, outside, Tong Tu Vun smiled happily at our main guy. Ken Min, thank you for bailing me out. I really couldn't stand the smell in that training room. Shall we switch to another room and train for a bit? An hour later, the two of them finished a hearty meal. A lavish meal after training is always the best. Up ahead, a man was desperately trying to solicit the passing crowds. The monsters are destroying the world. The final great annihilation is upon us. Only the supreme heavenly God can bring salvation to humanity. Come join us. Become one of us. Passers-by simply waved him off. Not interested. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, I've heard before that ever since the monsters descended, religious fanatics have been preaching doomsday rhetoric. With so many ability users gathered here at the Devil's Den, it's a mix of the good and the bad. It's not surprising to see religious organizations operating here.
The man's face darkened, his teeth chattering as he trembled. Why? Why won't any of you ever believe me? Why? I get it now. I understand. It must be because the price you've paid isn't high enough yet. You haven't personally experienced the pain. Ha ha ha, that must definitely be it. Only by experiencing true agony can you comprehend the greatness of the heavenly God. The man seemed to lose his mind as he abruptly pulled out a knife and lunged forward to attack a mother and daughter walking on the street. But before the blade could even touch the mother and daughter, our main guy dashed over with lightning speed. The maniac was instantly blasted by a surge of electricity, coughing up blood. Huracan Min appeared like a descending god, rescuing the mother and daughter. The mother hugged her child tightly, comforting her. Anne, be a good girl, don't cry. Everything is going to be okay now. She turned to look at him. Thank you for so righteously stepping in, young man. If anything happened to Anne, our family wouldn't know how to go on living. He replied, It was no trouble at all. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he felt somewhat puzzled. But these religious zealots here are way too arrogant, daring to murder people right in the middle of the street. Tong Thu Vun ran over. It is strange. Normally, they just preach their doctrines, they wouldn't actually attack people. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, was it really just a coincidence, or does he have other accomplices nearby? Unknown to everyone, a cloaked man had already silently slipped away from the chaotic crowd. He arrived in a luxurious villa and respectfully knelt down to report. Archbishop, your subordinate has investigated thoroughly. The one who killed our cult member is Huracan Min from Ma-Do University. The man stood with his back turned, holding a blood-red orb enveloping a piece of bone. Huracan Min? That elite S tier at the upper level of Tier 2 from Ma-Do University. The subordinate replied, yes. During the martial arts university exam, he was merely an awakened, yet in less than half a year, he has already reached the upper level of Tier 2. If we let an anomaly like him grow, he will truly become a massive threat. He waved his hand. You may step down for now. Divine blood is about to emerge within the Devil's Den. This is the Divine Blood Tracker. You are in charge of dispatching men to retrieve it. Remember, do not operate under the name of the Heavenly Mandate Cult. The subordinate respectfully accepted it. Your subordinate understands. The Archbishop stretched out his hand and his body, along with everything around him, levitated into the air. In 1 month, our Heavenly Mandate Cult will officially declare ourselves to the world. Until then, let all the elites from those 3 universities, including Huracan Min and that Indian S tier, become sacrifices for our holy cult. The scene shifted to the location of the survival trip, which resembled a desolate ruin. The students from all 3 universities were gathered at the main gates. A long-haired man smiled brightly. Greetings, students of the 3 universities. I am Thu Bin, Vice Principal of Pankin University. This survival trip will officially commence at 9 a.m. today and conclude at this exact time 1 month from now. We will now begin distributing the smart wristbands. Your results and footage of killing fierce beasts in the demonic lair will be recorded by the smart bracelets you just received. The top 1,000 with the best overall performance will receive rewards, especially the top 3, who can freely choose a combat skill from the libraries of all 3 universities. Furthermore, the one who tops the overall ranking will receive an additional reward from their own university. Murmurs arose. First place. Let's not even dream about it. It's so exciting. I wonder who will take the top spot, Kieran or Huracan Min. View Bin continued. This competition will not restrict teaming up. I hope everyone actively hunts down the fierce beasts. All right, the rest of the time is yours. Students below started clamoring to form teams. 5-man team from Than Kin Ability University, looking for 1 support type Esper. 2-man elite team, strictly requiring attack type ability, A tier or above.
The monitor of Class 2 Dindu approached the main character, Brother Min. Our Class 2 is about to form a few adventure teams to operate in the outer rim of the demonic lair. Do you want to join? He waved his hand in refusal. I won't be going, Monitor. Just team up with the others. Seeing this, Tung Thu Van asked, Are you still planning to act alone when entering the demonic lair later? He replied, My goal is the central zone of the demonic lair. Teaming up with others will slow me down. He thought to himself, the outer rim of demonic lair number 7 only has Tier 1 to Tier 3 fierce beasts, while the central zone has Tier 3 to Tier 5. I can currently handle lower rank Tier 4 beasts, and can escape with my life even if I encounter a Tier 5. Going to the central zone is obviously the best choice.
She pondered anxiously and finally spoke up. The central zone of the demonic lair? It'd just be throwing my life away if I go in there. However, traveling from the outer rim to the central zone should take a day or 2. Can I tag along with you during that time? He agreed readily. Sure. Hearing his answer, she beamed with a bright smile. Yeah, let's go together then. Right then, Kieran walked over out of nowhere. Huracan Min, I'm really looking forward to your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind. He replied coldly, 100%. The other guy was totally confused. Huh? What? He swaggered away, looking extremely cocky. I am 100% going to beat you. Kieran ground his teeth in pure anger. Stubborn fool, I will completely crush you this time to show you people of Great Sia my true strength. The massive gates opened, and Tu Bin solemnly announced, I declare this practical training trip officially begun. The students immediately rushed in with excitement. Let's go. Move out. Our team will do our best to take down a Tier 2 fierce beast. Demonic Lair, here I come. 7 hours later, inside Demonic Lair number 7, Huracan Min and Tung Thu Van were facing a pack of savage fierce beasts. Although these iron-furred pangolins are Tier 2 fierce beasts, their fur is even harder than E-tier alloys, making them very tough to deal with. He stayed calm. He'll take them. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight into the pangolins like a tornado. They immediately curled into sharp spiked balls, intent on attacking him. But these attacks did absolutely nothing to him. With just a few thrusts of his spear, he wiped out the entire pack.
Tung Tu Van, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. Every strike of his spear targets their weak points precisely, without a single mistake. This isn't just about having a high tier, it requires terrifying intuition and experience. Furthermore, his control over his ability is incredibly refined. It can be said that he has completely mastered every bit of energy in his entire body, without wasting a single drop. Looking at the pangolin corpses scattered across the ground, he thought to himself, killing 12 Tier 2 iron-furred pangolins gave me a total of 276 system points, and 1,200 accumulation points. Not bad. The beast tiers further inside are even higher. I can earn at least 30,000 system points this month. I wonder if I can upgrade my ability to SS tier. Less than greater than. His friend ran up from behind. Let me help you. Say, Kang Min, you're not like other lightning ability users, are you? He asked doubtfully. Oh? How so?
Other lightning ability users usually unleash their powers very recklessly. But you, Kan Min, are extremely restrained, using your ability very carefully. He replied, That's all just to maintain my stamina for prolonged battles. If I use Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, I could obviously blast this pack of beasts into oblivion in an instant, but doing that is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only by conserving my energy can I kill even more beasts. She seemed a bit disappointed. I see. What a shame. I actually wanted to see you at your full power. Guess I won't have the chance. Looking at the sky turning reddish-orange, he suggested, It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest first and head out again tomorrow. All right. Checking the map, he happily exclaimed, "There seems to be a pond nearby. Water sources in the wilderness are exactly where beasts gather the most."
This place isn't far from us. Before it gets completely dark, we can still hunt another wave. Tuvan, let's go. Before long, the two arrived at the pond, but strangely enough, the surroundings were deadly silent, without a single trace of any fierce beasts. He was taken aback. What's going on? Near a water source, it's impossible for there not to be a single beast. Right at that moment, on the opposite side, a saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared. It walked out of the forest to the edge of the lake and lowered its head to drink. Suddenly, a ferocious crocodile head with glowing green eyes silently emerged from the water. Unsurprisingly, the tiger was ambushed. It roared in agony as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The massive crocodile now fully revealed itself. Its entire body was covered in sharp spikes, and it was several times larger than the tiger. Min realized the problem. So it turns out a terrifying beast like the primeval giant crocodile resides here. No wonder barely any beasts dare to come drink here. Tong Thuvan grabbed his shoulder anxiously. It's a Tier 4 beast. To think would encounter a Tier 4 beast in the outer rim of the demonic lair. Kang Min, let's go quickly. The senses of a Tier 4 beast are extremely sharp. We might have already been discovered. But he wasn't afraid at all, saying, no need to rush. Tier 4 beasts are strong, but they aren't impossible to deal with. Hu Kangmin raised his hand to activate his power, lightning immediately crackling out. Tier 4 beasts. I killed more than just one back in the Yangcheng wilderness. Tong Thuvan was surprised. Is it some exclusive combat skill that Dean's Young taught you? He replied, although the imperishable lightning body is strong, to deal with Tier 4 beasts, I have an even more effective skill. Seeing dark clouds rolling into the sky, she was stunned. Is it going to rain? No, that's not right. The main character shouted loudly, Heavenly Thunder Art. A terrifying surge of power erupted from him. Purple lightning bolts crashed down violently from the sky, striking the monster head-on and making it writhe in agony. He successfully killed another beast. My score has now increased by 10,000 points. He was thrilled. Not bad, the system points earned from a Tier 4 beast are over 5 times more than a Tier 3. It seems the Deep Blue System's design really is pushing me to constantly break my limits. He turned back to tell his friend, the primeval giant crocodile is dead. Let's go over there and take a look. Tong Tu-Vun was too horrified to speak, thinking to herself, it's not that I haven't seen geniuses, but I've never encountered a monster like Kang Min. To actually bridge 2 major tiers, instantly killing a lower-ranked Tier 4 beast as an upper-ranked Tier 2. So this is his true strength. The two approached the crocodile's corpse. The main character touched its skin, feeling regretful. The skin of a primeval giant crocodile is worth at least 20 to 30 million. What a shame it's all ruined. She added, it's not just the skin that's valuable. The entire body of a Tier 4 beast is a treasure trove. Look. My spatial ring is big enough. Just leave it with me for now. I'll return it to you once we get back to the supply base. The beasts living around here must know how dangerous this water source is. Basically, none will come to drink anymore, so staying here is meaningless. Let's go. We'll find a cave to rest in. His friend seemed reluctant to leave yet. Can we wait a moment? Since there's a pond right here, I want to wash up a bit. Hearing this, he said, wait, let me make sure there are no other beasts in the pond. Lightning struck the lake's surface, and he was suddenly shocked. What is this? Dark red bloodstains suddenly appeared, slowly spreading with the movement of the water. Strange fragrance wafted out. Smells so good. Why does this pond have such a fatal attraction? It's like a craving coming from the very instincts of my body. At this moment, inside the forest, a group of cloaked figures were plotting something unknown. Archbishop, whose is the divine blood we're retrieving this time? The one addressed as Archbishop replied, the blood of the ancient dragon god. The subordinates behind him instantly grew excited. Dragon god's blood again. Once we get this divine blood, our heavenly mandate cult will gain another mighty divine blood envoy. Unexpectedly, the Archbishop angrily yelled, shut your mouths! We are the Blood Moon cult. The group startled and hastily replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, another group also appeared, the leader holding a divine blood detector. Has the divine blood appeared earlier than expected? That place isn't far from here. We won't rest tonight, advance at top speed. On Her Kang Min and Tong Thu-Vun's side, they still had no clue what was going on. What's happening? The pond water turned blood red. Thuvun, do you feel this pool of blood attracting you? She replied immediately, attracting me? Not at all. But according to the feedback from my morning light, this pool of blood carries a thick, beastly aura, very similar to yours. Hearing this, the main character looked at his hand, thinking, slightly similar to my aura. Previously, I absorbed the essence blood of a Tier 8 Lightning Tyrant Dragon, an SS tier resource. Could this also be the essence blood of a dragon-type beast, which is why I'm reacting to it? He then stepped down into the lake, turning his head to tell the person above, Thuvun, and going down to check it out. If you see anything wrong, pull me up immediately. He jumped into the lake, instantly feeling the water wrap around his body. So comfortable. It's like a traveler who's been thirsty for 10 days and nights in the desert finally seeing clear water. Strangely, he didn't sink deep into the lake. Instead, the blood-red water curled into a sphere, enveloping him as it slowly levitated into the air. Looking at the blazing red sphere high above, with the person inside completely motionless, Tong Thuvun shouted in alarm, Kang Min? But there was no reply. She immediately drew her halberd and stood on guard. It seems Kang Min has encountered his own fortuitous opportunity, and it looks like he can't move either. Then next, it's my turn to protect you. Cutting to the next day, Tong Thuvun had wiped out the entire pack of beasts that came tracking them, their corpses littering the ground. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Thank goodness, from last night until now, the strongest beast to appear was only a lower-ranked Tier 3. Looking back down at the lake, the water's color has faded quite a bit. It seems Kang Min is almost done. Right at that moment, a group of people draped in cloaks from head to toe suddenly appeared. They thought to themselves, it's not our first or second time collecting divine blood. Why does the divine blood have a form like this? Is she the runner-up of Demon Yu? Why is a Demon Yu freshman here? On the other side, she was also on high alert. What's the background of these people? Their attire doesn't look like students from the 3 universities. She called out, there are no beasts here, and the water source is polluted. If you want water, I advise you to go elsewhere. The group instantly yelled out in anger, that is the supreme divine blood. How dare you use the word polluted to describe it? Ignore her quickly seized the blood cocoon behind her first. Her expression darkened. This is bad. These guys came specifically for that strange bloody water. The leader is Tier 4 and the weakest is Tier 3. I have no choice but to use that move. She took out a talisman. As the group charged over, a golden sphere immediately appeared around her body, acting as a shielding barrier. Unable to attack, the enemies immediately backed away. What is this? A protective talisman from ancient civilization ruins. This kind of talisman is incredibly rare, only found in ancient civilization ruins, and can be reused multiple times. It's a lifesaver divine artifact. Tong Thuvun shouted fiercely, since you know what this is, why aren't you retreating yet? Are you planning to waste your time pointlessly here? The guy laughed arrogantly. Haha, from what I know, protective talismans have a duration limit. We're in no rush anyway, staying here to wait a bit longer won't hurt. She showed no fear, stubbornly replying, then take your sweet time waiting. Calculating in her mind, this protective talisman can only last a little over an hour at most. Then it takes 12 hours to recharge before I can use it again. Hopefully Kang Min can wake up during this final hour. An hour later, the talisman's effect wore off, and the sphere of light shattered and vanished without a trace. The leader laughed smugly. I knew it. The barrier has a time limit. I advise you to be smart and hand over the talisman quickly. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a very miserable death. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a blood-burst pill, readying for a life-or-death struggle. I can only risk it all. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out from behind. Is that so? Why do I feel like the ones who are going to die are you guys? Her Kang Min had awoken. Peeling open the glowing red blood cocoon, he stepped out, seemingly having grown even stronger than before. A brilliant halo appeared behind his back. His eyes were sharp and icy, his face cold like a supreme deity looking down on mere bugs. Her Kang Min broke completely free from the blood cocoon and descended from the air. His entire body radiated an oppressive aura, as if he were riding a majestic dragon. Those people gritted their teeth in fury. Her Kang Min, one of our cult's biggest targets, actually appeared here. Why does the aura on him make even a Tier 4 Esper like me feel fear? He's clearly only Tier 2. The leader immediately roared an order. Kill them. The subordinates obeyed and charged forward in unison. His eyes flashed and lightning struck down. A single blow sent the whole group flying back to Mother Earth. The Archbishop's eyes widened, his face turning grim.
I guessed early on that 5 Tier 3 espers couldn't handle Hurricane Min, but to think they'd be slaughtered in the blink of an eye. A Tier 4 against a Tier 2, no matter how you look at it, the advantage is still mine. Before he could finish his thought, the main character had already charged in front of him with his spear. The man instantly felt something was wrong. Caught off guard, a heaven-shattering strike slammed hard into his chest before he could even react. His whole body was battered by that terrifying power and sent flying several meters away, the force so immense it snapped a tree trunk. He collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest and trembling. I actually couldn't even clearly see how he attacked. He walked coldly over to him. I ask, you answer. What was that bloody water in the pond? With a sharp spear pointed straight at his face, he fearfully and obediently answered, yes. Divine blood, which is the essence blood of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor. Why is a Beast Emperor's essence blood appearing here? He continued, in ancient times an all-out war broke out between human martial saints and Beast Emperors, so various types of essence blood were scattered all over the world. Less than greater than. His voice turned cold. Ancient times. Last question. Who are you? Why are you collecting the Beast Emperor's essence blood? The guy answered, suddenly biting down hard. We are the Blood Moon cult. As for the reason, it cannot be revealed. It was poison. Fresh blood poured from his 7 orifices, and he died with his eyes wide open. Watching the other party collapse, he thought to himself, he committed suicide, a cultist again. Forget it. I'll wait until I return to the supply base and ask Vice Principal Lang Seung. At this moment, Tong Thu Vun ran over from behind, asking anxiously, Kang Min, are you okay? He gently patted her head, comforting her. I'm fine, you've worked hard just now. She pointed at the lake. Those people just now, it seemed they were targeting that pool of blood. He nodded. They called themselves members of the Blood Moon cult, coming here to collect the Beast Emperor's essence blood. She was stunned. That's actually Tier 9 Beast Emperor essence blood. That's an SSS tier cultivation resource. It has to go through complex processing before it can be used. How could you absorb it directly? I'm also very curious, but it seems it hasn't harmed my body at all. It even directly upgraded my immortal thunder body to the 4th stage. Perhaps the benefits don't stop there. I have to go back and ask my master. He turned back to his friend. Just rest here for a bit. You must be exhausted from guarding me for 2 days. You couldn't even walk steadily just now. The two rested under a tree. Tong Thu Vun covered herself with a jacket and slept, while Hurricane Min sat beside her, keeping watch. Meanwhile, in the cult's majestic villa, a cloaked figure reported. Grand Archbishop, the divine blood detector in Archbishop Chu's hands has suddenly lost its signal. An accident might have occurred. Should we arrange for personnel to retrieve the divine blood? The Grand Archbishop replied, no need to arrange personnel. I'm afraid an ability user has intervened. Let it be for now. Under the crimson blood moon, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The operation 1 month from now is the most important thing. The scene shifted back to Hurricane Min and Tong Thu Ven. She woke up groggily and saw him starting a fire to roast some meat. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned around and smiled. You woke up right on time. Come over and eat. Taking the meat skewer from his hand, she couldn't help but exclaim, smells so good. I didn't expect you to be a culinary expert. He laughed. Practice makes perfect. By the time this field survival training is over, you'll probably be able to grill a delicious meal too. Taking a bite of the meat, she felt incredibly refreshed. So delicious. Kang Min, you should seriously open a barbecue restaurant. I'll invest in you. He joked, the eldest young lady of the Tong family investing in me. Then I'd soon have to open a chain of stores covering all of Blue Star. Half an hour later, the two of them ate their fill and sat chatting. She still hadn't given up on her idea. I'm so full. Kang Min, before we leave, can I go take a quick bath? Seeing that there was no longer any danger, he replied. Of course you can. It won't take long anyway. After you're done, I'll wash up a bit too. Hearing that, she ran off happily. Great, then I'll go wash up first. Tong Thu Vun plunged into the lake. The clear, cool water enveloped her body, making her feel completely relaxed. A while later, she came back. I'm done bathing, you can go. Her beautiful, smiling face left our main guy completely stunned. He shyly looked away and gave a fake cough. Then I'll go take a bath too. She looked bewildered. Why did Kang Min's gaze seem a bit weird just now? Looking down, she finally realized her clothes were quite sheer, and she hugged her chest in embarrassment. I'm used to wearing this in the dorms. I didn't expect this outfit to. An hour later, both of them finished washing up and prepared to part ways. Tong Thu Vun handed him 2 talismans. Kang Min, these are a protective talisman and a teleportation talisman. Take them. He waved his hand to refuse. Keep them for yourself. Don't worry, my wilderness survival experience is quite rich. It'll be fine. Then take care, see you in a month. The two high-fived, then turned and walked in opposite directions. She was determined. I have to work hard from now on too. Even if I can't get first or second place, I must secure third place. A month quickly passed. Our main character was currently fighting a massive black panther.
Its body was bulging with muscles, and its bloodshot eyes looked terrifying. It lunged from behind to ambush him. He didn't even bother turning his head. With a single swing, the spearhead pierced right through the monster's chest. Having successfully killed another peak Tier 3 Dark Knight Panther, he thought, next, I'll try the ability training method and see if I can officially break through to Tier 3. He shouted, "Break for me!" Lightning instantly gathered, and sparks flashed all over his body, causing a massive explosion. He laughed joyfully. I've finally broken through to Tier 3. Even the top geniuses of Magic Capital University usually take over half a year to level up. It seems my cultivation talent isn't bad. Upgrading from Upper Tier 2 to Lower Tier 3, my physique and spirit have both increased by nearly 400 points. My vitality even broke through the 2,000-point mark. Not bad.
With 48,000 ability points, I still can't upgrade my ability to SS. Then I'll wait until I reach 50,000. If I still can't upgrade it, I'll have to give up for now. He stretched out his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. The day after tomorrow is the score tallying day. With my current accumulated points, taking first place shouldn't be a problem. The score tallying day arrived soon enough. At the assembly hall, the students gathered and the whole place was buzzing with excitement. The crowd happily shared with each other. I got 1,201 points, ranked 998. Awesome, I made it to the top 1,000. Don't celebrate just yet. You handed in your bracelet yesterday. When those top dogs return today, your rank will drop. That's right, there are still 2 hours left. Those top seed students haven't come back yet. From the door, Tong Thu Vun walked in, instantly drawing all eyes in the Great Hall. It's Tong Thu Vun, the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital University. Crap, and gonna drop another rank. Her score definitely won't be low. She handed in her bracelet and immediately received an announcement. Magic Capital Ability University. Tong Thu Vun. Total points 12,131. Ranked first. The crowd caused an uproar. Over 12,000 points. That's insane. Tisk tisk, as expected of the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital. Compared to her, Lai Thurachi of Magic Capital University is still lacking. Vice Principal Lang Soon praised from the side. Well done. She happily waved her hand. Thank you for your praise, Vice Principal. Seeing this, Tu Bin asked, is that girl the great-granddaughter of Senior Tong from Sichuan Province? She replied, that's right. I didn't expect the Tong family wouldn't train her within the family and instead sent her to our school, but the girl really works very hard. Tong Thu Vun was about to head back when a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind, making her turn her head. Little Vun, not bad. As soon as she saw the person approaching, she immediately shouted, Auntie. That was Chao Duan Tong Thu Vun's aunt, the chief manager of the Fuan An supplied base. Chao Duan covered her mouth and chuckled teasingly. However, why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you? She was embarrassed. What boyfriend? There's nothing going on yet. Wait a minute. How did you know? She lifted her chin. Don't forget I'm the chief manager. I have eyes and ears everywhere in this base. Suddenly, the crowd grew noisy. Look quickly. It's the S-tier foreign exchange student from Capital University, Kieran. He's back. Kieran walked in confidently amid the clamoring discussions. Tier 3, I reckon he must have gotten at least 50,000 or 60,000 points. If there are no surprises, first place is definitely his. As soon as he submitted his bracelet, the result came out immediately, ranking first with 113,264 points, pushing Tong Thu Vun down to second place. The students saw it and their jaws dropped in shock. My God, his score actually reached 110,000. So unreal. The gap is too huge. Second place doesn't even match a fraction of his score. This is absolute dominance. The university leaders immediately congratulated 110,000 points. It seems we must congratulate Vice Principal Tu in advance for securing first place. Tu Bin waved his hand, grinning from ear to ear. No, I just got lucky. Lang Soon stood silently to the side, thinking to herself, although the hope is very slim, Looking at Hua-kan Min's confidence back then, maybe he'll give me a surprise. Right after that, the announcement sounded again. Dong Thing of Tun Than Ability University. Total points 13,526. Ranked second. Is the ace of Tun Than Ability University. He's back too. Tong Thu Vun broke a sweat. Damn it, looks like I won't make it to the top 3. She looked anxiously toward the door again. There are only 8 minutes left. Why isn't Kan Min back yet? The students gathered and discussed. Kan Min from Magic Capital University is still not back? Did something happen? It's possible. The demon lair is too dangerous after all. I don't think so. Bro Min is very experienced. He wouldn't be careless like that. Speak of the devil. Kan Min strode in proudly, instantly drawing all attention. The students of Magic Capital University roared loudly, "Go for it. You're the best. Bro Min, no matter your score, you're still the pride of Magic Capital University. Bro Min will always support you." Kieran crossed his arms in disdain, looking smug. Truly a bunch of weaklings who only know how to rely on each other. No matter how much you cheer, the winner will still be me in the end. Looking at the scores on the leaderboard, Kan Min thought to himself, so Kieran got 110,000 points. No wonder so many people were cheering for me. They think I'm going to lose. Vice Principal Lang pointed her finger. Go ahead. We're all just waiting for you. Hurry up and update your score. Tier 3 already. What fast progress. Our main guy dropped his bracelet into the scanning machine. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense, with everyone eagerly waiting for the result. The crowd chatted. How many points do you guys guess Kan Min got? I guess around 50,000 or 60,000 points. He's at upper tier 2 after all. Sigh. It's just a pity Kieran is there. There's no way he can take first place. The clear announcement rang out, making everyone's jaws drop on the spot. Kan Min of Magic Capital Ability University. Total points 405,637. Ranked first. Everyone was stunned. This announcement was truly like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe their ears. The crowd below broke out in cold sweats. 400,000 points. I'm not seeing things right. Holy crap. This is way too surreal. Is the S tier of Magic Capital University that strong? The score is 4 times that of Capital University's foreign exchange student. This is pure madness. Even if you made me slaughter tier 1 ferocious beasts without eating or sleeping for a whole month, I still wouldn't reach this score. Tu Bin frowned. 400,000 points, equivalent to killing 20,000 tier 1 ferocious beasts. He'd have to kill 666 beasts a day. This result is truly absurd. Chao Duan was astounded. 400,000 points, truly astonishing. Little Vun, did you already know about this? Tong Thu Vun replied proudly, No, but I know that no matter what miracle happens with him, it's never a surprise. As for Kieran, he was furious now. He gritted his teeth. Kan Min's score is 3 times higher than mine. How is this possible? If so, wouldn't the cultivation resources promised to me by Tham King University go down the drain? No way. Unwilling to accept it, he pointed at him and shouted, Kan Min, your score can't possibly be that high. Vice Principal 2, I demand an investigation of Kan Min's smart bracelet. I suspect him of cheating. The students immediately voiced their outrage for him. What the hell? You accuse people of cheating when you can't beat them. Are you playing dirty? Don't go too far. That's right, the smart bracelet has already been checked by the scanner. Are you doubting there is a problem with the scanner? Tu Bing turned and asked, Vice Principal Lang, what do you think? Lang Suing smiled calmly and agreed. Checking the history is of course not a problem. Less than greater than. She suddenly widened her eyes, her expression turning fierce. However, if after checking it is discovered that Kan Min didn't cheat at all, how do you plan to handle this? Someone else chimed in. Exactly, the smart bracelets and the score tallying machine went through strict inspection by our 3 major universities. Is Vice Principal 2 doubting himself now?
His face looked extremely ugly. This Lang Sung is over 10 years younger than me, yet I didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with. He raised his voice. Student Hua naturally shouldn't be wronged without reason. If after watching the historical footage it is confirmed there are no issues, our capital university is willing to compensate him with a portion of S-tier cultivation resources. She turned back to look at him. If that's the case, then let's check the history in the smart bracelet. Kang Min, come over here. He chuckled inwardly. Oh my, getting a portion of S-tier cultivation resources for doing absolutely nothing. Where else can you find such a good deal? Seeing that confident, fearless expression, Vice Principal 2 was startled. This expression, Could I be wrong? The verification process quickly commenced. Kieran crossed his arms over his chest, looking certain of his victory. I want to see how you managed to get these 400,000 points. I am also S tier. Even if you're tier 3 too, it still shouldn't be this unreal. His hunting footage was projected onto the big screen, leaving the audience in awe. Holy smokes. This spear art is incredible. I probably wouldn't be able to achieve such a spear art in my entire life. It's not just the spear art. Hurricane Min's ability control is also terrifying. Vice Principal Lang asked, "Has your spear art reached the Grandmaster level?" He answered as usual, just a lucky breakthrough. Hearing that, she just smiled and fought Grandmaster level. It's not something you can just luckily achieve. This Hurricane Min is hiding quite a few secrets that make people curious.
The students' chatter hadn't stopped. Look quickly, a tier 4 ferocious beast, primal giant crocodile. Why isn't Hurricane Min running away? Yeah, what is he standing there for? Is he planning to kill it? An upper tier 2 trying to kill a tier 4. How is that possible? The video let out a massive boom, and the big screen replayed the entire scene of the crocodile being killed in a single strike. The people below couldn't believe their eyes. Holy hell! Is this the lightning Hurricane Min unleashed? Too terrifying. What level of combat skill is this? A tier 4 primal giant crocodile got instantly obliterated. Kieran also dropped his jaw. Is this an S-tier magic-type combat skill? Doesn't he use a spear? How could he master a magic-type combat skill?
The two vice principals were also amazed. It's actually the Element Academy's Heavenly Thunder art. Only a few in the entire Element Academy have mastered an S-tier combat skill, yet Hurricane Min, just a freshman at the Weapons Academy, managed to learn it. Lang Xuing smiled and looked toward Tu Bin, Vice Principal 2. Do we need to keep watching? He forced a smile and lowered his head, answering, "Let's stop here. No need to watch anymore." Just a freshman, yet already mastering an S-tier combat skill. Hurricane Min, you are quite impressive. The S-tier cultivation resources will be sent over right away. He replied modestly, "Thank you for the praise, Vice Principal 2. He sighed and turned his head. Sigh. I didn't expect that despite preparing so much, Capital University still lost to Magic Capital University. If I had known Hurricane Min was such a monstrous genius, I would have spared no cost to recruit him into Capital University back then. I hereby announce that the competition for this study trip has concluded. The top 3 rankings are as follows. Third place goes to Tun Than Ability University, securing a 27.5% resource quota. Second place is Pan Kin Ability University, with a 31.5% resource quota. First place goes to Magic Capital Ability University, holding a 41% resource quota. They also hold priority allocation rights. His friends joyfully jumped up and down, shouting loudly, "We won. Our Magic Capital University is number 1. We turned the tables. Bro Min is so cool. 5 consecutive championships. We did it." Tu Bin continued. Besides, the resources allocated to our 3 universities this time are rare herbs and exotic flowers planted in the outer ring of the Demon Den. Tomorrow, all freshmen, led by the instructors of each university, will enter the plantation to harvest them. After the harvest, the universities will arrange their own schedules for the remaining time. Suddenly, Kieran walked over with an ugly expression and proposed, "Principal 2, am not resigned to this. Can you let me fight Hurricane Min directly in a match? If I lose, we will give up the resources. If I win, the resources promised earlier must be given to us intact." His expression turned serious, and he looked at him with sharp, cold eyes. "How confident are you?" He replied smugly, "Hurricane Min's S-tier magic ability. Requires a second or 2 to activate. In a one-on-one fight, I will definitely win." He pondered, "And not resigned to this outcome either, so let's do as you say." On the other side, Ms. Lang asked him, "How do you plan to arrange your time during the instructor's lectures for the next half-month?" He replied, "I'll enter the Demon Den and continue hunting monsters." She was a bit surprised. "Slaughtering continuously for almost a month. Aren't you tired?" He smiled. "I am, but this is the only way my strength can maintain its rapid growth."
She advised, "The danger between life and death truly tempers a person, but you must know how to balance tension and relaxation to go far. You should understand this principle." He politely clasped his hands and bowed. "I understand. Once this study trip ends, I'll rest when we return to the university. Also, Principal Long, I came across a pool in the Demon Den." After hearing his account, the vice principal rubbed her chin. According to what you said, that's definitely the essence blood of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor, an SSS tier cultivation resource. Of course, the part you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, with your current state, you wouldn't be able to absorb Beast Emperor essence blood, no matter what.
As for why you could absorb it directly, it's probably related to the body refinement technique you're learning. You'll have to ask your master about that. I don't have much of an impression of the Blood Moon cult, so it's probably not a major faction. You don't need to worry too much. I understand. After instructing him, she waved her hand to dismiss him. Go rest, you're tired too. At this time, Tong Thu Vun brought her aunt over. Can Min, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Chao Duan. She's the chief manager of the Thuan N supply base. He politely bowed. Greetings, Manager Chao. She covered her mouth and smiled. No need to be so polite, just call me Aunt Chao. She then handed him a black card with gold patterns. This is the Tong family's black gold card. From now on, whenever you buy any products from the Tong family group, you'll get a 20% discount.
He was astonished. The Tong family's black gold card? I remember the Tong family's businesses basically cover almost every field, from combat gear and exotic herbs to potions. A 20% discount on all of that. How much money will this save? Tong Tu Vun said generously, just keep it. You have to change your gear constantly anyway. He took the card, feeling stunned. Am I being kept by a sugar mommy? Suddenly, a crowd surged forward and surrounded him. Student Hua, can we interview you for a bit? Do you want to try our defense company's new product? We are the largest weapon company in the country. Would you consider being our spokesperson? Student Hua, can we be friends and train together later? We are the biggest Esper forum. Could we interview you first and then have you shoot a few videos? That afternoon, Hook and Min was called for a talk. Long Seung informed him, Kieran wants to fight you in a match. Kin University's wager is 20% of this time's resources, while our wager is half of the ruin passes. Do you want to fight? He wasn't quite sure, so he asked, Ruin passes? What are those? Tubin explained, Ruin passes are tickets to enter ancient civilization ruins. We invited an S-tier foreign exchange student precisely for these 40 passes. Now that you're in first place, the passes will naturally belong to your team, so we're a bit unresigned. He thought to himself, in the history classes at Mado University, they said that before the current civilization, another ancient civilization existed. Humans. The ancient civilization also had monsters and espers, and its level of development could be called glorious. Not only was technology advanced, but their understanding of abilities was also incredibly profound. It's just unknown why, when the ancient civilization reached its peak, it suddenly ended and was buried deep underground. It wasn't until thousands of years later when espers appeared on Lam Tin again that these ruins were excavated. The top-tier ability training methods and SSS-tier combat skills were obtained from them. Some of these ancient civilization ruins can be entered directly, while others require passes. The ones that can be entered directly have long been swept clean. That's why the passes are so fiercely contested. Ms. Lang added, these 40 passes correspond to Ancient Ruin number 9, which opens once a year. Only Tier 4 to Tier 6 can enter. If you beat Kieran, I can give you one. The choice is yours. Principal 2 said mockingly, it's fine if you don't want to. After all, the arena is small and narrow, which gives Kieran an advantage. He quickly patted his chest with a confident expression. Principals, I accept. He turned and walked to the door. Good, I'll go inform Kieran. The location will be the arena area at the supply base. After he left, Ms. Lang looked at him and asked, I didn't expect you to agree so decisively. Are you that confident? He replied, just so, I guess I have about a 90% chance of winning. She was surprised. 90% chance is just so. He flashed a cocky smile. Actually, I'm just being modest. I think I'm completely certain of winning. She sighed. You brat. If Tubin and Kira knew you were 100% sure, who knows what they'd think. Elsewhere, when Kieran heard the news, he immediately became thrilled. To think he actually dared to accept. Then don't blame me for not holding back. He asked Tubin, Principal 2, if I accidentally injure Huracan Min then, will it be okay? He calmly replied, don't worry. The vice principals of the 3 major universities, along with instructors and many students, will all be present. Just go all out. If there's any danger, someone will naturally intervene. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing killing intent. Huracan Min, don't blame me for being ruthless. On the day of the match at the arena area,
a large number of students had already gathered here. They eagerly chatted in excitement. Two S-tier experts facing off. I'm really looking forward to this. Of course, both are Tier 3. It's still unknown who will win or lose.
In the wilderness, Hua Kangmin's Heavenly Thunder art would definitely win, but in the arena, it's hard to say. That's right, Kieran's ability is a close combat enhancement type. Let's see if Hua Kangmin has any other trump cards later. Hearing the conversation, Kieran gritted his teeth. To think someone actually believes Hua Kangmin still has another trump card. That S-tier combat skill, learning one as a freshman is already a miracle. How could he have a second one? As if S-tier skills are that easy to learn. At this moment, he walked over, and the crowd burst into cheers. Hua Kangmin is here! Hua Kangmin, we support you. Mado University will definitely win. Kieran provocatively gloated. Come on, Hua Kangmin, I can't wait any longer. He wasn't one to back down either, immediately firing back. Can't wait to throw your life away, right? Then I'll grant your wish.
Stepping into the arena, the two stood with their backs to each other, their postures imposing, both radiating a terrifying aura. The vice principal of Tunthang University, Jiang Quinn, spoke up. I will be presiding over this arena match. If either side loses consciousness or admits defeat, the match will be considered over and no further pursuit is allowed. Of course, there's no need to hold back. With us here, you don't have to worry about your lives being in danger. As he finished speaking, he cast his Water Spirit Shield ability, creating a protective barrier. Just as the signal to begin rang out, Kieran immediately enhanced himself. His entire body bulged with muscles. Two long, sharp horns grew from his head, and with a blade in hand, a dark red aura radiated around him. His aura was truly terrifying. He thought to himself, is this the S-tier enhancement ability? His eyes were bloodshot, and with an extremely ferocious expression, he roared. Hurricane Min, I'll give you time to prepare that S-tier magic combat skill. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The crowd below buzzed. This is an S-tier enhancement ability. Hurricane Min is in big trouble. That's right, the arena is only 30 meters wide, which heavily restricts long-range lightning skills. Since Hurricane Min dared to step into the ring, he must have anticipated this. Hurricane Min stood in the arena as arrogant as ever. Now that you mention it, after advancing to Tier 3, I haven't truly unleashed the full power of my ability yet. Perfect timing, I'll use you to test my strength. After speaking, he immediately unleashed his ability. A blinding purple light burst forth and countless powerful bolts of lightning shot out.
Jiang Quan assessed, this mist barrier can at most block the attacks of an ordinary peak Tier 3A grade Esper. He just unleashed his ability, and it's already touching the limits of the mist barrier? The students below had their eyes opened once again. Is this the S-tier ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder? It truly is terrifying. I feel like it could insta-kill me. We're both freshmen, but the gap is just too huge. Sensing this immense power, Kieran realized the situation was bad, and thought, normal lightning wouldn't cause me any harm, but Hua Kangmin's lightning can corrode my body. It seems I have to end this fight quickly. He instantly lunged forward ferociously, exuding a powerful aura. Hua Kangmin didn't hesitate either, and dashed forward for a head-on clash.
He found it amusing. Oh, you didn't choose to run, but actually dare to fight back. Then let me show you the invincible strength of an enhancement-type Esper. He swung his blade, preparing to bring down a strike with all of his might onto his head. Take this blade. But he immediately noticed something wrong. The tip of Hurricane Min's spear thrust forward at such incredible speed that it reached his neck in the blink of an eye. He had no choice but to pull back his attack and switch to defense, using his blade to block the sharp spear. The clash of weapons rang out with a sharp clang, and Kieran was pushed back several steps by that overwhelming force. He was horrified. How is this possible? His strength is on par with mine after my transformation. I'm an Esper with an S-tier enhancement ability. His expression was calm, as if he had anticipated this reaction. You seem very surprised, but there is no rule stating that a lightning-type Esper's strength must be weaker than an enhancement type's. He replied, Indeed, there is no rule stating that. I originally planned to play around with you a bit, but it seems that won't do. Hurricane Min, you should feel lucky that I get to use my full power to defeat you. He tapped his forehead, and his body underwent a second transformation. His eyes turned bloodshot, the horns on his head grew frighteningly long, and his hands turned into sharp claws. Come, embrace your fear. Beast Lord descent. Witnessing this scene, the students broke into a cold sweat. The S-tier ability Brahma Beast Lord plus an S-tier combat skill is truly too terrifying. Is this Kieran's full strength? He looks so powerful. This must be an exclusive S-tier combat skill. Combined with his ability, the power is even greater. Seeing this from below, Bin felt as if he had struck gold, happily thinking to himself, it's a guaranteed win. Lang Suing on the other side witnessed this scene with a serious expression. I recall the dean of the Weapons Academy, Zuon Tren Thien, seems to have a similar S-tier combat skill. Hurricane Min surely knows it too, right? Kieran smugly pointed at himself and asked arrogantly, Hurricane Min, in this form, do you still dare to compete in strength with me one more time? A spark of lightning flashed in his eyes and he smirked. Compete in strength with you again? Sure. Thought I was out of moves. He immediately activated his lightning extreme state and his body transformed as well. His white hair grew longer, leaving his opponent utterly astounded. The guys below were shocked over and over in just one session. Holy crap. What's going on? I just glanced at my phone. How come when I look back, 2 boss monsters have appeared in the ring? Bro, these aren't boss monsters. It's Hurricane Min and Kieran entering Phase 2. And you're saying they aren't bosses. Damn it, you even used the term Phase 2. The Indian guy was so shocked he stuttered that this is an S-tier combat skill. He laughed heartily. Guess right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. With that said, he unleashed a blinding purple lightning sphere straight ahead. It was Thunder Prison.
Kieran broke into a sweat. It's a crowd control combat skill. Not good. He's preparing to unleash that S-tier Heavenly Thunder combat skill. He decided to risk it all, using every ounce of his strength to break the encirclement. I have to risk it. Blood Aura Armor. The lightning enclosure was shattered, and he also collapsed, falling to his knees on the ground, exhausted. I finally broke free. Too bad he refused to let it go. Without giving this guy a chance to react, he decisively launched another attack. Luckily, he was agile enough to still dodge his attack. He broke into a cold sweat. That lightning spear is terrifying. If it hit me, it'd probably be heavily injured, if not dead. Before he could even rest, Hua Kangmin swung his spear with wind-tearing speed, executing the lightning gale piercer. Kieran still managed to block the attack with his blade in time, but unable to withstand the terrifying force, he was sent flying backwards. Hua Kangmin still wouldn't let up. He instantly lunged forward again, using continuous lightning spears to batter his opponent before he could even react. The Indian guy was hit by the attacks consecutively, his body beaten to a pulp, but he stubbornly gritted his teeth. As long as I can withstand this move, I'll still have a chance. Truly a stubborn king of taking hits, as resilient as a leech. After his move ended, he sprang up and roared, "Now, it's my turn." But before he could launch his attack, Hua Kangmin reached out a hand and shouted, "Explode!" Rumbling lightning gathered and struck his chest. His whole body tensed up to resist it, but ultimately he couldn't withstand it, and the blade slipped from his grasp. Fresh blood splattered as Kieran was beaten back to his original form, lying flat on the ground, his entire body covered in scorched black marks from the lightning strikes. When the sharp spear tip was pointed right at his face, he finally couldn't hold on anymore, and his trembling voice rang out. I admit defeat." The outcome was already crystal clear. Jiangqian shouted, "The winner is Hua Kangmin." The crowd below cheered in excitement. "So terrifying. I thought they'd fight for over 10 minutes. Who knew it'd be over in 2? That's right, total domination. Moreover, a lightning-type Esper matched strength with an enhancement-type Esper and actually won. Also, Brother Min's combat skills stringed together flawlessly, completely leaving Kieran without a single chance.
The vice principal smiled in satisfaction and praised him. Using Thunder Prison to control the match, then Thunder Spear to force Kieran to use his movement combat skill, followed by Lightning Flash for a surprise attack, combined with Lightning Gale Piercer to expose the opponent's flaws, and finally finishing him off with continuous lightning spears. The moves are connected extremely tightly, neat and fluid. Hurricane Min is truly outstanding. Turning to the grim-faced Bin, she said, "Principal 2, do you have anything else to say?" He replied dejectedly, "Principal Lang, we wholeheartedly concede defeat. That 20% share of resources is yours. Additionally, the S-tier resource promised to Hurricane Min will be delivered by tomorrow afternoon." He walked away in despair. Not only did we fail to get those 20 ruin passes, but we even have to compensate with 20% of the resource shares. Sigh, talk about losing double.
Seeing him step down, she happily presented a green card. Well done. This is the pass to Ancient Ruin number 9. I'll give it to you first. Furthermore, the university will reward you with an additional 10,000 academic credits. Hearing this, he was visibly overjoyed. 10,000? Thank you, Principal Lang. Holding the pass in his hand, he was thrilled to the core. So this is the ruin pass that everyone is scrambling to fight for. She waved her hand at him. Go rest. The S-tier resource promised by Kin University, along with the right to choose a combat skill from the 3 universities' martial library. Tomorrow, after finishing the harvest of exotic herbs in the Demon Den, you can claim them all.
Who Ken Min thought with satisfaction. This field trip has not only brought me a ruin pass, credits, and S-tier resources. It'll also collect a massive amount of exotic herbs and countless monster materials. You could say it's an incredibly abundant harvest. An unfamiliar young man walked over and said with a smile, "That was a fantastic match. To witness a genius like you is truly a great honor." He replied politely, "Thank you for the flattering words." Seeing him leave, he asked, "Who was that?" Tong Thuvan replied, "That's Dong Thing, the top student of Tun Thang University. He's the one ranked 3rd, right below you and Kirin. No wonder his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. He really is a monster." The girl was speechless. "You're already at the 3rd tier. Are you just praising yourself?" The MC laughed out loud, pointing at his own face. "I'm different. I have a one-click level-up hack. Do you believe it? It'd be crazy to believe you." The scene shifts to the cult from earlier. In the dark space, the Archbishop floats in mid-air, hands raised as if casting a spell, a glowing red orb above his head. The cultists kneel respectfully on the ground. Mandate received. The heavenly God is eternal. The heavenly God is eternal. He suddenly asks, "Is everything arranged at the plantation zone?" A subordinate reports, reporting to the Archbishop, everything is in place. He orders again, "Target the teachers of the 3 major universities. Kill as many as you can." They all reply in unison, "Understood." He looks at a figure standing in the corner. "As for those 2 S-tiers, I'll leave them to you, Holy Son. It'll be perfect for your growth." "No problem, right?" The other laughs and replies, "No problem. Tomorrow, the distance between us will be very close. If they're willing to embrace the arms of our heavenly mandate cult, then nothing could be better. Otherwise, kill them without mercy." He throws his head back in a savage laugh. "Everyone, tomorrow will be the most magnificent stage for our heavenly mandate cult. We will use the most brutal, bloodiest way to announce our existence to Great Shia. I look forward to your performance." The crowd below chants in unison, "Mandate received, the heavenly God is eternal. Mandate received, the heavenly God is eternal." The next day, at the demonic lair plantation control zone, a no-entry sign is planted right outside. Inside, the students look around. So beautiful. Is that the C-tier sunflower? There are this many in the base. I can't wait to pluck them out of the ground. A smiling man walks out. It's the base manager, Ma Zhuang. "Welcome, instructors and students of the 3 major universities. Why didn't the 3 vice principals come?" The leading instructor of Magic Capital University, Ho Bing, replies, "The principals are busy, and picking flowers and herbs isn't dangerous, so they didn't come. Besides, even if an incident occurs, Principal Lang can just use her spatial ability and be here in the blink of an eye." The manager smiles warmly. "True enough. Then everyone, please follow me." He assigns tasks as they walk. Capital University will pick sunflowers in Sector C12. Jin University will pick crimson flame grass in Sector B16, and Magic Capital University will pick clear heart grass in Sector C11. The top 3 freshmen need to separate and come with me. Ho Bing is surprised. Separate? Why don't the other plantations in the demonic lair have this rule? He explains, it's a newly cultivated batch of S-tier exotic flora. It's the perfect time to broaden the horizons of these outstanding students. The instructor finds it reasonable. Is that so? All right then. Kang Min, Kirin, Dong Thing, you 3 go with him. Kang Min feels a bad omen, separating us to pick S-tier exotic flora. Something feels off about Manager Ma. But with the instructors here, it probably won't be a problem. Dong Thing cheerfully introduces himself. "Hello, you 2. I'm Dong Thing from Jin University. Your grand battle yesterday was truly spectacular. I was completely in awe watching it." He replies modestly, "It was nothing much."
He continues, "I heard some religions have secret techniques to enhance one's strength, capable of helping a Tier 2 Esper level up to Tier 4. If it's true, maybe I could even trade blows with you 2, he says sternly. "Religion? It's best not to get involved with them." Hearing this, Kirin disagrees. "What's wrong with religion? Whether it's the Hinduism of my country or the Holy Father cult, they all carry very positive meanings. It's thanks to the support of Lord Brahma that I win every battle. He ruthlessly rubs salt into his wound. Win every battle? Then why couldn't the Lord Brahma you worship help you defeat me? The guy gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, wanting to curse but unable to. Don't Thing intervenes. I actually think Kiran isn't wrong. Some religions indeed bring immense benefits to people. Kang Min, in just a moment when you personally experience the power derived from religion, you might just change your mind.
Something sounds off. The MC grows suspicious and thinks to himself, what does he mean? Majion leads the three to a deserted area. Miss Ho, 3 students, we've arrived. Ho Bing looks around and asks doubtfully, we've arrived? Where is the S-tier exotic flora? He points to the left. Please take a look, Miss Ho. The S-tier exotic flora is right here. As soon as the words leave his mouth, taking advantage of Ho Bing turning away, he suddenly activates his ability and launches a surprise attack. Ferocious claws strike at her chest. She quickly leaps back and does a backwards roll, dodging the attack and screams in shock. You? A Tier 7 Grandmaster. She immediately activates her A-tier ability Black Shadow Civet. You're not Manager Ma. Who on earth are you? Do you know what consequences this will cause?
He laughs ferociously, as expected of a peak Tier 6 expert from Magic Capital University. You really are different from ordinary Tier 6 espers. Your vitality is so robust. He simultaneously tears off his disguise mask. You're about to die anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. We are the Heavenly Mandate cult. As for what consequences it will cause, naturally, the more severe they are, the more we like it. A shout immediately echoes out. Kill them! Leave no one alive! Ho Bing yells out. Heavenly Mandate cult? You want to cut off the inheritance of Great Xia's current generation? I hope you won't regret what you've done. She instantly crushes the blue crystal in her hand, wanting to call for backup. Transmit. The Archbishop looks smug, raising his hand. The glowing red orb containing the bone piece appears. Trying to call your spatial great-grandmaster? How embarrassing. It's already too late.
His ability is cast, and deep red, dark currents of energy rapidly envelop everything. Space has been sealed. But Lang Soon has already received the distress signal. She shouts in fury. Someone dares to ambush the 3 University Alliance team. You're courting death. Principal 2, Principal Jiang, to the plantation zone. She uses her ability to rip open a spatial door, bringing the other 2 principals along for an immediate rescue. The students are stunned. Such a formidable aura. Are these 3 all great grandmasters? Their auras are terrifying. That's right, they're the vice principals of the top 3 universities. Damn, did something happen to the students on the field trip? Xiao Duan, with a grave expression, orders, Base Squad 9 and Squad 10, head to the demonic lair plantation zone immediately. Protect the young lady. She looks outside with worry. Teal Vun has a protective talisman, plus the Tier 8 great grandmasters of the 3 universities coming to protect her. She should be fine. On this side, Ho Bing is horrified. This is spatial ability fluctuations. The Archbishop smirks and answers, that's right, your spatial great-grandmaster is useless now. As for you, die first. A fierce attack is unleashed. Ho Bing is terrified. It's over. There's nowhere to run this time. A powerful gale strikes. Kiran screams, damn it. Her Kang Min's expression is grim. A Tier 7 Grandmaster. Even if I use all my trump cards, I fundamentally cannot resist. A booming sound echoes. The Archbishop glances over to think they can actually shake the Beast Emperor's space. A spatial great grandmaster truly is formidable. Saying that, he leaps into the air, wanting to go and block the principals. Holy Sun, I'll leave this place to you. Suddenly, Dong Thing from behind reveals a bloodthirsty look and speaks up. Finally, the moment for our Heavenly Mandate cult to take the stage has finally come. Her Kang Min, Kiran, come here and witness my true form. His body mutates continuously. A horrifying cluster of arms grows from his stomach like a centipede, and 2 long horns sprout from his head. High stage Tier 2, peak Tier 2. His tier steadily increases, finally stopping at peak Tier 4. Never having seen such a situation in his life, Kiran breaks into a cold sweat and screams, "What the hell? What kind of combat skill is this? It can actually increase strength by 2 whole major tiers." He beside him isn't doing much better, thinking inwardly, this is the aura of divine blood. Dongtin's body seems to carry the aura of several types of divine blood. Even one type of divine blood is already considered an SSS tier resource. No wonder he can reach the peak Tier 4 level in a single bound.
Dong Thing looks down from above, speaking arrogantly. From mid-stage tier 2 straight to peak tier 4. This is the power of the Heavenly Mandate cult. You have two choices. Join the Heavenly Mandate cult and hunt down the other students with me, or be crushed and obliterated by me. Make your choice. The students fall into chaos, scrambling to run over and help. Hurry, the two S-tiers are in danger, go help them quickly. Hurricane Min is our hope, nothing can be allowed to go wrong. Charge. The cultists of the Heavenly Mandate cult laugh maniacally. Stop them. No one can save them today. Worry about yourselves first, you're our targets too. Tung Tu Vun draws her halberd for battle, thinking to herself, Kang Min, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. On this side, the three principals have also arrived. Principal Lang Soon, why don't we teleport directly into the plantation zone? She replies, I've tried. The space inside the plantation cannot be pierced. The object he's holding must be the bone of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor with a spatial ability. The space of the plantation zone has already been sealed. The other two are astounded. The bone of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor with a spatial ability? Such a massive undertaking. If anything happens to those two S-tiers, things will get incredibly troublesome.
The Archbishop laughs insanely. So what if there are three great grandmasters? Won't you still have to watch helplessly as my Heavenly Mandate cult slaughters all the freshmen? Today is the most magnificent awakening day for our Heavenly Mandate cult. Hearing this name, the principals can't help but be shocked. It's the Heavenly Mandate cult again. We wiped them off the territory of Great Xia 60 years ago. Who would have thought they'd rear their ugly heads again? Let's attack together. Within 3 minutes, we can definitely break his spatial seal. Lang Xuang waves her hand and shouts. The three pool their strength and the trembling ground begins to crack apart. Their combined mighty power creates a massive shockwave. The entire vast greenhouse is ripped out of the earth, leaving behind a deep, pitch-black crater. Vice Principal Lang calculates. The underground space has been sealed and cannot be pierced. The weakest point of this space is located to the southeast. The other two principals activate their abilities, preparing to attack that weak point. Both dash forward simultaneously. The greenhouse erupts with deafening, earth-shattering explosions. The two appear in mid-air. The students look up and immediately cheer in excitement. It's the vice principals. They've come to save us. There's hope this time. At this moment, Kang Min on the other side grips his weapon tightly, thinking seriously. I still have 49,000 ability points on the system panel. If I use them all to upgrade, I should be able to reach tier 4, and then I can turn the tables. That guy Dong Thing still arrogantly declares to everyone, geniuses of the three universities. You see it, right? Skyrocketing from mid-stage tier 2 to peak tier 4. This is the power of the Heavenly Mandate cult. I'm giving you a chance. Kill the freshmen around you with me, and you'll become a member of the Heavenly Mandate cult, gaining the chance to possess power just like mine. Hearing this, the students look at each other, hesitation appearing in the eyes of a few. Lang Soon roars angrily. Any freshman who dares to attack another will be stripped of their student status and killed on the spot. The crowd snaps back to reality. Forget it, rebelling won't lead to a good end. That's right, being hunted down means certain death. Following the principles might still give us a chance to live. Dong Thing gets angry. A bunch of fools. You don't even have this little bit of courage. He looks down at Kieran and Hurricane Min, in giving you the last 3 seconds. Submit or die. 3, 2. The Indian guy is so scared he nearly wets his pants. He immediately falls to his knees and kowtows. Don't kill me. I'll join the Heavenly Mandate cult. Satisfied, he glances over at him. A wise choice. And what about you? But the MC doesn't give a damn. His whole body emits lightning, getting into a stance ready to fight. Dong Thing fumes, stubborn. It seems you've chosen death. Since you refuse to be a holy son, Kieran, go kill him as your proof of allegiance. He stammers in fear. About that, I can't beat him. The subordinates also simultaneously activate their abilities and charge forward. We'll attack together with you. He glances over slightly and thinks to himself. 1 low stage tier 3 plus 4 low stage tier 4s. It looks like I don't need to use my ability points just yet. Bring it on. One minion swoops down from the sky. Think you're hot shit just because you're an S tier. If you dare to be so arrogant, go to hell. This attack can't even touch him. With a single lift of his spear, he skewers the opponent, spilling his guts. The minion lies twitching on the ground on his deathbed. How is this possible? I'm a tier 4 Esper. He scoffs disdainfully. You dare come at me alone. Do you have a death wish? Dong Thing has no choice but to make a move. Fine, I will strike together with you.
As he speaks, a terrifying, murderous aura radiates from his body.
He thinks to himself, to actually make me sense the threat of death, he really is strong. It seems I still have to use my ability points. It's just a pity. I wanted to see if 50,000 ability points could upgrade my ability. Just then, the system suddenly announces, Killed 1, Low Stage Tier 4 Divine Blood Emissary, Ability Points plus 1,000. He rejoices. That's 50,000. If that's the case, then let's do it. He decisively clicks to upgrade his ability. Initiating Ability Evolution Process. S-Tier Purple Heaven Divine Thunder begins evolving. He Kang-min floats in midair, brilliant golden lightning enveloping his entire body like an electric net. Infuriated, Dong-Thing swings his arm and launches a powerful strike, bellowing, "Cheap tricks!" The terrifying power blows up a portion of the greenhouse, sending rubble and stones flying into the sky. The ability evolution process continues to rise, finally hitting the 100% mark. S-Tier Purple Heaven Divine Thunder transforms into the SS-Tier Capital Heaven Divine Thunder. The MC snaps his eyes open. His pupils have turned golden, emitting bursts of blinding golden lightning. An earth-shattering, furious power descends, blowing everything in the surroundings to pieces. That guy Dong-Ting is the target of the attack. At this moment, he is pierced through by this terrifying wave of lightning, screaming in agony before dying instantly without even the chance to struggle. The system coldly announces, Killed 1 Peak Tier 4 Divine Blood Emissary, Ability Points plus 2,000. Having dealt with the leader, he then points his finger at the minions who are still caught in panic. You! All of you, go to hell! A horrifying storm of lightning crashes heavily into the greenhouse. In no time, the entire gang is wiped out. Witnessing his tyrannical power, Kieran is scared to death. He immediately falls to his knees and kowtows profusely. He Kang-min, I was threatened just now too. I didn't lay a hand on you. Over here, the Archbishop senses the situation and is stunned. The Holy Sun is dead? He charges over like a madman, roaring, He Kang-min, I will bury you with him. He Kang-min was instantly immobilized by him, unable to move a single muscle. Is this the absolute gap between myself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the air. Stop! He was stunned. Is this a space-type ability? Lang Sung unexpectedly descended like a god, her expression ice-cold, her entire figure enveloped in a faint golden glow. He was completely shocked. How did you break in here? I've been maintaining the spatial lockdown this whole time. She sneered with deep disdain. Relying on external objects for a space ability, and you still dare to get distracted. If you don't die, who will? Spatial slash. With a deafening boom, this devastating strike severed his arm in a single slash, making him scream in agonizing pain. Not stopping there, she launched another attack, Spatial Prison. A radiant blue light instantly trapped him inside. The cult archbishop was utterly immobilized. Principal Lang shouted, Teleport. The Emperor Beast Bone immediately appeared in her hand. She then leaned down to check on him. Kang-min, are you all right? He let out a long sigh of relief and replied, I'm fine. Tu Bin asked from behind, Principal Lang, what should we do with the remaining members of the Heavenly Mandate cult? She fumed with rage. How dare they lay a hand on Great Sia's genius? Capture the Tier 6 ability users alive. As for the rest, kill them all without mercy. The two principals immediately followed the order, aggressively sweeping through and wiping out the cultists. Kieran trembled and stammered, Principal Lang, I. She glared at him coldly. Someone will settle the score with you later. Turning back to him, she asked, Kang-min, what was that ability you used just now? Is it a special S-tier skill? It required 0 casting time and it was golden lightning. He answered, I'm not sure either. I was just trying my absolute best to stay alive. And then my ability seemed to break its limits and mutate. She looked thoroughly surprised. It wasn't a combat skill. Cast your Purple Heaven Divine Thunder for me to see again. He obediently activated his ability, but the fierce lightning shooting from his hands was no longer purple. It had transformed into a brilliant gold. How incredibly strange. Is this still the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder? Once we finish up here and return to the supply base, I'll examine your ability again. He happily replied, Understood. Just then, Tong Thu Vun rushed out of nowhere and threw her arms tightly around his waist. Kang-min, I was so worried about you. Seeing the two of them so deeply intertwined, Long Seung shook her head, smiled softly, and turned away. Ah, the vibrant beauty of youth. He gently wiped away her tears and softly coaxed her. It's okay. Everything is over now. See? Imperfectly safe and sound. A short while later, the brutal battle concluded, and the greenhouse area was restored to its former state. Vice Principal Lang announced heavily, this time, a tragic total of 342 freshmen from our 3 universities have lost their lives at the hands of the Heavenly Mandate cult. Our 3 universities must bear the main responsibility for their sacrifices. All families will be compensated and subsidized according to battlefield casualty standards. The Heavenly Mandate cult is the mortal enemy of humanity, and even more so the bitter enemy of our 3 universities. From this day forward, our universities are issuing a kill order on the cult. Both students and teachers can accept these missions. We must eradicate them completely. He thought to himself, the ability points I earned from killing that divine blood envoy were substantial. I should definitely try taking on some of those missions when I get... Principal Long continued, due to this unexpected incident with the cult, this field trip will conclude early. Freshmen from all universities will gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow to head back. For now, follow your instructors back to the supply base and rest. Upon returning to the base, Kang Min was immediately called in for an ability test. Deploy your ability. The scanner will analyze the results. He obediently activated his ability. Seeing the sparkling golden lightning burst forth, Lang Suan couldn't help but look extremely solemn. She pondered, could it be that Kang Min's S-tier ability has mutated into SS tier? That's impossible. He started with a mere E-tier ability. Mutating to S-tier was already incredibly rare. Ability scan complete. Natural lightning type ability, Do Thien Then Loi. Rated SS tier. She gasped in sheer shock. Do Thien Then Loi. It really is an SS tier ability. Sweating profusely, she thought, the absolute gap between SS tier and S tier is massive. If nurtured properly, he could undeniably turn the tide on the monster battlefield. The last time an SS tier awakened appeared in Great Sha was over a decade ago. She beamed with immense satisfaction. Good, very good. An SS tier ability. Kang Min, you've done exceptionally well. He was equally amazed. Do Thien Then Loi. So my ability really mutated again. But how does the machine even know about it? Could it have appeared before? She then explained, if it can detect it, it naturally means it has appeared before. But not in modern times. It traces back to the ancient civilization era. Our scanners are built using technology reverse-engineered from those ancient ruins. This means your latent talent is likely on par with the terrifying ancient powerhouses. With a deeply serious expression, she handed him a talisman. Kang Min, you don't need to hide your ability's evolution, but you absolutely shouldn't flaunt it either. I crafted this talisman myself. Crush it within a 400-kilometer radius, and I'll rush to you immediately. Remember, only use it when you are in life-threatening danger. Taking the talisman, his eyes curved into a bright smile as he replied, I understand. She then took out a crimson bottle. This is the S-tier resource Kindai promised you, a Tier 7 realm-breaking pill, meant to be used when breaking through major realms. I strongly advise you to use it when you reach the peak of Tier 5 to break into Tier 6. Otherwise, its potent medicinal efficacy will be heavily wasted. Principal, can I exchange this for a different S-tier cultivation resource? He thought to himself. With my system, I don't even need pills to break through realms. She answered, King Dai definitely won't allow an exchange, but I'll make a special exception for you. Once we return, you can go to Ma Do's resource department to exchange it for another S-tier resource. Also, regarding the first-place combat skill reward for this field trip, take a look and choose one. He immediately ordered, Eva, display all lightning-type combat skills from A tier and above from both King Dai and Tun Dai. Looking at the skill information that flooded the screen, he thought to himself, the SS and SSS tier skills are incredibly tempting, but unfortunately, their level requirements are far too high. I have no way to learn them right now. I should be practical and pick something I can actually master. After deliberating heavily for a long while, he finally spoke up. Principal, I've made my choice. I'll take this S-tier Thunder God Finger.
Thunder God Finger, S-tier. Condenses lightning-type energy into a massive finger, resembling that of a thunder god, to launch a devastating attack at the enemy, dealing colossal lightning damage. This is Kindai's skill, so they probably won't offer much teaching support. I'm afraid it will take you a very long time to learn it. He replied easily, That's completely fine. He chuckled inwardly. I still have 6,000 ability points right now. That's more than enough.
Longsung smiled, as you wish. You've already mastered several S-tier skills, so you have plenty of experience. You really don't need my nagging. Looking at this young man, she couldn't help but sigh in sheer awe. An insanely fast leveling speed, heaven-defying comprehension, and even his ability managed to mutate again. To have such exaggerated advantages concentrated in a single person. If he can fully mature, humanity will absolutely gain a peerless powerhouse.
Back at the dormitory, inside his personal training room, Hurricane Min sat cross-legged on the floor and commanded the system. Deep blue, open my status panel. Less than greater than. 50,000 ability points caused my S-tier purple Heaven Divine Thunder to shed its shell and evolve into the SS-tier Do Thien Thun Loi. Compared to the purple Heaven Divine Thunder, the Do Thien Thun Loi is significantly harder to control. Next, I need to heavily focus on training my ability control. He clenched his fists, his face filled with burning determination, an SSS-tier lightning ability. I'm truly looking forward to that day. 6 p.m. Pedestrians suddenly broke into a wild commotion. Look over there. What kind of airship is that? It's so cool. No propellers and no exhaust flames from the tail. Could it be an anti-gravity ship unearthed from the ancient ruins? Isn't that a strictly strategic resource? Could some legendary big shot have arrived at the base? Following their frantic gazes, a massive, terrifyingly imposing airship materialized in mid-air. A man with long white hair stepped down from the ship, pulling his hat down with a smirk. Oozing an overwhelmingly mysterious aura, he murmured, Hurricane Min, I'm here. He swaggered right through the bustling crowd, leaving several people utterly bewildered. Should we report this to the base authorities? He adjusted his hat, thinking, the fewer people who know him here, the better. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the pedestrians suddenly acted as if he was invisible, completely forgetting the entire spectacle and seamlessly returning to normal. The scene shifted to the temporary detention area of the base, where two towering guards stood sternly at the door. Inside, a deafening, hysterical scream echoed. Let me go. The gods will not forgive you. Want to extract information from me? In your dreams. The cult archbishop was locked inside, struggling like a madman. The great god will surely save his loyal believer. The head of intelligence from the Security Bureau, a Tier 5 mental ability user, stood outside the iron bars and sighed. These cultists are insanely tight-lipped. We simply can't pry any useful information out of them. Lang Suing rested her chin on her hand and said, Got it. You've been working hard for a while now, so step down and rest up first. He revealed a deeply vicious expression. You pathetic fools, if I were you, I wouldn't waste my time like this. The principals were equally helpless. Even the intelligence department is out of options. It seems we can only wait for the higher-ups to send someone. She replied calmly, Don't rush. Judging by the time, the person from above should be arriving very soon. Just as she finished speaking, the mysterious white-haired man from earlier slowly strolled over. Principal Lang looked over with a deeply serious expression. This aura. He pushed his hat up and smirked, sorry to keep everyone waiting. She immediately placed a hand over her heart and bowed with profound respect. Lord Liu, I never expected you to come here in person. He waved his hand dismissively. The Heavenly Mandate cult has re-emerged after more than 60 years. How could I possibly not come personally? Sweating, she watched his imposing back and thought, Lu Mao's son, an A-tier mental ability user, one of Great Sia's few dozen Tier 9 martial saints, holding immense power and status. But is a mere situation like this really worth him coming personally? Facing the defiant criminal, he shot him a razor-sharp glare, his purple pupils radiating a terrifying hypnotic power. Answer my question honestly. Are you the Grand Master of the Heavenly Mandate cult? The mesmerizing purple halo instantly put him in a daze. No, I am only an archbishop. Interrogation continued. What is the true purpose of your operation this time? To exterminate the freshmen of the 3 universities and declare the existence of the Heavenly Mandate cult. Do you have moles in all the major universities? How many? No, only at Tunthang University. After 10 minutes of interrogation, Lu Mao's son concluded. The Archbishop's memories have been heavily altered by another ability user, making it physically impossible to extract critical information, like the distribution of their bases or the identity of the Grand Master. From what we've gathered, the cult has an even more terrifying scheme in play. I trust the higher-ups will act swiftly. That concludes the matter of the cult for now. There is one more thing, the evolution of Hurricane Min's ability. Where is he? I'd like to see him for a moment. Completely unsurprised, Lang Suing thought,
Lord Liu really did have an ulterior motive. Hurricane Min was called to the office and asked, "Principal, what did you need me for?" She just softly replied, "Have a seat." She then pointed gracefully at Liu Nog's son. "Let me introduce you. This is a member of our Great Siaz National Congress, Congressman Liu Nog's son." Hearing this, he jolted violently and spun around. "There's someone else in the room, and I didn't sense him at all." He walked over from behind and waved his hand. "Hello, student Hurricane Min." He immediately broke into a cold sweat, his eyes going wide with shock, sensing that things were going terribly wrong. It felt as if an invisible mountain was aggressively crushing down on him, laying bare all his deepest secrets, such immense pressure. He had to push himself to the absolute limit just to withstand that suffocating pressure, his fists clenched tight as fierce lightning crackled and enveloped his body. Trembling and panting heavily, he thought, "I've only ever seen Tier 9 martial saints on the internet. To think that in real life, a single casual glance from one is almost too much for me to bear." Liu Nog's son praised warmly, "Not bad at all. It's incredibly rare nowadays for a Tier 3 awakened to withstand a single gaze from me. Hurricane Min, your willpower is incredibly firm." He bowed deeply in respect and replied, "It's only because the congressman mercifully held back." He smiled brightly. Lam Tin might produce 3 or 4 S-tier awakened every year, but fewer than 50 SS tiers have been recorded in the past 200 years. Those who don't meet an early demise eventually become humanity's apex combatants. I sincerely hope you can become one of them too. At the same time, we will provide you with our full support. This is the Star Soul Seal. It can place an impenetrable layer of mental defense over your mind. With a graceful flick of his hand, a purple seal materialized and shot directly into his head. The Star Soul Seal is an SS-tier mental skill I meticulously researched myself, cast personally by me onto you. From now on, even if a Tier 9 mental ability user wanted to violently shatter it, they would have to expend a massive amount of effort. After casting it, he sat down heavily in a chair, feeling slightly dizzy. Lang soon reminded him, "The congressman spent so much immense effort for your sake. Shouldn't you thank him right now?" He hastily spoke up. "Thank you very much, Congressman." He waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. This was a joint decision by the Congress. Once you grow much stronger in the future, just do your utmost best to help Great Shah destroy our enemies." Principal Lang smiled vibrantly. "Your consciousness is now protected by a dense, impenetrable layer of absolute defense. Congressman Liu's Star Soul Seal is something even many Tier 8 Great Grandmasters could never obtain, yet you got it completely for free." He replied with a deeply playful smirk. "Well, I am Ma Do's most outstanding student." Hearing this, she shot back instantly. "You really aren't humble at all, are you? In that case, I'll be fully entrusting the National University Tournament to you next March." He jumped, his eyes going wide with shock. "Principal, are you forgetting something crucial? I'm only a freshman." She brushed it off without a single care. "Don't even try slacking off. I'm definitively saving a spot for you. There are still a few months left, so just work hard and drastically boost your strength." He could only obediently agree. Understood. "I'm also really looking forward to fiercely clashing with the geniuses from the top universities across the country." 3 days later at Ma Do University, Kum So Twin was eagerly waiting in the bustling crowd. Kang Min is finally back. As the airship touched down smoothly, she yelled excitedly, "Kang Min." Her Kang Min and Tong Thu Vun quickly replied, "Hi, So Twin Nuna. Senior, it's been a long time." She smiled cheerfully. "Thank goodness you're all safe." Tong Thu Vun chimed in immediately. "It's all entirely thanks to your potions, Senior. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble back in Ma Kut." Kun So Twin looked incredibly smug. "Of course, just look at who brewed them. I've already made exclusive reservations at the elegant abode. Come on, let's head over." Hearing that, he playfully asked, "Is Senior treating us?" She answered brightly, "My treat. But putting that aside, did you actually bring back the rare herbs and exotic flowers I asked for?" He immediately said, "Of course I did. There's a massive amount of them too. I just don't know if you can even take them all." Watching the 3 of them chatting and laughing so happily, Lang Suum quietly sighed. This kid Hua Ken Min is pretty damn lucky with the ladies. Still, powerhouses have a significantly higher chance of bearing offspring with formidable abilities, so having multiple partners is actually a very good thing. Sigh. Back in my day, absolutely none of my peers were my match, and as a tragic result, I'm still single in my 30s. The scene shifted. Staring at the massive pile of herbs pulled out, Kung So Twin shrieked in absolute shock. "Did you clear out every single rare herb in Ma Kut?" "This is nothing.
There aren't many ability users strong enough to even enter the central zone of Ma Cut anyway. If I had stayed in there just a bit longer, I could have picked even more. She let out a long, heavy sigh. I'm going to be insanely busy from now on. He then bade farewell to the two of them. All right, I'll be going now. I have to drop by the resource department to exchange the S-tier cultivation resource provided by Kin Dai. At Ma Do's resource department, he ordered Eva, list all the S-tier resources I can exchange with the Tier 7 realm-breaking pill. Looking at the massive list that popped up, he exclaimed, wow, there's so many. Eva, which of these can perfectly maximize my lightning abilities control? It instantly provided the optimal result, Thunder's Secret Realm Pass S-tier. With this exclusive pass, you can enter the Thunder's Secret Realm located in Hupdong City, Jiangnam Province for intensive training. Hearing this name, he rubbed his chin in deep thought. Hupdong City is less than 100 kilometers from my home. How come I've never ever heard of the Thunder's Secret Realm? Eva explained, the Thunder's Secret Realm appeared 87 years ago in Thermni Town, Hupdong City. After the Thunder Dojo took it over, it underwent strict, closed-off management, requiring a special pass to enter, so ordinary people don't know about it. I see. Are there terrifying monsters inside that secret realm? Yes, and the vast majority of them are highly capable of controlling lightning. This is a jackpot, he thought, happily making his selection. Not bad, let's pick this as the S-tier resource.
One morning, He Kang-min received a phone call. Hello, is this Vice President He Kang-min? He replied, what's the matter? The voice on the other end answered, it's like this. The club is hosting a networking event this afternoon. A few days ago, following Senior Liu Min's advice, he joined the Meteorite Club and became its vice president. He didn't expect things to get busy this fast. He replied, got it, I'll be there. But this networking event was quite interesting. Cultivators from different ability types would share their experiences, making it a great opportunity to learn from one another. It was definitely worth going. After hanging up, he went to see his master, Zung Trun Tien. Upon seeing him, the man was utterly astounded and exclaimed, huh? Kang-min, have you already reached Tier 3? He smiled brightly and replied, yes, I broke through during the wilderness training trip.
His master patted his shoulder. Why does it sound like breaking through the Tier 3 bottleneck was as easy as eating and drinking for you? It hasn't even been a full semester yet. By the time you graduate, won't you be a Tier 7 Grandmaster? Less than greater than. Let's go, to the training room. Let me see what changes your body has undergone after absorbing the divine blood. The two of them went to the training room. He immediately activated his ability, and golden lightning began to spark all around him. His master was shocked. What's going on? Isn't the purple heaven divine thunder supposed to be bluish-purple? Why did it change color? No, it's not just the color. Even the core aura of your ability is completely different. He calmly replied, didn't Vice Principal Lang tell you? My ability has evolved into the SS tier Dothian Divine Thunder. His master cried out, ability evolution? From S tier to SS tier. No one of the Vice Principal told me yesterday that you'd bring me a huge surprise. He then advised, an ability evolution is a great thing, but controlling an SS tier ability is vastly harder than an S tier 1. You must train more. Kan Min answered promptly, I understand, Master. I've exchanged points for a pass to the Thunder's Secret Realm, but I don't know what I need to prepare before going. Hearing this, his master said, the Thunder's Secret Realm is indeed the perfect place for lightning ability users like us to cultivate. As for what to watch out for, I'll tell you after I check your physique. Activate your lightning extremity state. Please check my body, Master. Saying that, he triggered the lightning extremity state. His body transformed, his hair turned pure white, and golden lightning enveloped him, radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura.
Seeing this, Zung Trun Tien praised him in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. The foundation of your immortal body has grown much stronger. You must have reached the upper tier 8 level, and it even carries the aura of an emperor beast's bloodline. Kan Min was surprised. No wonder my physique alone could rival the S-tier Kirin, so this is the reason. Then he heard his master say, rest for a moment. I'll call an opponent for you. Only through actual combat can we truly see the current state of your body. His master thought to himself, Deng Zuet is at upper tier 2, 2V is at lower tier 3, and Liu Min is still recovering. None of these 3 disciples will do. I don't even know when, but this junior disciple Kang Min seems to have surpassed all his seniors in the academy.
After pondering for a while, he finally picked a suitable opponent for him. 10 minutes later, the butler smiled and announced that the person had arrived. The newcomer was a burly young man, Chung Dan, a 4th-year student from the Weapons Academy. He was currently trembling, not knowing what he had done wrong. Dean, I don't think I'd done anything wrong lately. He thought to himself, why is this Yama named Duong looking for me again? His master replied immediately, don't be nervous, it's no big deal. I just want you and my disciple, Hurricane Min, to have a sparring match relying purely on physical strength. Chung Dan pointed at Hurricane Min and scratched his head. A sparring match based entirely on physical strength? Dean, isn't that bullying him too much? The master replied nonchalantly, it's fine. Just go all out. He'll observe from the sidelines.
He immediately cupped his hands and smiled. All right then. Junior brother, since the dean told me to go all out, I won't hold back. Zoom Trun Tien watched from the outside and asked the person next to him, Old Fook, who do you think will win between those two? The butler smiled and assessed. In terms of overall strength, Hurricane Min is naturally stronger. But if we're only looking at pure physique, Chung Dan might have a slight edge. He smirked. Not necessarily. Don't let Chung Dan's A-tier enhancement ability at peak tier 3 fool you, even if he's 2 minor realms above Kang Min. The fortuitous encounters Kang Min has had are far beyond imagination. At the same time, on the other side, Chung Dan activated his A-tier beast enhancement ability, Green-Eyed Ash Wolf, transforming into a massive, ferocious gray wolf. Facing the main character, he thought to himself, he's an S-tier genius highly favored by both the Dean and the Space Ability Great Grandmaster Vice Principal. It better hold back a little. If I injure him, I'll be in deep trouble. He shouted a warning, Junior brother, be careful, and then immediately charged forward, launching an attack. But to his surprise, this strike didn't leave a single scratch on Kan Min. Instead, he was the one pushed back a few steps. His eyes widened in shock. What's going on? I'm at peak tier 3. Plus, I'm using an A-tier enhancement ability. Even if I held back, I should have completely crushed him. Kan Min feigned innocence and asked, Senior brother, are you still not using your full strength? The senior replied, all right, I was careless. After saying that, he roared, his entire body erupting with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. His sharp claws slashed down with a heavy crash. Kang Min blocked the strike and smirked. That's more like it. The two clashed fiercely, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. It was an evenly matched battle, with neither gaining the upper hand. Zoom Tren Thien observed from the sidelines. Her Kang Min's blood circulation speed is 1.3 times that of Chung Dan. It must be due to that mysterious Emperor Beast's essence blood. His stamina isn't lagging behind either. He suddenly demanded, Kang Min, you can activate your lightning extremity state now. Hearing this, Chung Dan jolted, breaking into a cold sweat. Lightning extremity state. Dean, can we please not activate that? I'm already being suppressed and beaten down by him. If he activates the lightning extremity state, how humiliating will that be? Turning around and seeing the main character's hair had already changed color, he trembled and tried to negotiate. Brother Kan Min, can we go a little easy from here on out? Kan Min smirked and replied, no problem. A few minutes later, Chung Dan lay spread eagle on the ground, drenched in sweat, his wolf tongue lolling out as he groaned. I'm done for. I'm absolutely done for. He smiled and handed a red potion bottle to him. Take this. The master got inspired to improve a combat skill and left, so we don't need to fight anymore. Senior Chung, thanks for the hard work. He happily scrambled up. Thanks. Damn it, if there's any posts on the forum claiming you're all talk, I'll be the first to curse them out. He turned and asked Uncle Fuck, what's the earliest master will come out? The butler replied, it's hard to say. You could be out in a few hours, or it might take a few days. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The moment he picked up, he heard the vice principal's voice. Kang Min, the people from Kin University have arrived, and the original copy of the Pinnacle S-tier skill, Thunder Godfinger, has been delivered. Come to the combat skill library over here to get it. He was a bit taken aback. Principal Lang? Right now? She asked back, do you have something else to do? Never mind, I'll just come pick you up myself. The moment she finished speaking, she used her ability and abruptly appeared right in front of Hua Kang Min. Before he could even react, she grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him through a spatial door, leaving everyone there dumbfounded, not knowing what just happened. Meanwhile, as the main character was dragged through, he saw a man sitting on a chair.
Vice Principal Lang introduced them. Instructor Tren, this is our Ma University's S-tier student, Hurricane Min. Kane Min, this is Instructor Tren Lum from Kin University. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Instructor Tren. The man smiled warmly in return. Hello, Kane Min. Vice Principal Lang leaned in and whispered, Instructor Tren is a lower-tier 7 Grand Master, and he has fully mastered the Thunder God Finger. He will stay here for half a month. During this time, you must learn from him and seek his guidance as much as possible. He nodded. Yes, I understand. Instructor Tren will be troubling you a lot over the next half-month. He thought to himself, Kin University is really thoughtful this time. Not only did they send the secret manual, but they even generously provided a guiding instructor. It's just a pity that all I need to do is add system points. Trunlum smiled gently. It's no trouble. Your master, Jung Trun Thien, and I are old friends, and I came here to catch up with him anyway. If you have any questions, just come find me at Jung Trun Thien's place. The scene shifted to the Meteorite Club. By now, the sky had turned a deep orange-red hue of sunset. Hurricane Min walked into the room. Sorry I'm late, I had quite a bit going on today. The crowd instantly broke into an uproar. Hello, Vice President Huer. Greetings, Vice President. This made him marvel internally. Big clubs really do have a ton of members. Vice President Do Loon Bin called out to him. Kan Min, come sit over here. You've reached Tier 3 already? At this rate, the Meteorite Club will probably make you the president next term. He just shook his head gently. I'm not interested in that. What's the topic of today's meeting? He replied immediately. It's about missions targeting the Heavenly Mandate cult. Daring to attack the Freshman Alliance team of 3 universities. They really have a death wish. Are you taking on this mission? His face darkened and his eyes turned piercingly cold. Of course I am. President Go Yuan stood at the podium and spoke. The Heavenly Mandate cult has risen from the ashes, and the great Shia government has officially issued an extermination order against them. The university has already posted numerous missions related to the cult. I hope everyone will actively participate. Kang Min, I guess you'll definitely take a mission. If you want to form a team, come find me. He waved his hand and politely declined. Thanks, but I still prefer to act alone. Then he propped his chin on his hand and thought, before accepting any missions, I should master the Thunder God Finger first. Having another S-tier combat skill will make things a bit safer. No sooner said than done. The next day, he went to find Tren Lem. Instructor Tren, I looked through the Thunder God Finger last night, and there are a few parts I don't understand that I'd like to ask you about. He was slightly surprised. You went through it that fast, working so hard. You truly live up to the title of Ma University's strongest. Come here, I'll tell you everything I know. He then earnestly brought up his questions. First, about the description in the manual, communing with the lightning of heaven and earth and merging it with one's own lightning. How should I understand this? The instructor explained, you've studied the heavenly thunder art before, right? This is actually quite similar, but the Thunder God Finger requires more condensation and its form variations are much more complex. I understand, instructor. Next is another question. The two of them continued discussing like this for a full 3 hours. He patted his shoulder. Your comprehension is excellent. You've grasped a good portion of it. The next step is practice to perfectly coordinate your mental energy and your ability. In his heart, he thought, back in the day, it took me over 10 days to reach this level. Delighted by the praise, Kammin smiled and replied, Thank you, Instructor Tren. Then he silently issued a command to the system, Deep Blue, add points. The Thunder God Finger was instantly added to his skills, reaching the beginner level. Then he heard Tren Lum say, Try executing the Thunder God Finger. It'll help you see where the problems lie. He was taken aback and thought, Problems? What problems? I've already fully learned it. Instructor Tren, how about I just go back and practice a bit more before trying it, so I don't waste your time? The instructor insisted firmly, It's fine, it won't take long. Seeing this, he had no reason to refuse, so he agreed, All right then. He then executed the newly learned skill. By bringing 2 fingers together, golden lightning instantly shot out. Tren Lum stroked his chin and thought with satisfaction, Not bad. The initiation is flawless, truly perfect. Many outstanding students encounter tons of issues during the initiation phase in their first 2 months. Oh, the second step. Communing with the lightning of heaven and earth is a success too. The most brilliant student at Kin University took 4 whole months for that. But the next part is the hardest. He definitely won't. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the main character point his finger to the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning blasted straight up from his hand. The sky instantly darkened as the surge of lightning erupted with a deafening boom. Its power was truly earth-shattering. He looked up in astonishment. He successfully unleashed the Thunder God Finger. How is that possible? But right at that moment, an unexpected accident occurred. Kang Min panicked and yelled, Instructor Tren, I can't retract the Thunder God Finger. The stream of golden lightning kept pouring out unstoppably, exploding violently in midair. Trunlum immediately activated his own ability, firing a beam of blue lightning straight up into the sky. The two streams of power collided and instantly detonated. The lightning ceased immediately after. He turned back to him. That energy fluctuation, you truly release the full power of the Thunder God finger. From now on, you just need to improve your control. If that strike had landed, this whole area would have met with disaster. Sweating profusely, he pulled the manual out of his spatial ring. Haha, thank goodness you were here, Instructor Tren. I've already learned the Thunder God finger, so how about I return this manual to you? He took back the manual in a daze, while Kan Min happily waved goodbye. Well then, I'll hurry back and practice now. He let out a long breath and thought to himself, old Jun's new disciple is a total monster. No wonder we lost the freshman tournament. If you weren't an S-tier student at Ma University, I'd seriously want to poach you for Kin University. On his way back, Kan Min pondered. The power of the Thunder God finger is absurdly terrifying. Even a slightly weaker Tier 5 ability user probably couldn't block it. But the drawback is glaring too. That single move drained almost all of my Dothian Divine Thunder. He then pulled out his phone and said, Eva, open the store. I want to buy some ability recovery potions. By chance, he bumped into Tong Thu Vun on the road, who was running toward him from the opposite direction. Kan Min, he asked, slightly surprised. What are you doing here? She beamed, her eyes crinkling into crescents. I saw a massive lightning finger appear over the villa area just now, and I knew it was you, so I rushed over to find you. What new skill did you learn this time? He replied, the S-tier Thunder God finger, to prepare for the Heavenly Mandate cult mission. His answer surprised her. You took a Heavenly Mandate cult mission already. What tier is it? It's an S-tier mission regarding a branch of the Heavenly Mandate cult. The answer left her slightly disappointed, and her face fell. S-tier? Then there's no way I can go with you. I guess I'll just have to stay at school and secretly wish you the best of luck. He asked in return, what about you? Aren't you taking any missions? She answered right away, I want to, but I haven't found the right teammates yet.
He then suggested, try asking Senior Hung. I think she's a pretty good choice. She seemed to light up. That's right, I'll go find her now. You should come with me. All right, I have some matters regarding potions I want to discuss with her too. The scene shifted to Kimnin City. In Mokhe Cafe, a group of people were sitting around chatting. Captain, is the person from Ma University still not here? Don't rush. The meeting is set for 8:30. It's not time yet. I guess we have to wait. Who told our Kimnin City Security Bureau to be so short-staffed? Captain, who exactly is coming? The captain answered, his name is Hua Kang-min, 19 years old, a freshman. The group was instantly shocked. A freshman? Did Ma University make a mistake? Are they sending him here to die? Yeah, what a complete joke.
The captain turned serious. Hear me out first. Kan Min possesses an S-tier ability, and he's at lower tier 3, but his actual combat power is at peak tier 3. The group was left slack-jawed in shock. Ma University's S-tier, lower tier 3. Holy crap. How can he be that strong in his freshman year? He's a genius. That's why when we meet him later, all of you had better show some respect. Just as he finished speaking, Kan Min appeared, smiling and raising his hand in greeting. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. The captain happily shook his hand. No worries, we just arrived ourselves. Let me introduce everyone. My name is Tai Q, B-tier enhancement ability, peak tier 3. This is Hang Sun, B-tier support ability, mid-tier 3. And Trum Dong, B-tier fire ability, upper tier 3. Remaining one is Tan Yen, possessing a B-tier mental ability, upper tier 3. Since everyone's here, let's get straight to the point. I'll brief you on the clues we found regarding the Heavenly Mandate cult. He sat down and replied, yes, thank you for your hard work. The captain started, currently we have 2 leads on the Heavenly Mandate cult, 2 people to be exact. Trion Go Hao, leader of the Man Ho Hoi, and Lan Seung, CEO of Lam High Tech. According to our intelligence, these 2 are connected to the Heavenly Mandate cult in Kimnin City. If we capture them and let our mental ability users interrogate them, we'll definitely find the cult's local branch. Lan Seung will be tough to deal with, so we plan to capture Trio Ngo Hao first. Kang Min, just tag along with us tomorrow. He asked in return, since there are 2 targets, why not split up? The captain replied, "It's safer if we stick together." Hearing this, he thought to himself, looks like I'm being underestimated. Then he said, "Leave Lan Suan to me, you guys go after the man Ho Hoi." Taiku couldn't help but frown, thinking, this S-tier student from Ma-Do University is way too overconfident. Even with an S-tier ability, dealing with a mid-tier 4 is as hard as ascending to heaven. Trung Dong spoke up, that mid-tier 4 bodyguard next to Lan Suan won't be easy for you to handle alone. We should capture Triu Mil Hao first and then move together. He calmly declined, "Don't worry, it's not a problem." She stood up angrily. "Do you not grasp the situation?" But the captain raised his hand to stop her. He took out a USB and handed it to him. "In that case, we'll have to trouble you to go alone. Here's a 3D map of their company and the related documents."
He took the USB and replied, "All right." A smirk played on his lips as he thought, so little faith in an S tier? Looks like I'll have to show them what I'm truly capable of. Hua Min sat on his bed, projecting the 3D map from the USB, resting his chin on his hand as he studied it. The mobile AI Eva next to him announced, 5,362 surveillance sensors, 51 ability users on patrol. This Lansung actually managed to turn a tech park into a fortress more heavily guarded than a military base. Suddenly, he received a message from Captain Tai Ku. "Kang Min, the Bureau has arranged a 20-man special ops team to be under your command." He looked at the text and thought to himself, even with this backup, I feel like they won't be of any help when the time comes.
The next day, at a bustling shopping mall, he sat in a cafe glancing at the man at the next table and asked, "Captain Vuong, how's the reconnaissance going?" Special Ops Captain Vuong Quang replied, "Sir, our men have scouted it several times, but we haven't found any weak points in their defenses yet." He pondered, "I didn't want to be reckless, but it looks like I'll have to force my way in." Suddenly, a short-haired girl appeared from afar and called out, "Hurricane Min." It was Lem Fan Jian, his high school class president. She was thrilled to see him. "Hey, it really is you." He replied in surprise, "Class president? What a coincidence." Inwardly, he thought, I almost forgot she goes to college here in Kim Min City. The two chatted. "Kang Min, aren't you at Ma-Do? Why are you in Kim Nin? Are you traveling?" "You could say that. I wanted to check out the Lam Hai Tech Park, but unfortunately, they won't let me in. My uncle happens to be invited to a tech exhibition inside. I'll ask him to bring you along." "Really? Is that okay?" She smiled. "No problem at all. It just takes one word from him." A lucky break falling right into his lap. He smiled. "Then thanks a lot, class president." She covered her mouth, giggling mischievously. "Still calling me class president, huh? Let's go then. I didn't expect things to take this turn. I'll just have the special ops team stand by." Scene transitioned to the outdoor plaza of the Lam Hai Tech Park, where a large crowd had gathered. "Lum Hai Ma, Lum Tanjian's uncle," said with a smile. "Boss Lan Suam won't be here for a while. I'm going to greet some friends. You kids go ahead and look around." He smiled politely. "Thank you, Uncle Lem." He thought to himself, it's good that he's coming, saves me the trouble of hunting him down. Lum Tanjian suddenly asked, "Kan Min, you're an ability user now, right?" He nodded. "That's right." She held her head. "I envy you so much. It's only been half a year and you're already an ability user, while I'm still stuck as an awakened, unable to break through." Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. He told her, "I need to take this call." As soon as he answered, the other end spoke urgently. "Kan Min, have you found Lan Suan? The man Ho Hoi guys all fled. Lan Suan is our only remaining lead. Don't let him slip away too." Hearing this, he wondered, is Lan Suan planning to escape as well? Not getting an answer, the other side asked anxiously, "Kan Min, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" Looking in a certain direction, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I found him." On the other side, Trung Dong put her hands on her hips and asked, "Captain, how are things on Hurricane Min's end?" Tai Ku replied, "He said he found Lan Suan, but we don't know the exact situation there. Let's go back him up immediately." Back on his end, he raised his hand and told Lum Fan Jian, "Class president, take everyone and hide somewhere. I have some business to take care of." She was puzzled. "Hide? Hide from what?" His expression turned dead serious as he replied, "The truth is, I came here for a different reason." Right then, Lan Suan, CEO of Lam Hai Tech, made his appearance. A crowd immediately swarmed him. "Boss Lan, it's been a while." He replied, I've been quite busy with company matters lately. The crowd fawned over him. When are you going to show some love to your old friends here? Suddenly he shouted from behind, Lan Sum of the Heavenly Mandate Cult. Surrender without a fight. He pointed directly at the man. According to the Kim Min Security Bureau's investigation, Lan Sum of Lam High Tech is connected to the Heavenly Mandate Cult. All unaffiliated personnel leave immediately. Anyone who chooses to protect him will be treated as a cultist. The crowd was instantly stunned. Heavenly Mandate Cult. Lan soon joined that evil cult. Damn. No way. The Security Bureau is here. It has to be real.
The bodyguard named No Hong quickly stepped in front of him. My apologies. I only know that I'm Boss Lan's personal bodyguard. I don't know anything about a Heavenly Mandate cult. Is the Security Bureau out of personnel? Sending a lower tier 3 brat over here. Hearing this, Lum Tung Dien covered her mouth in shock. Hua Kang Min is actually lower tier 3. Are the top universities really this insane? He hasn't even been enrolled for a semester, and they've already trained and awakened into a tier 3 ability user? He spoke coldly. Looks like you're one of them too. Let's finish this all at once. Eva, start the mission recording. No Hong flew into a rage, grinding his teeth as he roared. Finish me? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his blade, a ferocious expression on his face. His shirt ripped apart, revealing a heavily muscled body. Die!
The blade swung down with tremendous force towards him as the man roared, Blood Tiger's slash. Kang Min immediately leaned to dodge. The crowd erupted in a panic. We're doomed. Master Ngo is making a move. He's a mid-tier 4. This bluestone floor is as tough as D-tier alloy, and it got cracked. Master Ngo is too powerful. He mocked arrogantly. Fast reflexes, but you dodged it once. Can you dodge it again? He just smirked in contempt. Dodge. No need for that anymore. I already know your strength. With that, he activated his lightning zenith state. His entire body transformed, his hair changed color, and golden lightning wreathed his form. Mo Hang was terrified. This is divine transformation? Isn't that the power only the divine blood envoys possess? No, wait, this isn't divine transformation. It lacks the physical mutation of the immortal divine transformation.
He raised his hand, showcasing razor-sharp claws, and flashed an arrogant smile. Still too stubborn to understand? Then go to hell. After saying so, he unleashed his lightning spear. A bolt of lightning shot out, piercing straight through his opponent's chest in a single strike. With a loud crash, the man collapsed dead on the spot, a charred black hole left in his chest. Lum Hai Ma shielded Lum Tan Dien in fear. Too strong, taking down Master Ngo in one hit. Tio Dien, is He Kang Min really your high school classmate? Sweating, she replied, Yes, I'm just as baffled. He leveled up way too fast. Lang Sung was utterly petrified and turned to run. Since when did the Security Bureau have such a monstrous freak? Unfortunately, he couldn't escape his gaze. He scoffed coldly, raising his hand. Trying to run? Too late. Lightning prison. The man was instantly stopped, trapped inside a cage of crackling lightning. In a flash, Kang Min appeared right in front of him from behind. His eyes flashed with a piercing golden light, his face cold, his voice sounding like a demon from hell coming to collect a debt. No Hong is dead. You'd better not try anything stupid, otherwise I can't guarantee I'll hand you over in one piece for interrogation. Lan Sung screamed in terror. I didn't expect the Security Bureau to have a bloodthirsty monster like you. Hua Kang Min reached out, a golden sphere of lightning forming in his palm. The man backed away, stammering, What are you going to do? A direct hit to his body sent Lan Sung's eyes rolling back into his head, foaming at the mouth. He fell unconscious, hitting the ground with a thud. Kang Min withdrew his hand and then turned to look at the crowd behind him. A lightning prison immediately trapped everyone inside. They cried out in shock. What's going on? You've caught the cultist, why won't you let us go? Yeah, we're not cultists, let us out! Just then, several men in black suits suddenly rushed over. They were the members of the Special Ops team. They stood behind him, their faces grim and intimidating. He declared, Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, no one is allowed to leave. Anyone attempting to do so will be treated as a cultist. The Security Bureau won't wrongly accuse law-abiding citizens, but we also won't let any criminals go. Hearing this, the crowd broke out in cold sweat from fear, not daring to utter a single word.
Outside, Taikut's squad finally arrived. Seeing the scene, they were disappointed. Everything's orderly, and the patrolling special ops team doesn't look injured at all. Seems like the mission failed, so we're late after all. Damn it! All that hard work for nothing. I thought we could catch one to track down the cult's branch. Landing on the ground, Taiku immediately asked, "Did Lan Suing manage to escape?" A special ops member quickly replied, "No, sir. We've taken over the Lam High-Tech Park. The scene is under control and Lan Suing has been captured." He cried out in surprise, "That can't be. You caught him? Why aren't there any signs of battle on you guys?" The man explained, "Well, we're not entirely sure what happened. By the time we got here, Officer Hua had already taken care of everything. We're just handling the cleanup." The whole group stared in absolute shock. Huh? Taking care of everything? Wasn't there a mid-tier 4 bodyguard? That mid-tier 4 bodyguard was now nothing but a lifeless corpse. His eyes rolled back, blood splattered everywhere as he lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, the captain couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Kang Min actually killed a mid-tier 4. I thought he'd just chase him off. Killing and defeating are two completely different levels of difficulty, and it was a one-hit kill. I severely underestimated this S-tier student from Ma Do. Thank God I didn't offend him earlier. Kang Min stepped out. "Captain Thai, you're here." He immediately replied, "Kang Min, thank you for your hard work. Good thing you were here, otherwise our squad wouldn't have had a chance. Once this mission is over, I definitely have to buy you a drink." He shoved his hands in his pockets, glancing at the tied-up Lan Suing. "We can talk about drinks later. Let's interrogate him for the cult branch's location first." After the interrogation, Tan Yin spoke up. The Heavenly Mandate cult's branch is in the outskirts of Kim Min City, with over 200 cultists. There are 3 lower tier 4s and 1 mid-tier 4, all of whom are divine blood envoys. Plus, there are 8 tier 3s, and the rest are tiers 1 and 2. He rejoiced inwardly. Divine blood envoys. After so much hassle, I finally found what I was looking for. Every envoy represents a massive amount of system points. The captain asked seriously, "Kang Min, there are too many ability users. Should we request backup from the Bureau?" He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, I can handle it. We can't delay, let's head out immediately." The group arrived at the Heavenly Mandate cult's hideout, nestled deep within a dense forest. Tan Yen activated his ability and announced, "The branch is right here. It's hidden from the naked eye. Relax your minds, it'll share my vision." Got it. A halo of light appeared before his eyes. This mental ability is really useful. I should check the library when I get back, hopefully. Lightning abilities have a similar sensory effect. Thanks to this ability, the gates of the cult's hideout became crystal clear. Fai Q asked, "Tio Dong, can you use your fire ability to blast open this alloy door or shatter the mountain's rock face?" Trung Dong frowned. "It'll be very difficult." Here Kang Min pulled out a red pill, a tier 3 ability recovery pill, and said, "Let me give it a try." "Then we'll trouble you, brother He," he said while thinking. "We were no help finding Lan Suin, and now we still have to rely on him when we hit a roadblock." Sigh. In front of Ma Do's S-tier student, our elite tier 3 squad seems completely useless. He activated his lightning zenith state once more, then pressed 2 fingers together and pointed forward, unleashing his Thunder God finger. A tremendously powerful bolt of lightning shot out, instantly blasting apart the reinforced steel gate. The terrifying force sent dirt, rocks, and debris flying everywhere. The others had to take cover behind trees to avoid the fallout. Staring at the blazing smoke, Taiku yelled out, "My God, am I dreaming? Is this really the kind of firepower a tier 3 should have?" Kang Min retracted his power, letting out a sigh of relief. "That felt great. The first time I used Thunder God Finger, Instructor Tren Lum deflected it before I could fully enjoy it. I finally made up for that regret." He immediately charged in. "Captain Tai, the alloy gate is breached. I'm going in first. Eva, activate close combat mode." Seeing him dash straight into the cavern, the squad behind him also triggered their abilities. Taiku commanded, "Leave 10 men outside to prevent any cultists from escaping. The rest of you, charge in with me." Inside, the cultists realized they were under attack. Their leader yelled, "Don't panic. Take up your weapons and fight. The Heavenly God is eternal. The Heavenly God will grant us strength." The crowd clamored, "That's right, yes. Listen to Priest Vuong." Priest Vuong continued, Rest assured, the Security Bureau's hounds a Tier 3 at best, while we have our noble Tier 4 divine blood envoys. If one comes, we kill one. If two come, we kill both. We have received the heavenly mandate. The heavenly God is eternal. The cultists felt their blood boiling with zeal and quickly chanted along. We have received the heavenly mandate. The heavenly God is eternal. But before they could even react, a devastating surge of lightning blasted out of nowhere with an earth-shattering roar. One cultist sprawled dead on the floor, mouth agape, eyes rolled completely back in his head, dead before he could make a sound. Kang Min crashed down right in front of the cultists and arrogantly called out, "Sorry to interrupt your little pre-battle pep talk, but does anyone know where your divine blood envoys are?"
They immediately yelled, "It's a hound from the Security Bureau." "Just a lower Tier 3. What are you so arrogant about?" Thinking he was an easy target, the whole group rushed forward together.
"Don't be afraid, everyone. Attack together, we can absolutely kill him." He sneered, "You don't know your own limits." With just a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful burst of lightning shot out, blasting them to pieces before they could even get close. Seeing his comrades killed in an instant, their corpses lying stiff at his feet, one of them fell to his knees in terror and kowtowed. I surrender. Please don't kill me." He looked down coldly from above. "Very well, then tell me, where is your divine blood envoy?" Trembling, he replied, "The divine blood envoy is at the blood pool, deep within the mountain peak." He said indifferently, "The blood pool? I know now."
With those words, he raised his hand and released lightning, killing the cultists with a single strike. Another group of people rushed over from a distance, shouting indignantly, "Why did you still kill him after he surrendered?" He gave a contemptuous laugh and replied wickedly, "Since when did I say I wouldn't kill if he surrendered?" The crowd begged in fear, "Please, please don't kill us. Our crimes don't deserve death." That's right, we are innocent. Yes, we were brainwashed by the heavenly mandate cult into joining. Kang Min didn't reply but ordered Eva to scan their identity information. His face darkened, his eyes freezing cold. "Innocent. Fine, let me see just how innocent you are."
A cold, mechanical voice rang out. Chu Bing, wanted criminal, lower Tier 2, murdered an innocent mother and child in Anhwa City. Lu Zung, wanted criminal, mid-Tier 2, sold large quantities of highly addictive mutant fruits in Zhejiang Province. Enraged and radiating murderous intent, he immediately struck to kill them all. "So this is what you call innocent, then be good and die." By the time Taiku and Trung Dong arrived, he had already finished off the lackeys outside. They were horrified. Is this an S-tier ability? To be able to crush a living person into ashes? Even with my fire, turning someone to ash in an instant would require Tier 5. He turned his head and said, "The bishop and the divine blood envoy are at a place called the blood pool. Do you know what that place is used for?" The captain replied, "I heard from Lan Sung that it seems to be a place used to breed divine blood envoys." The three of them went deeper inside and arrived at a room. Before their eyes appeared numerous large glass cages, all containing humans used as test subjects. He roared in anger despicable. The heavenly mandate cult is using both humans and animals for research. These pieces of trash absolutely cannot be spared. "Brother Hua, it looks like we're about to find the blood pool," Vaiku was saying when he was startled to notice someone approaching. He turned around to see it was Trio No Hao from the Fierce Tiger Gang. A bald man led a group of cultists over. "Captain Tai, I didn't plan on settling scores with you all, but to think you'd walk right into your own graves. Since that's the case, leave your lives here." He sneered, "The strongest among you is only at peak Tier 3. Is your divine blood envoy not here?" The man immediately flew into a rage, screaming, "Arrogant! Do we need the great divine envoy to deal with the likes of you? We're more than enough." Having said that, he charged straight at him, raising his muscular arm to throw a powerful punch. But this strike couldn't even touch him. Before the man could gather his wits, he flashed past like a bolt of lightning. "With such confidence, I thought you'd be strong, but this is all you amount to." The bald man crashed to the ground and lay motionless. The group behind him screamed in terror. Bishop Trio is dead. Just who are you? If you agree to join us, we will ask the great divine envoy to grant you the position of a red-robed archbishop." He replied in an icy tone, "My apologies, I have absolutely no interest in the heavenly mandate cult. Besides, your intelligence network seems a bit dull to not even know that your holy son died by my hands."
Hearing this, the whole group scattered in terror. You are the S-tier student from Ma-Do University, Hurricane Min. Run. It was a pity his strikes were simply too fast. Before they could run even a few steps, they were beaten beyond recognition. Seeing how fierce he was, Tai-Ku hurriedly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Brother Hua, leave a few alive for us to interrogate. If I didn't know he was a Ma-Do University student, I would have thought he was a professional assassin. He immediately stopped and walked away casually. Fair enough, let's proceed into the blood pool next. He picked up the keycard from Trio Mohao's body and swiped it on the scanner. An announcement rang out as the sealed door slowly opened. Welcome, Bishop Trio, to the blood pool. Stepping inside, everyone frowned as they looked around. The stench of blood is so strong. Why is there no one here? Did the divine blood envoy run away? Going deeper inside, a terrifying pool of crimson blood suddenly appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, Hurricane Min materialized a lightning spear. The situation inside is a bit eerie. Let me test the waters first. The lightning spear shot down into the blood pool, causing a loud explosion that sent crimson blood splattering everywhere. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to unleash a barrage of lightning arrows down into the blood pool. The two beside him took a step back, thinking, Brother Her is truly cautious. Can a combat skill even be executed like this? Suddenly, a ferocious boar head emerged from the surface of the pool, roaring in fury. Enough. Following that, 3 more figures appeared, leaping ashore with vicious expressions. He said, as expected, they were hiding in here. 3 lower tier 4s, 1 mid-tier 4. That's them. Captain Phi, you all wait here for me. The leader pointed at him and roared, You lowly human, how dare you mock us like this? He replied, Listening to that tone, it seems you don't even consider yourselves human, huh? They said smugly, We are divine envoys chosen by the great heavenly God. Naturally, we cannot be compared to a lowly human like you. He immediately dashed forward with wind-tearing speed. Then I'll have to see just what makes you divine envoys so different. His spear clashed against the massive blade of the boar-headed leader, who laughed provocatively. S-tier from Ma-Do University, you haven't forgotten that there are 4 of us, right? Just as he finished speaking, the other 3 charged in simultaneously. Hurricane Min, just lay down and die. The merit of killing an S-tier is surely mine. The 4 ganged up on him but couldn't even leave a scratch. He had used the indestructible lightning body, wrapping his entire frame in extremely hard armor. They screamed in shock. How is this possible? Not only failing to inflict any damage on their opponent, the whole group was actually sent flying in all directions in utter humiliation. He laughed disdainfully. Such weak attacks, are you giving me a massage? Then he spun his spear, unleashing a lightning bombardment. Less than greater than. He immediately charged in and skewered the whole bunch of half-human, half-beast freaks. The system continuously notified. Killed 1 mid-tier 4 divine blood envoy. Ability points plus 1,500. Killed 1 lower tier 4 divine blood envoy. Ability points plus 1,000. Less than. After finishing off the 4 of them, he retracted his spear and thought with satisfaction. Killing 4 divine blood envoys netted me 4,500 ability points. Not bad. There's also a 2 cubic meter storage space, pills, exotic herbs, and cash. Quite a bountiful harvest this time. The 2 behind him went from horror to sheer admiration, cheering excitedly. Brother Hua, that was amazing. Is everyone from Ma-Do Ability University as incredible as you? He replied modestly. It was all right. I'm just a tiny bit more special. Tai-Ku immediately said, Brother Hua, you're truly humble, but anyone who believes that is a fool. The mission to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Cults branch has been successfully completed. We must throw a victory banquet tonight, and Brother Hua, you absolutely have to be there. He agreed cheerfully. Sure. The next day at school, the students who returned from their missions were chatting animatedly. Sigh, this D-rank mission is so hard, I almost lost my life. I have no choice but to come back and cancel it. Haha, that's because your strength is too weak. I completed my D-rank mission and got a whole 74 credits. Holy crap, that much? The moment he walked in, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Look quickly, it's Hurricane Min. The crowd gossiped behind his back. Do you think Hurricane Min completed a C-rank mission? Are you stupid? A C-rank mission only gives 120 credits. Would he have the free time to waste on that? Then could it be an A-rank mission? True and Nak just turned 1 in. True Nak has already broken through to Tier 4, his top-tier combat power. No matter how exaggerated Hurricane Min is, he couldn't possibly be that strong. He didn't care about their words at all and held his card up to the scanner. The announcement rang out, leaving the kids around him gaping in shock. Congratulations, you have completed the first S-Rank mission of the Heavenly Mandate cult, reaching the #1 spot on the glory rankings. Seeing the ranking and all the information on the board made the crowd scream in astonishment. Fuck, an S-Rank mission again. This honor board has only been out for 2 days, yet someone has already completed an S-Rank mission. This freshman is way too fierce. A young man suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect someone to complete an S-Rank mission faster than me. Hurricane Min, you truly live up to your reputation. He proactively introduced himself. I've always liked befriending the strong. Imdio Furon, a pleasure to meet you. The crowd immediately broke into an uproar. It's Iceberg Du Frung from the school's top 5. Judging by his tone, it seems he also completed an S-Rank mission. Unbelievable. Hurricane Min's speed in completing an S-Rank mission is even faster than Iceberg's. To think Iceberg would initiate a friendship, Hurricane Min's strength has truly reached the top tier. Hurricane Min had heard of this person and thought to himself, Du Frung, a 4th-year Elemental Academy student, lower tier 4, A-tier ice ability, ranked in the top 5 among all Ma Do University students. He earned the nickname Iceberg because he once froze an entire mountain. He happily shook hands. Hello, senior. I've long admired your great name. Du Frung laughed loudly. You've heard of me? My brothers and I were originally betting on who could complete an S-Rank mission first, and it turns out we all lost to you. Brother Hira, I'll go turn in my mission first. Next time there's a chance, I'll introduce you to the brothers in our circle. He agreed with a smile. Sure. Then he pondered. Does this mean I've been acknowledged by the school's top combat circle? Yesterday morning, Master sent a message saying he had come out of seclusion. Before proceeding to the next mission, I should go visit him first. Arriving at Zun Trun Thien's place, he hurriedly asked, Greetings, Master. Greetings, senior brother. Master, is the refinement of the indestructible lightning body combat skill finished yet? He replied, It's not that simple. I was in seclusion for 4 or 5 days, and I have only just managed to figure out a few clues. Liu Min beside them praised, Not bad, junior brother. Not only did you finish an S-Rank mission, but you also made friends with Iceberg Du Fuan. He responded, Senior brother, your news travels quite fast, doesn't it? He laughed and said, I just read the post on the school's official website, so I knew. Since you can independently complete an S-Rank mission, perhaps the National Inter-University Tournament in March will give you a spot. Hearing this, Master corrected him. It's not a perhaps. Vice Principal Lang told me that Kan Min is already a confirmed substitute member for the tournament. His senior brother was astonished. Holy. So his spot was confirmed beforehand. Kan Min must be the first freshman in our school's history to participate in the inter-university tournament. He laughed and said, All right, let's head to the training room. Since recovering, your senior brother Liu hasn't fought a match with you yet. Might as well have a live combat training session. He happily replied, Sure thing. I also want to see just how strong my junior brother's current strength really is. In the training room, the two faced off. Liu Min spoke up, Kang Min, this time I'll go all out. The call to begin rang out, and both sides immediately activated their combat states. His senior brother thought to himself, an SS tier ability is too powerful. To win, the only way is to strike fast and finish it quickly. Thinking so, he immediately launched a frontal assault, while Hurricane Min nimbly drew his spear to block the attack. The clash turned intense, spearheads colliding, as 2 streams of blue and yellow lightning intertwined, radiating terrifying power. 3 minutes later, Liu Min was panting, kneeling on one knee. It's no use, I lost. I can't beat you. He humbly clasped his hands and bowed. Senior brother Liu, you let me win. He laughed in response. I didn't let you win anything. You're an absolute monster. I can't miss this. I definitely have to go to the National University Tournament to watch it live. Juon Tren Thien praised with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Kang Min, how do you plan to arrange things next? The academy allows you to skip classes as you please. He rejoiced. That's wonderful. I plan to focus on taking missions for a while. Less than greater than. He calculated, based on the current situation compared to fierce beasts, hunting down divine blood envoys helps me farm ability points much faster. 1 month later, the honor board displayed Hurricane Min's achievements, sitting proudly at rank 1. His record included 3 S-rank missions, 6 A-rank missions, and 4 B-rank missions.
The students in the school were sweating bullets. Who would have thought that the #1 spot on the honor board would ultimately be snatched by a freshman? Exactly. Kong Touch is about to break through to mid-tier 4, yet he still fell a bit short. Who knows how Hurricane Min cultivates? He's truly unbelievably strong.
The main character of their discussion approached from behind, thinking to himself, the day to receive the rewards is finally here. I wonder what the prize will be. Seeing him walk in, the crowd began to clamor. Look, everyone, has Min already advanced to mid-tier 3? In just a short half a year, going from an awakened to mid-tier 3, it's way too unreal. Even for an S-tier ability, it's too fast. No wonder some people call him the Lightning Emperor.
Du Feng was also present and voiced his praise. Kangmin, in just a short month you've already earned a title. Lightning Emperor, it sounds really badass. He waved his hand. Senior Du is joking, it's just a name people threw around. He happily pointed at a person walking over. Let me introduce you, this is the person I mentioned to you before, Bloodhand Thumb Dong Lin. The newcomer was a girl. To possess such a formidable physique at only mid-tier 3, you truly live up to the name Lightning Emperor. Why didn't those two girls who usually tag along with you come? He then replied, they're preparing for their final exams. Once I collect my reward here, I have to go back too. He was slightly taken aback. Final exams? Oh right, you're only a freshman. I always forget your age in class.
A man stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. We will now proceed with the reward distribution. First place on the glory board, Hurricane Min, with a total of 978 Heavenly Mandate cultists killed. You receive one set of S-tier resources along with 3,000 credits. Hearing this record, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but stare in shock. Damn, in just one short month he actually killed nearly 1,000 people. Is the Lightning Emperor really that ruthless? Killing 33 people a day, good heavens. He's even more merciless than Bloodhand Thumb Dong Lin. Thumb Dong Lin was amazed. You actually killed that many people from the Heavenly Mandate cult. I've killed less than 500. He replied, it's nothing special. I just happened to be at their branches during 2 missions, so I conveniently killed a bit more.
The man took out a vibrant red bottle. This is the S-tier cultivation resource rewarded to you, a bottle of grade 6 origin return pills, containing exactly 10 pills inside. I hope you will continue to work hard and secure the first place on the glory board next time. He politely held out both hands to receive it, replying, I will definitely do my best. Du Feng smiled and said, Grade 6 origin return pills help accelerate cultivation speed. This first place reward of yours is quite good. Then he revealed a wicked expression and teased, I think instead of risking your life on missions, you might as well just stick with Tong Thu Vun. The Tong family has a veteran tier 8 great grandmaster after all. He waved his hand. I don't like living off of women. In his heart, he thought, living off of women, how could that be as fast as the Deep Blue system? Scene transition. He Kan-min was now at the combat skill library, stroking his chin in thought. According to Master's guidance, I also need to practice a fist technique next. In the extreme lightning state, my physical body is already a formidable weapon, and close quarters combat can also reduce the bloodthirsty side effect of the indestructible lightning body. Ultimately, he decided to click and select an A-tier fist technique called Lightning Dragon Fist. Simple, yet practical. I'll just level it up to the beginner stage first, and wait until I'm free to find Master and test it out. His phone suddenly rang and Lang Suing spoke from the other end of the line. Kan-min, come over to my place. As soon as he arrived and saw the woman sitting on the sofa, he asked in great surprise, Vice Principal, did you level up? Ms. Lang smiled. Your perception is very keen, not like a tier 3 ability user at all. He said happily, congratulations, Vice Principal Lang. In his mind, he thought of the 3 lower tier 8 vice principals. The other 2 who are over 50 haven't leveled up yet, but Vice Principal Lang actually took a step ahead. I have no idea how old she is, but looking at her skin and figure, she really is very young. Suddenly, she spoke up. It's impolite to casually guess a woman's age. Startled, he blurted out, Principal, can you read minds? Realizing his slip of the tongue, panic washed over his terrified face. Doomed. I just exposed myself. Vice Principal Lang is notoriously strict. I'm about to face the wrath of a tier 8 great grandmaster. Lang Soon calmly replied, I don't know any mind-reading arts. It's just that the spiritual power of a tier 8 great grandmaster is immense. Even the slightest emotion cannot escape my eyes. So remember, in front of high-tier awakened, it's best not to show too much emotion. Sweating, he nodded. I understand. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems Vice Principal Lang isn't angry. Miss Lang added, also there's no need to guess. I'm 34 years old this year, not the old woman you're imagining. She suddenly caught herself thinking, what's wrong with me? Why am I explaining so much to a student? Her Kang Min exclaimed in sheer admiration, only 34. That's so young. The average age for a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster in Great Sha starts at 46. Master Zeung is over 50, and he's only at the peak of Tier 7. I am truly in awe of you.
She smiled. Enough with the flattery. Let's get back to business. The school will start winter break in 2 days. Do you have any plans during this time?
He replied, I plan to return to Jiangnan and train in the Thunder's secret realm for a month. Hearing this, she ordered, Eva, what is the straight line distance from Ma-Do University to the Thunder's secret realm in Jiangnan? Vice Principal, it is exactly 563 kilometers. 563 kilometers. That works. After reaching mid-tier 8, my teleportation range is 600 kilometers. She turned to warn him. The Heavenly Mandate cult has been aggressively counterattacking lately. Remember, if your life is ever in danger, crush that talisman immediately. Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal.
He thought happily. Although Vice Principal Lang doesn't teach me daily like Master Zhuang Tren Thien, she is like a solid rear guard, a lifeline protecting me. I must train hard and never let her down. The scene shifted to Zhuang Tren Thien's residence, where the booming sound of exploding thunder echoed continuously from within. Our protagonist was practicing his fist techniques. As he threw a punch, a blinding golden dragon instantly materialized. Immediately after, a deafening explosion shattered the air, sending blazing red smoke and fire scattering in all directions. Zhuang Tren Thien nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems you've grasped what I just explained. The core of the Thunder Dragon Fist lies in your ability control and punching speed. The more condensed the energy, the faster the punch and the more devastating the damage. He handed him a talisman. Take this Tier 6 protective talisman. It can block attacks from anyone below Tier 7 Grandmaster for 3 minutes. Thrilled, he replied. Thank you, Master. A Tier 6 protective talisman. Such an item from ancient civilization ruins is impossible to buy even with money. Less than greater than. He continued, aren't you planning to go to the Thunder Secret Realm? I'll send you the phone number of your senior brother, Jiang La, who graduated in a previous cohort. He was transferred there as a manager and will definitely be of great help. The Thunder Secret Realm is over 500 kilometers away from Ma-Do University. Vice Principal Lang cannot teleport that far, so you must be careful. Hearing this, he said, Master, didn't you know? Vice Principal Lang has already broken through to mid-tier 8. She can teleport up to 600 kilometers away.
He was instantly astounded. Mid-tier 8? Vice Principal Lang is truly worthy of being the #1 S-tier at Ma-Do University. Her leveling speed is terrifying. It seems your relationship with Vice Principal Lang is quite close. You even knew such important news before me. But with her protecting you, I can rest easy. 2 days later, Huakain Min returned to Jiang City. At the Jinghu residential area. Kain Min, you're back for the holidays. Seeing his relatives waiting for him at home, he beamed with joy. Hello, aunt, uncle, and cousin. His uncle, who was cooking, called out, Wait just a moment, the food will be ready soon. His aunt smiled warmly. Come here quickly, let me look at you. We haven't seen each other for just 1 semester, and you've grown so much taller. He suddenly spoke up. Aunt, uncle, hold off on eating for a second. Sit down, I have a gift for everyone.
Once they were all seated, he pulled out 3 rings. Doonki gasped in shock. Is this a spatial ring? I've only seen one once with my mentor. He immediately replied, These are 1 cubic meter spatial rings. 1 for each of you. It will be much more convenient to store things from now on. She was astounded. 1 cubic meter. Good heavens. This capacity is even larger than my mentor's. His uncle's face darkened as he said, Kai, put it down. This is too precious. We cannot accept it. She asked in confusion, Is this very expensive? One of these is worth at least 50 million. That's equivalent to our family's savings over decades. You tell me if it's expensive. Hearing this, she immediately refused. Then it really is too expensive. I can't take this. He quickly insisted, No need to be polite. Look, the one I'm wearing has a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Besides, I've already reached mid-tier 3. Rings that are too small are useless to me anyway. This news was even more shocking. What? You're already at mid-tier 3? My God. Even the mentors at my school are only tier 4. His aunt beamed. Our Kan Min is so incredibly talented. His uncle patted his shoulder and said, In that case, it's fine for Teal Ki to accept 1 for convenience when entering the wilderness zones, but the 2 of us will pass. I'm going to finish cooking. Later, you and I need to have a good drink together. Yes, uncle.
After a hearty meal, our protagonist returned to his room and pulled out the pill bottle he received as the first place mission reward. An S-tier cultivation resource, the Tier 6 Origin Return Pill. It'll test out its effects. He quickly swallowed a pill, then sat cross-legged on his bed and began to circulate his energy. Half an hour later, he opened the system panel. Truly worthy of being an S-tier cultivation resource, its effects are potent. Both my physique and spirit have increased by over 10 points. Normally, a single cultivation session only yields a maximum of 0.5 points. It's a pity it has side effects, so I can only take one pill a day. My Deep Blue system is still superior. As long as I have ability points, breaking through to Tier 9 is just a matter of time. The next day, he arrived at the Thunder Secret Realm, located in Donghae City.
The driver who brought him was his senior brother Jiang La, who said, "Junior brother, past the city walls is the Thunder Secret Realm." Looking at the lush greenery before him, he couldn't help but wonder, isn't the Thunder Secret Realm supposed to be covered in thick black clouds with lightning striking year-round? Hearing this question, he merely chuckled. You'll see once we get inside. Driving through the gates, Eva immediately scanned to verify their identities. Jiang La was the chief manager of the Thunder Dojo headquarters, while Hurricane Min held an S-tier pass from Ma-Do University of Awakened. Venturing deeper inside, a vastly different landscape unfolded before them. The densely packed buildings made it look just like a city. His senior brother asked, "Well, overwhelming, isn't it?" His eyes widened as he replied, "Yes, it's completely unimaginable from the outside." The sky above was entirely choked with thick black clouds, creating an extremely gloomy atmosphere as lightning continuously flashed across. He marveled, "This place isn't what I expected. I thought it would be a bit more primitive. I never imagined there'd be an entire city here. Still, how on earth did you use a single city wall to conceal such a massive anomaly?" His senior brother replied, "This is the masterpiece of a high-tier space awakened. The city wall we just passed through is actually the equivalent of a spatial gate. This city area is provided for Awakened to rest and live, and it's completely soundproofed. The thunderstorm zone far off in the distance is the true Thunder Secret Realm. Let me introduce you to the Thunder Secret Realm. This is a Thunder Core, a local specialty harvested from the bodies of Thunder Beasts. Tier 1 beasts don't have them, and for Tier 2 and Tier 3 it depends on your luck, but they are guaranteed to drop from Tier 4 beasts. Thunder Cores have many uses. The simplest method is to crush them and use the lightning to temper your physique. Here's a premium Tier 4 Thunder Core. Consider it a welcome gift from your senior brother." He accepted the core. "Thank you, Brother La. But wait, why not just bathe directly in the lightning to train?" He explained, "The lightning in the storm zone is incredibly violent and erratic, making it extremely dangerous, whereas Thunder Cores are very stable. Additionally, the Thunder Beasts in the Secret Realm are much stronger than regular monsters. The closer you get to the eye of the storm, the more terrifying the lightning and the beasts become."
"We're almost at your quarters. Get a night's rest," he said excitedly. "No need to rest. I can't wait any longer. I'm heading in right away." Hearing this, Jiangla didn't stop him. "All right, I'll take you there." He thought to himself, he's an S-tier yet still so hardworking. No wonder Master holds him in such high regard. Little did he know, the Heavenly Mandate cult was already aware of his movements. At their lair, an underling knelt on the floor and reported, "High Archbishop, that Ma-Do University student Hua Kang Min has slaughtered thousands of our cultists and destroyed 2 branch bases over the past month. He is currently at the Thunder Secret Realm. How should we dispose of him?" The High Archbishop glared fiercely, radiating killing intent. "Hua Kang Min possesses an S-tier ability. His existence is a massive threat. If we strike, it must be a guaranteed one-hit kill. I will find a chance to report this to the Grand Patriarch. Anyone who dares to oppose the Heavenly Mandate cult will be mercilessly eradicated." At the entrance to the thunderstorm zone, rows of armored tanks were neatly lined up, and a crowd of people was gathered there. Jiang La waved his hand in greeting. "Instructor Ngo, you're at the thunderstorm zone too." The man replied, "I have no choice. I have to oversee the rookie assessment. This one looks unfamiliar. Who is he?" He introduced him. "This is Hurricane Min, my junior brother from Ma-Do University. He plans to train here for a while during winter break. Kang Min, this is Instructor Ngo Sum of our Thunder Dojo." He smiled brightly. "Hello, Instructor Ngo." No Sum chuckled. "So it's a prodigy from Ma-Do University. No wonder his aura is so sharp." Whispers instantly broke out among the crowd. Someone from a top university.
Judging by his aura, he's like us, around mid-tier 3. That being said, are the students from Manhwa University better, or are we? Nonsense, we come from the elite training camp. Of course, we're better. He said goodbye to his senior brother. Senior brother Jiang, I'm going in. He waved and smiled, be careful. Mo Sum turned his head and told the crowd, you all head in too. Remember, this assessment lasts for 6 days. If you can't hunt down a peak tier 3 thunder beast, don't bother coming back to see me.
Hearing this, Jiangla asked, everyone has to hunt down a peak tier 3 thunder beast? Isn't that requirement too high? Their highest level is only peak tier 3. The instructor smiled. They all come from the elite training camp. This little requirement is nothing to them. Less than greater than. See the guy taking the lead? His name is Loi Diozung, and he possesses an A-tier lightning ability. He's the top student of this cohort's Thunder Dojo elite training camp. Slaying a tier 4 thunder beast is no problem for him. Speaking of which, that mid-tier 3 junior brother of yours has an extraordinary aura. His combat power must be around peak tier 3, right? Jiangla answered, peak tier 3? Yeah, he has that. But inwardly he thought, junior brother Liu Min said this little junior brother actually has the strength of peak tier 4.
No Sum praised, truly worthy of being a prodigy from Manhwa University. If he has some free time, he can spar with my students and see how he stacks up. Hurricane Min stepped into the dense, overgrown forest. Dark clouds churned in the sky, discharging lightning incessantly. It really lives up to the name Thunder Secret Realm, continuous lightning strikes. He'll slaughter some monsters first, then find an area with high lightning activity to carefully observe the natural thunder. Suddenly, a few people approached from behind and called out, hey, brother from Manhwa University. Wait a moment. He turned his head and asked, is something the matter? The guy spoke up, here's the deal. We've always been quite curious about the strength of geniuses from top universities. If you're up for it, how about a little competition to see who can hunt more thunder beasts over the next few days? We mean no ill will, it's just a friendly spar. He rejected them immediately. A competition? Sorry, I'm not interested. Inwardly, he scoffed. You don't even have a single tier 4 among you. What right do you have to challenge me? The guy was stunned. You're turning it down just like that? Loi Ziozung interjected to stop him. If he doesn't want to, then let it be. Don't force him. The guy clicked his tongue. Shh, are people from top universities all this cowardly? He doesn't even dare to accept a simple competition. Our protagonist darted away like the wind. Suddenly, a colossal buffalo appeared, aggressively ramming and snapping a tree trunk in half. He quickly dodged out of the way. A black armored thunder ox. Judging by its size, it should be a high tier 1. Senior brother said the monsters in the thunderstorm zone are stronger than those in normal wilderness areas. Let's see just how strong it really is. The beast ground its teeth, unleashing a shockingly powerful surge of blue lightning. He stepped back and lightly brushed off his clothes. The lightning's power is quite decent. Just this one bolt is enough to wipe out most tier 1 monsters in a normal wilderness. His eyes gleaming with interest. Next up, let's test its physical defense. He immediately leaped into the air and brought down a devastating punch right onto the top of the black armored thunder ox's head. Instantly, the monster dropped dead. He thought to himself, its defense is far superior to ordinary high tier 1 monsters. Makes sense, getting struck by lightning every day. It'd be strange if its physique wasn't incredibly robust. Come to think of it, it's been almost a month since I last slaughtered any monsters. Then let the massacre begin. Hopefully, I can quickly level up to high tier 3.
Our protagonist went into full slaughter mode. 4 hours later, a notification chimed. Killed 1 mid-tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf. Ability points plus 25. Feeling unsatisfied, he murmured, the monster density in the thunderstorm zone seems a bit low. Only 9 kills in 4 hours. In any other wilderness, I would have killed at least 40 by now. He pulled out an energy bar and stuffed it into his mouth while opening the map to check. You can't have your cake and eat it too. In this thunderstorm zone, am I only able to focus on grinding my ability proficiency? Outer ring, middle zone, core zone, and the innermost core area. Right now, I'm in the middle zone. I'll head into the core zone first to see. Maybe the monsters are all gathered there. Another 5 hours passed. In the core zone, earth-shattering lightning continuously struck down, causing deafening explosions. A deep, gaping crater appeared before him. He thought, truly worthy of being the core zone. The power of the lightning here can actually affect my thunder immortal body. It looks like I'll need to keep my ability running continuously. Rumor has it that the monsters capable of surviving in the core zone are at least tier 4.
But the problem is, I don't see a single monster around here. Suddenly, he was startled to spot a gigantic bird soaring across the sky. That's the innermost core area. An avian monster, the cyan-feathered thunder eagle. They're chasing after the stronger lightning bolts. Not just the cyan-feathered thunder eagle, the previous thunder beasts shared this habit too. To them, lightning is a tool to grow stronger. Therefore, I can probably use my Du Tian divine thunder as bait. With that thought, he decisively leaped onto a large tree branch and looked up at the sky. However, I need to increase my proficiency with the Du Tian divine thunder first. Right here, right now, I'll carefully observe the natural lightning to cultivate. Cloud-to-cloud lightning, ball lightning, forked lightning, needle-like lightning. Violent, unrestrained, razor-sharp. It turns out lightning possesses many details I had never observed before. As expected, observing natural lightning can enhance my own proficiency in controlling it. 3 hours later, Hurricane Min sat in the tree, silently honing his control over the Du Tian divine thunder. The lightning condensed into a rhombus shape between his palms. My current proficiency is only on par with my previous S-tier purple heaven divine thunder. If I want to take it a step further and liquefy the lightning, I'm afraid it will take much more time. Energy, liquefaction, solidification. Each subsequent state is more condensed than the last, packing even more devastating power. I'll stop here for today. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll head back to the central area and test out my earlier idea. At the center of the thunderstorm zone, whether I can harvest a massive amount of ability points or not, all depends on this. He controlled the lightning to lure the monsters in. Hearing a chorus of growls begin to echo, he thought joyfully. It actually works. A horde of gigantic monsters charged toward him, every single one looking exceptionally ferocious. Yet he didn't feel an ounce of fear. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Time to start the harvest. Since you're so eager to bathe in my lightning, I'll grant your wish. Thunder Prison. Endless booming sounds echoed as golden lightning locked the horde of monsters tightly inside.
At that exact moment, he executed his lightning spear combat technique, hurling it straight into the mob of monsters, causing flames to erupt fiercely and sending debris flying everywhere. The surviving ferocious beasts roared furiously and charged out, powerful green lightning shooting forward. He smirked wildly, raising his hand to deliver the killing blow. Perfect timing! Divine thunder! This strike instantly triggered an earth-shattering explosion, obliterating the defenseless beasts as a cold, mechanical voice chimed continuously, and his ability points skyrocketed. He laughed in deep satisfaction. Hee, this move really works. The efficiency is at least 10 times faster than before. After continuously battling the fierce beasts, Hurricane Min couldn't help but feel drained. Leaning on his spear and panting, he muttered, 1813 ability points. At this rate, I'll probably break through to Tier 3 upper level in no time. I can go up to 6 days and 6 nights without resting, and it's already been over a day. Luring monsters for 2 hours, resting for 8 hours, harvesting twice a day nets 3,600 ability points. Even after deducting observation time, the future looks incredibly promising. I should gather the loot first, quickly find a place to rest, and then continue the hunt. Looking at the sparkling purple stone in his hand, he chuckled to himself. The very first Tier 3 lightning beast dropped a lightning core. Talk about good luck. 5 days later, in the central zone of the Thunder region, Loi Jiu-Xiang and 2 others were walking. The girl covered her mouth, yawning repeatedly. Brother Loi, it's only 3 a.m. Do we really need to wake up this early? He replied, what's the difference between 3 a.m. and 12 p.m. in this Thunder region? It's brightly lit either way. She asked again, Brother Loi, today is the last day of the 6-day assessment. When are we heading back? He answered, probably around 6 p.m. Even though we've met the assessment goals, staying longer leaves a better impression. Let's not embarrass the elite training camp. She beamed. Don't worry. By the way, that coward from Manga University must have given up and left the Thunder region ages ago, right? The guy next to her scoffed, for sure. Even our group taking turns resting could barely handle it. So how could he survive alone? Looks like top-tier university students aren't that impressive after all. Good thing I was smart enough to skip the martial arts exam and join the Thunder Dojo directly.
Suddenly, they spotted powerful lightning strikes and blinding dust right in front of them, exclaiming in shock, what's going on? An earthquake? The girl panicked. It's a beast horde! Run! Loi Jiu-Xiang stopped her. Don't panic. It's not a large-scale beast horde. Up ahead was the main guy running for his life, with a massive pack of vicious beasts closely tailing him.
The group was surprised. It's that guy from Mado University. He came back in. Look, it seems he accidentally provoked a beast pack. Come on, let's go give him a hand. The girl suddenly reached out to stop Loi Xiaozung from advancing. Wait, he's leading the beast horde toward us. Is he trying to use us to escape? The three quickly backed away, watching him sprint past them in a flash, the beast horde swarming right behind him. She smirked smugly. Selfish jerk. Karma got him, didn't it? Serves him right. But Loi Xiaozung noticed something off. That's not right. We outnumber him, so why didn't the lightning beasts come our way? He must have used golden lightning to lure them. Broke into a cold sweat. He's only at tier 3 mid-level. Why would he lure so many lightning beasts? There are even a few tier 3 peak-level ones among them. Look, he stopped. He looked up. This pack of lightning beasts. Even I'd have a hard time dealing with them without using my trump card. What is he planning to do? Hua Kang-min launched his attack. Golden thunder crashed down with a deafening roar, instantly blowing the vicious beasts to pieces. The overwhelming power unleashed made the group falter. Just bursting out his ability has such a massive range, and the sheer power is terrifying. I'm at tier 3 peak level, and my max range is only 30 meters. There's something off about this lightning ability. It's definitely not just A tier. Could it be S tier? No, that can't be. Mado University's S tier Esper is a freshman, but this guy is already at tier 3 mid-level. The girl was completely stunned by the sight. Damn, are Mado University students really this strong? He's slaughtering lightning beasts like they're bugs. He strutted confidently among the scattered corpses. 23,000 ability points, finally enough to upgrade. 5 days and 5 nights without sleep has really taken a toll on my condition. I'll find a place to allocate the points first, then head back. The guy who previously wanted to challenge him asked, Brother Loi, if it were you, could you have handled that beast pack? Loi Xiaozung replied, I could, but I wouldn't have killed them as fast as he did. The guy clicked his tongue and wiped his sweat. Tisk, even faster than Brother Loi. This guy really has some serious skills. Good thing he didn't agree to spar, or else my face would have been beaten to a pulp by the end. Less than greater than. Brother Loi, do you think he can fight above his tier and kill tier 4 beasts like you? He replied, if he only has the strength he just showed, probably not. The girl laughed, then Brother Loi is still more impressive. 10 minutes later, having found a secluded spot, Hua Kang-min sat down and commanded the system Deep Blue, allocate points. The system chimed, lightning immediately flared out, and the upgrade process began. After completing the upgrade, he sat on a tree branch, feeling his power. Tier 3 upper level. My physique and spirit skyrocketed by nearly 500 points, and my ability range expanded to 40 meters. I've already reached the tier 4 level of an average A tier Esper. I was originally planning to head back, but I've recovered some energy now. Let's take another trip to the central zone and study the natural lightning for a bit. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang La was worrying. Hua Kang-min hasn't returned for 5 days and 5 nights. Could he be in danger? Even I can only last 8 days in there. Mo Sum walked up from behind and asked, Manager Jiang, why are you over here again? He replied, I'm here waiting for my junior brother to return. The instructor was puzzled. Your junior brother still hasn't come back since he went in last time. The senior brother sighed. That's right. Today is already the 6th day. Logically, he should have been back ages ago. He comforted him. Don't panic. I'm heading to the thunderstorm region to hunt beasts anyway, so I can keep an eye out for him along the way. Then I'll have to trouble you, Instructor Mo.
No worries, we all work together at the Thunder Dojo. Helping each other out is only natural. In the core zone of the thunderstorm region, 6 hours later, Hua Kang-min sat on a tree, looking up at the gray sky. It's time to head back. He pushed off and jumped down. The immense force caused the ground to crack, unable to withstand the impact. He thought to himself, the physique of a tier 3 upper level is truly formidable, but there's still a long way to go to reach the peak. The road ahead is still very long. Suddenly, a ferocious bear appeared out of nowhere, opening its maw full of razor-sharp teeth and roaring. It's a storm lightning bear. Judging by its tier, it must be tier 4 upper level. Using the Heavenly Thunder art would definitely one-shot it, but since I'm at tier 3 upper level now, let's see if I can take it down with just my fists. With that thought, he decisively lunged forward, throwing a terrifying lightning-infused punch. Just then, Mo Sum happened to spot him. Huh, It's Hu Kang-min. I couldn't find him for so long. To think I'd bump into him here. His tier is already broken through to Tier 3 upper level. But isn't this lightning range way too massive? It looks like he's planning to take on that storm lightning bear. A newborn calf truly fears no tiger. Manager Jiang's junior brother has quite the guts. For geniuses like him, suffering a bit of hardship is the only way for them to realize their own shortcomings. The ferocious beast roared, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light as it opened its jagged maw, roaring and sending drool flying everywhere. It swung a devastating punch forward, but he activated the Thunder Extreme form and blocked the attack just in time.
Go-Sum was astounded. What? He actually blocked it? Moreover, Hurricane Min's lightning is even stronger. That's a Tier 4 upper-level beast, an entire major tier higher than him. No, that's incredibly wrong. Hurricane Min's ability is definitely not a tier. It's a higher S tier, or maybe even SS tier. Besides, this name, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. I remember now. Hurricane Min is that S-tier lightning freshman from Ma-Do University. But still, isn't this tier way too exaggerated? Who the hell would expect a first-year freshman to already reach Tier 3 upper level? After testing the Storm Lightning Bear's strength, he gave an extremely confident smirk. Looks like my lightning is still a notch above. Bring it on. The giant, ferocious bear charged at him, its jaw unhinged as if wanting to swallow its opponent whole. Showing no fear, Hurricane Min threw a punch head-on. The two streams of green and golden lightning collided, generating a terrifying shockwave of power.
Go-Sum's jaw dropped as he watched. Holy crap! He actually dared to clash head-on with a Tier 4 upper-level storm lightning bear. This isn't even human anymore. He's practically a humanoid beast. Thinking this, he pulled out his camera. Those arrogant brats at the elite training camp always have their noses in the air, thinking top university students are beneath them. This time, I'll show them what a true genius from a top university looks like. On his end, he laughed wildly in pure thrill. I blocked it. My physical strength is completely on par with a Tier 4 storm lightning bear. This is the power of 3,000 vitality points. This is the undying thunder body. This is the Thunder Extreme form.
Now absolutely fearless, he instantly dashed in and delivered a thunderous punch to the monster. The beast roared in a frenzy, its massive body enveloped in violent lightning. It counterattacked like a maniac, throwing a punch as he immediately leaped backward to dodge. He smirked, landing a punch didn't even break its leg. I guess dealing with beasts really requires a weapon, but today I'm only using my fists. The monster seemed to have lost its mind. Its eyes flared and arcs of blue electricity radiated from its body. It roared with its jaws wide open, raising its front paws to the sky as lightning instantly converged above its head, radiating terrifying destructive power.
Go-Sum held the camera in terror. It's a lightning storm. Once caught in it, you'll be gravely injured if not killed. Usually, the only choice here is to run and wait for the storm to dissipate before attacking, but Hurricane Min doesn't seem to want to do that. Without a single tremor of fear, he clenched his fists. Bring it on! Let's see whose lightning is stronger. With that, he charged straight into the lightning storm, looking as if he didn't even know the meaning of the word fear. Smirking with an incredibly arrogant grin, he dove straight down from midair to face the bloodthirsty beast head-on. The storm lightning bear attacked frantically, but he dodged its strikes with extreme agility, leaving it completely unable to land a single scratch on him. He scoffed coldly. A clumsy body and slow claws. A Tier 4 upper-level beast is nothing more than this. Die! Saying so, he executed his newly learned fist technique. A golden dragon manifested and slammed straight down onto the monster's head. Unable to withstand the blow, the storm lightning bear took the hit and instantly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. It crashed heavily to the ground, dead on the spot. The system chimed again, and his ability points instantly surged. Go-Sum was scared out of his wits watching this. This Tier 4 upper-level storm lightning bear, known as the overlord of this beast territory, just died like that? Humanoid beast doesn't even cut it anymore. He's practically a dragon. He stepped out and praised. As expected of an S-tier from Ma-Do University, truly formidable. He turned and greeted, Instructor Ngo. He continued, a Tier 3 upper level slaying a Tier 4 upper level. If our great Shah had a few more geniuses like you, why would we ever fear not wiping out the beasts? I recorded the entire battle just now. It was absolutely spectacular. I plan to use it as teaching material for our dojo. Do you mind? He waved his hand.
Feel free to use it, Instructor Ngo. He thought to himself, it wasn't my full strength anyway, so giving it to the Thunder Dojo is fine. He happily replied, then on behalf of the Thunder Dojo, I thank you for your contribution. By the way, Huakan Min, have you ever considered joining our Thunder Dojo after graduation? He answered, I haven't really thought about it yet. He added, the head of our Thunder Dojo is a Tier 9 Lightning Martial Saint. If you join, she will personally mentor you. We can even let you guard the Thunder Secret Realm, along with top-tier compensation. You should give it some thought. He smiled and replied, thank you, Instructor Ngo. I'll seriously consider it. He thought, guarding the Thunder Secret Realm is definitely a lucrative position, and it holds immense benefits for lightning ability users. But I'm only a freshman. There's no rush. Hearing his answer, Ngo-sum said happily, that's great. Oh, right. Your senior brother Jiang La is still waiting for you outside. Are you planning to stay in the Thunder region, or should I pass on word that you're safe later? He was worried something happened to you. He waved his hand. No need to trouble you, Instructor Ngo. I was just about to head back anyway. I actually forgot about senior brother Jiang. I've made him worry for nothing.
The two said their goodbyes. To think you stayed alone in the Thunder region for 6 whole days. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. Back then, I only lasted 4 days. I have things to do, so you should hurry back as well. Goodbye, Instructor Ngo. He sliced open the bear's stomach and pulled out a blue crystal core. It's slightly inferior to the one senior brother Jiang gave me, but it's still pretty good. Let's go. He quickly made his way back and saw senior brother Jiang La waiting for him right at the gate. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, Kang Min, you were in there for a really long time, 6 days and 5 nights straight. How do you feel? He calmly replied, nothing major, I'm just feeling really sleepy. His senior brother slung an arm over his shoulder and said, 5 days without sleep while constantly fighting beasts, how could you not be sleepy? On the path of cultivation, balancing work and rest is always the best approach. Come on, I'll take you back to rest now. At 9 p.m. that night in Instructor Ngo's office, he was currently sitting in front of the elite training camp recruits reviewing their results. During the 6-day assessment, there were no fatalities and no severe casualties. You did a great job on safety. As for the assessment tasks, have they been completed? Loi Zhuang quickly replied, reporting to the instructor, all assessment tasks have been completed. Everyone kill at least one Tier 3 peak-level beast, and I single-handedly killed a Tier 4 lower-level beast. Hearing the results, he thought to himself, Loi Zhuang graduating from this elite training camp and being able to kill a Tier 4 lower-level beast above his tier is truly astonishing. Unfortunately, compared to that monster, Huakan Min, he completely pales in comparison. Still, I should give him some praise. Well done, you didn't let me down. By the way, what was your impression of Manager Jiang's junior brother from Ma Do University? He replied, Manager Jiang's junior brother? We ran into him in the Lightning Storm region. His strength is formidable, far surpassing an ordinary Tier 3 mid-level. He also has insane crowd control capabilities, so his peak combat power is probably around Tier 3 peak level. The guy behind him chimed in, yeah, he's really impressive, but he's no match for our brother Loi. No-sum shrugged, is that really so? The guy affirmed confidently, definitely. Our elite training camp is without a doubt a cut above Ma Do University. He then brought out the footage he had recorded. I have a video here. Take a look at this first. The clear footage played, and the three were instantly stunned. It's a storm lightning bear. Judging by its size, it has to be at least Tier 4 upper level. Wait, its opponent. Seeing the figure on screen, they couldn't hold back their shock and exclaimed, It's Huakan Min. Watching the scene unfold before them, the recruits from the elite training camp were left completely dumbfounded. Compared to the first time, how did Huakan Min get this much stronger? Yeah, and his aura isn't losing out to the storm lightning bear at all. No-sum asked, so, what are your thoughts after watching it? Loi Zhuang replied, Huakan Min is incredibly strong. He's an absolute monster. It's truly beyond imagination. The guy next to him was horrified. Is he really just a Tier 3 mid-level? This combat power is simply heaven-defying. He corrected, not Tier 3 intermediate. When I met Huakan Min, he had already advanced to Tier 3 advanced. The young man patted his chest and sighed in relief. So it's Tier 3 advanced. That's a bit more acceptable. Then he suddenly jolted and yelled, acceptable my ass. Tier 3 advanced. How did he level up so fast?
A Tier 4 Advanced Storm Thunder Bear is enough to easily obliterate most Tier 4 Advanced ability users, yet it was completely crushed by Huracan Min. This makes no sense. Exactly. What's even more terrifying is that he won through close quarters combat. Seeing his students in a panic, Mo-sum finally spoke up to comfort them. Don't worry. Even in Ma-Do University, Huracan Min is a special case. The purple-haired young man was stunned. A special case? Is Huracan Min's background that unique? Could he be the son of Ma-Do's principal? He sneered. The principal's son? Even the principal's grandson wouldn't be this capable. I mean, Huracan Min's ability. He's an S-tier ability user. Hearing this, Loi Xiu Zhuang asked, an S-tier from Ma-Do University. A freshman? A freshman who is already at Tier 3 Advanced. He replied immediately, though I really want to deny it. The truth is, he just turned 19 not long ago. He's a genuine first-year freshman. These words felt like 10,000 arrows piercing their hearts. The whole group fell back in shock. Damn it, he's only 19. The average age of us elite training camp graduates is already 23. A 19-year-old at Tier 3 Advanced. It turns out we'd just been wasting our lives all these years. A monster. He's an absolute monster. And Go-sum added, I didn't show you this video for any other reason but to motivate you a bit. Set Huracan Min as your goal. It would be great if you could catch up to his footsteps in the future. The three immediately burned with fighting spirit. Understood. Yes, we'll definitely do our best. Oh right, instructor, can you give me a copy of this video? He replied, I'll upload the video to the dojo's internal website later. You can just log in and watch it. The purple-haired youth then said, Instructor, that might not be a good idea. If I remember correctly, this year's National University tournament is about to start. He slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. That I won't upload it. If other universities see it, they'll end up targeting Huracan Min. I recall Ma-Do University came in second in the last tournament, but this time they might just be able to fight for first place. 2 days later, the phone rang piercingly. Huracan Min drowsily opened his eyes. This sleep feels a bit. Seeing the caller ID, he jolted wide awake. It's Vice Principal Lang Seum. I actually slept for 2 whole days. He picked up the call, and Ms. Lang immediately warned from the other end. Huracan Min, according to reliable intel, the Heavenly Mandate cult is organizing a counterattack. We've already arranged protection for your family and friends. If you're in danger, you must crush the talisman immediately. You're very likely their target. Understood. Sorry for troubling you, Principal. Hanging up, he pondered. The defense here is strict. Entry and exit require special documents and iris scans. The Heavenly Mandate cult's people probably can't slip in. And even if they do, I still have my master's protective talisman. I should go train first. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Mandate cult headquarters, resembling a massive, imposing castle. Inside, a cult leader sat on a throne, surrounded by a thick, eerie black aura. 2 subordinates stood below, reporting. Lord Cult Master, our people in Ma-Do believe that Ma-Do University's S-tier, Huracan Min, is growing too fast and could become a threat to us. They are requesting permission to eliminate Huracan Min to prevent future trouble. Should we consider taking action? The cult master spoke. Huracan Min of Ma-Do University? Where is he? The subordinate replied respectfully. He is training in the Thunder's secret realm in Hupdong City, Jiangnam Province. He won't be leaving anytime soon. Hearing this, he issued an order. Huet Sat, once you finish your task in Jiangnam Province, make a trip there. Huracan Min, along with the Thunder Dojo's secret realm. Destroy them all. The one called Huet Sat replied immediately, as you command. I love hunting down these human geniuses the most.
The subordinate rejoiced. If Lord Huet Sat handles this personally, nothing could possibly go wrong. Lord Huet Sat is at Tier 8 Intermediate, and his combat prowess is terrifyingly strong. Even if Ma-Do University's Tier 8 Basic Long Sung, who specializes in spatial abilities, were to intervene, it wouldn't be a problem. The scene shifted to a bustling, lively market. Both sides of the street were lined with stalls, and vendors' shouts echoed everywhere. Huge New Year's sale. All pills are 20% off. Buy 10, get 1 free. Limited New Year edition E-tier snowman combat suits. Only 100 sets available. First come, first served.
Hearing the bustling sounds, Huracan Min couldn't help but smile. It's really almost New Year's. Looks like I'll have to celebrate it alone again. The Thunder Core's training effect is truly quite good. 2 hours boosted my vitality by 3 points, equivalent to 6 days of training. It's just a pity it's still a bit too slow. He looked up at the towering skyscraper in the distance. I hope the Thunder Tower won't disappoint me. It's the place senior brother Jiang La highly recommended.
It's a great spot to observe natural lightning and improve my abilities mastery. In the first floor lobby of the Thunder Tower, the staff checked his card and said, "You have an S-tier pass, which grants you 4 hours of access to the 100th floor secret chamber. Would you like to use it now?"
He asked, "What does the 100th floor secret chamber mean?" The girl explained, "The Thunder Tower has a total of 110 floors. The higher the floor, the better the effect for observing natural lightning." He uttered an O of realization. "I see. All right then, I'll use it now." Stepping out onto the 100th floor, he looked around. The space was dead silent without a single bolt of lightning. Where's the lightning? Suddenly, the crackle of electricity echoed. Looking up, he saw green lightning bolts appear right on the ceiling. He thought with joy, this is the most fundamental form of lightning. The source of the lightning in the thunderstorm zone is located thousands of meters up in the sky, impossible to observe with the naked eye. But here, I can see so many more details and mysteries. After 4 hours of intense study, he felt he had become much more proficient. If I stay here, in less than 5 days, I might just reach the mastery level needed to liquefy lightning. This place is absolutely a holy ground for cultivation. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. The female staff member opened the door and walked in. "Sir, your usage time is up." He turned and asked, "How do I extend the usage time for this secret chamber?" The girl smiled brightly. "It can only be exchanged with thunder cores, and the 100th-floor secret chamber only accepts Tier 4 thunder cores. A Tier 4 basic thunder core can be exchanged for 3 hours of usage. For every minor tier increase, the time is extended by 1 hour." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. It's that expensive. The official purchasing price of a Tier 4 basic thunder core is over 6 million Great Sia dollars. That's 2 million per hour. What a money pit.
The staff continued, "The secret chambers from the 71st to 91st floors can be paid for with Tier 3 thunder cores." He immediately cut her off and pulled out 2 crystal cores. "Never mind, I'll just stay here." Receiving the 2 sparkling purple-blue stones, the staff was astounded. A Tier 4 peak and a Tier 4 advanced thunder core. Is this young man really that rich? Bowing respectfully, she said, "The 2 thunder cores combined can be used for a total of 11 hours. I will extend your usage time right away." At this moment, he suddenly asked, "The 100th floor already requires Tier 4 thunder cores, so what about above the 100th floor?" She quickly answered with a smile. "Floors 101 to 107 require Tier 5 thunder cores. Floor 108 up to the highest floor, 110, require Tier 6 thunder cores." The MC was speechless and turned away helplessly. "All right, thanks for your help." 11 hours later, Hua Kang-min finally finished and returned to the Thunder Dojo's main building A.
Senior brother Jiang La draped an arm over his shoulder. Ferocious beast materials. 4 rings. Total earnings up to 311 million. "Junior brother, you have to treat me next time." He happily replied, "Of course. It's all thanks to Brother Law for helping me contact the purchasing manager. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten such a good price." The two chatted. "I heard from Instructor No. You actually killed a Tier 4 Advanced Storm Thunderbear. You're leveling up way too fast. It's probably just because my talent is pretty good. You're not modest at all, are you? The new year is coming soon. What's your schedule next?" "I plan to take a trip to the thunderstorm zone, so I probably won't be going back for the new year."
Jiang La gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Awesome. But I'd still advise you to make a trip back. On New Year's Day, our Thunder Dojo will be holding an auction. There might be something you want." "An auction? Actually, I do have something I want to buy." He rubbed his chin. "My current spear isn't handy anymore. Who knows, I might win a good weapon at the auction." "It's settled then. I'll save a spot for you to participate when the time comes." "All right, I'll head to the thunderstorm zone now." At the same time, at Mado University, Tong Thu Vun was sitting with Kun So Twin saying, "I want to visit Hua Kang-min at the Thunder's secret realm this new year." "Will you go with me?" she asked in surprise. "Me." She then happily agreed right away. "Sure." She thought to herself, "It seems Sister Thu Vun intends to share Hua Kang-min with me. This is definitely a good thing." 6 days later, Hua Kang-min returned to the Thunder Tower, generously tossing out a pile of colorful crystal cores. "Help me check how long these thunder cores can keep me on the 100th floor." The staff took them in astonishment. So many Tier 4 thunder cores. 1 Tier 4 peak, 3 Tier 4 advanced, 1 Tier 4 intermediate, and 4 Tier 4 basic. In total, they can be exchanged for 37 hours of usage. She thought to herself, "I've worked here for 2 years. but I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen Tier 4 Thunder cores used for exchange. To think this guy is so young and handsome, yet he brought out 9 Tier 4 Thunder cores all at once. How is he this powerful? He suddenly asked. Can the usage time be split up? Of course. After you finish observing, you just need to swipe over the device by the door to stop the timer. Good. On New Year's Eve afternoon, the MC was sitting and training on the 100th floor when his phone suddenly rang beside him. He answered the call, and Tong Thu Ven's excited face immediately appeared. Kang Min, guess where I am? His face didn't show a single ripple as he calmly replied, the Thunder's secret realm. She was stunned. How did you know? He explained, besides the Thunder's secret realm, where else would have so many sparkling lightning bolts? All right, I forgot about the lighting. Sister So Twin and I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but we ended up forgetting to ask for your address, so we had to call. Senior Kung came too. Kung So Twin leaned into the screen. What? Doesn't Senior Hero welcome me here? Not at all. Since you guys made it here, of course, I welcome you. Send me your exact address and I'll come pick you up right away. He swiped his card and walked out. An announcement sounded, Room 6 usage ended. You have 4.5 hours remaining. He thought, only 4.5 hours left? I wonder if I'll have enough time to comprehend lightning liquefaction. If not, I guess I'll just have to make another trip to the thunderstorm zone. When they met, the two girls were utterly shocked. It's only been a little over 20 days since we last saw each other, and you've leveled up again. Isn't your leveling speed a bit too fast? He scratched his head and smiled. I ran into some danger while training and luckily broke through to Tier 3 Advanced. Tong Thu Vun facepalmed. I'm starting to suspect that by graduation, you might already be a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Comparing oneself to you is just asking to die of sheer frustration. He coaxed her. Don't be mad. How many school credits did the pass to get in here cost you guys? She replied, the B-tier pass we bought only lets us stay for 2 days and it costs 1,000 credits per pass. The number sounded terrifying. His jaw dropped. 1,000 credits to stay for 2 days. Converted to Great Sha currency, that's a whole 10 million. He then pointed upstairs and said, the second floor has 4 rooms. Aside from my room, you two can just pick any 2 rooms you like. Kum Saw Twin immediately declined. We don't need that many rooms. We can just share one. All right, then you two head upstairs. Come down later and I'll take you out to eat. Tonight is New Year's Eve, which only comes once a year. We definitely have to eat dinner at home. Before coming here, we already prepared all the cooking ingredients.
Hearing that, he asked in mild surprise, You guys know how to cook too? Tong Tu Vun proudly replied, Of course. Sister So Twin and I are master chefs. The atmosphere was incredibly joyful. All right then, I'll be the sous chef for you two super chefs. Haha, sure thing. In the evening, after a hearty meal, Hua Kun Min put his bowl and chopsticks down on the table and let out a breath. I'm so stuffed. He rubbed his full belly and couldn't help but praise, I gotta admit, your cooking skills are brilliant beyond imagination. Kung So Twin beamed with pride. That's obvious. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from outside. Turning toward the window, they saw brilliant fireworks. Seeing this, Tong Tu Vun suggested, On such a rare New Year's Eve, how about we go up to the rooftop and take a group photo as a souvenir? They immediately agreed. Sounds good. The three went up to the rooftop where they could clearly see the colorful clusters of fireworks blooming continuously across the sky. Kun So Twin held up her phone. The two girls hooked their arms with the MC and cheered happily. Smile. He also smiled. Ever since I got the system, everything around me has truly undergone earth-shattering changes. This is the first time I've had such a wonderful New Year's Eve. The next day, the three arrive at the auction, chatting as they walked. I'm so sorry for dragging you two to the auction with me on the first day of the Lunar New Year. You're being too polite by saying that. Exactly. I coincidentally want to buy some gear too. Zheng La walked over and asked, Kang Min, who are these two? He introduced them. Brother Law, let me introduce you. They are both my friends from Mado University, first year Tong Thu Vun and second year Kung So Twin, and this is my senior martial brother, Zhang La. The two girls immediately waved their hands. Hello, senior brother Zhang. Hello, you two. He couldn't help but think in amazement. My junior brother is truly incredible to have two such beautiful girlfriends, and they're even getting along so harmoniously. I really can't keep up with him. Let's head in then. I'll take care of the entrance tickets for you two ladies. Thank you, senior brother. Suddenly, the MC saw a group of people in the lobby fawning over a girl. Sister Win Wan is still the most amazing. Not only did she get us into the Thunder secret realm, but she also brought us to the auction. I heard others have to spend tens of millions just to buy a pass to get in here. Haha, spending tens of millions. Those are just rich fools. Tong Thuvun asked, which family are they from? Why are they so arrogant? Jiang Le answered, that woman is the eldest miss of the Li family, the head of the 6 great families in this secret realm. Her name is Li Win Wang. The head of their family is an honorary vice master of the Thunder Dojo and is about to break through to Tier 7. Her brother is only 27 but is already at Tier 4 peak, so it's hard to avoid them being a bit arrogant.
Hearing that, he remarked, with highly capable individuals carrying the load in both the older and younger generations, no wonder this Li Win Wang is so brazen. Jiang La added, exactly. Speaking of which, her brother Li Tuing Lum is just like you. He also uses a spear. The only difference is he has an enhancement ability, while you have a lightning ability. A large door appeared before them. We've arrived. Welcome to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. Stepping inside, there was a vast hall. The Lunar New Year auction is the most important event. Those who can enter this hall are no ordinary figures. They are all powerful and wealthy elites with a liquid capital of over 100 million. They've invited over 800 guests. Every seat is numbered, and there's an electronic screen on the right armrest. You just enter your bid there, then press confirm to participate in the auction. After bidding, you need to raise your hand to signal. Understood. You can use this electronic screen to see what items are up for auction, allowing you to prepare in advance before bidding. All right, let me see what they have. Rare flowers and exotic herbs, lightning cores, combat armors, S-tier resources. There are 108 auction items in total. They really have everything. The senior brother then asked, do you feel it's a bit low that the highest auction item is only S-tier? But I actually think it's just right. If they were too expensive, we wouldn't be able to afford them anyway. He smiled and replied, that's true.
Tung Tu-Vun asked from the side, Kangmin, have you found any item you want to buy?
He replied, I'm a bit interested, but I'll have to wait until the auctioneer finishes the introduction to decide.
He pondered internally. There are 2 decent items. One is an S-tier spear with a starting price of 500 million. It's about time I replaced my C-tier Azure Void Black Dragon spear. The other is a bundle of 5 Tier 4 basic Thunder Cores, starting at 40 million, which saves me time compared to hunting Thunder Beasts. At this moment, the auctioneer spoke up to start the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction hosted by our Thunder Dojo. We have a total of 108 auction items this time. The first item is a 30-year-old A-tier cold ice herb, which can increase the spirit power of those under Tier 5 by 50 points. The starting price is 20 million, and each bid increment must be no less than 100,000.
The people sitting below immediately plunged into this money-throwing battle. Seat 0213, 21 million. Seat 0625, 22 million. Seat 0408, 22.4 million. 1 hour later, the 36th auction item, 5 Tier 4 basic Thunder Cores. The starting price is 40 million. Each bid increment must be no less than 200,000. He smiled and pressed the button on his seat. Finally, my first target is on the stage. A crisp announcement rang out through the hall. Seat 0310, 41 million. Immediately, others offered higher bids. Seat 0637, 41.4 million. Seat 0708, 41.8 million. His expression turned serious as he thought. So many people fighting over it. Looks like I'll have to push the price up a bit to scare them off. As soon as he pressed the button, the announcement rang out again immediately. C0310, 46 million. The auctioneer smiled brightly. Are there any higher bids? Tier 4 Thunder Cores are rarely sold publicly. If you miss this, who knows how long you'll have to wait for the next chance. 46 million going once. 46 million going twice. 46 million going 3 times. Sold! Congratulations to the guest at seat 0310. We will proceed with the handover after the auction ends. He was stunned. It's already sold just like that? Jiang La explained that the Thunder Dojo and Major Awakener families all held large quantities of Thunder Cores, and only lone wolves needed to buy them. You raised the price by 5 million all at once, so of course they all ran away. They don't make as much money as you do. But what are you buying so many Tier 4 Thunder Cores for? You'd be better off hunting Thunder Beasts. He sighed and replied, I feel like my lightning mastery is about to break through, so I want to give it a shot all at once. The senior was frozen in shock. Damn, you're about to break through to the liquid condensation realm already? I was almost a senior in college when I broke through. You're an absolute monster. The auction continued. 2 hours later, the host said, now for auction item number 98, the S-tier spear, Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear, crafted by the Grandmaster weaponsmith Vu Van. Its total length is 2.1 meters. The shaft is made of a special A-tier alloy, Khmer alloy, and the spearhead is made of the hardest and sharpest among S-tier alloys, Extreme Wind alloy. The spear was brought out, its tip incredibly sharp, exuding a terrifying aura. The crowd immediately erupted. Grandmaster Vu Van hasn't forged a new weapon in a year or two, has he? Yeah, I didn't expect him to bring such a stunning masterpiece the moment he gets back to work. Extreme Wind alloy, it really makes you drool. Seeing this spear, Hurricane Min made up his mind. Khmer alloy increases in weight when infused with an ability, and Extreme Wind alloy is incredibly sharp. What a great spear. It's exactly what I need the most. I must get this spear. The host down below spoke again. Once this spear is infused with an ability, its maximum weight can reach 100 tons. I'm sure many people will love it. The starting price is 500 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 1 million. The crowd instantly clamored to bid. Seat 0113, 505 million. Seat 0224, 520 million. Seat 0131, 530 million. He also raised his hand, and the bidding price to take this spear home had already reached 600 million. But the battle was far from over. The value of this spear was still skyrocketing. He rubbed his chin and thought, it looks like it'll be very hard to scare the others into backing down. I'll just wait and see for a bit. It feels like the person in seat 0104, Li Win-Wan, might be the biggest competitor. Li Win-Wan sat in the stands with an extremely arrogant expression. My Li family has placed a bid. Let's see who dares to compete. The announcement rang out, 603 million going once. Sure, at this moment, our main guy raised his hand again, wanting to fight the pink-haired lady for this item. Everyone immediately started whispering. Someone raised the bid. He looks like a stranger. Must be an outsider here for training. Only they wouldn't understand the rules. Li Win-Wan turned her head and said, my friend, my older brother Li Thuan-Lum happens to be lacking a suitable spear. If you're willing to yield this to me, you will gain my friendship, and even the friendship of the entire Li family. He thought disdainfully, the friendship of a Tier 6 expert means absolutely nothing to me. The host immediately warned her, Miss Li, buyers are strictly forbidden from speaking out of turn during the auction. If you break the rules again, we will revoke your right to participate in the bidding. The battle continued with the two of them going back and forth endlessly. The crowd watching the drama gasped and discussed. Who is this guy to be so bold? To think he actually dared to raise the price. Isn't he afraid of the Li family's revenge later? Tisk tisk, daring to offend Li Win-Wan. There's going to be a good show to watch. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth in anger. This guy actually dares to disrespect me, Li Win-Wan, and the entire Li family. Damn it. Ever since my father reached the peak of Tier 6, nothing like this has ever happened. She revealed a ferocious expression and continued to raise the price. I want to see where you get the financial power to compete with me. Hurricane Min turned to the people beside him and asked, Thuvan, Senior Kuan, could you two lend me some money? I'll pay you back later. Kun So Tuyen smiled and replied, I have 500 million. That should be enough for you to use, right? Tong Thuvan also chimed in, I have about 1 billion. If it's not enough, I'll ask my family to transfer more. He waved his hand. That's plenty. For an S-tier weapon, if it exceeds 1 billion, there's no need to keep bidding. I'd rather spend the money to find someone to forge one. Jiangla was astonished, silently assessing the situation. Damn. What kind of backgrounds do my junior brother's two beauties have? Opening their mouths, it's 500 million, 1 billion, and they can even ask their families for more. What kind of family backgrounds are these? This is too unreal. With money in hand, he continued the tug of war with that lady, and the figure had reached 830 million. The host shouted loudly, 830 million going once, 830 million going twice. The person next to Li Win-Wang leaned in and whispered in her ear, Sister Win-Wang, it's already over budget. How about we just yell out 12 billion and make that guy bleed dry? She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, and answered angrily, Forget it. He's not stupid. I'll spare his life for now. I have ways to deal with him. The gavel slammed down, 830 million going for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in seat 0310. The auction was a success. He thought with satisfaction, 830 million is still within an acceptable range. Hopefully, this spear won't disappoint me. Half an hour later, the auction house staff brought over the items he had purchased. Sir, here are the 5 low-grade Tier 4 Thunder Cores along with the S-Tier Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear you won at auction for a total of 874 million. Please inspect the goods before we proceed with the transaction. He reached out and took his new spear, using his ability to inspect it from top to bottom. Seeing that there were no issues, he handed his card to the staff member and said, "The goods are fine." Swipe the card. Meanwhile, at the Lee family villa, 3 men walked in to face Lee Win-Won. "Miss, you called us so urgently. Is there something you need us to handle?" She replied viciously, "Uncle Lee, I need you to help me kill someone, and then strip him of all his equipment." "Who is it? Where do we need to take care of it?" "I just looked into him. His name is Huracan Min, high-grade Tier 3. He used the S-Tier pass from Magic Capital University to enter the Thunder Secret Realm." "A student from Magic Capital University? Do we need to investigate further?" "It doesn't matter. There are countless university students who come to the Thunder Secret Realm to train like this. Just wait until he enters the Thunderstorm Zone, then make your move." With the sheer brutality of the ferocious beasts in the Thunderstorm Zone, it'll only take an hour or 2 for even his corpse to vanish. As for that spear, a simple paint job and a slight change in shape will do. It's very simple. Uncle Lee turned his head and ordered, "You two, from now on, keep watch at the entrance to the Thunderstorm Zone. If you spot Huracan Min, report it immediately." The 2 bodyguards bowed respectfully. Understood. Lee Win-Wong added, "Uncle Lee, let me know when you make your move. I'll go with you guys. I want to see with my own eyes how he regrets going against me." "Not a problem." Our main guy, completely unaware that he had become a target for revenge, was currently happily fondling his new weapon. He smiled in satisfaction. "It's worthy of being an S-Tier spear. The feel of holding it in my hands is truly impeccable." The absolute weight limit of the Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear is 100 tons. Let's pour all my ability into it first and see how much the weight can increase. Suddenly, the spear nearly slipped from his grasp, making his face darken. He panicked. Holy crap. I can lift a maximum of 5 tons. It almost slipped out of my hands just now, so the weight is probably over 6 tons. Maybe I can change my attacking style. He swung the spear up, then suddenly struck it down with immense force. The floor shattered instantly, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. He smiled and thought, it really works. When swinging the weapon to attack, the weight suddenly increases to 6 tons. That terrifying weight combined with the momentum will leave opponents defenseless. They'll absolutely be severely injured. After increasing the weight, the center of gravity gets a bit hard to control. He'll wait until Thu Vun and the others leave, then head to the Thunderstorm Zone to practice more. This truly is a killer move. The next afternoon, Tong Thu Vun and Kum So Twin returned to school, and Huracan Min waved goodbye to them. "Kang Min, bye. Once we get to school, we'll have to trouble Senior Hua to guide us again." He smiled gently. "Thank you guys for coming to hang out with me. See you at the start of the school year." Watching the car gradually drive away, he lightly stretched his muscles and cracked his joints, thinking, "Next up, I need to hurry to the Thunderstorm Zone. I only have less than a week left in the secret realm. I need to gather enough Thunder Cores as soon as possible." At this moment, behind him, a man watched him and whispered, "Miss, Huracan Min is about to enter the Thunderstorm Zone. Please come quickly." Lai Win-Wang laughed triumphantly, her expression full of extreme anticipation, and replied, "Really? Good, I'll be right there." Seeing her stand up, a man asked, "Is little Wang leaving soon?" She smiled, "Yes, I'm getting ready to fetch your birthday present. This is a gift I have painstakingly prepared for a very long time." Lai Win-Wang's older brother, Lai Tuan-Lem, smirked. "Oh? Then I'm really looking forward to it." Huracan Min was currently inside the Thunderstorm Zone, having just finished killing a ferocious beast. He impatiently turned his head and asked, "You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time you showed yourselves?" Hearing this, Uncle Lee and his 2 lackeys stepped out. He laughed heartily. "Ha, truly worthy of being a prodigy from Magic Capital University. You're only a high-grade Tier 3, yet your senses are so sharp." He asked in a cold tone, "I don't think I know you guys, do I? Why are you following me?" Suddenly, Lee Win-Wong stepped out arrogantly. "If you don't know them, then you surely must know me." "Lee Win-Wong, you guys want to steal this S-Tier Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear?" She casually replied, No, not just the spear. I want your life too. It's just a pity about that face of yours. If you hadn't crossed me, you might have even been the head of my harem, having fun day and night. His eyes darkened as he asked, "You won't even spare my life? Are you that ruthless?" She arrogantly ordered in the face of the strong. The weak inherently have no right to speak. "Get down on your knees and kowtow an apology to me. It'll give you a quick death, otherwise I'll make you taste the agony of death by 1,000 cuts." The main guy instantly activated his extreme lightning state, powerful lightning covering his body in an incredibly violent aura. "In the face of the strong, the weak have no right to speak." Well said. But I'm guessing you guys definitely didn't investigate my identity thoroughly. I wonder between me and you, who is the true strong one? Lai Win Wan was forced back. The girl screamed in disbelief. What? What the hell is this? He smirked with disdain. 2 mid-grade tier 4s, 2 low-grade tier 4s. You think you can kill me relying just on yourselves? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Charge at me all at once. Seeing this, Uncle Lee roared his orders. The situation doesn't look good. Attack together. The whole group followed his directive and charged forward simultaneously. He reached out his hand forward, his voice light as a feather yet harboring the weight of a mountain. Die, divine thunder. With a deafening boom, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. All 4 of them were instantly hit, unable to resist. They all fell powerlessly to the ground. Before they could even launch an attack, they were dead before they could even gasp for air. Lai Wien Wang was terrified, Uncle Lee and the others, they were taken down in the blink of an eye. Run. I have to run. She immediately backed away, wanting to flee, but tripped and fell hard on the ground. Hurricane Min slowly walked over, his voice as gloomy as the Grim Reaper coming to collect a soul. Now, it's your turn.
She fearfully crawled backwards continuously. Who exactly are you? Why is your strength so terrifying? He just replied indifferently. A student of Magic Capital University, Hua-Kang Min. Weren't you guys just wanting to murder and rob me? Only then did the girl know fear. She said, trembling, I know I was wrong. Spare me. I'll give you 10 billion in cash and guarantee you leave here safely. Another serve you. I'm absolutely no worse than those 2 women by your side. Hearing those words, his eyes darkened and his expression grew even colder. Those 2 girls are exceptional. They can't be compared to a body heavily corroded by lust and drugs like yours. Furthermore, I'm a neat freak, and you're too filthy. Being despised like that drove the girl crazy. You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? It's best if you don't let me make it back alive. Otherwise, I will kill your entire family, pull out your tendons, and skin you alive. My brother and father will absolutely not let you off. Hearing that, he simply raised his hand. Don't let you make it back alive? All right then, as you wish. An arrow of lightning shot forward, piercing straight through Li Wien Oan's chest, severing her life just like that. Those who kill will eventually be killed. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed yourself. For Awakener families like this, most of their spatial rings have a tracking function, so I'll just leave it. At the same time, at the Lee family villa, a notification was immediately received. Detected that user of bracelet number 003 has suffered cardiac arrest. Vital signs have vanished. Lee Thuan Lum, sitting on the sofa, was jolted by the news in shock. Bracelet number 003? That's little Owen's. He instantly went mad, roaring, "Who dares to kill my little sister? Immediately track little Owen's location. I want to know where this happened to her." The lackey reported, bracelet number 003 has lost connection. The last location transmitted was at the perimeter of the thunderstorm zone. He asked in astonishment, wasn't little Owen going to fetch my present? Why would something happen at the perimeter of the thunderstorm zone? Contact little Owen's guard detail immediately. I want to know exactly what the hell they are doing. The other guy replied, all 4 members of the guard detail have lost vital signs. We can't connect to their smart bracelets. He was flabbergasted. Uncle Lee and the others are all dead. Who could possibly make Uncle Lee's group fail to even send out a warning message? It could be a peak tier 4 expert on the verge of a breakthrough, or perhaps they underestimated the enemy. Moreover, the other party was very careful and didn't touch the storage ring. If that's the case, finding the murderer will be a bit difficult. Do we need to notify the family head? No need. My father has been in secluded cultivation for 6 straight days, trying to break through to Tier 7 Grandmaster. Let's find some clues first. Check little Owan's recent schedule and see who she has come into contact with. Yes, I will go investigate right away. Lee Tuong Lum sat on the sofa, clutching his head in agony, waiting silently for the results. The lackey reported, a month ago, the miss had an argument with the Vuong family. Half a month ago, she entered the thunderstorm zone. 2 days ago, the miss wanted to help you buy an S-tier spear for your birthday, but it was bought by someone else.
Realizing something was wrong, he roared, "Hold on, tell me who bought that spear." The other guy replied, "His name is Hurricane Min, a student of Magic Capital University. He used an S-tier pass to enter the Thunder Secret Realm. He was the top scorer of Jiangnam Province for the class of 2037, S-tier ability, mid-grade tier 3. No need to investigate any further. It's definitely this guy who did it. Earlier, little Wong said she was going to get my birthday present. The other guy was a bit apprehensive. Young master, this involves an S-tier awakener. It might be a little troublesome." He revealed a murderous look. There's nothing troublesome about it. Blood debts must be paid in blood. So what if he's an S-tier awakener? He killed my sister. I want him dead.
Saying that, he immediately stood up. "Uncle Quinn, come with me for a trip. Well, wait for him at the exit of the thunderstorm zone. If I can't kill him, you can help me kill him." The scene shifted. At this moment, Huakan Min was still enthusiastically hunting inside the thunderstorm zone. Happily holding a purple crystal core in his hand, eliminated 17 Tier 4 Thunder Beasts, gained 4,250 ability points, along with 17 Thunder Cores of various grades. This should be enough. This time I have to push straight through and break through to liquid condensation lightning. Time to head back. Thinking this, he stood up and walked out boldly, completely unaware of the massive storm waiting for him right outside the gate. At the entrance to the Thunder Tower, a man was standing at the door, handing a black card to the staff member. "Hello, please present your pass." That was precisely the red-robed archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate cult Huit Sat. His name was Trum Hang. The staff member reminded him, "A C-tier pass only allows you to stay in the Thunder Secret Realm for 24 hours. Please manage your time wisely." He replied, his eyes revealing a fierce look. "Don't worry. 24 hours is enough for me to get everything done." Hee, S-tier student of Magic Capital University. Hurricane Min, your days are numbered. The scene shifted. At this moment, outside the entrance gate to the thunderstorm zone, a group of tall, burly bodyguards in black suits were standing by. People around couldn't help but gossip. "Damn, who are these guys? Why are they just staring here all day?" "Shh, keep your voice down. They're all from the Lee family. They've been standing guard here for days. Looks like they're looking for someone. I'm afraid someone is about to get really unlucky." As soon as Hua Kanmin stepped out, an underling immediately reported, "Young master, the target has appeared." Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise towards the guy, young master. Suddenly, Lai Thuong Lam sprang out from nowhere, lunging forward and roaring, "Hua Kanmin, you finally showed yourself. I want you to pay for this blood debt with blood." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Peak Tier 4, uses a spear. Looks like this guy is most likely that Lai Thuong Lam. If I knew I'd be discovered, I wouldn't have destroyed those space rings and lost hundreds of millions for nothing." The man roared, "Hua Kanmin, let me ask you, did you kill my sister, Lai Yuyin Oan?" He replied calmly, "Don't you already know the answer? Why even bother asking?" The crowd instantly erupted in whispers. Holy crap! Li Thong Lam's sister was killed? With her personality, it's no surprise she brought disaster upon herself. It's just a pity for this kid. Hell definitely faced the Lee family's revenge. He immediately gritted his teeth in fury, eyes rolling back menacingly. "So it really was you. Why did you kill my sister?" He replied coldly, "Your sister tried to kill me for my treasure and failed, so I killed her instead. What other reason do I need? No matter what wrong my sister did, you had no right to kill her, because she wasn't alone. Behind her stands the entire Lee family." He interrupted, annoyed. Why spout so much nonsense? In the end, doesn't it all come down to whose fist is bigger? The extreme thunder was activated. If that's the case, then come and try. Let's see if you and the Lee family behind you can even touch me. The crowd gasped in shock. Holy shit! He really is the S-tier Huakan Min from Magic Capital University. A freshman, 19 years old, upper tier 3, good heavens. What a pity, such a great talent. Is he really going to die prematurely here? Li Thuong Lam enhanced himself into a ferocious giant wolf, shouting, "Arrogant, a measly upper tier 3. To kill you, I alone am more than enough." On the opposite side, the main character didn't hesitate at all and charged straight in for a head-on clash. The man swung his spear, arrogantly saying, "A lightning-type ability user like you dares to face me head-on? You're courting death."
The two spears, carrying tremendous power, collided, causing a massive explosion. Lightning sparked and blasted out, instantly sending the guy named Lee flying backward.
His back slammed hard against the ground. The terrifying impact caused the stone pavement to crack and shatter. He couldn't help but be horrified. How is this possible? His muscle strength is actually greater than mine? How bizarre. I'm a peak tier 4 enhancement type ability user, yet my strength is inferior to a lightning type. He said coldly, "Normally, I might be interested in fighting you for a while, but right now I just want a quick victory." After speaking, he shouted, "Heavenly Thunder Art." Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning struck straight down, making the man scream in sheer agony. He panicked, thinking, "This is bad. If we keep fighting, the one to die will definitely be me." Lee Thuong Lam was beaten back to his original form and screamed in terror, "Uncle Quinn, save me!" Uncle Quinn received the order and quickly rushed forward. A punch carrying a blazing red light charged straight at Hua Kun Min. The onlookers were terrified. It's the butler, Lee Quinn, peak tier 5. Hua Kun Min is done for this time. Another earth-shattering heavenly thunderbolt struck down on the young master of the Lee family, instantly sending him to the afterlife. By the time Uncle Quinn realized this, it was too late. He screamed in shock, "Young master!" The crowd discussed in terror. 2 bolts of heavenly thunder obliterated a peak tier 4? What kind of terrifying attack is this? An S-tier ability is truly frightening. But how did he withstand the flames? Looking at Hua Kun Min, he was enveloped in a blue protective sphere. In the end, I still had to use the trump card my master left me. Uncle Quinn was stunned to think it's a protective talisman from ancient civilization ruins. It seems I have no choice but to notify the family head. He pressed his communicator, family head. The young master was killed, right at the entrance of the thunderstorm zone. Moreover, the young. On the other side, the head of the Lee family flew into the sky in a rage, instantly shattering the roof tiles of his mansion into pieces with a loud crash. He exploded in fury, his expression ferocious as he roared madly, "Tu Lam, my son." As he spoke, he shot off at the speed of a flying arrow, arriving at the thunderstorm zone entrance in no time. He landed right in front of the main character with a resounding boom. His terrifying strength caused the rocks beneath his feet to crumble and scatter in all directions. He was utterly enraged, green veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes full of killing intent, as he roared, "You little brat from Magic Capital University, you actually dared to kill my son and daughter, one after another. You're pushing it too far." Uncle Quinn bowed respectfully, family head. Before he could finish, he was cut off. "Trash! You can't even protect a person. What use are you to me?" After saying that, he immediately manipulated his ability to grab Uncle Quinn by the neck. The man couldn't react in time and screamed in terror. In an instant, he was sucked into a dried corpse by the family head's power, unable to struggle even a bit. Ruthlessly throwing Lee Quinn's corpse to the ground, he strode forward menacingly, his bloodshot eyes full of wrath. "Next, it's your turn." Facing someone at peak tier 6 like this, the main character also felt that this was going to be a tough fight, his expression turning grave. Fortunately, right at this moment, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm Vuong Ko, along with Ngo Sam, suddenly appeared and shouted, "Stop! Lai Thuong Hai, what do you think you're doing?" The crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Branch Master Vuong is here. He is the only Tier 7 Grand Master in the Thunder Secret Realm. Instructor Ngo Sam is also here. All the top fighters of the Thunder Martial Arts Dojo have gathered. It seems the dojo is stepping up to protect Hua Kun Min. Lai Thuong Hai gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it. Looks like I won't be able to kill this brat today." His face darkened, and he could only resign himself to cupping his hands and bowing respectfully. Branch Master Vuong. Joe Sam, from behind, comforted Hua Kun Min. "Junior brother, don't worry. With the Branch Master here, Lee Thum Hai won't be able to pull any tricks. Thank you, Brother La." Vuong Ko turned his head and said, "Hua Kun Min, I've heard Instructor Joe recount your exploits before. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary." He replied modestly, "Branch Master Vuong flatters me." Unbeknownst to anyone in the middle of the crowd, a scarred man was secretly observing everything. It was none other than the red-robed Archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate cult. He smirked, his eyes radiating killing intent. He. Everyone gathering together like this is just too convenient for me.
Vong Ko stood in front of Hua Kan Min, assuring him, "Don't worry, Mr. Hua, I absolutely will not let anything happen to you in the Thunder's secret realm." He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Branch Master Vong."
The crowd murmured again. Looks like Hua Kan Min is safe. Obviously, Branch Master Vong is a mid-tier 7 Grandmaster. Would Li Thuanghai dare to mess around in front of him? Well, the good show is over. Right at this moment, from behind, Bloodfiend swaggered forward. With just a wave of his hand, the crowd that was just whispering and chatting was instantly slaughtered. Fresh blood splattered like a rain of blood. He stood at the center, his eerily red eyes making for an extremely horrifying scene. He raised his voice. "Red-robed Grand Archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate Cult Bloodfiend, here under orders to destroy the Thunder Secret Realm. Vuong Ko, Hua Kan Min, your end has come." Vuong Ko was startled, his expression grim as he yelled, "Heavenly Mandate Cult, Tier 8 Great Grandmaster."
He pointed at Hua Kan Min, Tisk Tisk, a 19-year-old upper Tier 3, whose actual combat power even surpasses a peak Tier 4. If given time to grow, you might even become a martial saint. It's just a pity that you have to die here today. Oh right, I remember your school has a space-type Great Grandmaster, doesn't it? How about you try calling her out here? It couldn't be that the distance is too far, so that vice principal of yours can't teleport over, could it? He was somewhat speechless. Is there something wrong with the head of this Tier 8 Great Grandmaster from the Heavenly Mandate Cult? This is way too arrogant. Even if he doesn't know that Vice Principal Lang Suan has leveled up, she's still an S-tier space ability user. He smirked and pulled out the transmission talisman. Why is there always someone who likes to brag prematurely? Since you want to meet my Vice Principal that badly, I'll grant your wish.
The talisman was crushed, and a glowing blue sigil immediately appeared in midair.
Vice Principal Lang Suan instantly appeared, her entire body radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. The crowd cheered. This is the Tier 8 Great Grandmaster of Magic Capital University. Such a terrifying aura, truly worthy of an existence capable of destroying a nation. We don't need to worry anymore. Li Thuanghai broke out in a cold sweat. Hua Kan Min could actually summon a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster? Thank goodness I didn't strike earlier, otherwise the entire Li family would be doomed. Lang Suan looked down from above, stating coldly, "Remnants of the Heavenly Mandate Cult, your lingering spirit really never fades." Trong Hang gritted his teeth. Lang Suan of Magic Capital University? How could she teleport here? Isn't her maximum teleportation distance 500 kilometers? Her gaze was icy. I knew you remnants of the Heavenly Mandate Cult wouldn't give up. That's why I purposely hid the news of my breakthrough. I didn't expect you to actually fall for the trap. Hearing this, he was stunned. Breakthrough? No wonder her aura is no weaker than mine. She's actually broken through to mid-tier 8. He panicked in fear, looking for a way to escape. But I'm a B tier, while she's an S tier. The only option is to run. Lang Suan instantly blocked his escape route, trying to run. Too late. The red-robed Grand Archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate Cult was trapped in a giant blue sphere with just one move from her, unable to run any further. At the same time, she charged forward, delivering a chopping attack, her voice cold. Just leave your life here. Like a cornered dog, he launched a counterattack. It won't be that easy to kill me.
A surge of deep red blood aura burst out, blocking one of Lang Suan's strikes. The two clashed, engaging in an extremely fierce confrontation. The battle between two Tier 8 Grandmasters was truly an eye-opening spectacle. Both sides launched continuous attacks, temporarily locked in a stalemate. Vuong Ko issued an order from below. The battle will likely drag on for a while. Manager Jiang, Manager True, Instructor Ngo. You all stay here with me to back up Vice Principal Lang. Manager Li, lead the others and notify the brothers at the Thunder Dojo to organize an orderly evacuation for the civilians. He then turned to the main character, Student Hua. You should follow Manager Jiang and evacuate first. He replied calmly, It's fine, I can just wait right here.
He thought to himself, Bloodfiend is probably no match for Vice Principal Lang, even if she doesn't. If I run around aimlessly, I might end up getting in her way. Besides, a battle between Tier 8 Great Grandmasters is a rare viewing opportunity that one can only wish for. Half an hour later, the battle finally ended. Lang Suan landed calmly and retracted her ability. That red-robed Grand Archbishop of the Heavenly Mandate Cult crashed headfirst into the ground with a loud thud, his life completely snuffed out. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster cultivating the Divine Blood's secret technique. If I were the one who killed him, I wonder how many ability points I would have received. Jiang La, standing beside him, marveled, truly worthy of being the vice principal of our magic capital university. She is simply too powerful. Bloodfiend couldn't win, couldn't run, and could only be taken down. He turned back and asked, Brother La, did you ever see Vice Principal Lang fight when you were at school? He replied, never. Vice Principal Lang is even more mysterious than the main principal of Magic Capital University, whose whereabouts are unknown. Speaking of which, Vice Principal Lang treats you exceedingly well to directly give you a spatial talisman. I only have this one to save my life. Once it's used, the privilege is gone. His senior bumped his shoulder. Having one is already amazing enough. Do you still want a second one? So hasn't Vice Principal Lang basically become your nanny? Lang Suong suddenly barked. What nonsense are you sprouting?
The two instantly stood at attention in fear. Hello, Vice Principal Lang. She handed another talisman to Hua Kan Min. The remnants of the Heavenly Mandate cult are still very arrogant. In giving you this spatial talisman, if you face any danger, you must crush it immediately. He stared in wide-eyed awe. Thank you, Nan. Vice Principal Lang. Jiang La whispered in awe next to him. Wow, another spatial talisman. She really has become a nanny. Ms. Lang then turned to Wang Ko. You are the branch master of the Thunder Dojo, right? I need you to keep all information regarding this recent battle strictly confidential. Furthermore, spread a rumor that I just fought Bloodfiend and was heavily injured, unable to use my space-type abilities for a short period. Wang Ko cupped his hands and bowed. Understood.
He thought to himself, this is laying a trap to catch someone. If the Heavenly Mandate cult actually believes it, they might end up losing another Tier 8 red-robed Grand Archbishop. She suddenly turned back. Oh right, Hua Kan Min's achievements in your Thunder Secret Realm recently must also be kept secret. The National Inter-University Tournament is about to begin. He hesitated. Yes, there is one matter involving student Hua that I must report to you. The Li family. After hearing the story, she frowned and asked, killing for treasure, and they even intended to hunt him down to the bitter end. Where is Li Thuong-hai?
Being called out, Li Thuong-hai nervously replied, Vice Principal Lang, I am here. Lang Suong said coldly, indulging your children to murder for treasure is a failure in discipline. Knowing it is wrong, yet still attempting to kill someone, is knowingly breaking the law. Li Thuong-hai, I am having the Security Bureau detain you for 20 years. Do you accept this? These words were like a bolt from the blue. The old man of the Li family was startled and shocked. 20 years. But in the end, he couldn't resist, and could only fall to his knees in despair. I accept it. I willingly accept the punishment. Crowd buzzed. 20 years. I didn't expect it to be that long. Magic Capital University is as fiercely protective and domineering as ever. Protective my ass. It was clearly the Li family's fault. 20 years. The Li family is pretty much done for. 2 core figures have fallen. I'm afraid they'll never recover their former glory. Lang Suong then advised the main character, you need to be more careful in the coming period. The people from the Heavenly Mandate cult might very well strike at you again. He smiled mischievously and asked, Vice Principal, playing the bait is such a tough mission. Is there any reward? Jiang La was so shocked his eyes popped and his jaw dropped. Holy crap. Is my junior brother always this bold? He dares to demand a reward from a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster. Unexpectedly, he heard her ask seriously, a reward? What do you want? He was utterly dumbfounded. Holy shit. She's actually offering. He hurriedly declined, No, I was just joking. I've already received a spatial talisman. I can't be insatiably greedy. Lang Suong wasn't angry but smiled. It's been a long time since anyone joked with me, but I do have something I want to give you. She pulled out an exquisitely sparkling bracelet from nowhere. This is for you. Seeing this, He Kang-min awkwardly waved his hands. Principal, this is too precious. I can't accept it. It feels even stronger than the Tier 7 protective amulet my teacher gave me. Good eye, this is a Tier 8 protective amulet, capable of blocking an attack from a mid-level Tier 8 Great Grandmaster. It's of no use to me anymore. Just consider it a reward for you. He immediately accepted it respectfully. Thank you for your care, Principal Long. If you ever need me in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Not a bad attitude, but it's still too early for me to need you. Just focus on your cultivation. Watching his junior brother put the bracelet on his wrist, Jiang La drooled with envy. I want one too.
Vunko witnessed everything and silently assessed. It seems this Huracan Min holds a very important position in Principal Lang's eyes. I must try my best to recruit and associate with people like him. Lang soon asked again, "Are you done with your affairs? Ma Do University is about to start the new semester. I can take you back with me." He replied, "I still have some unfinished business. You can go back first, Principal." "How long do you need?" He rubbed his chin, calculating for a moment, then answered, "Probably around 2 more days." "All right, then I will wait for you here. Once you're done cultivating, I'll take you back. Then I will have to trouble you, Principal." Jiang Lao was completely dumbfounded. So jealous. This is so enviable. A Tier 8 Great Grandmaster acting like a nanny. Is this the treatment of a genius? If it were me, it'd be lucky not to be slapped away. Returning to the villa, Huracan Min slept for a long time. When he woke up with his hair messy like a bird's nest, he turned on his phone to check the time. He frantically jumped up and put on his clothes. Damn it! I actually slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Is it already the 19th? I only have 2 hours left in the Loi Din's secret realm. How am I supposed to comprehend the thunder liquefaction like this? What a scam. Hurrying downstairs, he saw Lang Suin meditating. The principal is right here in the villa. She spoke. "Are you well rested?" He sighed. "I am. But the time to comprehend the natural thunder is almost gone." She smiled and said, "Don't panic. Branch Master Vun of the Loi Din Dojo has upgraded your S-tier pass to a permanent one. You don't have to worry about the time limit anymore." Hearing this, he went crazy with joy and shouted, "Thank you for your help, Principal."
I didn't do anything. It was Branch Master Vung who proactively upgraded your access. He probably thinks highly of your potential. If not out of respect for you, Principal, how could Branch Master Vung do such a thing? You see things clearly. However, he doesn't know your SS tier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to intervene. Besides, once the National University tournament starts, I'm afraid this can't be hidden anymore. Prepare yourself mentally. What should I prepare for? Wealth, power, fame, and of course, beauty. Lambton produces a dozen S-tier individuals every year, but the last SS tier appeared 4 years ago. You must stay true to yourself. I understand. Compared to fame, fortune, or power, I'm more worried about honey traps. That's the most common trick used by foreign forces. If those 2 female students with you can't help, just tell me. I'll help you resolve it.
Hearing this, the protagonist was startled and awkwardly declined. There's no need for that. He thought to himself, what kind of phrasing is that? It's so easily misunderstood. At this moment, the vice principal suddenly spoke to the 2 people outside the door. "You can come in." Vung Ko and Jiang Lao walked in. "Student Hua, Li Thurn Hai has been sent to prison. I guarantee the Li family will never dare to cause you trouble again." "Sorry for the trouble, Branch Master. Also, thank you for upgrading my pass to permanent access. It was just a small favor. I did it because I wanted to contribute a bit to the growth of a genius from our Dai Ha. Furthermore, I heard you want to comprehend thunder liquefaction, so I applied for a 24-hour access to the top floor of the Loi Ding Tower for you." He couldn't hide his excitement and cupped his hands. "The top floor of the Loi Din Tower. Thank you for your care, Branch Master Vung." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Suim grabbed his shoulder and pulled him through his spatial portal. "Let's go, I'll take you there." He hurriedly bid farewell to his senior. "Senior brother La, once I finish comprehending the natural thunder, I'll head straight back to the university. See you later." "Yeah, see you later. I knew you were leaving soon, so I purposely came to say goodbye." The scene shifted to the Loi Din Tower, green lightning flashing relentlessly around it. Huracan Min sat on the top floor of the Loi Din Tower, feeling the terrifying pressure. He thought to himself, this thunder power is much closer to the origin than on the 100th floor. He raised his hand, unleashing a mix of red and gold lightning bolts from his palm, starting to meditate and comprehend. After 17 long hours, he finally succeeded in his comprehension. The lightning on his hand gradually faded, turning into a liquid state. The protagonist proudly looked at the liquid mixed with lightning on his hand and smirked. "Liquefaction mastery. I finally comprehended it. Now just condensing the thunder into a sphere and throwing it will be enough to deal extremely terrifying damage." Controlling the sphere with one hand, he opened the system panel with the other. Let's check the attribute panel. The attribute panel appeared with a bunch of stats. He looked at the ability points section, which currently stood at 18,231 points. I have 18,000 ability points left. The gap to break through to tier 4 is still a bit far. I'll just upgrade my combat skills for now.
As for leveling up, I'll wait until the National University Tournament begins to harvest another massive batch of ability points. Every tournament season is divided into individual, team, and survival stages. The last one is a competition to see who can kill the most monsters. At that time, there will only be monsters from Tier 4 and above. I'll definitely collect a massive amount of ability points. He closed his eyes and made a decision. Let's upgrade Lloyd Din But Ziet Fun to the 5th level. Spending 15,000 ability points to upgrade, his vitality soared by nearly 1,000 points. He touched his muscular arm again. A powerful physique must be paired with corresponding techniques to fully exert its potential. In that case, I might as well upgrade my fist technique to the master level. After upgrading, he immediately threw a test punch with the new version. The terrifying power from the punch was truly not to be underestimated. Looking at the dented wall he had punched, he laughed triumphantly. The current me can almost instantly kill a peak Tier 4 Fong Bao Loi Hung with a single punch. Even in close combat with a Tier 5 monster, I'm afraid I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The liquefaction is complete. Let's go. He walked out and immediately saw Lang Suong waiting. You successfully liquefied your thunder, but why did even your physique increase so drastically? I was lucky. I upgraded the Lloyd Din But Ziet Fun have been cultivating to the 5th level. That's why my vitality surged so much. I almost forgot about the body refinement technique, Lloyd Din But Ziet Fun, created by your teacher. Initially, his plan to exchange the SS tier low-level tier 8 Lloyd Din Bao Long Blood Essence for you was also approved by me. Alright, your business here is done. We should head back to the university. The scene now shifted to the hideout of the Heavenly Mandate cult. A cultist reported cult leader Lord Hewitt Sat has been killed by Lang Suong, the vice principal of Ma Do University. Lang Suong is heavily injured and can't use her space ability to protect Hurricane Min all the time anymore. Should we proceed with our next move against him?
A man with a scar on his mouth spoke up. Cult leader, let this subordinate go. I will definitely chop Hukang Min to death. The mysterious cult leader spoke in a gloomy tone. Ever since Daiha issued the kill order, our Heavenly Mandate cult's high-tier combat power has suffered significant losses. It's no longer suitable to target Hukang Min. From today onwards, everyone must hide and wait for the peak of the primal energy tide, the descent of the supreme heavenly god sovereign. When that time comes, the Heavenly Mandate cult will achieve eternity. The cultists below heard this and shouted in unison. Received the Heavenly Mandate. The Heavenly God is eternal. The Supreme Heavenly God Sovereign is eternal and immortal. The scene shifted back to Mado University. Hukang Min was currently standing in the vice principal's office, covering his mouth in a long yawn. She smiled and said, "It seems comprehending the thunder liquefaction has taken a huge toll on you." He replied, "Yes, to break through, I spent 17 hours in a state of ultimate ability release. It is indeed very exhausting." She spoke, "Here are some rice cakes. Have some. They can help you recover your energy." Are these the rice cakes, the B-tier cultivation resources that my teacher brought back from the secret realm earlier? This is my first time seeing them. The taste is really delicious. I feel my energy instantly fully recharged. This doesn't just help recover energy, but also brings good luck. I hope that in the upcoming National University Tournament, you can defeat Kindo University, make a name for yourself, and seize the top position. Besides, I want you to be the captain of the Ma Do University representative team in this tournament. He was slightly surprised. Captain? All right then. With a resolute expression, he secretly made up his mind. No matter what my status is, I will definitely win the championship in this tournament. Then tonight, I will draft the list of participating members. If there are no issues, it will be announced on the school's official website tomorrow. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the students saw the notification on their phones and immediately caused a commotion. Look quickly, our university's representative team roster for the National University Tournament has been announced. Seeing the protagonist listed as the captain, the crowd couldn't help but clamor. Hurricane Min is captain. Isn't that too impulsive? That's right, Hurricane Min is a freshman after all. It's better to let the calm Kong Fak handle it. I'm not so sure. The mid-level Tier 4 Kong Fak definitely can't beat that high-level Tier 4 from Kindai. We might as well let Hurricane Min take a risk. Lai Thur Chai read the news, also extremely astounded. Damn, has Hurricane Min's combat power already reached this level? We're both freshmen, both top scorers, but some people just can't be compared. Tut Dong Ha happily ran over. Thu Ven, your family member has become the captain of the university tournament. How awesome. The girl was embarrassed. What do you mean family member?
Nothing is settled yet.
No way. Didn't you go to the Loydin's secret realm to find him on New Year's Eve? A man and a woman alone in a room, and you still haven't sealed the deal? I went with senior sister Kung that time. Tut Dong-ha helplessly rubbed her forehead, defeated by her friend. Senior sister Kung? Oh, my lady, why did you bring her along to the Loydin's secret realm? She also likes Hua Kan-min. I think senior sister Kung is very nice. If I hadn't brought her, I would have felt somehow guilty. How can you share romantic feelings? It's fine. I don't mind sharing with senior sister Kung, and neither does she. Her friend despairingly clutched her head, speechless. You two, are really generous. It's not being generous. With Kangmin's speed of improvement, there certainly won't be just one girl in the future. So, finding someone familiar is easier to accept, isn't it?
Alright, I give up on you guys. It's still too early to talk about this now. Between me and senior sister Hung, Kangmin hasn't accepted anyone yet. That Dong-ha grew anxious. How is it early? Once the university tournament ends, I'm afraid the entire country will know of Hua Kang-min's existence. By then, who knows, there might be even more outstanding girls approaching him. A girl more outstanding than me? Hearing this, Tong Thu-van felt slightly shaken. She thought to herself, indeed, I need to hurry up. Meanwhile, Hua Kang-min was at his master Zung Trun-thien's place. He said, Your senior brother Xiang has already told me what happened at the Loydin's secret realm. Well done. When it's time to act, you must act. Showing mercy will only invite greater trouble. He replied, I only dared to do so because I had your protective amulet and Principal Lang's token.
I gave you the protective amulet to use. There's nothing worth mentioning about that. As for Principal Lang, you really should repay her properly. She has spent a lot of effort on you, and your life was also saved by her. I understand. He asked again, roughly how strong is your current power? He answered, in my normal state, it's peak tier 4. In the Loikuk state, I can fight against low-level tier 5. He exclaimed in astonishment, that high. A tier 3 fighting a tier 5, simply unbelievable. It wasn't originally this high. Fortunately, my Loydin butt Ziet Then has broken through to the 5th level. The online debates right now are affecting Principal Lang greatly, as this is her first time handling related matters. If your strength is already this formidable, I think you should help her prove that choosing you wasn't a mistake. How should I prove it? Find Kong Thek and fight him. He replied, it's very simple. Just go and claim the top spot on the university's combat power leaderboard. Currently, Kong Thek holds the number 1 rank. He visibly became excited. That's right. How could I forget about this? I always thought the virtual trials were useless, so I've never gone. Go try the practical training building. It's absolutely much more useful than you imagine. At Ma Do University's practical training building, the interior was filled with modern machinery and equipment. A few students chatted as they walked. Last time, I almost passed the 10th floor trial and broke the 10,000 combat power mark. I'll definitely do it this time. Keep bragging. The 10th floor has 20 low-level tier 2 one-horn rhinos attacking at once. You're only tier 2. It's impossible.
Suddenly, they heard the instructor guiding Hua Kan-min. This is the only top-tier virtual dive pod in the practical training building, exclusively reserved for S-tier students. The students were stunned. Holy crap! It's Hua Kan-min! He's here to take the virtual trial. This is breaking news. Quick, go make a post. This is a super hot topic. I wonder if he can surpass Kong Thek. This breaking news immediately climbed to the top trends. The protagonist, oblivious to the fact that he had once again become the center of everyone's attention, lightly climbed into the virtual dive pod. The pod door closed, and Eva announced, The virtual space will scan and simulate a body with a tier and physical intensity equivalent to yours. You also need to release your combat skills and abilities slightly for the machine to simulate and execute them. Shall we begin? Begin.
He lay in the pod, initiating the body data scanning process. The system's voice was steady. Scan complete. Checking nervous system connection. Check complete. Entering virtual space. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly transported to another space. This place was empty, save for a solitary, massive stone stele. He looked up. It seems this is the combat power leaderboard. Over 4,200 people. It's truly magnificent. Kong Tak is first, and Im last. No wonder they think Kong Tak is stronger than me.
The rank gap on this leaderboard is simply too vast. A petite girl with twin tails appeared and introduced herself. I am Eva. Welcome S-tier student Huakan Min to the virtual trial. First, please choose a B-tier battle armor and a B-tier weapon. An array of weapons appeared in midair. Whichever you want, just tap it lightly to equip it. The weapon's weight can be customized.
He reached out and selected a spear. Eva spoke again. Battle armor and weapon have been selected. Do you want to start the trial immediately? Yes. A golden mark appeared behind him. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The first floor virtual trial officially begins. As the countdown ended, the protagonist appeared in the middle of a lush, grassy land. Before he could even gather his bearings, a herd of rhinos charged straight at him from the opposite side. He didn't show any fear. With a gentle wave of his hand, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, blowing the herd of beasts to pieces, easily clearing the first floor. Eva spoke again. You have passed the first floor trial. You have 1 minute of rest. Would you like to rest or continue? Continue. Meanwhile, in the senior dorms, a group of people were extremely indignant. The way I see it, Principal Lang's decision isn't appropriate. You've already reached mid-tier 4, making you way more suitable to be the captain than Hua Kang Min. Exactly, you two haven't even sparred, so why did she just pick him directly? Confat calmly replied, don't say that. With Hua Kang Min's true strength, he is more than qualified to be the captain. The other guy was still absolutely furious. You're just too nice. I won't accept this no matter what. I definitely need to find a chance to fight him. Confat tried to dissuade him. There's no need for that. Principal Lang definitely has her reasons. Another friend suddenly shouted, look at this. The forum says Hua Kang Min is taking the virtual trial right now. Let's see how high he can climb. Checking the leaderboard, they screamed in astonishment. What? Rank 42, combat power 214,000. Wasn't his combat power always 0 before? Can anyone check when Hua Kang Min started the challenge? Scrolling through his phone for a moment, he checked. Found it. Looks like he started just 3 minutes ago. Kong Thak was startled. 3 minutes? To reach 200,000 combat power, he has to clear the 20th floor of the virtual challenge. In other words, he spent an average of no more than 9 seconds on each floor. Hearing this, the roommate rushed over in shock. Could there be a mistake? No mistake, multiple posts are confirming it. Lightning users clear mobs way faster than us, but the 21st floor should be enough to stall him for a while. That's right. The 21st floor features a lower tier 4 beast, which acts as a threshold. Only those who clear it and reach 240,000 combat power are considered the top students of Manhwa University. At that moment, they received news that our protagonist had already cleared the 21st floor. Holy shit, he cleared it that fast? But the 22nd floor has a total of 20 lower tier 4 beasts. There's no way he can one-shot them this time, right? You're wrong, he just one-shot them too. Even the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor got one shot. Is this guy a monster? Confak rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. This Hua Kang Min, he's far stronger than I imagined. Meanwhile, Hua Kang Min was on the 23rd floor of the challenge tower, successfully taking down yet another beast. Eva spoke excitedly, S-Rank. The forum is absolutely flooded with posts about you right now. Everyone is saying your clearing speed is terrifyingly fast, and currently an SS-Rank ability user, so it's perfectly normal for me to be a little fast. You've also cleared the 23rd floor. Do you want to rest for a minute or continue the challenge? Continue. Alright, the 24th floor challenge begins. This time there are 5 mid-tier 4 armored earth dragons waiting for you. The moment Eva finished speaking, 5 incredibly ferocious beasts materialized before his eyes. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Raising his hand, lightning instantly gathered into a brilliantly dazzling golden sphere. Go. He violently hurled the sphere forward. The orb tore through the air, carrying apocalyptic destructive power. The 5 mid-tier 4 armored earth dragons were blown to bloody pieces by this single strike, dying before they could even react. Eva cheered. Congratulations, S-Rank, for clearing the 24th floor. Your combat power has broken past 400,000, entering the top 10. The 25th floor features a peak Tier 4 Storm Lightning Bear. Would you like to rest or continue? Ah, an old friend. Continue. It's the perfect time to test if I can beat it to death with a single punch. Understood. The 25th floor challenge begins now. Eva, if I clear the 25th floor, how high will my combat power reach? Ranks 2 through 7 on the combat power leaderboard are all stuck on this floor. Only Klong Fek successfully cleared it, and it took him half an hour. If you clear it within half an hour, you'll take first place.
A colossal, savage storm lightning bear appeared. It opened its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth and roared viciously. He smirked. Last time I had to toy around with you, but this time there's no need. It ends here. With that, he immediately charged forward, tightly clenching his fist as fierce lightning condensed around it. The beast extended its massive claws, crackling with green lightning as it prepared to meet his attack. But before it could even strike, it took a fatal, thunderous punch from him and roared out in sheer agony. This terrifying surge of power successfully slaughtered the storm lightning bear in a single blow. Eva marveled. S-Rank, you are truly brutal. However, that punch was incredibly decisive. It's enough to earn you first place.
The onlooking students went into a frenzy, 510,000 combat power. The Lightning Emperor just took first place. I knew it. The Lightning Emperor is absolutely stronger than Kong Tak. Did the Lightning Emperor really just take 5 minutes from starting the challenge to securing first place? This speed is beyond outrageous. Over on his side, Kong Tak asked, how long did it take Hurricane Min to surge from 400,000 to 510,000 combat power? He immediately got his answer, less than 20 seconds. I remember the 25th floor having a peak tier 4 storm lightning bear, and it got one shot just like that. What kind of monster is Hurricane Min? Are S-Rank abilities really this powerful? Kong Tak replied, the gap truly is massive. Hurricane Min isn't just a little bit stronger than me. As expected, Principal Lang was right. On the other side, Eva handed our protagonist a pen. S-Rank, congratulations on claiming the #1 spot on the combat power leaderboard. Please sign your name right here. He took the pen and scribbled his signature. Instantly, the name Hurricane Min sat proudly at the absolute summit of the leaderboard. Radiating an overwhelming aura, he said, that felt amazing. Eva, I must be the first student in the history of Manga University to clear the 25th floor with only upper tier 3 strength, right? Eva quickly replied, I didn't expect a powerful S-Rank like you to be so narcissistic. But nope, you're not the first. There's someone even stronger? Who? Over a century ago, when the virtual tower first opened, a male student named Tian Luan cleared the 25th floor with upper tier 3 strength. However, he was an SS rank enhancement user. Tian Luan has mentioned in the history books. What a pity he fell while exploring a civilization ruin before reaching tier 8. S-Rank, do you wish to continue? Of course. Back then, how many floors did Tian Luan ultimately clear? Only up to the 25th. The 26th floor has 5 peak tier 4 beasts. He only managed to kill 3 before failing. Less than greater than. Hearing this, Hurricane Min's fighting spirit instantly ignited. Let's begin. His record is about to be shattered. Understood, the 26th floor trial. Accompanied by the system's start announcement, 5 bloodthirsty beasts spawned, each one exuding an absolute aura of terror. He smirked, spreading out to attack again. Getting smarter, I see. But unfortunately for you, it's still useless. With that, he brought 2 fingers together, pointing them straight at the heavens and roared, Thunder God Finger. An earth-shattering bolt of divine lightning instantly crashed down. With just a single move, all 5 peak tier 4 beasts were annihilated. Eva's notification rang out once more. Congratulations, S-Rank for clearing the 26th floor. Your combat power has surged to 710,000. The 27th floor features a lower tier 5 Earth Black Wolf. Do you wish to continue? Earth Black Wolf. It possesses 2 major innate talents, Earth Wall and Earth Clawed. Tier 5, huh? This will be my first time facing one head-on. Let me rest for a bit. S-Rank, you have 3 minutes to rest. Hearing this, he flopped down heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, Kong Fax Group was still watching intently. He finally paused. Brother Kong, Hurricane Min must have cleared the 26th floor. What do you think is on the 27th? I'm not exactly sure. It's most likely a lower tier 5 beast, or maybe dozens of peak tier 4s. A lower tier 5 beast. That's probably impossible, right? Yeah, there's a higher chance it'll just be more peak tier 4s. I'm afraid Hurricane Min will have a very hard time clearing it. The announcement to begin echoed. Our protagonist was now fully prepared, his entire body enveloped in sturdy armor. With absolute confidence, he welcomed the challenge. Bring it on. His opponent this time was a gigantic wolf. It bared its razor-sharp fangs and roared, its eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Its fur bristled as it unleashed its attack. Thousands of sharp rocks launched into the air, hurtling straight at him. He continuously swung his spear to deflect the barrage, gritting his teeth as he thought, "The impact is incredibly heavy. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of pressure." He launched himself high into the air, diving furiously down toward the exact spot where the Earth Black Wolf stood. A solid wall of stone erupted from the ground, successfully blocking his devastating strike. He swung his spear again, shattering the massive earthen shield. The terrifying force sent chunks of rock flying in all directions. But behind it, there was nothing. The beast was nowhere to be seen. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Not good. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the Earth Black Wolf suddenly burst out from right where he stood, its massive jaws unhinged as if trying to swallow him whole. Kang Min's shoulder took a direct hit. Fresh blood splattered into the air as he gritted his teeth in agonizing pain. Clutching his bleeding wound, he thought, an attack from a Tier 5 beast really is impossible to block head-on. He immediately pointed his finger, discharging vicious lightning in an attempt to crush the monster with his Thunder God finger. But a Tier 5 beast was obviously no pushover. It nimbly dodged every single bolt of lightning crashing down on it. He gritted his teeth in furious frustration. It's too fast. Neither the Thunder God finger nor the S-Rank Heavenly Thunder Art can hit it. I have no choice but to fight it in close combat. With that thought, he charged forward for a brutal head-on clash with the beast, driving the razor-sharp tip of his spear toward its belly. It effortlessly dodged the strike and slashed back with its deadly claws. He could only raise his spear to guard against it. He launched himself into the air once again, executing a masterful mid-air spin. He then reversed the spearhead, aiming it directly at the monster with lethal intent to impale it. Unfortunately, this move also failed. The claws of the Earth Black Wolf were incredibly sharp, successfully parrying his fierce assault. Kang Min was absolutely furious now. He activated the Thunder Extreme form. As his hair changed color, his aura exploded, and violent lightning coursed through his entire body. He surged straight at the monster with overwhelming power. The two clashed intensely, the immense force shattering the very earth beneath their feet. Eva observed, silently evaluating him. This S-Rank is truly powerful, reaching Tier 5 combat power at only 19. He's a once-in-a-century prodigy. Furthermore, thanks to his battle IQ, his actual combat power surpasses even the Earth Black Wolf. After 20 minutes of brutal struggle, the ferocious, stubborn wolf finally lay flat on the ground, tongue lolling out, utterly bathed in blood. Our protagonist dropped to his knees, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his face. This battle had indeed drained far too much of his stamina. He thought to himself, it seems I am still lacking an S-rank spear technique. If I had one, this battle wouldn't have been such a bitter struggle. I need to make a trip to the wilderness zone later to harvest some ability points and master one as soon as possible. Eva rushed over, cheerfully announcing, "Congratulations, S-Rank, for clearing the 27th floor. Your combat power has skyrocketed once more. You've hit a record-breaking 1.01 million combat power." He was stunned. My combat power actually spiked that much. Eva replied instantly, "Not just anyone can kill a Tier 5 beast. S-Rank, do you wish to proceed to the 28th floor? This time it's 5 lower Tier 5 Earth Black Wolves." He answered, "Of course I am continuing. But I need to take a breather first." Outside, the student body was in total uproar. 1 million combat power. The Lightning Emperor is way too hardcore. It's in the bag. We have an absolute guaranteed victory in the National University Tournament this time. Let's go, hurry to the challenge tower. Comfax Group broke into a cold sweat. An upper Tier 3 actually slaughtering dozens of peak Tier 4s. This combat power is just too exaggerated. Didn't someone just say they wanted to challenge Kang Min to see how good he really is? Do you still want to try? Forget it, man. That's 1 million combat power. He could crush me with a single finger. Jun Tren Thien was also monitoring the leaderboard, brimming with immense pride. An upper Tier 3 slaying a lower Tier 5. Even among SS-Rank ability users globally, very few can achieve such a feat. I never expected my most worry-free student to be the most terrifying one. Since I'm the coach for this tournament, it looks like I'll have to entirely restructure our strategy around Kang Min's raw power. Well, at least Vice Principal Lang Suan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lang Suan, currently looking at her phone, smiled warmly. Pushing for the top ranks just to prove my decision was right. He truly is thoughtful. As for Hurricane Min, he activated the Thunder Extreme form right from the start, completely ready for battle. Eva, let's do this. Understood, the 28th floor begins. 5 massive earth-black wolves materialize before his eyes. Every single one was exceptionally fierce, growling through bared fangs. Howling viciously, they unleashed a coordinated attack, sending a torrential barrage of razor-sharp rocks hurtling toward him. He used every ounce of his strength to parry the strikes, groaning inwardly. There are so many rocks. This really takes too much energy. Suddenly, one of the 5 wolves appeared behind him, sinking its jaws deep into his shoulder. Clamping its jaws tight, it effortlessly lifted his entire body off the ground like a rag doll. The 5 savage beasts instantly swarmed him, viciously tearing him limb from limb. They brutally gnawed at his flesh until his entire body was mangled. He screamed in absolute agony. His body was reduced to nothing but a mangled chest and a head, a truly horrifying sight. Eva appeared. With a sudden crash, all 5 earth-black wolves instantly vanished into thin air. S-Rank, you have failed the 28th floor trial. Our protagonist stared at his fading translucent body in a daze. I expected to fail, but experiencing death like this is honestly bizarre.
Death in the virtual trial merely strips away your sensory inputs. Your consciousness actually remains intact. Of course, I could let you experience the true sensation of death, but that could easily cause severe brain damage. By the way, after the 28th floor, what's on the 29th? Strictly speaking, I'm not allowed to tell you until you clear the 28th floor, but since you're an S rank. The 29th floor features 1 mid-tier 5 Earth Black Wolf, and the 30th floor has 5 mid-tier 5 beasts. The virtual trial currently only goes up to the 30th floor. It ends after the 30th floor? That's so short. Do you think everyone is a freak of nature like you? At a normal cultivation speed, maxing out at mid-tier 4 by graduation is the absolute limit. 30 floors are more than enough, he said with delight. Looks like we'll have to add more floors to the virtual trial later.
Let's talk after you pass the 30th floor. Besides, first place on the combat power ranking gets a reward of 2,000 credits every quarter. The reward has been transferred to your student account. See you later. Hurricane Min opened his eyes, slowly sat up and thought, aside from the death sensation not being very realistic, this virtual space is almost exactly like the real world. Modern technology is truly amazing. Stepping outside, he was suddenly startled to find students swarming around like ants. So many people. They clamored, 1 million combat power. First place on the combat power ranking. Thunder Emperor is awesome. Thunder Emperor. You must win first place in the tournament. Thunder Emperor. Can I get your autograph? Faced with this crowd, he broke into a sweat, not knowing what to do. Everyone is so enthusiastic. After struggling to get out, he ran into Tong Thu Vun standing to the side, smiling and waving. Kang Min, congratulations on getting first place on the combat power ranking. He walked over to her. It's nothing special, don't be too surprised. She added, right, last time at the Thunder Secret Realm, I said I'd look for you to spar when we got back, didn't I? Are you free this afternoon? He was a bit surprised and teased. Haven't you been beaten enough? She replied playfully, that's right, if you have the skills, beat me until I submit. Beat you until you submit. Tisk tisk. Looks like you've forgotten how you and senior sister Kung were handled by me. Anyway, I have to go to training later. Let's do it tonight. All right, then I'll come find you tonight. Tong Thu Vun gleefully covered her mouth. Kang Min is getting more and more formidable. I hope tonight will be a success. The scene shifted to room 2 on the 2nd floor of the academic building, where 2 young men were standing in the middle of the hall. One of them spoke, Fek, you lost your first place on the combat power ranking. Any thoughts? He calmly replied, no thoughts at all. Her Kang Min is very strong. This first place truly belongs to him. Teammate Thum Dong Lin walked over and praised, as expected of brother Hung, your mentality is truly rock solid. Person walking behind looked out the door, smiled and said, he's here. The main character walked in from outside, happily waved and smiled, saying, hello, senior brothers and sisters. Seeing Her Kang Min walk in, everyone immediately smiled. Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain Her. After everyone finished their greetings, Juan Trun Thien and a few others walked over from behind. Seeing everyone gathered, he spoke up. All right, everyone get into the virtual reality pods first. A blue light swirled up, and in the blink of an eye, everyone appeared inside the virtual space. Juan Trun Thien stood in front of everyone and began to speak. Team battles are a test of our coordination. Since it's about coordination, you must understand each other well. I will briefly introduce the basic situation first. The team participating this time has a total of 8 people, 5 official members and 3 substitutes. First, let me introduce Vice Captain Thiet Hong Kong Fak, who possesses the A-tier enhancement ability Iron Giant Bear. After activating his ability, his physique is supremely enhanced, even gaining the terrifying strength of a giant bear. His role is tank and fighter. Kong Fak waved his hand. Hello, everyone. Next is Tum Dong Lin, with the A-tier enhancement ability Demon Moon Blood Fox, playing the role of assassin. Jiu Foam possesses the A-tier elemental ability Extreme Cold Ice Soul, taking the role of long-range mage. Ko Wien possesses the A-tier support ability Myriad Reversal Spiritual Light, playing the role of support. She can heal wounds or buff others' strength. Next are the 3 substitutes. Dao Quan possesses the A-tier enhancement ability Bronze Body, taking the role of fighter. Li Trung Fong possesses the A-tier fire elemental ability Ghastly Karmic Fire, acting as mage. Ton Yerk Vun possesses the A-tier support ability Gentle Spiritual Water, playing the role of support. Finally, I will introduce the information about your captain, Hua Kang Min. Dean, there's no need to mention the captain's information. We all know he's a rare S-tier ability awakener. Hearing this, Zhuan Trun Thien said, S-tier. No. What Hua Kang Min possesses is the SS-tier lightning ability, All Heaven's Divine Thunder. This information made everyone's jaws drop as they exclaimed, SS-tier ability, All Heaven's Divine Thunder. SS-tier ability. No wonder he's so fierce. I was wondering why his lightning turned gold. It turns out this is the reason. Come to think of it, how on earth did an S-tier ability evolve into an SS-tier ability? You don't need to care about how the ability evolved, just knowing that Hua Kang Min possesses an SS-tier ability is enough. Additionally, to ensure fairness, the tier of combat suits in the National University Tournament cannot exceed A-tier, and weapons cannot exceed S-tier. As he spoke, all kinds of weapons appeared behind the students. These are all A-tier combat suits and S-tier weapons. Feel free to choose the models you like. If you're not used to them, you can just input the data of your commonly used weapons next time. While choosing a suitable weapon, he thought, this rule is probably to accommodate other universities. After all, for Mado University, Kin University, and Ten University, these 3 universities with solid foundations, crafting SSS-tier combat suits and weapons is too easy. Less than greater than. I can input the data of the Flowing Cloud Golden Phoenix Spear during the next training session. Seeing that everyone had chosen their weapons and combat suits, he spoke up. Before starting the coordination training, everyone must demonstrate the abilities and combat skills they possess. Ken Min, you are the captain, so you go first. He asked, do I have to show all my attack methods? That's right, doing so not only helps your teammates fully understand you, but also makes it convenient for me to devise tactics. I understand. My specialty attack methods are quite numerous, ranging from the spear and fist techniques to long-range magic. Next, I will demonstrate them one by one for everyone. With that said, he swung his spear and began to demonstrate his abilities and combat skills. Is this the SS-tier ability? It's truly terrifying. The lightning is so beautiful, both magnificent and dangerous. It looks special in the videos, but witnessing it with my own eyes is truly extraordinary. He lifted his spear and continuously thrust forward. This is the chained lightning spear. Then he successively raised his hand to unleash other combat skills, lightning prison, lightning spear. Everyone watched with their mouths wide open, as expected of the captain. Too strong. It feels like we're guaranteed to win this tournament. I wonder how much more strength my support ability can buff the captain with. The spear techniques and combat skills just now can be considered a warm-up. Next, I'll demonstrate all the S-tier combat skills I possess for everyone. The other 2 were immediately stunned and exclaimed, huh? That was just a warm-up. The main character's body transformed, his platinum hair glowing brightly, and a transparent purple armor protected his entire body. First is the S-tier body refinement combat skill that my master taught me, the Undying Thunder Body. And next is the S-tier defensive combat skill, Nether Prison Lightning Armor. Dao Quan broke a sweat. Defense this strong is already way beyond my bronze body. This is the S-tier long-range magic combat skill, Heavenly Thunder Art. Another S-tier combat skill. Furthermore, it's a magic type. Although the single target damage of the Heavenly Thunder Art is high, it still isn't the strongest combat skill I possess. Thunder God Finger. As he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning in the shape of a finger struck down. This strike truly carried a terrifying power that terrified all who witnessed it.
Immediately after, a deafening explosion rang out. Thick smoke and fire billowed up, dyeing the space a fiery red. Looking at the traces left by the Thunder God finger, everyone was astounded. Is this really an attack that a high-tier level 3 ability user can unleash?
Comfac turned to ask Zuentren Thean, Dean, what is the hardness of the ground built in this virtual space? He replied, this silver land is made of C-tier alloy. He broke out in a cold sweat. Even C-tier alloy was blown to pieces like this. If it hits a person, wouldn't they be reduced to ashes? The other students also chimed in. During the team battle, if the captain directly strikes down with a Thunder God finger, we probably won't even need to make a move, right? The captain alone can finish the match, so what's the point of having us? Holy crap. Exactly. Dean, when it comes to the team battles, can you tell the captain to go easy? He shook his head. Holding back is impossible. If you act fast enough, wouldn't Hurricane Min be left with no chance to attack? Last year we lost to Kin University. This year with Hurricane Min, our Ma Do University will absolutely not fail again. He returned to his normal state. All right, these are all the combat skills I possess. Zuentren Thean looked at the rest of them. The others should demonstrate a bit as well. After that, we'll proceed with team coordination training. Right after, each member of the team stepped up one by one to demonstrate their abilities and combat skills. Ko Wien spoke to Hurricane Min. Captain, I don't know if my buffing ability will work on an SS tier ability. Can I give it a try? He happily agreed right away. Sure, bring it on. Less than greater than. A green light enveloped his entire body, and he was amazed to discover it can actually increase my combat power by 30%. No wonder every team must have a support. After everything was done, Zuentren Thean spoke up. All right, that's it for today's training session. Hurricane Min, you stay back for a moment. The rest of you are dismissed.
Everyone waved goodbye to each other. Goodbye, Dean. Goodbye, Captain. When only the two of them were left, he looked at him and said, Kangmin, there's something I think I need to discuss with you. I hope you won't mind. What is it, sir? Please speak frankly. For this team tournament, I hope you will always be playing on the field. Can you do it? The team tournament is a round-robin format among the top 10 universities. It's not just 1 or 2 matches. Have you thought it through? Thinking it was some tough ordeal, it turned out to be just this. He clenched his fist, a confident look on his face, and replied, No problem. After He Kangmin finished his business, as soon as he stepped outside, he heard his phone ring.
Tung Tu Van's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Kangmin, are you done with training? The combat suit I'm wearing isn't very comfortable. Whenever you're free, come straight to my dorm. He didn't think much and agreed immediately. All right, I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, he frowned slightly in confusion as he looked at his phone screen. The combat suit she's wearing isn't comfortable. What does that mean? He went to his friend's dorm and rang the bell. The person who opened the door was Tut Dong Ha. You're here? Go on up, Thu Van is waiting for you in the training room on the 2nd floor. Her friend watched him with a strange smile, making him wonder, why does her smile seem so weird? Am I imagining things? Stepping inside, the scene before his eyes instantly left him dumbfounded. Tung Thu Van was wearing a seductive combat suit, unlike her usual style. She spoke shyly and awkwardly. Min, you're here. He immediately blushed bright red, stammering, unable to form a sentence. She explained, this is the newly released wind resistance reduction combat suit from Extreme Tech. I just bought it yesterday. Do you think it looks a bit weird? Should I go change into another one? He raised a hand to cover his mouth, pretending to cough. No need, it looks beautiful like this. She immediately broke into a happy smile. That's good then. In her heart, she thought, I purposely bought it a size smaller so it would be tighter, just to see what Kangmin HS reaction would be. It seems the effect is not bad. My light of dawn has already sensed Kangmin's excitement. Then she pulled out her weapon. Same as before, suppress your strength to the lower tier of level 2 and see if you can beat me. Hearing this, he smirked, took off his outer coat, and replied, All right, I'll indulge you. He tossed the coat behind him. Since we last parted ways, I'm different now. I can beat you just by using my fists. She wasn't one to back down either. Fine, but I haven't been standing still either, you know. With that said, the two immediately lunged at each other. Tong Thu Van thrust her halberd straight ahead, while Hurricane Min fought bare-handed. He nimbly leaned sideways to dodge the attack, then grabbed her halberd, preparing to throw a punch. She immediately sprang up into the air, dodging his powerful punch, which earned her a word of praise, nice dodge. The confrontation continued. As the two sparred, the atmosphere wasn't tense at all. Instead, it exuded an ambiguous, flirtatious vibe. A while later, Tom Thu Vun was finally exhausted and stopped, panting heavily. Kang Min smiled and asked, "How is it? Are you ready to submit this time?" She wiped her sweat, still stubbornly replying, "Submit. Even if I lose, it doesn't mean I'm wholly convinced, unless you can actually hit me where it hurts." Hearing this, the main character was provoked. "I don't believe I can't beat you into submission." He then swung a powerful punch and dashed forward. The force was so immense that Tong Thu Vun couldn't react in time and screamed in fear. He suddenly snapped to his senses, stopped immediately, and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost control for a moment." She waved her hand. "No, it's fine, I can't blame you for this. It must be because you were affected by the dragon beast bloodline power in your body." Then she hesitated and spoke up. "Kang Min, can I ask you a question?" Her pretty face instantly flushed bright red. Not daring to look him straight in the eye, she stammered, Do you like me?" He was slightly taken aback by the question. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, he finally answered decisively, "Yes, I do." Hearing this, Tong Thu Vun's eyes widened. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, an expression of sheer ecstasy on her face. "Really?" She jumped up and threw herself into his arms, screaming, "That's wonderful! I like you too, let's be together." He gently wrapped his arms around her, smiled softly, and replied, "Okay." With that said, he leaned down and planted a kiss on his girlfriend's lips, causing her to freeze with her eyes wide open. Blushing with embarrassment, she pushed him away. "How come I didn't see you this bold before we established our relationship?" He smiled and said, "If I did that before we established our relationship, wouldn't that make me a hooligan?" She turned back. "That's true." Then she unexpectedly planted a quick kiss on his cheek in response. "Sister So Twin left a mark on your face before, so I have to leave one too. She even told you about that? Your relationship is truly unusually close. Of course, Sister So Twin is a wonderful person. If you like her too, Kang Min, I wouldn't mind." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. "Huh?" She smiled. "You heard me right, Kang Min. You're an SS tier awakened, so you definitely won't have just one person by your side in the future. Instead of someone else, I'd much rather it be Senior So Twin."
I really didn't expect you to think like that, but even if I do like her, Senor Kung might not want to get between us. So that means, as long as Senor Kung agrees, you wouldn't reject her, right? Huh? Sister So Twin, you heard everything, right? The choice is in your hands now. Kung So Twin suddenly stepped out from behind. He was shocked. "Senor Kung, you're here too?" She winked playfully. "Junior, you have to keep your word. Don't you dare go back on it." The two girls surrounded him, smiling mischievously. He was dumbfounded, not knowing how to react for a moment. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. "All right, good things come in pairs, so of course I won't go back on my word." The two of them instantly lit up. "Then it's decided. From now on, the three of us will be together. You two just finished sparring, so you must be hungry. Want to grab a late-night snack? Wait a sec, let me take a shower first. Sister So Twin, want to shower together?" "Sure, I'm actually a bit sweaty too." Tong Tu Vunt turned around and asked, "Kang Min, do you want to wait for us here or join us in the shower?" Kung So Twin pulled her by the arm. "Him? He's so strong, he definitely didn't even break a sweat. We can just go by ourselves." Left all alone, he cried inwardly out of sheer frustration. "I wanted to shower together too." Then he sighed and smiled to himself. "I clearly came here just for sparring practice, so how did I suddenly end up with two girlfriends?"
The next day, in the primordial wilderness zone, monster corpses littered the ground. Kang Min stood on the body of a wild boar and thought, 5,000 ability points. That should be enough. It hasn't even been half a year, and now I can practically walk sideways through the primordial wilderness zone. Unless I bump into one of those rare mid-tier 5 monsters, it's really a huge change. Less than greater than. Suddenly spotting a patch of flowers, he ran over. That's the signature 100-color flower of the primordial wilderness zone. In that case, it'll bring. He touched the bright, radiant yellow flower and changed his mind. No, I'll just buy 3 to take back. Scene transition. At this moment, Vice Principal Lang Soon was sitting in her office when she suddenly heard a knock. "Come in." It was Kang Min. "Greetings, Principal. Back from the primordial wilderness zone. Yes, I just got back today. I went hunting monsters in the wilderness to keep my combat senses sharp." Although virtual reality simulations are highly realistic, they ultimately aren't the real world. You did very well to think of heading to the wilderness to maintain your edge. He looked dumbfounded. That works too. I just made up an excuse on the fly and actually got praised. He took out a bright yellow flower and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Oh right, this is a 100-color flower I bought in the primordial wilderness zone. Please accept it." Lang Suum accepted it and thought to herself, 100-color flower, huh. As a Tier 8 Great Grandmaster, I've received countless gifts, ranging from A tier to SSS tier, but being gifted a flower is definitely a first.
She brought the flower to her nose, inhaling its sweet fragrance, and smiled faintly. However, this feeling is quite nice. Then she turned to him and said, "I heard your squad defeated one of the 2 strongest divine teams in Ma Do's history within the virtual space. Their highest level is mid-tier 4, you know?" "Yes, but that was the weaker team of the 2. That's still incredibly impressive. Knowing you have that kind of strength puts my mind at ease." After saying that, she took out a few tickets and said, "These are inner grandstand tickets for the National University Tournament. Here are 10 for you, as a return gift for your flower." Holding the stack of tickets, he thought to himself, "I was just stressing over how hard they are to buy and was about to hit up a scalper. Even outer grandstand tickets cost a fortune, and now I have tickets for the best seats."
Scratching his head, he said, "Principal, this return gift is too precious. I feel bad taking them. You always look out for me so much. I don't even know how to repay you." "Ha ha, just put on a great performance in the arena when the time comes. That will be the best repayment." Her Kang Min immediately fired up, confidently and loudly shouting, "Understood." Leaving the vice principal's office, he called his family. "Auntie, are you and my cousin going to watch the national tournament? I got tickets." "That's wonderful." Kai Kai was just sulking because she couldn't get any. After hanging up, he thought as he walked, now it's just Tu Vun and So Twin left. Right then, the 2 girls ran over from afar. "Kang Min, were you looking for us?" He immediately took out 2 radiant flowers and gave them to his 2 beautiful girlfriends. "For you too." They accepted them and each gave him a kiss on the cheek, replying, "Thank you." He continued, "Oh right, I have VIP area tickets for the tournament. How many do you girls want?" "VIP area? That's awesome. I'll take 2. 1 for me and 1 for Tio Ha. I just need 1. Kang Min, your airship flies fast, so I am heading out first today. I won't be able to see you off. I have to take my Tier 3 pharmacist exam soon, so I can't see you off either." He patted his girlfriends' heads. "No problem. Let's just meet up in Thanku City then. Good luck in the tournament. Im Him Shem." After saying goodbye to his girlfriends, Kang Min headed to the combat skill library. There's still time. I should learn 1 more S-tier spear skill just to make absolutely sure nothing goes wrong. He ordered Eva, "List all the S-tier lightning element spear skills."
"Only 5? Let me take a look and see which one is the best." After observing for a while, he finally decided on the S-tier thunder-piercing demon eradication spear. "Eva, bring me the manual for the thunder-piercing demon eradication spear." "Yes, please wait a moment." The manual was delivered instantly. He opened it and began studying the new combat skill. He then used his ability points to supplement the skill. The thrusting speed is faster, the burst power is stronger. It completely meets my requirements. Consuming 3,200 ability points to master it. Having the deep blue system really is convenient. This spear technique costs even more points than the Thunder God Finger. I need to test its power when I have the time. "Eva, I want to see the newly stocked A-tier lightning element combat skills." "Yes." Looking at the new combat skills, he nodded in satisfaction. There are actually some decent ones. I'll pick this lightning shadow body skill as well. This skill might not have high damage, but it perfectly covers the gaps during my attacks. If utilized well, it's absolutely a divine skill on par with S-tier 1s. The next day, the NCC 1701 airship was parked at the sports field, where a massive crowd of university students had gathered. Thum Dong Lin was quite satisfied with her team uniform. The design of this uniform is actually really nice. The crowd below cheered. "Go, Ma Do University representative team. Victory is definitely ours. Thunder Emperor, take all 3 top spots. Take them all, show them no mercy. Go, Thunder Emperor. Go, Ma Do University." The crowd below continued to roar as Kang Min and his teammates boarded the airship, turning around to wave at everyone. The airship carrying the pride of Mado University took off into the sky and headed straight for Tanku. Meanwhile, in Tanku City, the principal of Tonkin University stood on the podium instructing. Tanku City is located near Demon Lair number 5 and borders Tonkin City, so our security must be flawless. Don't let us lose face. The reception must also be grand. Show them the warm hospitality of us hosts from Tonkin Awakened University. The crowd below shouted in unison. Understood. Seeing the airship appear in the sky, he said, Mado University's people have arrived. Begin guiding them. As the group from Mado disembarked, the crowd instantly began whispering. Look at Iron Bear Kong Tak. He's actually reached mid-tier 4. And there's Blood Hand Thumb Dong Lin too. She's a boss lady with an absolute killer figure. I'm completely mesmerized. The last one is the S-tier Thunder Emperor Hurkan Min, who's been making waves lately. Stepping down, he thought to himself, the tournament is finally about to begin. I don't have to hide my SS-tier ability anymore. Tu Bin stepped forward to welcome the arriving group. Principal Lang, please come this way. We have prepared a lavish lunch for everyone. All right. The group walked together toward the banquet hall, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. Mado University's representative team is here. Is that person leading them their S-tier captain? He's so handsome. What's the point of being handsome? His level is only upper tier 3. Mado clearly just brought him out for publicity. Thumb Dong Lin laughed and said, Captain, you're being looked down upon. Hurricane Min simply shrugged it off. I think it's great. Isn't it more interesting this way? Suddenly, a tall young man walked over to greet them. You must be Hurricane Min, captain of Ma Do's team, right? I'm Yuan Qi, captain of Fan Kin University's team. Nice to meet you. He offered a friendly handshake and replied, Nice to meet you too. Yuan Qi smiled and said, Captain Hua, I've heard so much about you. We'll see each other again at tomorrow's opening ceremony. After the greetings, the Tankin group walked away, looking incredibly arrogant. Diu Fun couldn't help but feel annoyed. That guy is so arrogant, acting like he already has victory in the bag. Thumb Dong Lin chimed in. The files say Yuan Qi possesses a pseudo S-tier ability very close to a true S-tier called Heavenly Rain Meteor Soil. Plus, he's reached upper tier 4, so he indeed has the right to be arrogant. They beat us just once and think they can win again this time? How naive. Once the tournament starts, I'll show them who the real boss is. Unfazed, the main lead calmly stated, Exactly. Let's eat first. I still have to go pick someone up at the high-speed rail station later. Scene transition. At the high-speed rail station, an announcement blared over the speakers. Train K312 is approaching the final stop of this journey, Fan Q City. Passengers, please take your belongings, mind your safety, and disembark in an orderly manner. Hurricane Min's cousin, Dun Qi, stepped off the train with 2 friends. Is this Fan Q City? It's so beautiful, right? This is the most stunning high-speed rail station I've ever seen. The service is great too. There are guides everywhere. She looked around, searching but failing to spot her cousin. Why isn't Kendik Min here yet? Suddenly, a blonde young man approached to hit on her. Hey there, long-legged beauty. Care to give me your contact info? She coldly rejected him. Sorry, I don't like giving my contact info to strangers. His 2 buddies burst out laughing. Haha, what a ruthless rejection. Who knew our handsome Ka would actually get turned down one day? Man, this is too funny. I have to tell our captain later. Humiliated and enraged, he yelled, You stuck-up bitch! I was doing you a favor by asking for your number. Fucking buzzkill. The 3 of them frowned. Chu Minzung grew irritated and asked coldly, What did you just say? The guy arrogantly replied, Oh, we got a hero over here. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Chu Minzung was stunned, thinking to himself, This aura is just like an instructor's. He's at peak tier 3. Seeing the conflict unfold, the surrounding crowd started whispering, Hey, aren't they from Back Sun Awakened University? Yeah, that guy in white leading them looks like their vice captain, Ka Lun. Are they about to fight? Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Dun Qi quickly told Chu Minzun, Let's go. Don't stoop to this guy's level. The guy's companion also tried to intervene. Old Ka, we're here to compete. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It'll look bad for our university. Irritated, Kowloon pointed his finger and yelled, If it weren't for the tournament, I absolutely wouldn't let you off the hook so easily. Besides, a puny upper tier 1 brat like you wants to play hero, you're completely out of your league.
Then he turned away disdainfully, not forgetting to spit a huge wad of saliva on the ground before leaving. But unexpectedly, the moment he turned around, he bumped straight into a tall, imposing figure. He looked up, meeting a face as fierce as a demon's. He's out of his league, so tell me, am I in the right league? Terrified, he stumbled backward, but Kang Min refused to let him go, slowly raising his right hand. Not gonna say anything, huh? Excellent. He immediately served the punk a vicious god-tier backhand slap, teaching him a lesson for running his mouth. The slap was so immensely powerful that it dislocated the guy's jaw, sending 2 teeth flying out along with a spray of blood. But the main lead wasn't done yet. His left hand clamped down on the guy's head to hold him in place, while his right leg shot up to deliver a devastating knee strike straight into his gut. The guy collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his stomach, his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Seeing a familiar face, Doom Key's group cheered joyfully. Kang Min. Bro Min. The guy's 2 companions hurried to help him up, whispering urgently, "Don't act rashly. That's Mado's captain, Kang Min. Yeah, wait for our captain to get here." A passerby filmed the whole scene. "Bro, look at this. Mado's S tier is insane. He just stepped in and beat Baek Sun's vice captain to a pulp." A girl from the opposing side yelled out, Kang Min of Mado University. "We never provoked you, so why did you assault our vice captain?" He replied coldly, "You truly didn't provoke me, but unfortunately, you provoked my cousin and my friends." Hearing this, Ka-Loon's eyes widened in disbelief. Cousin. Who would have thought that hitting on a random girl would mean kicking a hornet's nest? Right at that moment, Baek Sun's captain, Kui Hui, showed up. "Make way for a second. What's going on here?" He barked, "I just went to pay the bill and you guys already caused this much trouble." "Captain, you're finally here." He looked at him again. Kang Min of Mado University, I know you. We were definitely in the wrong first, but since we're all teams in the same tournament, you went a bit too far. The main character retorted, "You guys are also participating in the tournament. Which university are you representing?" Kui Hui gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, he beat us up without even knowing which university we're from. He's looking down on us way too much. He immediately pointed at his face and yelled, Kui Hui, the captain of the Baek Sun Ability University team. According to the tournament rules, starting a fight on your own will get you disqualified. If you don't apologize to my vice captain, don't blame me for reporting you to the Education Bureau. Not only was he unafraid, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. Report me. Fine. Go ahead and report me. He glared in fury. Kang Min of Ma-Do University. You got some nerve. Unable to do anything else, he swallowed his anger and told his teammates, let's go. Doon Ki asked worriedly, Kang Min, will there be any trouble because of this? He comforted her. Don't worry, we're in the right. Besides, the tournament wouldn't disqualify me over such a trivial matter.
On the Baek Sun team side, a young man asked, Captain, are we really just going to let this go? We're not reporting it? Kui Hui snapped irritably. Report my ass. I just wanted to scare him a bit. Mado University is a seed team. They won't be disqualified that easily. He held his head again. Moreover, this isn't over yet. Kang Min definitely won't let us off the hook so easily. Ka-Loon's face darkened. Damn it, I was beaten so miserably and he still won't let it go? Is he planning personal revenge? He replied, No, I'm more worried that he'll take his revenge in the arena. Ka-Loon fell to his knees in despair, and the other two also cried out in terror. Holy crap, you're right. We're doomed. Mado University is going to absolutely crush us this time.
Damn it, old Ka, you've completely screwed us over. Only now did they know fear, trembling with snot and tears running down their faces as they clasped their hands in prayer. God, please, let the bracket draw keep us away from Mado University. Kui Hui, proving himself as the captain, immediately made arrangements. It wasn't easy for us to make it to the top 10. View Min, you're the substitute for Ka-Loon. If Ka-Loon goes down tomorrow, you'll take the field. Understood, Captain. Captain, is it really that serious? Are you scared now? Stop whining, just hope that Mado University doesn't act too ruthlessly. On the other side, Doon Ki called out, Kang Min, let's go. He smiled happily and replied, Hold on, I have to pick someone up. Oh? Who? My girlfriend. Hearing this answer, the other three immediately went wide-eyed in sheer astonishment. Then they started gossiping excitedly. I wonder what Kang Min's girlfriend looks like. I bet she's absolutely a long-legged beauty. Two figures walked over and he introduced them. She's here. This is my girlfriend, Tong Thu Vun. The one wearing glasses next to her is her roommate, Tut Don Ha. Tong Thu Vun waved hello, looked at the other three and asked, Kan Min, who are they? This is my older cousin Doon Ki and my friends from Jiang Thang, Chu Dang Jun, and Mang Day. Hello, everyone. Doon Ki couldn't help but marvel. Miss Tong is so beautiful. Mang Day chimed in next to her. See, I told you she'd definitely be a long-legged beauty, but you didn't believe me.
Tong Thu Vun was absolutely delighted and smiled in response. Cousin, you're a great beauty yourself. She then took out a few red vials. These are some B-tier cultivation resources. They aren't extremely precious, but they should be somewhat useful to you all. You must accept them. The three were dumbfounded as they received the gifts. B-tier cultivation resources aren't considered extremely precious. They're worth at least 5 or 6 million. All right, now that everyone's here, let's head back to the hotel to drop off our stuff first. Sister K, where's your hotel? I'll take you there. It's right by the high-speed rail station, not too far, only about 1 kilometer away. By the high-speed rail station, that's quite far from the arena. It can't be helped, the tournament is too popular. All the hotels near the arena were fully booked long ago.
Tong Thu Vun suddenly spoke up. The high-speed rail station is too far. I happen to own a few villas right next to the arena. If you don't mind, Sister Ki, you can stay there. It'll be much more convenient. Doon Ki's group was once again stunned, thinking to themselves, Tam Ku is no ordinary city. Villas here are not just worth hundreds of millions, but even with money, you might not be able to buy one. What kind of divine being is Brother Min's girlfriend? It feels like she has quite a massive background. Then I'll be troubling you. Kang Min's cousin is my cousin too. It's no trouble at all. After saying that, she pulled out her phone and made a call. Uncle Hua, please come over. A few minutes later, several luxury cars drove up and parked in front of them. A group of men in neat black suits stepped out and greeted her respectfully, Eldest Miss. The friends from Jiangtan were dumbfounded again. Even the drivers are at least peak Tier 3 ability users. How fierce is that? Any one of these 4 ability users would be a dominating presence if casually tossed into Jiangtan, right? Tong Thu Vun called out, Don't just stand there dazed. Sister Ki, get in the car. They'll take us straight there. Okay. Getting into the car, his beautiful girl immediately asked the main character, So, my performance just now wasn't bad, right? Not bad, but bringing people all the way from Sichuan province is too much hassle. You don't need to do that next time. These are actually my family's men stationed right here in Tanku City. I just called them over temporarily to pick us up. Isn't your family's main base over at Demon Lair number 7? She hugged his arm as she spoke. Demon Lair number 7 is just our family's primary sphere of influence. The Tong family has a hand in all the other major demon lairs as well. All right, the reach of a great grandmaster's family is truly terrifying. Before long, the first day of the tournament arrived. Everyone gathered at the vast and unimaginably grand venue. There were even helicopters flying overhead. Doon Ki chatted with Tong Thu Vun in the stands. To think that the Thunder Dojo, Violent Bear Dojo, Radiant Light Legion, and Extreme Day Guild, all these top-tier factions in Great Sia, sent Tier 7 Grandmasters to lead their teams here. This is a great opportunity to recruit geniuses. I'm sure none of them want to miss out. Tournament's opening ceremony began with brilliant fireworks blooming across the clear blue sky. A man on the stage held a microphone and announced, Welcome everyone to the National University Exchange Tournament. I am your host, Fong Nak. Before the matches begin, let me introduce the 10 universities participating in the team tournament. First up, the defending champions, Fan Kin Ability University. Kin University. Next, last year's runner-up, the second-place winners, Ma Do Ability University. Endless cheers erupted as Hua Kan Min and his teammates walked out, looking supremely confident. The host continued his introduction. The third team to appear is. Following that, each competing team walked out one by one and lined up neatly. The introductions carried on, and finally, the rising dark horse, the Baksun representative team. After all the teams were out, they moved on to the rules and prizes. The National University Tournament has a total of 3 categories: team battles, individual battles, and a survival stage. Team and individual battles will take priority. Now, let me announce the tournament's prizes. In the team category, every member of the winning team will receive a custom-made S-tier combat suit. First place in the individual battles will receive a spatial ring with a 30 cubic meter capacity. First place in the survival stage will receive a grade 6 protective amulet offering absolute defense, excavated from ancient civilization ruins. The crowd immediately gasped in awe. Holy shit! S-tier combat suits and one for every single member. Unbelievable. The organizers are so generous. The competition this year will definitely be even more brutal.
The main character thought with satisfaction. As expected, these are all exactly the good things I need. Next up is the first category, team battles. We will use a round-robin format, where each university will fight the other 9. There will be 5 matches every day, lasting for 9 days. First is the opening match, Mado Ability University versus Baksun Ability University. If a contestant's life is in danger, the AI will activate a defensive net to ensure their safety. But consequently, this also means that the contestant is eliminated. Now, please welcome the contestants from both sides to step into the arena. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the very first match is Mado University. This is highly anticipated." Mado University has an S-tier awakener this year. I wonder how strong he is. I bet he's not that strong. He's only upper tier 3 anyway.
The people from Mado University stepped onto the stage one by one. Our first match is against the Baksun team. Looks like our luck isn't bad. On the other side, Kowloon asked fearfully, "Captain, can I ask to switch with a substitute?" Kui Hui said sternly, "No. We've rehearsed this so many times. Even if we lose, we have to go down fighting with spirit." His teammates below also cheered enthusiastically. "Right. Even if we lose, we have to show off our style." "That's right, Captain. Let's get into the arena." Seeing that he couldn't escape this match, Kowloon had no choice but to bite the bullet and step up. Then let's go. The 2 teams, 5 people each, stood facing one another in the massive arena.
The audience murmured again. Diu Feng of Mado University has already reached mid-tier 4 too, so their team has 2 mid-tier 4s, 2 lower-tier 4s, and 1 upper-tier 3. The Baksun team is just pathetic. They only have 1 mid-tier 4, and the rest are peak-tier 3s. This is literally one god carrying 4 dead weights. As the 2 sides faced off, the young men from Baksun looked rather grim, while the Mado side appeared far more relaxed. At the same time, the starting shout echoed out. Diu Furon asked excitedly, "Captain, what formation are we using to deal with them in this match?" Hua Kang Min looked straight ahead, a spark of lightning flashing in his eyes. "Deal with them? No need." Upon saying that, he instantly broke away from the formation, rushing forward alone with his spear at a wind-tearing speed. The crowd immediately erupted. "What's going on? Mado University's S-tier broke away from the combat formation. Is he always this reckless? Isn't this just digging his own grave? Yeah, he's definitely dead meat." The Baksun team thought it was an easy picking and immediately charged forward as well. Kui Hui commanded, Hurricane Min broke away from the team. "Great opportunity. Kowloon, Ma Long, charge with me. Old Li, Old Vuong, support us with long-range magic skills and buffs. Let's go." The opponents immediately launched their attacks, sending powerful, swirling gusts of gale force winds crashing forward. Spectators gossiped. An S-tier wind combat skill, Dimensional Wind Blade. The Baksun team is pulling out their killer moves right off the bat. Nonsense. Hurricane Min isolated himself. Of course they have to go all out to finish him. He's way too arrogant. However, those winds couldn't even touch Hurricane Min. With just a single strike, he completely neutralized his opponent's attack. Holy shit, he blocked it! I am possible. Is this an S-tier lightning ability? It can actually be this powerful? The Kin University side was also stunned. It looks like a normal elemental defense net, yet it can block the damage of an S-tier combat skill. Tu Bin answered, "That's because his proficiency has reached the liquid condensation stage." The other person was flabbergasted. Liquid condensation? Isn't he just a freshman? With his level and ability proficiency both being so high, his future is truly limitless. Kui Hui roared, "Hurricane Min, if you had charged with your team, I wouldn't have any way to deal with you. Too bad you isolated yourself, so don't blame me." Furious slash! With that, he leaped into the air and swung his sword down.
The main character showed no fear whatsoever, casually raising his spear to block. The clashing weapons rang out with a loud clang. Tornado-like gales were completely brought to a halt. The pointing spearhead discharged bolts of lightning directly at his opponent. In a flash, Kui Hui's sword was knocked away, tumbling a few times through the air. The sword plunged straight into the ground behind him. He was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The other 2 rushed forward simultaneously, attempting a pincer attack from the front and back. The main character merely gave a slight smirk, completely disregarding the two of them as his entire body erupted with thunder and lightning. With a loud crackle, the two opponents were immediately sent flying into the sky by a lightning strike. An explosion rang out behind him as he swaggered forward to finish off the remaining two. His hand fired a ball of lightning, his eyes icy cold. Lightning prison. This strike hit them with such force that they had no chance to resist, only able to scream in agony. The audience marveled. I thought Hurricane Min was digging his own grave, but it turns out the clown, sending the Back Sun captain's weapon flying with one spear thrust and blasting two others away with an ability outburst. What kind of strength is this? Good lord, could his moves get any more surreal than this? Looking at his opponents lying flat on the ground, he thought to himself in sheer boredom, peak tier 3 ability users, still way too weak. Only then did his teammates rush forward saying, Captain, take it easy. You didn't even give us a chance to show off. Thumb Dong Lin and Kong Thak attacked Kui Hui simultaneously. He was knocked into the air, eyes rolling back, coughing up blood without any time to defend himself. The announcement immediately rang out, all members of Back Sun Ability University have lost their ability to fight. In this team match, Ma Do Ability University takes the victory. The entire hall erupted in awe. That was too easy. Yeah, the disparity in strength was just too massive. The whole fight didn't even last half a minute. That's insane. Is an S-tier ability really that strong? Yeah, but isn't Hurricane Min's ability Purple Heaven Divine Thunder? Why doesn't the color match? Two Bin's face darkened. S-tier ability? No. This level of power is absolutely not just an S-tier ability. He turned back and asked the person behind him, Dean Liu, did you have the AI evaluate Hurricane Min's ability tier? Yes. The lightning elemental information and energy outburst intensity data have been collected, currently running the ability analysis. The results are in. Hurricane Min's ability is confirmed to be named Do Thien Thun Loi, and its rating is SS tier. Even though he had guessed it beforehand, hearing the results still made Tu Bin widen his eyes in absolute horror. It actually is an SS tier ability. In all of Lam Tin, with a population of nearly 10 billion, it takes more than 10 years, sometimes over 20 years, for an SS tier ability to appear. SS tier. How exactly did Hurricane Min evolve to that level? It's simply miraculous. No wonder it even alarmed a congressman. Vice Principal Lang, your confidentiality work is truly exceptional. Lang Soong closed her eyes and replied, it's nothing special. It was just to protect Hurricane Min. He let out a sigh and said, true. Those foreigners are definitely going to panic this time. Dean Liu, when does our match start? We don't have any matches today. Our first one is tomorrow. Excellent. Call Yuan Ki's group to the villa. I have something to discuss with them. Hearing those two whispering, Lang Soong thought to herself, Than Kin University will probably change their strategy to target Hurricane Min, but what a pity. No matter what strategy you switch to, you guys still won't be able to win. In the waiting room, Duong Tran Thien happily praised. Great job, the first battle was resolved very decisively.
Ko Yin smiled brightly and replied, we didn't even get a chance to make a move before the captain handled everything. Bokson Ability University is indeed a bit weak, but tomorrow's opponent, Tohang Ability University, used to rank 4th. Come to my villa tonight, and I'll tell you guys about them. Yes, sir. Oh, right. The registration for the individual tournament has started. Do any of you want to participate? Hua-kan Min, Kong Tak, and Tom Dong Lin immediately patted their chests. Me too! Hearing this, he said, all right, I'll submit the list later. Really then, the vice principal suddenly appeared behind them and called out, Hua-kan Min, come over here for a moment. Tamkin University has already discovered that you possess an SS tier ability, and other factions will soon find out too. Soon enough, the entire Blue Star will know about this, so if you have any requests, just say the word. You couldn't help but be a little surprised and exclaimed, that fast. Lang Suong smiled comfortingly. Don't worry, I'll protect your safety. Seeing this scene, the students dropped their jaws in shock and whispered to each other, damn, Principal Lang is smiling. Why do I get the feeling? Principal Lang seems exceptionally gentle with the captain, huh? No shit, if you had an SS tier ability, Principal Lang would be just as gentle with you. Confax softly warned, are you guys really daring to say that? At this distance, do you think Principal Lang can't hear you? The other two realized their slip up and flinched. Crap, you're right. Lang Suong looked at the young men and thought to herself, daring to talk bad behind my back.
It seems after the tournament is over, I'll have to ask Deemed Wong to arrange some extra training exercises for these kids. Her face darkened, and her whole body emanated a terrifying killing intent, leaving Du Fong and Tham Dong Lin trembling in fear. At Tu Bin's villa, he asked the representative students of his university, "What do you guys think of Hua Kan-min's strength?" Wang Qi replied, "Hua Kan-min's talent is excellent, and he's indeed very strong. But the most important thing is his S-tier ability." He smiled and replied, "Not bad." Wang Qi hit the nail on the head. The rank is secondary, the key is the ability. But through testing, Hua Kan-min's ability isn't S-tier, it's SS tier. The students were dumbfounded and gasped upon hearing this. An SS tier ability? Impossible. Wasn't Hua Kan-min's ability tested a long time ago? How could there be a mistake? Could our equipment be malfunctioning? Tu Bin continued, "There's no problem with the equipment. Although the reason is unknown, Hua Kan-min's ability has evolved. It most likely happened during the field trip last year. The field trip that was ambushed by the Heavenly Mandate cult. I've only heard that life and death danger can improve one's strength, but I've never heard of it upgrading an ability's tier." Exactly. And evolving from S tier to SS tier, that's just insanely ridiculous. If that's the case, then Hua Kan-min's combat records at Ma-Do University must be real. In other words, it's highly likely he actually killed dozens of peak tier 4 ferocious beasts. Wang Qi clenched his fists. He's truly a monster. If he were given another year to grow, I'd absolutely stand no chance against him. But unfortunately for him, he's only a freshman this year, so I can still suppress him. Principal Tu patted his shoulder. "That's right. Fortunately, our Kin University still has you this year." He sighed again. "However, I'll be graduating next year. I'll just suppress him while I can. Dean Liu, please modify the tactical arrangements." Understood. At the same time, Tan University had also discovered the main character's ability tier. Holy crap! Hua Kan-min's ability isn't S tier, it's SS tier. Quick, formulate a new counter strategy. At the Thunder Dojo. Quick, hurry and notify headquarters to see if the recruitment strategy needs to be changed. Violent Bear Dojo. At all costs, we must recruit Hua Kan-min. Understood. The information spread rapidly, and even the government found out. "Sir, the Great Xia Nation has produced another SS tier awakened this year." The man turned his head and told his subordinate, "Notify the media. I want all the other countries on Blue Star to know that Great Xia has produced an SS tier." The news of Hua Kan-min possessing an SS tier ability immediately became a sensational headline, covering the front pages of all newspapers. The scene shifted to two men playing chess. A young woman walked in and reported, "Congressman Vuong, the news of Hua Kan-min possessing an SS tier ability has topped the internet search trends. We suspect foreign factions are adding fuel to the fire. Do we need to intervene to cool things down?" The long-haired man was Congressman Azure Dragon, Vuong Quan. He placed a chess piece down, stroked his beard, and coldly snorted. "Those foreign pests only know how to play dirty tricks behind our backs. No need to worry about them. With the foundation of our Great Xia, we aren't so weak that we can't protect an SS tier awakened. Little Lu, last time you went to Devil's Lair number 7, you met Hua Kan-min, who is currently responsible for protecting him." The person opposite him replied, "The vice principal of Ma-Do University, Lang Suong." "Oh, is it that little girl with the S-tier spatial ability from the Thunder Dojo? She's still at Ma-Do University." Yes, she couldn't afford to provoke the Leaf family, so she had to hide at Ma-Do University. Without the Thunder Dojo, reaching mid-tier 8 in just 3 years is truly impressive. This girl's temper is indeed quite stubborn. For a normal awakened, that would be a great marriage connection they could only dream of, yet she avoids it like the plague. However, with her strength acting as a bodyguard, I'm very relieved. Checkmate. At 2 p.m. in the tournament hall, the MC stood on the podium and announced, "Next up is the individual tournament. A total of 64 participants from 10 universities have registered. This afternoon, we will select the top 32 players to advance. Now, let our AI system randomly arrange the match list for these 32 battles." The random matchmaking system displayed the results. Seeing them, Kong Fak and Pham Dong Lin said, "I'm fighting in the 6th match. My opponent is a student from Tu Hang Ability University. It's the perfect chance to probe their strength for tomorrow's team matches. I'm in the 12th match. My opponent is a substitute player from Back University." Hua Kan-min also spoke up. "I'm fighting the earliest in the 3rd match. My opponent is Chu Triu from Tan Than University." For the individual tournament, every 4 matches make up 1 round. We will now begin the first round of matches. As soon as the announcement ended, he grabbed his spear and stepped onto the arena, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The crowd immediately erupted. Hua Kanmin is fighting in the first round. That's awesome. Go Thunder Emperor. Go Madu University. Go Thunder Emperor. Seeing him approach, Chu Triyu's face darkened as he thought to himself, Hua Kanmin from Mado University. I didn't expect to be this unlucky. But you never know, what if I win? Defeating an SS tier would be incredibly badass. The two stood facing each other on the arena, the countdown echoing in their ears. The moment he heard the start signal, Chu Tru immediately activated his ability and soared into the sky. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. Oh, he already has a flying ability. As expected, you can't underestimate any awakened. He laughed triumphantly. Hua Kanmin. Didn't expect this, did you? I can fly. Until my ability is depleted, don't even think about touching me. With that said, he waved his hand and immediately launched an attack. Windblade Slash. Attack after attack rained down continuously on the ground, but he agilely and flexibly dodged them all. Less than greater than. As he ran, he calculated, my maximum jumping height is 32 meters. He's at an altitude of over 70 meters, so even if I jump, I can't reach him. From that distance, it'll also be hard for the Thunder Spear to hit the target. If only there was some kind of suction force to slow his movement speed down, that would be great.
The spectators in the stands couldn't help but whisper. Being able to fly is such a cheat. But he'll still lose. The energy barrier will start shrinking in 20 minutes. Yeah, it'll just take a bit more time. Passively taking hits to stall for time isn't my style. Thinking this, he immediately activated his ability and used a combat skill, but unfortunately, he couldn't hit his opponent. Chu Tru laughed smugly from above. Hua Kanmin, it's useless. I'm flying at an altitude of 75 meters. Your lightning can't touch me. Oh, you think flying makes you so amazing? In front of the thunderstorm, even if you were a fighter jet, it'd still drag you down. He reached his hand toward the sky and lightning gathered, swirling frantically in the air to form a tempest resembling a tornado. A loud boom echoed, and the terrifying power left the crowd completely stunned. The lightning tornado surged into the sky and soon closed in on Chu Tru, who cried out in horror. What? He hurriedly turned his head to flee. This is bad. I need to get out of here. He raised his hand again and a blinding golden lightning arrow appeared mid-air. He smiled. Your flying ability is indeed quite good, but unfortunately, you ran into me. The Thunder Spear was thrown straight into the sky, tearing through the wind as it lunged to attack the opponent. Chu Tru immediately deployed his defensive skill, Wind God Barrier. A blue circular ring appeared, acting like a shield blocking right in front of him. But sadly, it wasn't enough to withstand the power of the Thunder Spear, and a hole was pierced straight through it. Unsurprisingly, Chu Tru was utterly crushed and plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The announcement rang out, Arena number 3. Chu Tru has lost consciousness. Hua Kanmin wins. The crowd immediately erupted. Damn, that was so badass. That was an instant kill. Generating a sonic boom with his bare hands, that's insane. As expected, this is the domineering Thunder Emperor. The Kin University side observed the match and couldn't help but evaluate. I thought Chu Tru would last a bit longer since he could fly. Who knew he'd still be instantly killed? But this also shows that Hua Kanmin's control over his ability is exquisitely refined. Uong Kai clenched his fists, his expression stern. Next up is my turn. With a cracking sound, his arm transformed, as if growing terrifying sharp spikes. He punched his opponent high into the air. His strength was truly terrifying, easily securing the victory. The crowd cheered Uong Ki's name as he stood on the arena looking down, his face full of extreme arrogance. Tam Donglin reminded him, Uong Ki is challenging you. The main character didn't care at all and replied, Relax, he's no match for me. Right at this moment, Duong Tran Thien spoke up from behind. Kan Min, the Thunder Dojo, Violent Bear Dojo, Radiant Legion, Polar Day Guild, and many other factions have all sent invitations to you through me. They want to know if you'd be interested in speaking with them privately. Please reject them all for me, sir. All right, I knew you'd say that. Captain, why don't you go check them out first? Because I don't need them for the time being. With the Deep Blue system adding points plus the university's resources, there was indeed no need to use the resources from these factions for now. In the evening, Hua Kanmin finally managed to squeeze out some time to go on a date with his girlfriend. A blonde, blue-eyed girl suddenly appeared. She was the representative of the William family, Irene. Hello, Mr. Hua. I represent the William family of America, sending you our most sincere greetings.
Greetings. I won't waste any more words. As long as you're willing to give up your great Shia citizenship and join our William family, we can provide you with anything you desire. Hearing this, his face darkened, and he asked coldly, "Such big talk." She confidently patted her chest. Perhaps Mr. Hua doesn't know about our William family. The William family has 3 rank 9 martial saints, controls 10 ancient civilization ruin sites, and a third of the congressmen are our people. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but show their surprise. 3 martial saints. That is indeed very impressive.
After you join us, whether it's SS tier or SSS tier resources, even resources above SSS tier, we can provide them to you. Above SSS tier. Once Mr. Hua's rank increases a bit more, you'll discover the vast world that exists beyond SSS tier. As for young and beautiful women, however many you want, we can find them for you. These words truly angered Tong Thu Van. She glared with a look of extreme displeasure. Irene realized she had misspoken and bowed to apologize. I was a bit too blunt with my words. Please forgive me, madam. Hua Kanmin spoke up. I understand the intentions of your William family, but I have no interest in betraying my country, nor will I in the future, so you don't need to come looking for me anymore. After saying that, he pulled Tong Thu Van along and left, leaving Irene standing alone on the street.
She let out a sigh and turned her head to look at his fading silhouette. I failed, didn't I? Another person's voice rang out in her earpiece. Irene, has the mission target agreed? No, he refused very decisively. Damn it! Are all great Xia people this stubborn? Did you use mental manipulation on him? No, he has the mental aura of a rank 9 martial saint on him. The man on the other end of the line asked impatiently, Then, can we proceed with Plan B? She looked up at Lang Suong in the sky. No, we can't. The target has a rank 8 Great Grandmaster protecting him 247. There's no way to assassinate him. The other party regretfully gave up. It seems there's no opportunity for the time being. Come back first. Understood. The next day at the tournament hall, next up is the 4th match of the team round. Please give a round of applause to welcome Ma Do Ability University and to Hang Ability University to the arena. The crowd in the stands chatted animatedly. So Hang University ranked 4th last year, so they should be able to test out Hua Kang Min's true strength, right? Yeah, they are right behind the top 3, definitely very capable. Look, it's about to start. As soon as the signal to start echoed, Hua Kang Min once again broke away from his team and charged forward all by himself. Holy crap, didn't the Thunder Emperor do the exact same thing yesterday? Pulling the same old trick today? Is he completely looking down on Sohang University? Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Seeing this, the opponents were infuriated. Hua Kang Min, you are far too arrogant. We are not the weak-backed Son Ability University. With that said, they launched their attack. Flowing light purple gold thunder. A purple snake entirely wreathed in lightning shot out. Our main lead sneered. We both use lightning abilities? But it's a pity. Your ability is nothing compared to mine. He unleashed his ability, conjuring a bolt of lightning with terrifying power to clash head-on against the snake. The lightning snake was instantly shattered to pieces, completely failing to even touch a single hair on his head. The audience was in an uproar. The lightning python was swallowed whole. It couldn't even pierce through the lightning field around Huracan Min. How are they supposed to fight this? Is this the power of an SS tier ability? How can it be this devastatingly strong? The opposing team was terrified. Captain, what do we do? We have no choice, we just have to charge. We must take down Huracan Min first. If we wait for Klong Thak and the others to arrive, we won't have a chance. The captain turned and ordered, Ton Fung, set up the lightning defense barrier. Charge! All 3 of them charged forward simultaneously, their faces filled with absolute determination to defeat him. He fired off another bolt of lightning, single-handedly stopping all 3 of them dead in their tracks. Gripping his sword tightly, he saw this and yelled in shock, "What the hell?" He retracted his ability and smiled provocatively. Using abilities feels a bit like bullying, you guys. Come on, let me see what you're really made of. He roared in anger, "Attack together!" At his words, all 5 members of the opposing team surrounded him simultaneously. They relentlessly launched their attacks in a 5-on-1 assault, yet they couldn't leave even the slightest scratch on our main lead. Amazing! 5 against 1, are you guys fighting a raid boss? The crazy part is they still can't even take him down. Are Sohang University students this useless this year? I'm absolutely speechless. Just as he struck a guy so hard his jaw dislocated, his teammates rushed up. Captain, we're here. Seeing this, the opponents knew this match was a guaranteed loss and gritted their teeth in despair. It's over. Yoon Ki, watching from the sidelines, said disdainfully, "What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even force Hurricane Min to use a single S-tier combat skill." 3 minutes later, the entire Sohang University team was wiped out. The announcement echoed. Match 4, Ma Do. Ability University takes the victory. It's over already? That was way too fast. Seriously, that wasn't satisfying at all. To think the Thunder Emperor's combat power is this insane. It feels like he alone is more than enough.
The happiest person right now was Kui Hui. Now you know, right? It's not that our Baeksun team is too weak, but that Ma Do. No, Hurricane Min is simply too strong. Day 8 of the National University Tournament. The competition was nearing its final stages, and a massive crowd had already gathered at the arena. Ma Do versus Tun Tang. The wait is finally over. Yeah, and it's the very first match too. How incredibly exciting. But I think Tun Thang is bound to lose. Zhuang Tren Thian instructed the team. There are only 2 battles left. Just use Formation 1 to fight them later. Kang Min, do not underestimate your opponents this time and rush in all by yourself. Hurricane Min replied obediently. Understood. Please welcome Ma Do, Ability University, and Tun Thang Ability University to the arena.
As the 2 teams stepped out, Tun Tan's captain, Han Sun, suddenly spoke up. Hurricane Min of Ma Do, an SS tier awakened. I admit you are incredibly powerful, but that's only in the individual tournament. In the team tournament, you guys don't even have a 10% chance of winning. He calmly replied, whether we have a chance or not, we'll find out once we step into the arena. Tum Dong Lin was annoyed. Are they crazy? Where are they getting all this confidence from? The 2 teams stepped onto the stage, and the audience immediately noticed something off. Huh? What's going on? Tun Tan actually pulled 3 of their main members and swapped in 3 substitutes? 2 supports and 3 ranged attackers? Are they resorting to cheap tricks because they can't win? No way. Wouldn't they get cursed to death for that? Principal Jan Quian of Tun Tan suddenly spoke up. Principal Lang, are you interested in making a little wager on this upcoming match? Lang Soon was doubtful. A wager? An S-tier cultivation resource. Let's bet on who wins this match. She pondered in silence. Tu Bin, standing behind her, thought gleefully to himself, Tun Tan actually dares to make a bet. This is going to be a good show. Lang Soom opened her eyes and smirked. An S-tier cultivation resource is too cheap. It has to be at least an SS tier 1. Jiang Queen exclaimed in shock. An SS tier cultivation resource. Isn't that wager a bit too steep? Tu Bin cringed on his behalf. Ma Do's Lang Soom has always been this domineering. An SS tier resource is enough to make even a tier 8 great grandmaster bleed from the heart.
If we bet, it's an SS tier resource. Otherwise, forget it. Since Principal Lang is so interested, then I'll put up an SS tier resource and bet on our Tun Thang winning. Tu Bing looked at him and thought, Jiangquin truly is an old fox who never fights a battle he isn't sure of winning. It seems he has a trump card. Good thing our Thankin University's match against Tun Thang is tomorrow. We can just sit back and watch the Tigers fight. As soon as the start signal was called, the entire Tun Thang team immediately activated their abilities. The 5 of them seemed to form a tight, unbreakable link. Hua Kang Min, do you see this? This is the SS tier combat skill Life Resonance that took me 2 years to master. All incoming attacks will be reduced by 60% and then shared equally. And furthermore, we have a healing ability user. This is absolute defense.
The spectators were stunned. 1 to share the damage, 1 to heal the wounds. This is the true power of double supports. Do they plan to hide their ranged attackers inside that turtle shell and slowly grind their opponents to death? I honestly didn't expect this strategy. To think he could learn an SS tier combat skill. Even tier 5 or tier 6 awakeners might not be able to learn it. This is absurd. Look over there. Senor Dio, why don't you go test the waters first? Right. Dio Feng immediately unleashed his A-tier ice ability, Extreme Cold Ice Soul. A dense barrage of razor-sharp ice crystals shot forward with astonishing, terrifying power. However, all of it was effortlessly blocked by the opponent's protective barrier, failing to even touch a single member of the Tun Thang team. Han Sun smirked smugly. Are your elemental attacks just meant to tickle us? Why so weak? Keep going, keep going. We can let you attack to your heart's content for a whole minute. Tom Donlin was stunned to think they also have 3 S-tier elemental defense combat skills. This is going to be a bit troublesome. It truly is absolute defense. How about I charge in and give it a try? No, they have 3 ranged fighters. The damage output is far too high. Hurricane Min, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Since Master told us to use Formation 1, let's give them a nice surprise. He smirked and immediately activated the lightning immortal body state. The surging power of the thunder caused his platinum blonde hair to stand on end. The observing crowd was dumbfounded and yelled out, "Holy shit! Isn't the Thunder Emperor a lightning ability user? He can even transform? This must be a special body-refining combat skill. He looks so ferocious." Han-sun remained completely unfazed. Hurricane Min, your lightning extreme form indeed gives your physical body a massive boost, but it still won't break our defense. You guys should just give up. He scoffed coldly. You're far too overconfident. Senior Ko, buff me up. Got it. Ko Wien, standing beside him, immediately cast her support ability to buff our main lead's power, Spiritual Light Blessing. He smirked, knowing they were finished, and raised his hand, instantly unleashing the Thunder God Finger. Giant, oppressive hand formed from pure energy slammed straight down onto the arena. This strike of divine lightning caused Han-sun and his group to break out in a cold sweat, their expressions turning incredibly tense. A team member asked, trembling, "See, Captain, isn't the aura coming from this finger way too terrifying?" He quickly reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone push your abilities to the max. We can definitely block it." Understood. The entire team raised their hands and channeled their abilities, desperately resisting the colossal power of the Thunder God Finger. Han-sun gritted his teeth, pouring everything into strengthening their link, and roared, "Life Tide." Unfortunately, they still couldn't withstand our main lead's attack. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, and a massive, overwhelming pillar of smoke billowed into the sky. The audience was in an uproar. What kind of combat skill is this, to have such terrifying energy fluctuations? I can even feel the aura of a deity from it. Look, a miracle. This is a divine miracle. The situation on the arena was temporarily obscured by thick smoke and dust, leaving the spectators entirely unable to see what was happening inside. Are they crushed? I can't tell. As the smoke gradually cleared, Hurricane Min stood tall like a god. Before him, the 5 members of the opposing team lay sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. His posture was majestic and his body pristine. Without a single sign of struggle, he didn't look like he had just gone through a battle at all. The announcement echoed, Tumfan Ability University, completely eliminated. Ma Do Ability University takes the victory in this match. Principal Jan Qian gaped in horror. Han-sun's team actually lost. If he's already this domineering at upper tier 3, just how terrifying will he be when he reaches tier 4? Lang Xuan glanced at him and said calmly, Principal Jiang, it seems our Ma Do is a cut above after all. He bowed his head in anguish, utterly convinced of his defeat. I concede. Jiang Qian painfully pulled out the wagered reward. This is the SS tier heavenly treasure, the Crimson Flame Spirit Fruit. It's yours now. Lang Xuan smiled brightly. A treasure that has a chance to help fire ability users upgrade their abilities, then I will gladly accept it. Tu Bin, watching from the sidelines, clicked his tongue and thought, tisk tisk. Jiang Qian's heart must be bleeding right now. Still, Hurricane Min's Thunder God Finger really is powerful enough. I need to warm Yuan Qi's team to prepare a solid defense. It seems even the heavens are on our side this year. Letting us fight last gives us the ultimate advantage in intel. Over on Ma Do's side, Zuom Tren Thien praised the team with deep satisfaction. Excellent work. If you beat Than Kin University in tomorrow's final match, I will request double the reward credits for all of you. Awesome. This way, we can buy quite a lot of resources before we graduate. At that moment, Vice Principal Lang suddenly appeared and called out, Hurricane Min, come here for a second. She handed him an elixir and said, a rank 6 origin return pill, an S-tier cultivation resource. Take it. Confused, he asked blankly, Principal, what is this for? She replied, earlier, I made a bet with Tun Thang using an SS-tier resource on whether you guys or them would win. Since you helped me win the bet, this is your reward. He marveled inwardly, using an SS-tier resource as a wager. Do Tier 8 Great Grandmasters all play this big? He bowed respectfully and reached out with both hands to accept it. Then thank you very much, Principal Lang. Seeing this, his teammates couldn't help but exclaim, an S-tier cultivation resource. The principal treats our captain so well. He just effortlessly scored an S-tier resource. Tell me about it. I want one too. Hurricane Min then suggested, by the way, if something like this happens again in the future, please place a bet on my behalf too, Principal Lang. The wager doesn't need to be too rare, and S-tier cultivation resource is fine. The whole group was flabbergasted. Good heavens. He's actually asking the principal to bet for him. Is our captain seriously this bold? Lang Soon cheerfully agreed right away. Deal. He clasped his hands politely. I'll be troubling you then, Principal Lang.
His teammates behind him had their jaws dropped, absolutely wide-eyed in disbelief. As expected of our captain. That is just too badass. That afternoon, during the individual tournament, the announcement rang out. We will now begin the second round of the quarterfinals qualifier. Please welcome Tongoi from Sohang Ability University to the arena. And the opponent he must face is the heavy favorite for the championship, Hua Kang-min from Ma-do. He stepped onto the ring, surrounded entirely by roaring cheers. Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Tongoi gritted his teeth. Hua Kang-min, to think it would be you. He immediately took a combat stance and shouted, This time I will no longer run away. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Your fighting spirit isn't half bad. I hope you can keep this up once the match starts. The moment the start signal was called, Hua Kang-min dashed forward at breakneck speed. Tongoi didn't hesitate either, instantly unleashing his A-tier enhancement ability to transform into a saber-toothed tiger. The two sides crashed into each other in a fierce confrontation, the golden arcs of lightning already closing in on him. He swung his sword and roared, tiger explosion slash. As he spoke, a surge of power manifesting as a ferocious tiger charged straight ahead. He raised his spear to block the attack. The violent clash of their weapons released a sharp, ringing clang. It was a pure contest of brute strength. Tongoi's blade not only failed to harm him, but it was also beaten until it completely warped and snapped. His sword was sent flying from his grip. Disarmed, he could no longer continue his assault, and instead received a devastating spear strike to the gut, making him scream in agony. The striking force was so terrifying that he was blasted backward, forcibly knocked out of his transformation and back into his normal form. Less than greater than. His body slammed hard into the protective barrier mesh, and he said shakily, Hua Kang-min's attack truly cannot be blocked head-on. But this time, I didn't run away. With those words, he collapsed unconscious. The announcement rang out once more. Congratulations to Hua Kang-min of Ma-do Ability University for advancing to the top 8. The crowd gasped in shock. He charged, swung his spear, and he won just like that. An instant kill. It's been years since we saw a scene like this in the top 8 qualifiers, hasn't it? Thunder Emperor is invincible, so overpowered. Sunji's battle blade is completely warped. You really can't block that head-on. The MC announced again. The third round of the individual tournament is about to begin. Please welcome Yao Fang from Magic Capital University and Wang Qi from Qingjing University to the arena. Zhu Jingming patted his senior brother's shoulder, cheering him on. You can do it, try to make it to the top 4. Yao Fang smiled and replied, running into that guy Wang Qi, I don't expect to make it to the top 4 anymore. But even if I lose, I must show the spirit of our Magic Capital University. The two stepped onto the arena, the surrounding cheers chaotic. Stone Venerable, Stone Venerable, Stone Venerable, Ice Mountain, Ice Mountain. Wang Qi smirked, thinking to himself, finally, a decent opponent. He transformed, his entire body covered in a tough layer of rock and earth. Su Jingming, don't think you're the only one who practices body refinement combat skills. I do too. The male lead couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, oh, another Esper walking the same path as me? He immediately unleashed his combat skill, Absolute Earth Sandstorm. The dirt and sand turned into a tornado rushing toward his opponent. The two swirling tornadoes carried terrifyingly immense power, completely blocking the opponent's ice crystals. As the tornadoes closed in, Wang Qi unexpectedly appeared, leaving Yao Fang startled and stunned. Not giving his opponent time to react, he swung his arm to strike. Thick Earth Slash! Yao Fang retreated, gritting his teeth as he thought, I can't dodge this. Frost armor. However, the shield was still shattered to pieces by his punch. This attack was truly too powerful. Yao Fang fell in defeat, and the announcement echoed. Congratulations to Wang Qi of Qingjing Esper University for advancing to the top 8. The crowd was in an uproar. Stone Venerable won. So incredible, defeating Ice Mountain from a top-tier university in the blink of an eye. A Stone Venerable, a Thunder Emperor.
To think this tournament has produced two such fierce fighters. They are quite similar, aren't they? Wang Qi said arrogantly, Zhu Jingming, an instant kill, I've done it too. I'm really looking forward to our battle in the individual tournament finals tomorrow. I hope you won't be absent by then. Kong Shi was indignant. Listening to his tone, it's as if he's absolutely certain he'll win the individual tournament. Shen Dongling laughed and said, it's fine, the top 4 will be decided today, and our captain will teach him a lesson tomorrow. An hour later, the top 4 were revealed. Congratulations to Xu Jingming and Kong Shi of Magic Capital Esper University, and Wen Qi and Zhou Taiji of Qingjing Esper University for advancing to the semifinals. Less than greater than. The next day, the semifinals of the individual tournament. Looking up at the stands, the Magic Capital University students couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. Is that the Deputy Director of the National Education Bureau, Wu Yuan? To think he came here in person. Not only him, even the Deputy Commander of the Yanlong Legion is here. I remember big shots came to watch last year too, but the scale was nowhere near this grand.
Is it because our captain is participating this year? All the truly heavy hitters are present. Behind 2 tall bodyguards, a beautiful woman with waist-length hair, wearing a qipao, unhurriedly walked forward. As the woman and her bodyguards entered the hall, a man in a suit bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dojo Master Su. Seeing this, Xu Jingming asked, who is this woman? Shen Dongling beside him answered, she is the renowned head dojo master of the Thunder Dojo, Su Qingli. She possesses the S-tier lightning ability Jade Purity Divine Thunder and is a tier 9 martial saint. Isn't the master of the Thunder Dojo a middle-aged man? You're talking about the former master of the Thunder Dojo, Su Chang. He went missing 4 years ago. After that, Lady Su Qingli took over the position of dojo master. It was even on the news back then. He scratched his head. Oh, I see. I was only in the 9th grade back then, so I didn't pay much attention to the news. His senior sister's mouth twitched. 9th grade. Wow, this really is a generation gap. Su Qingli stood on the high platform looking down at the crowd below, silent, her thoughts unknown. She spoke up and asked, Manager's son, have you contacted Magic Capital University? Have you spoken to Su Jingming privately? The other person replied, I've contacted them, but Su Jingming's teacher, Yang Zhenqian, has rejected meeting invitations from all factions. I will contact them again later. Since you are here in person, it will definitely succeed. No need, wait until the individual category is over. I will personally go find him. Manager's son was astonished. You'll go in person. The Grand Dojo Master is a tier 9 martial saint, yet you're taking the initiative to seek out a mere tier 3 Su Jingming. At this moment, Su Qingli was secretly praising him in her heart, a formidable physique, far surpassing ordinary high-level tier 3 espers, even faintly carrying the aura of a ferocious beast. His aura is condensed and robust, showing no signs of shallowness from using massive amounts of elixirs. Not bad at all. The MC below began to hype up the atmosphere. Next up is the first semifinal match, according to the draw results. Let's welcome Su Jingming of Magic Capital Esper University and Zhou Taiji of Qingjing Esper University to the stage. The two stepped onto the stage, the crowd around them cheering wildly. Go, Thunder Emperor. Fist Emperor is the strongest. Thunder Emperor. Fist Emperor. Zhou Taiji cupped his hands in greeting and said, Xu Jingming, I've looked through your profile. Besides your spear techniques, your fist techniques don't seem bad either. How about in today's semifinals you try using your fist techniques to fight me around? The audience buzzed upon hearing this. Fist techniques. What is this Zhou Taiji thinking? How could the Thunder Emperor possibly agree? Honestly, this flattery tactic is a bit clumsy, truly, too low level. Because he knows if they fight normally, he's definitely dead. Xu Jingming rubbed his nose, thinking for a few seconds, then agreed cheerfully. Use fist techniques? Fine, I'll indulge you. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Holy crap. The Thunder Emperor actually agreed. What kind of situation is this? Is he getting too arrogant? It's over. My idol is about to fall from grace. Zhou Taiji also couldn't believe his ears and asked again, You agree? You're not tricking me, are you? He smirked. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He replied, All right, then I'll trust you this once. In his heart he thought, I've been practicing boxing since I was 7, a full 15 years, and I'm about to reach the master level. Competing in fist techniques with me, isn't this just showing off a slight skill before an expert? Dean Liu of Qingjing University saw this and said to Yang Zhenqian, Dean Yang, Xu Jingming seems quite confident in his fist techniques. But if his arrogance stops him from reaching the finals, then both the champion and runner-up titles will belong to our Qingjing University.
He merely replied softly, "There's no need for Dean Liu to worry about this." Then he smiled confidently, looking up at the arena, and said, "Zhu Jingming won't lose." This tone couldn't help but make the other parties startle in astonishment. Just as the shout to begin rang out, Zhou Taiji immediately used his enhancement ability, Giant Demonic Ape. His massive body swung the powerful fist, charging straight toward his opponent. He gently leaned his body to dodge. He roared, Explosive Fist. Finishing his words, he swung his arm and a punch carrying terrifying power crashed down. He leaned to dodge the attack, then smirked in assessment. Not bad explosive power, but the speed is a bit lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand clenched tightly into a fist, and golden lightning bolts began to arc out. With a fierce look on his face, the lightning gathered into a brilliant sphere on his hand. "Let me show you what a truly powerful punch looks like." Finishing his words, he forcefully charged forward, throwing an incredibly fierce punch. His opponent immediately had to retreat backward. He roared, "You really dare to match fist techniques with me? Zhu Jiming, you're courting your own doom." Yet he wasn't afraid of that warning at all, calmly landing on the ground, his expression immensely confident. Suddenly, a dazzling golden figure materialized in mid-air. It threw a devastatingly powerful punch at Zhu Taiji's chin, so unexpected that he didn't have time to react. He howled in agonizing pain, his massive body staggering as if about to fall backward. He helplessly collapsed to his knees, utterly bewildered as he blurted out, "What is going on?" Looking up, he saw the male lead standing tall before him, fists clenched, and behind him was his own shadow in the thunder extremity form. Zhu Taiji was dumbfounded, breaking out in a cold sweat. Was that just Zhu Jiming's shadow punching me? The Qingjing University students below were left with their jaws dropping in shock. Holy crap. What's that behind the Thunder Emperor? A clone? A shadow made of lightning, and it can act alongside his main body. Principal, what exactly is that? Xu Ping replied, "This is the A-tier lightning combat skill Lightning Shadow Body. It is condensed from lightning abilities and can attack alongside the main body. Looking at its proficiency, it's likely only at the beginner level. The damage of a single strike is about 30% of the main body's." The answer horrified the students. With only 30% damage, it actually made Zhu Taiji cough up blood. The audience also buzzed with discussion. Is the Thunder Emperor's physique really that formidable? Isn't he an elemental type? Xu Jiming must have practiced body refinement combat skills. Zhou Taiji understood the situation and said, "A tier combat skill, Lightning Shadow Body, so that's how it is." He was not afraid in the slightest, still calmly replying, "So what if you know? Do you really think you can block it?" He pounded his chest like a gorilla and roared, "I only took a hit just now because I lacked information. One-on-one, am not afraid of you." Combat skill, Roaring Thunder, War Drum, physique increased by 20%. He unleashed another attack. This punch seemed to carry doubly terrifying power. The male lead wasn't intimidated in the slightest and instantly swung his fist to counterattack. The two clashed head-on, almost evenly matched. He was stunned. How is this possible? Have your fist techniques also reached a high level of proficiency? The two fists clashed fiercely. Feeling his opponent's power, he couldn't help but tremble. No, that's not right. This is the master level? He sneered. "Congratulations, you guessed right, so I'll reward you by directly eliminating you." Finishing his words, he unleashed the Thunder Dragon Fist. A golden lightning dragon instantly shot out from his hand, punching his opponent several meters away. His entire body flew backward, crashing into the protective netting, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground unconscious. The announcement echoed throughout the hall again. Contestant Zhou Taiji has lost consciousness. Congratulations to Su Jingming for winning the semifinals of the individual tournament. The audience immediately cheered wildly. "Thunder Emperor is mighty. Long live the Thunder Emperor!" He stood in the arena, golden lightning radiating brightly from his entire body, looking utterly imposing. "These fist techniques are a bit. You made me look forward to it for nothing." Those witnessing this couldn't help but be amazed. Doesn't Xu Jingming always use a spear? To think he also possesses master-level fist techniques. This is surreal. More importantly, if Zhou Taiji hadn't suggested competing in fist techniques, we never would have known. Just how many trump cards does he still have? Yang Zhenqian turned his head and said, "Dean Liu, it seems the arrogant one isn't Xu Jingming, but your Zhou Taiji. Don't celebrate too early, there's still the finals. With Wine Chi here, you guys won't take the ultimate championship." After speaking, he scoffed coldly, then turned and walked away looking extremely bitter. Meeting Zhou Taiji, who was clutching his stomach and being supported by Wang Qi, he asked, "How are your injuries?" He replied, "I'm fine, it's just superficial wounds."
It seems this Xu Jingming still has some sense of restraint. Wang Qi, in the finals later, as long as you can defeat him, try not to damage his foundations. Wang Qi smiled and replied, his expression as confident as if victory were already in his grasp. Understood, I won't be that ruthless. He thought to himself, it's just a match, not some life and death feud. Furthermore, he's an SS tier Esper. If I dare to act recklessly, the big shots would hack me to pieces. Outside, the tournament was still ongoing. Next is the second round match. Please welcome Wang Qi of Qingjing University and Kong Shi of Magic Capital University. 5 minutes later, Kong Shi was defeated by Wang Qi, and the announcement rang out. Congratulations to Wang Qi of Qingjing University for winning and advancing to the finals. The finals will take place in 1 hour.
Xu Jingming looked at the person on the arena, a smirk on his lips as he thought to himself, Wang Qi, I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Shuang was also watching the match intently at this moment. One is a quasi-S tier high-level tier 4. The other is an SS tier high-level tier 3. This match will definitely attract a lot of attention. The press and media continuously reported, truly highly anticipated. Will Magic Capital University reclaim its glory, or will Qingjing University dominate once again? High-level tier 3 versus high-level tier 4. Who will be the champion of the individual tournament? Can an awakened SS tier Esper cross an entire major realm to defeat their opponent? Let's wait and see. Jiang Chuswan in the laboratory had also heard the news, and she said happily, Jingming is about to enter the finals. You must do your best. An hour later, the atmosphere in the tournament hall was incredibly vibrant. The MC spoke up. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome back to the 8th day of the National Inter-University Tournament, the finals of the individual tournament. Please welcome Wang Qi of Qingjing Esper University and Xu Jingming of Magic Capital Esper University to the arena. The two whose names were called stepped onto the fighting ring amidst thunderous cheers, their expressions confident and ready for an intense battle. Wang Qi provoked Xu Jingming, with me here this year, you're bound to fail. The glory will definitely belong to Qingjing Esper University. He also responded to that declaration of war. Let me see what kind of strength you have to dare run your mouth like that. The two sides glared fiercely at each other, sparks flying from their gazes, as the countdown rang out, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Both of them decisively activated their body refinement combat skills. The male lead's was the Thunder Extremity form. His golden hair stood on end, and lightning enveloped his entire body. On Wang Qi's side was the thick earth body. His hair and limbs all seemed to turn into solid rock and earth, radiating an incredibly ferocious energy. The two charged at each other. The powerful lightning and the fierce rock storm violently clashed, making for a truly spectacular scene. The people in the stands watched with their mouths wide open. Is this really the National University Tournament? Why do I feel like I'm watching Tier 5 Espers fighting? The graduating class this year is truly 2. You're mistaken. One of them is just a freshman. On the arena, Xu Jingming shouted loudly, Thunder Spear! A golden lightning spear immediately shot out to attack his opponent.
Wang Qi said calmly, Thunder Spear? It's useless. Your lightning ability is naturally countered by my earth ability. Indeed, the Thunder Spear pierced the sturdy stone shield, causing rock fragments to scatter everywhere, but it couldn't touch his body. Then he pushed off his toes and charged forward, throwing a strike and roaring loudly. My turn. Explosive step. Thick earth slash. He rushed in like a hurricane, his fist crashing down with terrifying power. Our main guy calmly pointed his spear at the incoming attack, shouting, Lightning Gale Piercer. The spear tip clashed against the rock-hard claws, letting out a deafening boom. He was forced back by the blow, bracing one hand on the ground, thinking in shock. His D-tier skill actually blocked my A-tier skill. No, something's not right. Seeing this, he arrogantly taunted. Scared already? Where's that arrogant attitude from just now? Did it fly away? With that, he shot forward like an arrow, quickly closing in on his opponent and yelling, Thunder Flash. The spear pointed right at him as a bolt of green lightning struck down, forcing him onto the defensive. Wang Kai was struck by the lightning, gritting his teeth in pain and thinking, the impact is too strong. But he was no pushover. In a flash, he broke free from the attack, retreated, and let out a cold snort. Hua Kan Min, I admit you're truly strong, but now, witness my peak state. Earth Aegis. An eerie light flashed in his eyes, his expression arrogant, as his power seemed to surge to another level. His fists smashed down powerfully, but Hua Kan-min didn't flinch, immediately raising his spear to block the blow.
He then launched a counterattack, and the two fiercely exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. The battle fell into a fierce stalemate, growing more intense by the second, with no clear winner in sight. The audience watched wide-eyed, exclaiming, Hua Kan-min's spearmanship has actually reached the master level. Both his fist and spear techniques are at the master level. His comprehension is terrifying, absolutely monstrous. Than Li observed the match, praising inwardly, Hua Kan-min's close combat skills are actually this formidable. By now, Wang Qi was starting to show signs of exhaustion, his face covered in sweat, thinking, my Earth's Aegis can only last 5 minutes max. I have to finish him quickly. Hua Kan-min also looked strained, gritting his teeth. My ability power is more than half depleted, and my stamina is waning, yet I still haven't taken him down.
Wang Qi roared, Hua Kan-min, if you had another year, I definitely wouldn't be able to beat you. But right now, there's no way you can block this move. He sternly replied, what a coincidence. I also have a combat skill I haven't used yet. If you can block it, you win. Both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Iceberg earth-shattering slash, thunder-piercing demonic spear. Two terrifying forces were released at once, predictably causing an earth-shattering explosion. The battle came to a halt, and as the thick smoke gradually cleared, the two were seen standing back-to-back on the arena. A gaping black hole appeared on Wang Qi's stomach. In disbelief, he trembled. How is this possible? So fast. After saying that, as if all his strength had been drained, he collapsed to the ground unconscious.
The announcement immediately echoed. Contestant Wang Qi has lost consciousness. Congratulations to Hua Kan-min for winning the individual championship of the National University Tournament. Hua Kan-min retracted his spear and proudly walked off the arena as the entire stadium erupted in cheers. Thunder Emperor! Thunder Emperor! Tong Thu Van cheered joyfully from the stands. Kan-min, you got first place! Duang Qi's group also cheered in excitement. My cousin is shining so bright. You're the best, Brother Min. Kwangso Tuyen was thrilled upon receiving the news. I have to train harder, too. Get my Tier 3 pharmacist certificate, and then I'll go find him. His teammates also shouted happily. The captain won, as expected of our captain.
Duong Tran Thien smiled from behind, thinking, as long as we win one more championship category, Magic Capital U will become the overall champion this year. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere, the people from Thankin University sighed in frustration. Tu Bin patted his students' shoulders, comforting them. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Tomorrow is the team battle against Magic Capital U. Wang Qi's injuries will heal overnight. We still have a chance in the team match. He then turned to congratulate Principal Lang. Congratulations. Lang Swang politely replied, you let us win. Wang Qi's performance was also very good. She then thought regretfully, it's a pity Tu Bin refused to make a bet with me. As for our main guy, the moment he stepped out of the hall, he was swarmed by a crowd. Champion Hua Kan-min is here. Hurry and interview him. We have to get him for tonight's front page. We must sign him as our company's brand ambassador at all costs. Our renowned sword dojo must recruit him. Lang Suong quietly watched the pushing crowd. Suddenly, Tan Li appeared behind her and spoke up. Principal Lang, long time no see. Could you let me speak with Hua Kan-min for a moment? She replied, of course. With that, she used her ability to open a spatial portal, quickly reaching out to grab him by the collar and drag him away. Before the crowd could react or the main guy could even say a word, he disappeared, getting picked up like a chick. The reporters stared wide-eyed and yelled, damn it, we got beaten to the punch again. We won't be able to meet our quota at this rate.
By now, Lang Swang, Tan Li, and Hua Kan-min had been teleported to another room. She introduced Hua Kan-min. This is Tan Li, the master of the Thunder Dojo. I'm sure you've heard of her. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Dojo Master. She smiled and replied, no need to be so polite. Your Principal Lang and I are old friends. Take a seat, let's talk slowly. After they took their seats, Tan Li got straight to the point. An upper tier 3 defeating an upper tier 4 and mastering multiple A tier and S tier combat skills. Your performance is truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our Thunder Dojo. He quickly answered, I haven't graduated from Magic Capital U yet, so I haven't thought that far ahead.
She covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Graduate? Actually, as long as you want to, you can apply for early graduation from Magic Capital U at any time. Surprised, he turned to ask, early graduation? Magic Capital U has a policy like that. Lang Swang answered, you can indeed apply for early graduation, but it must pass the school's review. Tan Li continued, besides, I don't think you can stay at Magic Capital U for a full 4 years. The school's resources are only highly effective for ability users below Tier 4, and you are already in upper Tier 3. That's very true, there aren't many seniors who can reach Tier 4. Compared to a school, our Thunder Dojo's sphere of influence is much broader. We even have a Tier 9 Martial Saint, and our resources are incredibly abundant. More importantly, past dojo masters have all been lightning-type ability users, so our treasury of lightning combat skills is massive. Hearing these conditions, his interest was piqued. With the Deep Blue system, external resources are secondary, but combat skill manuals are a different story. Hua Kan Min, as long as you're willing to join our Thunder Dojo, we are prepared to offer 4 major conditions. 1. An operating budget of 100 million Great Sia dollars per month. 2. Qualifications to enter the Prodigy Training Camp at the Thunder Dojo's global headquarters to study. 3. Free access to view all of the Thunder Dojo's combat skills, including S-Tier, SS-Tier, and SSS-Tier. 4. You will become my direct disciple, personally taught by a magic saint like myself. He was stunned hearing this, thinking, the first 2 are all right, but the third one is extremely tempting. As for the fourth, he voiced his question. What does Magic Saint mean? Dojo Master, aren't you a Tier 9 Martial Saint? You didn't know, Lang Swung chimed in. Hua Kan Min has always followed Duan Tran Thien of the Close Combat Weapons Academy, so it's normal that he doesn't know. She explained, Magic Saint is an ancient civilization's title for a Tier 9 Elementalist, while Martial Saint is the title for a Tier 9 Martial Artist. According to the ancient civilization's classification of ability users, those excelling in close combat are martial artists, while ranged fighters are elementalists. Although you can simply divide martial artists and elementalists based on melee and ranged combat, in reality, only ability users who have learned mind refinement combat skills can be called elementalists. Mind refinement combat skills are somewhat similar to body refinement skills, but what is tempered is the mind. Only ability users with a mental strength reaching 6,000 Hz can learn mind refinement skills. This level of mental strength requires reaching Tier 5, which is why schools don't offer courses on them. Mind refinement combat skills are also graded. If you join my Thunder Dojo, I am willing to pass down an SS Tier mind refinement skill to you. This is also the highest grade of mind refinement skill currently available on Blue Star. Less than greater than. Hearing about an SS Tier mind refinement skill, he couldn't help but be tempted, so he asked, Dojo Master 2, could you give me some time to think it over first? Of course, my promise is permanently valid. However, it's best to come find me immediately once your mental strength reaches 6,000 Hz. Don't waste precious learning time. Understood, thank you, Dojo Master 2. With that decided, he bowed politely. Then I will take my leave now. Seeing him leave, Tan Li said to Lang Swung, this student of yours is quite cautious. She replied proudly, of course, he is currently the top student of our Magic Capital U. Both his mentality and strength are top tier. The person beside her suddenly asked, your Magic Capital U. It's only been a little over 3 years and you've completely forgotten about our Thunder Dojo. To think we're best friends. Lang Swung's tone suddenly turned cold. It's exactly because of that I must thoroughly forget the Thunder Dojo. Do you still want our dojo to be harassed by those from the Leaf family? Tan Li spoke up, those from the Leaf family. Her expression darkened, her eyes turning sharp and cold. Don't worry, sooner or later, I will deal with them. Saying that, she hugged Lang Swung, resting her head on her shoulder and gently confessed. Actually, I came this time not just for Hua Kan Min. Come back, I need you too. She didn't push her away, only saying, not only do you want to steal my student, but you won't even spare me. You calculated this quite well. Forget it. If I go back there, the Lee family will probably catch the scent and come looking. I don't want to get involved with them anymore, nor do I want the Thunder Dojo to be caught in the middle. Tan Li grew angry, her expression turning fierce. Would they dare? 3 years ago, when I just broke through to Tier 9 and took the position of Dojo Master, my foundation wasn't solid, which was why you had to suffer grievances. Now, even if you gave the Lee family 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare openly barge into our headquarters. Besides, our Thunder Dojo just accepted a student with an A-tier spatial ability. I think it's still best if you personally guide them. This ability is truly rare. Hearing this, Lang Xuang lowered her head in thought, finally saying, "Let me consider it a bit, and I'll give you an answer later." Scene change. When Duan Tranthean heard that his student was being so heavily courted, he exclaimed in shock, "4 major conditions. The Thunder Dojo really went all out this time. However, I think you should still listen to the Violent Bear Dojo's conditions before making a comprehensive decision." He immediately asked, "Does the Violent Bear Dojo have an SS tier mind refinement skill?" He replied, "No. According to my intel, it seems only the Thunder Dojo has one in all of Great Sha." He then said, "Looking at it this way, I feel that the Thunder Dojo is truly more suitable for me." I thought you didn't like the long-range bombardment fighting style of an elementalist. Haven't I also learned the Heavenly Thunder Art and Thunder God Finger? Master, when you think I should graduate early to head to the Thunder Dojo? There's no rush for now. Mind refinement skills require at least 6,000 hertz of mental strength to learn. Wait until you reach mid or upper tier 4. By then, Magic Capital U won't be able to compare to the Thunder Dojo anymore. Yes, then I'll focus on finishing tomorrow's team battle first. The next day, at the competition stadium, the MC shouted excitedly, "Welcome everyone for tuning in on time for the 9th day of the championship. Today, the crown for the team battle category will be revealed. Only 2 universities are qualified to fight for the team championship. One of them is the team that has won all 8 of their matches, the Magic Capital Ability University representative team." The entire Magic Capital U representative team walked out, with our main guy leading the way, everyone brimming with fighting spirit. It's the final battle. The championship is definitely ours, no doubt about it. After today, Magic Capital U can completely turn the tables. The stadium immediately erupted in cheers. Magic Capital U, the strongest. Magic Capital U. Magic Capital U. Magic Capital U. Magic Capital U. Go for it. Less than greater than. The other team is the Tan Kin Ability University representative team, also with a perfect record of 8 wins. The Kin U representative team entered, led by Yuang Qi, and the crowd was just as boisterous. Kin U. Champions. Kin U. Kin U. Victory. The 2 teams stepped onto the arena. Seeing the opposing team's formation, Yuang Qi was immediately stunned. This time for Magic Capital U, the person at the front was no longer Hua Kan Min, but instead Kong Fak. The audience buzzed with discussion. Hua Kan Min is standing at the very back. With this formation, could it be he wants to replicate the match against Tan Yu last time and use one Thunder God Finger to instantly kill everyone? The Thunder God Finger is indeed strong, but that was because Tan Yu was grouped too closely together that they got wiped out. Exactly. Qin Yu can't possibly not be on guard. Fan Li in the stands was also extremely surprised. Is Magic Capital U planning to have Hua Kan Min play the ranged DPS role? Isn't he a melee type? The Qin Yu team was puzzled. Hua Kan Min is standing all the way in the back. What is Magic Capital U planning? But this is fine too. We can take out the other members of Magic Capital U first, and our chances of winning will be higher. As soon as the start signal sounded, our main guy said, "Senior Ko, give me a power buff." Got it. Ko Yin cast her spiritual light bestowal ability to buff his power, while he activated the lightning indestructible body state.
Wang Qi sneered. "Thunder God Finger? Hua Kan Min, we aren't Tan Yu. Your Thunder God Finger is useless." However, completely beyond the opponent's expectations, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Heavenly Thunder Art." A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down on the person at the very back of the Qin Yu formation. That person took the hit, unable to react in time, and immediately fell flat on the ground, completely unconscious. The audience gasped. Holy crap, that lightning was so fast, so massive. If that hit, even a Tier 4 ability user would probably be turned to ashes on the spot, right? Too scary.
Wang Qi gritted his teeth in anger. So it wasn't the Thunder God Finger. It was the Heavenly Thunder Art. We've been tricked. Furthermore, how could the casting speed be that fast? A teammate asked in panic, "Captain, what do we do now?" He quickly reassured them, "Don't panic. Hua Kan Min's Heavenly Thunder Art has a cooldown. Take this chance to hold off Kong Fak, and I'll go take out Tham Dong Lin." As soon as the words fell, the group followed the order and charged forward with a ferocious momentum. Unfortunately, right at this moment, another powerful bolt of lightning struck down, successfully taking out another member of Qin Dai. Watching his teammate fall, Wang Qi broke into a cold sweat.
Another Heavenly Thunder art. How is it so fast? Our MC's Heavenly Thunder art didn't stop there, striking down 2 more times in a row, hitting the remaining 2 guys directly and making them scream. It hurts. Tam Dong Lin exclaimed, "Tisk tisk, ruthless, too ruthless. Leave the rest to us." Du Feng praised, "Captain, your Heavenly Thunder art is too strong. They have absolutely no way to defend against it." In an instant, all of his accomplices were laid out flat. Yuan Kai panicked. Can this Heavenly Thunder art really be spammed so casually? Trao Tai try, even you couldn't withstand it. Right at this moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Yuan Kai, you're the only one left. Turning around, he saw Kong Fatch, a tier enhancement ability, iron-willed giant bear looming over him. 1 against 5, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Then came Pham Dong Lin, a tier enhancement ability, demonic moon blood fox. You were already injured by our captain yesterday. If another Heavenly Thunder strikes, it'll just add insult to injury. Surrounded by Ma Dai members front and back, he was the only Kindai student left on the field. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Our Kindai representative team surrenders, he thought to himself. The match is already lost. It's better to preserve some strength. An announcement rang out immediately. The Kindai representative team has surrendered. Magic Capital Ability University has won this team match. The team finals champion, Magic Capital Ability University representative team. Congratulations to Magic Capital Ability University for successfully winning the team match championship. Hua Kan Min's entire team happily raised their fists in victory, and the crowd wildly cheered in excitement. Ma Dai is the champion! We won! I knew it. Ma Dai would bounce back. Ma Dai is the best. The Thunder Emperor is the best. Tu Tan Li smiled in satisfaction. I didn't expect Hua Kan Min's talent in long-range spellcasting skills to be this high. It seems that letting him pursue the elementalist path wouldn't necessarily bury his close combat talent. I must definitely recruit someone like Hua Kan Min. Duong Tran Thien let out a sigh of relief. I can finally relax. He smiled and praised, Kan Min, well done. Only the final survival match remains. We've never won the championship in all 3 categories at once. I hope we can do it this time. He replied confidently, leave it to me. In his heart, he thought, I've been waiting for this survival match all along. It's the perfect opportunity to wildly hunt monsters and harvest a massive amount of ability points. Right then, Pham Dong Lin ran up from behind and asked, Captain, we have a day off tomorrow. We're planning to take a trip downtown. Are you coming? He immediately refused. You guys go ahead. Du Feng chimed in beside them. The captain's girlfriend has been waiting for days. How could he go hang out with us? You're worrying too much. Oh right, look at my memory. The group waved goodbye to him, saying cheerfully, well, be off then. Take care, everyone. The scene shifted to a room. Slender hands gently reached out, enveloped in a pale yellow aura, surrounded by water droplets radiating a sparkling golden-orange light. Hua Kan Min was shirtless. Tong Thu Van sat behind him and asked, how do you feel using this A-tier cultivation resource, the body-tempering liquid? He smiled and replied, it's indeed very effective, but I can't keep using your cultivation resources forever. She blushed, her eyes filled with tenderness. Why are you being so formal with me? Then she lunged forward and hugged him tightly. If you want to repay me, then don't go back tonight, okay? With such a delicious treat delivered right to his mouth, only a fool would refuse. He agreed instantly. All right. Late at night, in the Tandai rest area, Jiang Qin sat on a chair, facing Tu Bin. Principal Tu, is there something you need me for? He replied, nothing else. I just wanted to see Tandai's cooperation for the survival match. You know very well that Mondai's momentum this time is truly fierce. If we don't join forces, the survival match championship will definitely fall into their hands. Jiang Qin didn't think it was a big deal and said calmly, if it's theirs, then it's theirs. So what? Tu Bin snapped in frustration. If we let them win the championship in all 3 categories this year, it'll definitely affect future enrollments for our 2 universities. Have you never thought about this issue? This statement indeed caught Principal Jiang's attention. He closed his eyes in thought, remaining silent. Seeing the other party hesitate, Tu Bin added, rest assured, we won't let you help for nothing. As long as you agree to eliminate Ma Dai together, each team member will receive a portion of top-tier A-grade cultivation resources. Jiang Qin was surprised. 8 portions of top-tier A-grade cultivation resources? You're really willing to spend. Do you think I want to? Tu Bin frowned and rubbed his forehead.
This academic year, I am in charge of all Kin Dai's affairs. The failed field trip was one thing, but if we lose the tournament completely, I won't be able to shoulder the responsibility.
Jiang Qin finally agreed. Fine, I agree to this. However, after eliminating Ma Dai, whoever wins the championship will depend on our own capabilities. The two shook hands. All right, to a happy collaboration. With a supremely confident expression, certain of victory, they thought, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. This time, it'll be hard for Ma Dai not to lose.